Chapter 1, The Survival World of All Races, Drawing the Unique EX Level Talent. Welcome to the battlefield of survival among all races. Here, you shall obtain extraordinary power. I awoke to the sound of voices near my ear, groggily wondering to myself, where am I? I was lying in a pile of straw, and what came into view was the interior of a wooden house. The walls of this house were crude, with gaps between the logs revealing the scenery outside. The entire room was devoid of any furniture. Just then, a luminous screen appeared before my eyes, displaying numerous lines of text. This is the Black Iron Tier world of the Kanglan continent. All Blue Star inhabitants aged 16 to 50 have now arrived in this world, with their physical attributes fully reset. The Kanglan continent is divided into 10,000 zones, each containing 100,000 people. You have been assigned to Zone 8888. Protective barriers prevent movement between zones, followed by some friendly reminders. Reminder 1, everyone receives a 3-day protection period. During this time, no monsters will spawn near your shelter cabin, but never wander too far from shelter, or the creatures will take your life. Tip 2, there are treasure chests and survival supplies nearby. Try to explore every corner to obtain resources for survival. This is the real world, you can get injured, go hungry, or even die. Tip 3, the monster levels in the Black Iron world range from level 1 to 10. The maximum level for professionals is also 10. In 100 days, this world will be destroyed. You must defeat the regional boss and open the passage to the next layer, the Bronze World, to ensure your survival. Tip 4, killing fellow clan members in the battlefield of myriad races will result in penalties, but counterattacks incur no punishment. Exercise restraint, cooperation and coexistence are the only way forward. Hint 5, everyone can initially draw one innate talent, with grades ranging from F to SSS. F-grade talents are akin to those with specialized skills among ordinary people, being slightly smarter and stronger than average. E-grade talents equate to geniuses among the common populace, excelling at the highest levels in various fields. D-grade talents represent the elite among the elites, like pioneers who drive the development of an era, or world boxing champions and Olympic gold medalists. C-grade talents are the anomalies or sages among ordinary people, appearing only once every few centuries. Figures such as Zhuge Liang, Lu Bowen, Li Yuanba, Xiang Yu, or Confucius. B-grade talents can only be described as superhuman, capable of wielding various extraordinary abilities like controlling elements, limitless strength, or an indestructible body. A-grade talents elevate these extraordinary abilities further, amplifying their power. S-grade talents, when fully developed, are comparable to legendary terrestrial immortals, possessing an array of formidable and esoteric abilities that transcend certain natural laws. SS-grade talents represent the absolute pinnacle of ability in their respective fields, such as the ultimate in magic or strength, so powerful it defies belief. SSS-grade talents can only be mastered by true gods, with growth culminating in the ability to destroy or create worlds with a mere thought. Furthermore, SSS-grade talents are unique. Hint 6, after drawing your talent, you can choose one of 6 professions: warrior, mage, priest, knight, archer, or assassin. It is advisable to select your profession based on the talent you have drawn. Finally, the message reads, "The game is about to begin, hope you enjoy it." Staring at the text on the luminous screen, my mind races. Have I been transported here? Is this a survival game for all races, or merely the mischief of deities? Are the other species in different worlds? But I quickly snapped back to reality. Adapting to this world was the most urgent matter, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I die. Right then, a voice sounded in my ear. Please open the system panel to draw your unique talent. I frowned. How do I open it? Concentrating, I willed the so-called system panel to appear through sheer mental focus. Instantly, a luminous interface materialized before me, densely packed with options: regional chat, world chat, trading house, friends, profile, pets, class, talents, inventory, and more. Regional channel shows 100,000 people online, with chat messages constantly refreshing at this moment. Some complained about what the battlefield of 10,000 races survival was, wanting to return to enjoy life. Some were terrified upon hearing wolf howls, crying for help. Others excitedly proclaimed they'd time-traveled, searching for a system, while a few boasted about drawing talents and selecting professions to become invincible in this world. But none of these messages contained anything useful, so I simply stopped looking. I tried clicking on talents, and the light screen before me transformed into a giant roulette wheel displaying the draw talent option. Without hesitation, I proceeded with the draw. The massive roulette wheel instantly began spinning at light speed until it vanished, followed by a voice ringing in my ears. Congratulations, you've obtained the unique EX grade talent, Infinite Plunder. Infinite Plunder, grade, EX. Authority I, killing a life allows you to plunder the target's talents. Among talents of the same type, higher grade talents automatically overwrite lower grade ones and undergo fusion. Identical talents can merge to form a more powerful talent. Authority 2, after plundering a talent, you can amplify it 100-fold. Subsequent authorities, unlocked. Chapter 2, choosing the archer, heading out to gather supplies. Staring at the EX grade talent before me, I froze in shock. I'd actually drawn the sole EX grade talent. The previous prompts had never mentioned talents of this tier. Moreover, this talent was absurdly powerful, capable of plundering others' talents and amplifying them 100-fold. Even though so-called SSS grade talents couldn't compare. If I could plunder an SSS grade talent in the future, I wonder just how much it would amplify my abilities. The subsequent authorities haven't even been unlocked yet, and the ones I have now are already this powerful. I can't even begin to imagine what the later authorities might be like. Next up is the class change. I opened the class panel, and 6 different professions appeared before me. If I choose warrior, the attribute growth grants +1 to all attributes upon leveling up, with an additional +1 to strength, along with the starting skill, whirlwind slash. For mage, the attribute growth gives an additional +1 to intelligence and the starting skill, fireball. Cleric's attribute growth provides +0.5 to intelligence and +0.5 to constitution, with the starting skill, heal. Knight's attribute growth adds +0.5 to strength and +0.5 to constitution, with the starting skill, strength blessing. Archer's attribute growth gives +0.5 to strength and +0.5 to agility, with the starting skill, precision shot. Assassin's attribute growth grants an additional +1 to agility and the starting skill, backstab. Looking at these job descriptions, I pondered, my innate talent is a late-game powerhouse, so in the early stages, survival takes priority. In the current environment, warriors have to face monsters head-on, which isn't safe. Mages' fireballs have short range, and if they can't hit the monsters, it's game over. Priests, when solo at the start, can only heal themselves and are otherwise useless. Monsters won't spare you just because you can heal, though those with a healing talent might still consider it. Paladin's Blessing of Might temporarily boosts strength and physical attack, but they still have to fight monsters up close like warriors, which I don't fancy. Assassin's Backstab deals double damage from behind, but if the strike doesn't kill, you're in danger. After weighing the options, only the archer seems safest. They can take potshots and ambush enemies. If I can't defeat an enemy, I can kite them to death, or simply run away if things go south. As long as I can plunder a talent, my personal safety will be greatly enhanced. Next, I directly chose the archer as my profession. The system prompt immediately sounded, "You have selected the archer as your profession. Your attribute growth has changed. You have learned the initial skill, precision shot. This, precision shot, increases arrow hit rate by 10%. Then came another prompt. You have obtained a novice wooden longbow and 10 arrows. The rewards have been issued to your storage space. Please check promptly." I opened the storage space to find a wooden longbow and 10 wooden arrows lying quietly within. This novice wooden longbow is crafted from elm wood. Elm possesses resilient properties, with clear grain and moderate hardness and strength, making it well suited for crafting longbows, dealing 1 to 3 damage. Although the wooden arrows have wooden tips, they still offer decent penetration power, dealing 1 damage. I took off the longbow and arrows, and the moment I held them, memories flooded in as if I had practiced for years, wielding the longbow with effortless mastery. I understood this was the professional prowess granted by the system. I opened the character panel, which displays my information: Shinny, class, archer, level 1, experience 0%, base strength 1.5, base constitution 1, base dexterity 1.5, base intelligence 1, equipment, novice wooden longbow, can equip 12 items, helmet, necklace, bracers, gloves, belt, shoes, chest piece, weapon, 2 rings, 2 bracelets, talent, infinite plunder, skill, precision shot. The introduction said it was an unremarkable archer's stat panel, but my talents granted me limitless possibilities. Everything was ready. I looked outside the house at a distant forest shrouded in mist, wondering what dangers might be lurking within. Gazing at the mist, my heart pounded with uncertainty. After all, I'd just been an ordinary person before this. If I encountered real danger now, death would be final. There are 3 days of protection period for beginners, but I won't foolishly wait around for 3 days just for monsters to respawn. I must develop self-defense abilities within these 3 days. At that moment, I remembered the system notification indicating supplies and treasure chests nearby. My first move would be to secure them. With that thought, I picked up my longbow and stepped outside. Only after stepping outside did I realize my wooden cabin stood upon a grassy clearing. Before me stretched a forest, behind me lay the open steppe, and beyond the grassland lingered the same mist that enveloped my house. The structure stood exposed, with no obstructions sheltering it from the shrouding fog on all sides. If the monsters respawn in 3 days, my wooden cabin will surely bear the brunt first, and a sense of urgency overwhelmed me. Besides, I haven't had anything to eat or drink yet. At that moment, a glint of reflected light caught my eye. I turned to see an iron chest, no more than 10 meters from the wooden cabin. I glanced around cautiously before darting over. The treasure chest was forged entirely of black iron, covered with silvery white patterns. I eagerly opened it to find 3 rye bread loaves, a 2.5-liter bottle of Nongfu mineral water, and a ring inside. I stored the bread and water in my inventory space, then picked up the ring for closer examination. The pale blue ring felt icy to the touch and emitted a curtain of light. This was the Ring of Precision, +1 to hit, crafted from aqua copper during Zhejiangming's era. I slipped it directly onto my finger. This ring was quite nice after wearing it. I even felt my vision sharpen slightly. It would definitely help in my upcoming battles. Afterwards, I continued searching around the wooden cabin and found 3 more wooden treasure chests. Inside, I discovered a 500g package of compressed rations, a 1.5-liter bottle of Coca-Cola, and 3 rolls of toilet paper. Looking at these supplies, I realized they might only sustain me for 3 days. After that, I'd have to fend for myself. Gazing at the mist-filled forest in the distance, I hesitated briefly before deciding to go explore it right away. I didn't consider the grassland behind me because it had no cover and made me vulnerable to fatal ambushes, whereas the forest had trees I could use for maneuvering. I took 2 bites of compressed rations and drank half a small bottle of cola. After resting briefly to regain stamina, I picked up my longbow and a single arrow, heading towards the forest while keeping the remaining arrows in storage space for quick access when needed. Reaching the forest edge, I peered through the mist with severely limited visibility, only about 20 meters ahead, but that was enough for my purposes. The moment I stepped into the mist, a voice whispered in my ear, "Warning, hazardous mist. Proceed with caution." Ignoring it, I continued moving forward carefully. The trees here were sparse, the air thick with the scent of decaying wood, and the ground crunched underfoot with years of accumulated fallen leaves. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed not far ahead. Gripping my bow tightly, I knocked an arrow in one fluid motion. Then the shadow revealed itself, a blue-gray rabbit. It nibbled on the tender new shoots of a tree while keeping a wary eye on its surroundings. I checked its stats. This was a Gale Hare, level 1, with base strength 0.7, base constitution 0.5, base agility 1.5, base intelligence 0.1. Its innate ability was Gale Step, which permanently increased its movement speed by 10%. It had no active skills. It's said to dwell in the forest of 1,000 winds, where wind elements constantly assault the land, granting it the power to control the winds. Looking at this Gale rabbit, I felt a surge of excitement. So this place is called the Forest of 1,000 Winds. If I kill it, could I plunder its innate abilities? I aimed and loosed an arrow. The Gale rabbit barely had time to react before the shaft pierced its body, carrying enough momentum to pin it against a nearby tree trunk. Watching the still struggling Gale rabbit, I was astonished. Do monsters in this world all possess such tenacious vitality? I dashed over and delivered a punch to its head. With the sound of crushing skull, its life was extinguished. A golden light radiated from its body and flowed into mine, filling my experience bar by a small margin. A voice rang in my ears. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the swift rabbit's talent, Windwalk. Windwalk, enhanced 100-fold, upgraded to Wind's Velocity. This, Wind's Velocity, was a D-grade talent that could increase movement speed by 50% and attack speed by 50%. Looking at this D-grade talent, I wondered, could there really be a 10-fold difference between each tier? An F-grade enhancement becomes D-grade, a D-grade becomes B-grade, a B-grade becomes S-grade, and so on. I pulled out the arrow and stored the swift-wind rabbit's carcass in my dimensional storage, a space where time stood still, preserving everything exactly as it entered. Simultaneously, I felt my body undergoing metamorphosis. The internal fiber structures of my arm and leg muscles transformed violently, boosting my movement and attack speed so dramatically that I sensed I could sprint 100 meters in under 10 seconds. Before my transmigration, I was just a chubby shut-in who couldn't even run 15 meters in under 15 seconds. But now, with the Gale speed talent I've acquired, I've become comparable to world-class athletes. My attack speed has dramatically increased, making my movements quicker. This is the very foundation of survival for an archer like me. With this talent, I feel much more confident. As long as I don't encounter monsters that are too fast, I won't get hurt at all. Then, I continued deeper into the forest, picking up that blood-stained arrow from earlier. Might as well put it to use again. As I ventured deeper, the surrounding mist grew thicker, reducing visibility from 20 meters to just 10. I kept making marks on the nearby trees to avoid getting lost. At that moment, a dark shadow darted past. With practiced ease, I bent my bow and released an arrow. Whoosh! The shaft struck the shadow dead center. A closer look revealed it was a Gale rabbit, pinned firmly to the ground, blood pooling beneath it. Its body still trembled, but escape was no longer possible. Now, with the Gale speed talent enhancing my abilities, my strength was unlike ever before. I deftly tossed the swift-wind rabbit carcass into my storage space and continued searching with that arrow in hand. As time passed, I encountered more and more swift-wind rabbits. Though 5 arrows had broken, I managed to kill each with a single strike. Just as I felt utterly exhausted, a golden light burst forth from my body. I had leveled up. Leveling up dispelled some of my fatigue and enhanced all my physical attributes. To my regret, apart from the swift-wind rabbit, I didn't encounter any other monsters and only plundered 1 talent. By this time, it was nearly dark, and the mist had turned from white to gray. Seeing this, I immediately followed the markings back the way I came, as the dangers encountered at night were far greater than during the day. By the time I returned to the wooden cabin, it was completely dark, and the cabin was pitch black. I opened the system panel, and its light illuminated the entire cabin. The system showed the time as 1956, which was 8 p.m. Unable to sleep, being a night owl accustomed to staying up until 2 a.m., I stepped out of the cabin. Looking up at the sky, the moon in this world was noticeably several times larger than in the previous one, with only a few stars scattered around, vastly different from my past life. In the distance, several wolf howls echoed across the grassland. A surge of excitement filled my heart as I decided to explore the plains tomorrow to discover what kind of talent these wolves possessed. Bored and idle, I leaned against the wall and opened the chat panel. Region Channel 8888 had 99,867 active users, a sight that startled me. Those offline must already be dead. Messages in the region chat refreshed continuously, some cried for help, others engaged in idle chatter, while a few boasted about drawing an A-grade talent like Flame Walker, claiming to have formed an organization called the Sky Dominators Alliance. People are still discussing the talent extraction probabilities. A-grade is 1 in a million, and B-grade is 1 in 100,000. Just then, someone shouted about lacking food, while the surrounding treasure chests only contained 3 lighters and a piece of leather armor. A thought crossed my mind: could I trade Swiftwind rabbit meat for his gear and lighters? Starting a fire without a lighter is out of the question. After shouting in the regional chat for ages with no response, just as he was about to give up, I slid into his DMs using his username. "Hey friend, need some food?" The other party replied almost instantly, "Yes, I want food. I'm practically starving to death." Without hesitation, I screenshot a Swiftwind rabbit and sent it over, making an extravagant demand: 2 lighters and 1 of your leather armor pieces. Take it or leave it. The other side hesitated for 3 seconds before agreeing. We decided to meet at the exchange center for a barter trade. After the exchange, my storage space now held 2 windproof lighters and a piece of leather armor. This leather armor is Wolfskin Armor, Defense 3, made from wolfskin with decent impact resistance, but cannot withstand piercing attacks. I plan to wear it when hunting wolves tomorrow to increase my safety. Right then, that person replied asking if my innate talent was powerful, and mentioned he had some information to exchange for another rabbit. I was somewhat surprised. We're all just entering this world on the first day. What kind of secret information could he possibly have? He claimed to be a follower of voodoo, saying that before his arrival, members of the voodoo cult had received a divine oracle. The god was fighting in the 7th layer of the world and, to help them develop as quickly as possible, had provided many hidden secrets. I thought to myself that I had over 100 Windrunner hairs. Even if he was lying, I'd only lose 1. Besides, I knew his username and profile picture. If I ran into him, I could deal with him, so I agreed to the trade. I gave him a Windrunner hair straight away. After a while, he sent me a long message, easily over 1,000 words. As I read it carefully, my frown deepened. Who would have thought this world concealed so many secrets? First, about the world's destruction. Everyone talks about defeating regional bosses, but there's another benefit: it grants a special privilege. Authority is second only to innate talent in importance within the battlefield of 10,000 races struggle for survival. Killing the current regional boss in this Iron Tier world grants Iron Tier Level 1 authority. Level 1 authority allows you to mute lower-level professionals in both regional and world channels, plus includes weekly free access to various authority rewards. And this is just level 1 authority. Higher levels undoubtedly offer even more formidable privileges. There's another important piece of news related to humans. Since humans are the only race born without innate talents, permitting them to draw talent cards at the start, some powerful figures in the 7-layered world caught wind of this. Fearing humanity might produce supreme experts, they jointly used high-level authority to reduce all humans' monster-killing experience gain and drop rates by 90%. This means human progression speed was directly slowed tenfold. Reading this shocked me to the core. No wonder today I had to kill over 100 Swiftwind rabbits just to level up without a single drop. They'd nerfed our rates. Instantly, I felt hatred burning for those faceless elites I'd never met. When I reach the 7th layer, I swear I'll strip every last talent from you all. That concludes the message, though it's incredibly valuable. I sent a reply: "Thanks, I owe you one." The other person replied, "MHM, rabbit meat is delicious, right boss? You're eating too, aren't you?" I responded, "Haha yeah, catch you later, Roger that." At that moment, my stomach growled, maybe I really should eat something. I pulled a wooden beam from the ceiling, broke it into several pieces, used straw to start a fire, quickly cleaned the Gale rabbit's hide and entrails, then skewered it with broken arrows to roast. Before long, the aroma of meat wafted over. I tried the skin first, crispy, flaky, and fragrant. Even without seasoning, this Gale rabbit was surprisingly flavorful. I ended up eating 2 whole rabbits before feeling somewhat full. After leveling up my class and acquiring a D-grade talent, my appetite had clearly grown much larger than before. After eating and drinking my fill, I lay down on the haystack and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, I ate 2 roast swift rabbits and drank half a liter of water, then took care of my necessities before setting off. The morning grassland was covered in dewdrops, filled with waves of fresh grassy fragrance. As I walked through it, my trousers were soaked halfway up, sticky and thoroughly uncomfortable. I cautiously scanned my surroundings with vigilance. The mist on the grassland was slightly thinner than in the forest, with visibility of about 50 meters, sufficient for my needs. Moving carefully forward, I occasionally left marks on the ground as I went. After walking roughly 1,300 paces, I spotted a lone wolf. Its fur was dull and lifeless, its body gaunt and bony, lying asleep on the grass, clearly an old wolf abandoned by its pack. I examined its information: prairie wolf level, 3 base strength, 3.1 base constitution, 2.2 base agility, 3.5 base intelligence, 0.1 talent, wild call, F rank. Its howl can summon companions, permanently increasing physical attack power by 5%. Skills: none. Introduction: an alpha wolf exiled from its pack, its strength far from its peak condition. Staring at this old wolf, I calmed my breathing, notched an arrow, drew the bowstring to its fullest extent, and aimed at its neck. With 2.2 constitution points, this prairie wolf is much tougher than the swift-winged hare. I must make this shot lethal. With a whoosh, the arrow sped toward the old wolf, cutting through the air. The wolf seemed to sense the danger and opened its eyes. But it was too late. The arrow pierced straight through its neck. Gore! It only managed a low whimper before its throat was choked with blood gushing from the severed artery. At the same time, a voice echoed in my ear: "Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the prairie wolf's talent. Call of the Wild. Call of the Wild, amplified 100-fold, enhanced to Savage Fury. Savage Fury grade, D effect. You and your pet gain a permanent 50% increase in physical attack power." Seeing this Savage Fury, I'm quite pleased. Although I don't have a pet yet, I still get a 50% boost to my physical attack power. If it were before, I'd have to aim for weak spots to take down this old wolf, but now, that's unnecessary. With 2 major D-grade talents, Swift Wind Speed and Savage Fury, by my side, my strength has improved significantly. I confidently tossed the old wolf's corpse into my storage space and continued forging ahead. As the sun rose, the thick fog on the grasslands thinned, improving visibility to 100 meters, more than enough for my purposes. Before long, I rounded a sloping rise and encountered a wolf pack ahead. Counting carefully, there were 7 steppe wolves in total, a modest-sized pack. These wolves had razor-sharp eyes and chilling glints on their forepaws, clearly prime specimens that bore no comparison to the elderly wolf from before. Looking at these robust wolves, I began contemplating countermeasures. I needed to eliminate them all while ensuring my own safety. Although I wore wolfskin armor for protection, I dared not be careless. After all, these wolves specialized in targeting necks, and the leather armor couldn't shield mine. Breathing cautiously, I realized I only had 5 arrows left. Handling 7 wolves would be a stretch. I glanced to the right of the pack where a small lake lay. Clearly the wolves relied on this water source. The only solution, I thought, would be to pick them off one by one. At this thought, I loosed an arrow that struck the mightiest alpha wolf directly, the shaft burying deep into its abdomen. Before the pack could react, I immediately ducked back behind the earthen slope, left with nothing but to wait. These wolves lacked human intelligence. Once they began their search, it would be my turn to slaughter. Peering cautiously, I saw the wolves encircling their leader as it whined in agony, reddish-yellow froth bubbling intermittently from its jaws. The arrow had pierced its lungs. Without treatment, death was inevitable. The remaining wolves began searching around, eager to tear apart whoever was behind this. Only one prairie wolf was heading in my direction. My heart leaped with joy. You're exactly the one I've been waiting for. I took an arrow from my storage space, thinking to myself that I must trade for more arrows once I get back. Otherwise, running into situations like this could be disastrous. Focusing my mind and steadying my breath, I aimed at the approaching prairie wolf. My hands clutched the bough so tightly they turned pale. This had to be a one-shot kill without letting it make a sound, otherwise, I'd be facing 5 wolves at once. Just as it reached the front of the dirt slope, whoosh, the arrow pierced its throat. It collapsed without uttering a sound. I breathed a sigh of relief. This was much safer. Just then, 2 wolves noticed the situation and trotted over this way. I quickly stored the wolf carcass in my storage space and pulled out an arrow still warm with fresh blood. When I pressed the arrow against my cheek, the stench of wolf blood nearly made me vomit the Gale rabbit I'd eaten for breakfast. My face twisted with disgust. This wolf meat was definitely not fit for eating. I decided to trade it for supplies later. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, hitting one of the approaching wolves square in the chest. It collapsed instantly. Another arrow was loosed, striking another wolf right through the nose and piercing its brain, killing it instantly. With the 50% attack boost from Wild Fury, none of the wolves could withstand my arrows. The remaining 3 unscathed wolves noticed what was happening and immediately charged toward me. But now that there were only 3 left, I wasn't afraid anymore. I dashed over to the 2 slain wolf carcasses and stored them in my inventory space. Bloody arrows flew one after another, and within 5 seconds I'd already fired 3 shots. Without fail, each arrow found its mark in the remaining 3 wolves. But lacking time to aim properly, the wounds only incapacitated them without delivering fatal blows. One arrow plunged deep into the foreleg, reaching the marrow, another severed the spinal nerves at the waist, paralyzing its hindquarters, the last struck halfway through its cheek, rendering the beast completely unconscious. Without hesitation, I gripped my final remaining arrow and finished them off mercilessly. Within moments, all 3 wolves lay dead by my hand. I placed the wolf carcass into my storage space, then headed toward the alpha wolf. During this time, the alpha wolf had already been gasping its last breaths due to its punctured lungs. I effortlessly finished it off and stored its carcass as well. While finishing off the beasts, I snapped another arrow. Now I only had 4 left. Arriving at the lakeside, I washed the blood off my remaining 4 arrows before finally letting out a relieved sigh. The previous battle had my nerves on edge, and now that I've relaxed, a wave of fatigue suddenly washes over me. After finishing the remaining cola, I then filled the empty bottle with water from the lake. It's already noon, with the sun fully out. Wearing my leather armor, I feel unbearably stuffy. The mist has thinned to near invisibility now. When I gaze into the distance, there's only a faint, hazy layer of fog. I can even make out my little wooden cabin. Just then, a disturbance comes from the other side of the lake. Looking over, I spot 3 black wild boars, one large adult accompanied by 2 young ones, now cautiously surveying their surroundings. Clearly, they've come to drink. I accessed the boar information and learned they were grassland boars, level 3, possessing the innate talent of tough hide which reduces physical damage by 3%. They also have a charging skill, and their meat is exceptionally tender and juicy, making them perfect ingredients for culinary dishes. My heart leaped with joy. Another D-grade talent was about to be acquired. I glanced at the arrow in my hand, feeling a hint of worry. I wasn't sure if it could pierce through the thick hide of these boars, given how notoriously resilient they were. I raised my longbow, drawing the string tight until it emitted a sharp twang, and aimed directly at the smaller of the 3 boars. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot through the air, followed by a wet thud as it pierced flesh. The wounded boar immediately bolted into the distance, while the other 2 panicked and fled in separate directions, one of them straight toward my wooden cabin. I certainly wouldn't let this wounded boar escape. With the boost from wind swiftness, I quickly fired another arrow. The 2 arrows pierced straight through the young boar's heart, and after a few convulsions on the ground, it moved no more. A voice rang in my ears, congratulating me on successfully plundering the grassland boar's innate ability, thick hide and flesh, which was then enhanced 100-fold into bronze skin and iron bones. This ability could reduce physical damage by 15% and magical damage by 10%. A surge of power then began to transform my skin and bones. I took out an arrowhead and tried scratching my skin, only leaving behind a faint white mark. The toughness of my skin was truly remarkable. I circled the lake and approached the slain young boar. This boar looked to weigh well over 100 catties, the largest creature I had ever hunted. As for that big boar that had gotten away earlier, I estimated it must have weighed upwards of 300 catties. The 2 arrows had already served their purpose, broken by the wild boar's thrashing movements. Now I only had 2 arrows left to use, and exchanging for new ones couldn't wait any longer. I stored the small boar's corpse in my inventory space and immediately headed back toward my cabin. As I approached the cabin, I was astonished to find that the small wild boar was actually rooting at my house. The ground near the wooden wall had been dug into a large hole. Without hesitation, I drew my bow and fired 2 arrows in quick succession, both striking the boar in its belly. It squealed in pain and fled toward the Thousand Winds forest, but as it ran, the wounds in its abdomen widened until its intestines spilled out. Eventually, it collapsed lifeless at the forest's edge. A golden light rose and merged into my body. My experience had now reached level 2, 78%. I felt that after another day, I'd be ready to level up. Then I ran over and stored the little boar's carcass in my inventory space. After a busy day, I felt sticky all over, so I went back to the small lake to wash up. By the time I returned to the cabin, it was nearly dusk. I roasted a 10-pound pork leg and polished it off with complete satisfaction. I opened the regional chat channel. After a full day, several hundred more players had vanished from the online count. I shook my head. This game was truly brutal. Then I posted a message in both the regional and global channels. Grassland wolf meat for exchange, looking for all types of arrows. PM if interested. As soon as this information was released, it immediately drew a crowd of onlookers. Everyone started discussing it in all sorts of ways, but not many people actually messaged me. Those who did sent various expressions of envy, wanting to latch onto me for support, while some girls proactively sent photos hoping I'd protect them. There were all kinds of people. I'm in no hurry. There are a full billion humans who have arrived at the multitude survival battlefield. With such vast numbers, any kind of equipment is possible. After a while, a private message caught my attention. Someone claimed to have enchanted arrows and asked how many I needed. My heart stirred upon seeing it, and I replied asking them to send screenshots to check the attributes. Chapter 8, Obtaining Epic Equipment, The Recurve Bow Hunt. After seeing it, Chen Yi felt a stir in his heart. This arrow is excellent. Not only does it deal higher damage, but it also carries frost damage. This frost damage, it can also slow down enemies. It's the perfect time for kite flying. As for that frostbite, Chen Yi felt it had no particular use. He promptly replied to the message. How many such arrows do you have? I have 10 ice-enchanted arrows and 10 fire-enchanted arrows. Don't try to fool me. I know these 20 arrows are important to you. I want the carcasses of 2 prairie wolves. If you're unwilling, then forget it. Seeing the other party's look of being utterly unafraid, Chen Yi knew. The other party also understood the value of these enchanted arrows, but he couldn't appear too eager in his dealings. Otherwise, this guy might still think he's getting the short end of the stick. Afterwards, Chen Yi replied to the message. Fine, I agree, but I only have 2 grassland wolf carcasses. Can I keep 2 legs to eat? After sending it off, Chen Yi, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Then a reply came through. Fine, just remember to take the front legs. The hind legs have more meat. I'd be getting the short end of the stick. Deal. Chen Yi promptly produced the cadaver of that old wolf alongside the rather scrawny corpse of another. After cutting down 2 legs from the lean wolf carcass using an arrowhead, Chen Yi then sent a trade request to the other party. Then, Chen Yi obtained 2 bundles of arrows. No more, no less. Exactly 20 arrows. Pleasure working with you. Alright, good cooperation. The message was closed. Chen Yi carefully examined those 2 bundles of arrows. A bundle of arrows is patterned with ice blue snowflakes, while another bundle bears yellow flame motifs. Enchanted arrows, fire. Physical damage, 2. Fire damage, 4. Description: arrows enchanted with fire magic, possessing a burning effect, has a certain chance to trigger a flame explosion upon hitting an enemy, with explosion damage being twice the fire damage. Gazing at these fire-enchanted arrows, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Who would have thought these fire-enchanted arrows not only have 1 point higher base damage compared to their ice-enchanted counterparts, and there's also a certain chance of triggering a fiery explosion. That's absolutely nuts. Just imagine, an arrow strikes the enemy. A scene where fiery explosions occurred directly within the body. Today we fought those prairie wolves. They were practically blown to smithereens. Good. Chen Yi was quite satisfied. Today these arrows arrived. His strength had undoubtedly grown by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Chen Yi shifted his gaze to his novice longbow. It was abundantly clear that this longbow could no longer meet Chen Yi's evolving needs. So, Chen Yi decided it was time for a replacement. Chen Yi continued sending messages in the channel. Looking to buy a high-damage bow, better than the beginner's bow. Will trade with Gale Rabbit Meat. DM if interested. This time, things didn't go as smoothly for Chen Yi. There was nothing else aside from some pointless private messages. After all, it was just the beginning of the game. Being able to obtain these 2 bundles of enchanted arrows was already an unexpected windfall. Chen Yi blocked those meaningless messages, constantly spamming the chat to buy longbows. Buying bows long-term, DM if interested. The global channel has a 1-minute cooldown for messages, while the regional channel has a 10-second cooldown. Chen Yi's message, once sent, it would be drowned in a flood of messages. He was among them, and even saw someone selling nut cake. It was said to have been pocketed before crossing over. It made Chen Yi want to go buy a piece to try. After Chen Yi had been continuously spaced out for 2 hours, a special message appeared. Buddy, I just scored a bow. Wondering if you're interested. Chen Yi saw the message, instantly perked up. Damn, this guy's luck is that good? I've killed so many monsters, but haven't seen a single hairdrop. Afterwards, Chen Yi replied to the message. I'm interested, though I'm not sure how much meat you want. Does it look like I'm someone short on meat? The main reason I contacted you is that this bow is pretty useless to me anyway. Just give me a symbolic amount. Chen Yi was genuinely moved. Didn't expect to run into such a straightforward guy. Thanks, man. What do you do for a living? Let's add each other as friends. Whatever I score, I'll send it straight to you. Ha. That works too. My class is knight with an A-grade talent called Unbreakable Body. Any equipment or skill books suitable for knights would do just fine for me. Chen Yi replied shortly after. Alright then, let's add each other as friends. I'm Chen Yi. No problem, my name is Lang Chi. I've added you. Got it. Accepted. Let me show you the stats first. Afterwards, a screenshot of a bow appeared before Chen Yi at that moment. Recurve bow. Damage 3-5. Speed 1. Description: a modified version of the longbow. The recurve bow not only enhances lethality but also improves firing speed to some extent. Chen Yi gazed at the recurve bow. He instantly fell in love with it. Damn! Not only had its damage more than doubled, but it also increased the firing speed. And its appearance was extremely dashing too. The jet black bow gleamed with a metallic sheen. Its elegant curvature was strikingly beautiful. The difference between this recurve bow and a longbow lies in a bow whose limbs curve toward the archer at the tips is called a longbow. In honor of kings, Gaylor uses a longbow. A bow whose string touches its limbs after being strung is called a recurve bow. In the Avengers, Hawkeye uses a recurve bow. Afterwards, Shenny took out a wild boar carcass. He immediately initiated a trade with Lang Chi. Lang Chi on the other side was clearly surprised as well. Damn, you're being so generous. This boar of yours is already worth as much as my bow. Haha, no worries. Afterwards, the deal was sealed. Shenny also got what he wanted. Obtained that recurve hunting bow. Star. Chapter 9, Black Iron Tier Boss. White Wolf King. Holding the recurve bow for hunting. Shenny couldn't put it down. He had already made up his mind. Tomorrow I'll venture farther ahead to take a look. After bidding farewell to Lang Chi, Shenny sank into a deep sleep. Battle. Very tired. Shenny slept straight through until 6 o'clock. For breakfast, he ate 5 pounds of roasted pork leg and drank lots of water. Only then did Shenny feel revitalized. He walked straight toward the small lake with full energy. Today marks the 3rd day already. The mist had also faded to invisibility. The novice protection period lasts only this single day. Who knows what monsters will spawn tomorrow? That's why Chen-Yi cherishes today. Let's see what else I can find. Better seize every talent-stealing opportunity that comes my way. Afterwards, Shen-Yi arrived at the small lakeside, perhaps startled by Chen-Yi. Yesterday's wild boar wasn't to be seen here. The lakeshore was lush with aquatic plants. No footprints of other animals appeared either. Shen-Yi couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. If that's the case, then they had no choice but to continue walking toward more distant places. Shen-Yi continued walking deeper into the grasslands. This time, he wasn't as cautious as before. Having obtained both enchanted arrows and a recurve bow, Shen-Yi had now exchanged his bird hunting gun for artillery. Combat power has significantly increased. Just as Chen-Yi was walking, the distant grass suddenly rustled. Chirp chirp. Chen-Yi didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately drew a frost arrow and shot it straight at the ground. Creak! A pained cry rang out. Their breath ceased instantly. A voice echoed in Chen-Yi's ears. Congratulations, you've successfully plundered the treasure-seeking mole's talent, Treasure Hunter. Treasure Hunter enhanced 100-fold, upgraded to Treasure Snatcher. Treasure Snatcher, Grade D. Effect, killing monsters increases drop rate by 10%. Opening chests grants a 10% chance to add +1 additional item from the chest. Seeing this treasure hunter talent, Chen-Yi was somewhat surprised. This actually worked? But something is better than nothing. Though it doesn't directly enhance my combat ability. Still, not bad. The impact of this gift lasts a lifetime. It's enough to earn him many extra rewards. Afterwards, Chen-Yi walked up to the frost arrow. Right now, the frost arrow was deeply embedded in the ground. A trickle of blood flowed out from the adjacent burrow. Chen-Yi pulled out the frost arrow. At this moment, the snowflake patterns on the frost arrow had faded slightly. Chen-Yi noticed the difference. It seems that using these arrows consumes their enchantment energy. I can't afford to use them recklessly from now on. From within the tunnel, Chen-Yi rummaged around. He pulled out a dead mole's body. The corpse was extremely cold, as if it were a block of ice. Then he placed the treasure-seeking mole's corpse into his storage space. He continued walking forward. Just as Chen-Yi was walking, a resonant wolf howl rang out. Roar! Chen-Yi turned to look in the direction of the sound. It was a giant wolf with snow-white fur. Now it stood atop a protruding boulder, howling at the sky. The colossal wolf stood over 3 meters tall. Its appearance was utterly terrifying. Upon reading this, Chen-Yi couldn't help but grow cautious. Could this be the boss? He crouched down, letting his body disappear into the tall grass. From a distance, he inspected the White Wolf's information. White Wolf King, Iron Tier Boss. Level, 5. Base Strength, 7. Base Constitution, 8. Base Agility, 10. Basic Intelligence, 2. Talent, Savage Assault. Savage Assault, E. When fighting with your body, attack power increases by 15%. Skills, Claw Attack, Pounce, Savage Roar. Looking at that E-grade talent, Chen-Yi could barely contain himself. If he could plunder this E-grade talent, wouldn't he be able to directly obtain a C-grade talent? At this thought, Chen-Yi slowly rose to his feet and crouched slightly. A frost arrow had already appeared in his hand. Chen-Yi's first priority was to restrict the White Wolf King's speed. The White Wolf King's agility was a full 10 points. Right now, Chen-Yi himself only had 3 points. Such a massive gap. This is the only way to make up for it. Afterwards, Chen-Yi drew his recurve bow taut in his hands, until the bowstring reached its maximum stretch. Let go. Whoosh! The arrow made a flickering turn in midair. It flew straight toward the White Wolf King, and the White Wolf King was no easy prey either. Sensed the threat of the frost arrows, then immediately ran beneath the massive boulder. But right now, the frost arrows had arrived. Put! An arrow struck the White Wolf King directly in the hind leg. After being hit, frost instantly condensed and spread from the wound. Roar! The White Wolf King felt its entire left hind leg go numb from the cold. As for Chen-Yi, At this moment, it had already been spotted by the White Wolf King. The White Wolf King glared at Chen Yi with fury. It immediately charged straight toward Chen Yi. Roar! But with its left hind leg numb from the cold, the White Wolf King, his speed was instantly reduced by more than half. Watching the White Wolf King limping toward him in a charge, Chen Yi wasn't going to be polite. He drew his bow and notched another arrow. Whoosh! Still an ice arrow. But at this very moment, the White Wolf King forcibly halted his momentum. The frost arrow also barely grazed the White Wolf King as it whizzed past. Upon reading this, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. This was the first time a creature had ever dodged his arrows. Yet Chen Yi didn't lose heart. Instead, he continued to draw his bow and nock another arrow. Frost-tipped arrows flew one after another. The White Wolf King was also twisting and turning in evasion. Yet still, 3 frost arrows shot by Chen Yi struck him, piercing his shoulder blade, tailbone, and right foreleg respectively. At this moment, with 4 arrows embedded in its body, the White Wolf King was completely encased in ice. A continuous stream of icy vapor rose ceaselessly. Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel at the White Wolf King's astonishing vitality. At this moment, the White Wolf King's gaze toward Chen Yi grew increasingly venomous with hatred. Roar! Wave after wave of sonic attacks surged toward Chen Yi. This is its skill, Savage Roar. Frozen solid all over, it could only attack through this method. Chen Yi's ears were instantly left ringing from the shockwave. But Chen Yi wouldn't just stand there taking its attacks. Afterwards, draw out the flaming arrow. Next, you can give it a try. The power of this fire-enchanted arrow, star. Chapter 10, Merging Affinities of the Same Element, the first B-grade talent. Whoosh! The flaming arrow, trailing a streak of fire, shot directly toward the White Wolf King. At this moment, the White Wolf King could no longer move. He could only watch helplessly as the flaming arrow flew toward him. He barely managed to tilt his head slightly. The flaming arrow grazed past the White Wolf King's lips and struck directly into his cheek. At the instant it hit, boom! Flames immediately engulfed the entire arrow shaft. The White Wolf King was instantly overwhelmed with agony. Woo-woo! At this moment, the White Wolf King endured the torment of fire and ice simultaneously. At this moment, Chen Yi fired another flaming arrow in his direction, impartially and precisely. It flew straight into the White Wolf King's gaping maw. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the White Wolf King's mouth. The arrow blast instantly tore apart the White Wolf King's upper and lower jaws, dripping with fresh blood. The scene was too horrifying to witness. Chen Yi showed not the slightest trace of mercy. Another flaming arrow was loosed. Finally, the flaming arrow exploded once more against the White Wolf King's neck. Blood gushed from the artery like a fountain. About 5 minutes passed. The White Wolf King's vitality faded. The massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. A ball of white light was also blasted out from the White Wolf King's body. A massive surge of golden light flooded into Chen Yi's body. A voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on your upgrade. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the White Wolf King's talent, Wild Attack. Wild Attack has been amplified 100-fold, evolving into Wild Instinct. Wild Instinct, Grade C. Effect, attacks are executed instinctively, accuracy increased by 15%, and critical hit damage raised by 50%. Congratulations, your talents meet the fusion requirements. Commencing fusion now. Chen Yi immediately felt his body grow feverish. The muscle fibers were undergoing constant transformation. It seemed as though something was awakening within him, reshaping his very being. Primal Instinct, Savage Frenzy, and Wind Speed are merging, fused into the B-grade talent, Beast Blood Boil. Beast Blood Fever. Tier B. Effect, you and your pet gain plus 100% attack power, plus 100% attack speed, plus 100% movement speed, plus 20% hit rate. Attacks against weak points deal double damage. Chen Yi. Occupation, Archer. Level, 3, Experience 0%. Base Strength, 4.5. Base Constitution, 3. Basic Agility, 4.5. Basic Intelligence 3. Equipment Hunting Recurve Bow, Precision Ring. Talents Infinite Plunder, Beast Blood Boiling, Iron Skin and Steel Bones, Treasure Snatcher. Skills Precision Shot. Introduction in Archer's stat sheet with some bright spots. The talent grants you boundless possibilities. Looking at the talent description, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel surprised. Who would have thought? This talent fusion is actually so powerful. It directly fused into such a formidable B-grade talent. Now his strength has been elevated by several levels. He simply waved his hand, creating wind directly in the air. He took a quick run. Another gust of wind swept past in an instant. Chen Yi was incredibly happy. Now, when facing tomorrow's monster spawn, he would have much greater confidence. Chen Yi glanced at the White Wolf King's corpse. His attention was immediately drawn to the cluster of white light that had burst forth. This was the first time he'd ever obtained loot. Chen Yi couldn't wait any longer. He rubbed his hands together, then reached into the glowing white light. A white egg. It now appeared before Chen-Yi. White wolf pet egg. Description: place a drop of blood on the egg to hatch a white wolf that will fight for you. Never expected it to be a pet egg. I just happened to lack a pet. Like receiving a pillow when sleepiness strikes. Afterwards, Chen-Yi dripped a drop of blood onto the eggshell. A tiny crack instantly appeared on the pet egg. A white wolf, about the size of a newborn puppy, now lay in Chen-Yi's hands. Chen-Yi cradled it in his arms. The little white wolf affectionately nuzzled against Chen-Yi's arm. At the same time, the attributes of the little white wolf appeared before Chen-Yi's eyes. White wolf, level 1. Base strength, 1.8. Basic constitution, 1.5. Basic agility, 2. Basic intelligence, 0.1. Talents, savage attack, beast blood boil, temporary. Skills, claw strike, pounce, savage roar. Introduction: a miniature version of the White Wolf King with tremendous potential. Chen-Yi looked at the little white wolf in his arms with some surprise. He never expected this little white wolf to fully inherit the White Wolf King's talents and abilities, with the boiling beast blood talent added. Even at level 1, the little white wolf already possessed formidable strength. Chen-Yi placed the little white wolf on the grassy field. He then turned his gaze toward the White Wolf King's corpse. Chen-Yi didn't like eating wolf meat, but the corpse of this White Wolf King would surely fetch a good price. After all, it was a boss creature's remains. Perhaps some special talents or abilities could be harvested from it. Afterwards, Chen-Yi retrieved all the enchanted arrows scattered nearby. Then he pulled out the arrows from the White Wolf King's body. At this moment, the enchantment power of these arrows had all suffered varying degrees of depletion, especially those 2 arrows that had caused the fiery explosion earlier. The flame patterns had already grown dim and lifeless. He put away the arrows. Then, a flash of white light. Wolf King White's corpse had already been stored away by Chen-Yi in his spatial storage. Chen-Yi checked the time. It's only 11 in the morning. It's still early. Besides, I just acquired a new white wolf pet. Better focus on leveling up first. Afterwards, Chen-Yi set out with the white wolf, continuing to walk further into the grassland. The little white wolf trotted closely behind on all fours. A man and a wolf vanished into the depths of the grassland. Chapter 11. The newbie protection period ends. Monsters arrive. It was already dark when we returned to the wooden cabin. At this moment, the little white wolf had already reached level 3. Earlier in the afternoon, Chen-Yi encountered another pack of wolves. A total of 13 steppe wolves were all killed by Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi's level also reached level 3 at 78.22%. To Chen-Yi's surprise, the little white wolf leveled up extremely fast, seemingly unaffected by any experience reduction. Just by eliminating the wolf pack, it reached level 3. A pet's level cannot exceed its master's, so the little white wolf remained stuck at level 3. The more this happened, the more Chen-Yi hated those with admin privileges. That should have been his own leveling speed, but now it's become so slow. It's all because of these bastards. I'll have to kill every last one of you. Afterwards, just roasted about 10 pounds of wild boar meat. Chen-Yi and Bai Lang feasted to their heart's content. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Chen-Yi opened the regional chat channel. At this moment, people were generally fearful about the upcoming monster respawn. Some people, he had only stepped outside the cabin once from the very beginning, took the supplies, and remained holed up in the cabin until now. Next came the real challenge of confronting monsters. Because of this, even to the point of visceral spasms from fear. Zone channel, online users, 97,865. At this moment, over 2,000 people have already vanished. Damn it, what kind of monsters will spawn tomorrow? I don't know, but I ventured outside. I'm on an island, and I saw mermaids by the shore. What? Mermaids? What does the mermaid look like? Quick, take a screenshot and share it. Yeah, agreed with the comment above. What does the mermaid look like? Let us see. Exactly. I've lived this long and still haven't seen a mermaid in my life. I wonder if the mermaid is as beautiful as the Little Mermaid princess. Don't ask, all I can say is, it's very, very ugly. You wouldn't want to see it. How ugly is ugly? I want to see, I really want to see. Yeah, it's the ugly ones we want to see. Who in their right mind would bother with the beautiful ones? Anyone upstairs who wanted to see a mermaid? How about I show you a little goldfish instead? Is your goldfish a proper goldfish? Never mind proper or not, just look. Chen-Yi continued scrolling through the chat history. The building is leaning more and more. It was all meaningless drivel. At this moment, a chat record caught Chen-Yi's attention. I'm Lu Tianming, possessor of the Flamewalker talent. The Overlord Alliance has been formed, with 3 people already at my location. If any Overlord Alliance members can reach my shelter, I'll provide unconditional assistance. The message also included a group photo of Lu Tianming with those 3 professionals. The picture showed 4 men. The leader, Lu Tianming, appeared to be no more than 16 or 17 years old, precisely the age of middle school syndrome. Having received an A-rank talent, such behavior isn't surprising at all. Upon reading this, Shen-Yi found it somewhat unexpected. Unexpectedly, someone had already grouped up by penetrating the mist at this point. It seems that the 4 were relatively close to each other. At this thought, Shen-Yi grew somewhat curious. He wondered if there were any other humans nearby, but these past few days went out alone. Nor did he see any other wooden cabins. Afterwards, Shen-Yi kept staring at the chat log. I see a deserted temple here, but I don't know what's inside. I don't dare enter. What? There are actually buildings? Could this world have had civilization before? Whether there was civilization or not, I don't know. But what I do know is that this world will be destroyed in 97 days. If we can't defeat the regional boss, we're all dead. Hearing you say that suddenly makes me feel how urgent time is. But my talent is only E rank. Even if I go out, I can't beat those monsters. What excuse are you looking for upstairs? My talent is only F grade, strong and sturdy. But I've already reached level 2 from killing bloodthirsty rats. What are you, with an E-grade talent, so scared of? Damn, bro, you're fierce and domineering. Too bad you're stuck with an F-grade talent. If you had a D-grade talent, I bet even a regional boss wouldn't stand a chance against you. Hey, don't flatter me. I just trained in martial arts for 2 years before I got transported here. Mentioning that, if someone who practiced martial arts or sports ended up in this world, wouldn't they instantly have a huge head start over others? You're right. I used to practice Sanda in the school sports team, and I already feel way stronger than you guys here. Wasn't physical strength supposed to be reset? How is there still a gap? Although physical attributes were reset to the same starting line, techniques and muscle memory didn't disappear. Wow, so now there must be tons of people going out to fight monsters and level up. Of course, who do you think would bother waiting for you? In this world, falling behind means only one ending, death. This isn't some computer game where you can respawn after dying. This is the real world. So damn unfair. I just want to go home. Me too, but what else can we do now that we're here? Shen-Yi looked at those chat logs. Suddenly, he lost all desire to keep reading. He missed home too, but he had no home on Blue Star. Having grown up in an orphanage, he was actually the one with the least attachments. As for that temple, too far away, he didn't consider it. Shen-Yi fell into a drowsy sleep. In the middle of the night, a piercing system alarm jolted him awake. Alert! Alert! Alert all human players. The newbie protection period has ended. Monsters will spawn randomly near shelters in 10 minutes. Danger approaches everyone, prepare yourselves. Upgrade quickly and defeat the regional boss to unlock the passage. The world is on the brink of collapse. Star. Chapter 12, Refreshing Undead Talent, Acquiring Bone Resurrection. The piercing sound of a system alarm. It woke everyone up. The chat channel instantly flooded with messages. Damn it, why does it reset at midnight? It's pitch black outside, can't see a damn thing. Exactly. This godforsaken timing leaves us humans no chance. I've got torches. Seems manageable to me. I envy you, all I have is fireball. Be careful. Who knows how many will die before this night is over. Now you're making me even more scared. Don't be afraid. Those monsters are nothing. What's the big deal? Even with just an E-grade talent, I killed a brown bear face to face. Holy shit, boss, you're awesome. Shen-Yi had already picked up his hunting recurve bow, arrow knocked and ready to fire. Just then, the white wolf noticed Chun-Yi's stance. He instantly became alert. It seemed to also sense the impending danger. The 10 minutes passed quickly. Suddenly, the entire world grew a little more oppressive. Chun-Yi could hear it. From the distant ground came the sound of approaching footsteps. It sounded like there are dozens of them, looking through the cracks in the wooden cabin's walls. By the moonlight, dozens of skeletal corpses crawl out from the ground. There were no weapons in the hands, only bones remained of the body. The eye sockets in the skull gathered their gaze. Pairs of ghost fire eyes drifted about aimlessly, looking at those humanoid skeletal remains. Shen-Yi was somewhat surprised. Never expected undead-type monsters would spawn here. Afterwards, Shen-Yi pulled up these skeletons' basic attributes. I wonder what talents I'll have. Undead skeleton. Level 1. Base strength, 0.5. Base constitution, 1. Base agility, 0.5. Base intelligence, 0.1. Talent, undead resurrection. Undead resurrection, F. After the skeleton is destroyed, as long as the soul fire remains unextinguished, it can resurrect using nearby bones. Skill, none. Introduction: the lowest tier of undead that even ordinary people can handle 10 at a time. Looking at that undead resurrection talent, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. Is such powerful effect only F grade? Without further thought, Shen Yi walked straight out of the wooden cabin. The white wolf followed him out. These undead skeletons have such low stats, there's absolutely no need to fear them. Even ordinary people who haven't drawn talents or changed classes could handle them. The moment Shen Yi and the white wolf appeared, instantly, it drew the attention of numerous surrounding skeletons. Shen Yi now held a flaming arrow in his hand. He drew the bow and nocked an arrow. He shot it directly at the head of one of the skeletons. Since he knew these skeletons' soul fires were housed in their skulls, then there's no reason not to shoot. Whoosh! With a flash of fire, Shen Yi's flaming arrow pierced straight into the skeleton's eye socket. Boom! Instantly, flames erupted across the skeletal body. These bones had undoubtedly been sun-dried for countless years, already browned and withered, long since turned to tinder. At the same time, a voice sounded in Shen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the undead skeleton's talent, Undead Resurrection. Undead Resurrection, amplified 100-fold, enhanced to Bone Resurrection. Skeletal Rebirth. Grade D. Effect: upon death, you may revive as undead while retaining all attributes from your previous life. Having witnessed the skeletal rebirth, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. Never expected to receive such a talent for myself. The skeleton revives. To me, this is absolutely a god-tier talent. After all, in this world, death cannot be reversed. With such an ability, I essentially gained an extra life. What does it matter if I'm reborn as undead? As long as I possess infinite plundering, even a mere skeleton can become the ultimate powerhouse. At this moment, the white wolf also began attacking those skeletons. The level 3 white wolf was incredibly powerful. With just its front paw attacks, it shattered each skeleton into scattered bones. Yet the skeletal head's soul flames remained unextinguished. They began floating midair, attempting to reassemble their bodies for revival. Shen Yi saw it. He walked straight over and punched the skull into pieces. These skulls were riddled with osteoporosis. Hardly took any effort at all. And so it was, amidst the flames. An hour later, a total of 34 undead skeletons were completely wiped out by Shen Yi. Shen Yi's experience bar was stuck at level 3, 99%. Just a few more monsters to kill, and I can level up. Shen Yi then piled up those skeletal remains, using them as fuel to start a fire, and proceeded to roast the swift-winged rabbit over it. However, a single rabbit clearly wasn't enough meat for Shen Yi. After eating 12 rabbits with the white wolf, Shen Yi then returned to the wooden cabin with the white wolf. Now that all the surrounding skeletons had been cleared away, they could finally get some more shut-eye. Before bedtime, Shen Yi opened the regional chat channel. At this moment, the number of online users had dropped to 91,564. Within just 1 hour, about 5,000 or 6,000 had already perished. This surprised Shen Yi somewhat. After all, these skeletal undead weren't particularly formidable in strength. Yet unexpectedly, so many had died. At this moment, some people were talking there. These skeletons don't seem particularly strong to me, not even as strong as the beasts I've encountered here. That's right, I originally thought they'd be much tougher, but unexpectedly we wiped them all out in no time. I genuinely can't figure out how those people actually died. To be honest, those people must have been scared to death, so terrified they had little strength left. Otherwise, even at level 1, there's no way they couldn't handle these skeletons. Yeah, these skeletons crumble at a touch. Just smash their skulls with a sword, and they're done. Life and death are fated. The monsters that spawn next might be even stronger. You're right. At first, they're just level 1, but they'll definitely get tougher. If we don't level up soon, we might not even be able to kill a single weakling in the end. Damn. Let me put it this way, the EXP these monsters give is just pitiful. After killing so many, I'm only level 2. Is the leveling difficulty in this world seriously this insane? Don't even get me started, I think the drop rates are ridiculously low too. Not a single item dropped, what's the point of playing? Shen Yi read the others' messages. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Others, you've noticed this anomaly too. Star. Chapter 13, Plundering Talents, 100-fold Amplification of Bison Physique. However, facing this situation, Shen Yi had no good solutions. I don't have authorization. No modifications can be made. Moreover, altering experience and drop rates for an entire race would definitely require extremely high-level privileges. Didn't you hear what that person said earlier? It took a group of top-tier players working together to make those changes. Otherwise, alone as one is. I'm afraid there's simply no way to make revisions, since drowsiness hasn't reached sufficient concentration yet. For now, sleep remains elusive. Shen Yi observed their chatting for a while longer. At this moment, a message caught Shen Yi's attention. Selling an arrow. I need 100 gene of meat. Deal through the exchange. Anyone interested? The sender's profile picture showed a middle-aged man, with a level 3 indicator beside it. Seems like another high-level talent. An arrow? Just one single arrow? Shen Yi became intrigued. Then they immediately chose to start a private chat. Hey pal, got a screenshot? Let me see that arrow. Not long after, the person replied, yeah, I just got it from killing those skeletons. Interested, friend? He then sent a screenshot of that arrow. It was a white bone arrow wreathed in dark, ominous energy. It looked utterly sinister. Cursed arrow. Physical damage, 1. Cursed damage, 10. Description: crafted from exceptionally resilient white bones, these arrows carry a curse. Enemies struck will suffer continuous curse damage every second, lasting 1 minute. The drawback is that the curse effect can only trigger once. Seeing this cursed arrow, Shen Yi's heart stirred. Damn! Exchanging this arrow for 100 caddies of meat is truly no loss. You know, this is continuous damage. Under the continuous curse damage of 600 points, Shen Yi doubted any creature could withstand it. Switch: this could absolutely serve as a devastating weapon. When facing an enemy beyond one's strength, use these cursed arrows against them. Afterwards, Shen Yi replied to the message. I'll trade 5 grassland wolves for it. Does that work for you? Agreed. Meet at the exchange. Afterwards, Shen Yi and the other party proceeded with the trade directly. Not long after, the cursed arrow appeared in Shen Yi's hand. It felt eerily cold to the touch. He then stored it back in his inventory space. Shen Yi was thoroughly satisfied, but now he realized the time of exchanging meat and supplies for equipment had passed. As the levels now increase, no one would lack for food. Since this world has no currency, then bartering becomes the primary means of trade. Shen Yi simply stopped thinking about it. Sleep time. Shen Yi was awakened by the white wolf. Morning came. The white wolf kept howling. Shen Yi had no choice but to get up. After getting up, the white wolf tugged at Shen Yi's pants, persistently urging him to go outside. Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. Was there some trouble again? Then he followed the white wolf out of the wooden cabin. When they saw the grassland, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. At some unknown moment, a herd of wild buffalo appeared behind them, grazing on the lush grass. These wild buffalo are all plump and robust. Standing about 2 meters tall, each one weighs nearly a ton. For context, ordinary cattle only reach about 1,200 pounds when fully grown. Shen Yi checked the attribute panel of these wild buffaloes. Prairie buffalo, level 4. Base strength, 5.9. Base constitution, 6. Basic agility, 3. Basic intelligence, 0.5. Talent, bull's physique. Bull's physique, strength growth additionally increases by 0.1. Skill, stampede, group charge. Description: wild oxen living on the grasslands rely on meadows and lakes for survival. Is this a respawn? Shen Yi pondered in his heart. It seems yesterday didn't just refresh the undead skeletons, but also these wild bulls. The once vast and empty grassland scenery is gone forever. But this is exactly what Shen Yi wanted to see. Only more monsters appeared. To plunder talents is to grow stronger oneself. And indeed, this wild bison's talent is quite remarkable. It enhances the growth of strength. Exactly what he needed. But there were too many buffaloes. Shen Yi didn't know how to proceed yet. After all, if he provoked these buffaloes into a stampede, his small wooden house would be leveled in an instant. Afterwards, Shen Yi pulled out an ice arrow, carefully maneuvered to the rear of the bison. If that's the case, then we'll have to take them down one by one. These bison aren't as cunning as the prairie wolves. It's quite simple to take them down one by one. Lie flat in the grass. Shen Yi looked at those bison and selected one that was relatively isolated from the others. Whoosh! An arrow immediately struck that bison in its tail. The icy chill emanating from the frost arrow instantly froze the entire surrounding area of its tail. Due to the wild bull's immense strength, even after being struck by this arrow, it actually didn't make a sound. Instead, it charged straight towards Shen Yi. Seeing the wild buffalo rushing at him, Shen Yi didn't immediately shoot his arrow. Instead, he headed straight toward the rear. He couldn't attract the attention of the other bison. It had to be done without anyone noticing. The bison weren't as fast as Shen Yi. Shen Yi shot arrows at the bison while running. All were frost arrows. Finally, after chasing for several kilometers, the bison collapsed heavily to the ground. At the same time, a voice sounded in Shen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you've leveled up. Congratulations on successfully plundering the prairie bison's talent, Bull's Physique. Bull's Physique has been amplified 100-fold, evolving into Strength of 9 Bulls. The Strength of 9 Oxen. Grade D. Effect strength growth increased by 0.5. The higher your attributes become, the more significant each increment's impact is. Therefore, attribute growth enhancement doesn't follow simple multiplicative scaling. The strength attribute has been fully restored. Please check promptly. Afterwards, Shen Yi turned his gaze to his status panel. Shen Yi. Occupation, Archer. Level, 4. Experience 0%. Base Strength, 8. Basic Constitution, 4. Basic Dexterity, 6. Basic Intelligence, 4. Equipment, Hunting Recurve Bow, Precision Ring. Talents Infinite Plunder, Beast Blood Boiling, Iron Skin and Steel Bones, Treasure Snatcher, Bone Revival, Force of 9 Bulls. Skills Precision Shooting. Introduction. Your Archer panel is now on the right track. With limitless potential and innate gifts, you have what it takes to become the ultimate powerhouse. Star. Chapter 14, Using the Cursed Arrow to Hunt the Wild Bull King. Shinny felt his strength increase significantly in an instant. His muscles throughout his body became noticeably more robust. His capability had grown stronger. What's even more satisfying is, Shen Yi's strength attribute growth already matches that of a warrior class character. The advantages it will bring at higher levels are unmatched by any other talent. Archers naturally require strength as well. Without sufficient strength, all effort is in vain. Have you not seen Lu Bu and Huang Zhong? Each was a warrior who could stand against 10,000. Afterwards, Shen Yi stored the wild bull in his storage space. This wild bull weighed well over 2,000 jin, about 1 ton. Even after removing the organs and such, it could still yield 1,000 jin of meat. It would absolutely be enough to last as provisions for the coming month. Afterwards, Shen Yi gazed at the buffalo herd. Now, it was time to continue the hunt. In the time that followed, Shen Yi proceeded in the same manner. Soon, in less than a day, Shen Yi had hunted 34 bison, wiping out the entire herd. Moreover, his experience points had already reached level 4 at 46%. The white wolf had also leveled up to level 4 with maxed out experience. Just wait for Shen Yi to level up. The white wolf will naturally level up too. After slaughtering all the wild buffaloes, Shen Yi didn't feel particularly tired. Compared to my past self, the progress is simply staggering. At this moment, Shen Yi heard a voice in his ear. Your massacre of the bison herd has drawn the attention of the Bison King. In 1 hour, the savage blood plains will spawn the Bison King. The Bison King holds extreme hatred toward you. Its attack power escalates over time. Eliminate it as quickly as possible. Hearing those words, Shen Yi was stunned. It's 4 in the afternoon now. 1 more hour. Then it will be 5 in the afternoon. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Wild Bull King would appear. By then, he was about to face his first field-spawned boss. Shen Yi suddenly felt a bit nervous. After all, he had no idea just how strong the Wild Bull King might be. If I can't hold out, then I'll have no choice but to flee with Bai Lang. Gazing at the little wooden cabin where he'd stayed for 3 days, Shen Yi still felt somewhat attached to it. At least it's useful when firewood is scarce. Shen Yi carefully inspected his equipment. Now, out of those 20 enchanted arrows, a few have lost their enchantment runes completely. This explains it. These enchanted arrows had lost their magical engravings and were now no different from ordinary arrows. But Shen Yi felt this wasn't the time to think about that. What Shen Yi was considering was, ordinary wild bulls stood over 2 meters tall. How tall was that Buffalo King, really? Even if all 20 of his arrows hit their mark, would it be like scratching an itch? At this moment, Shen Yi glanced at the cursed arrow floating quietly in his storage space. He had made up his mind now. If those 20 enchanted arrows failed to kill the Wild Bull King, then he would use this cursed arrow. After all, riches and honor are won through peril. If one could slay the Wild Buffalo King, then they would undoubtedly be able to plunder its talents. Afterwards, Shen Yi led the White Wolf into the Forest of 1,000 Winds. Since the beginner's protection period had now ended, so the mist of the 1,000 Winds forest has dissipated, leaving only an endless expanse of trees stretching beyond sight. Shen Yi set aside his recurve hunting bow, and lay silently resting beneath the great tree. Now, take every chance to rest you can get. The White Wolf, carefree and untroubled, leaped through the woods chasing butterflies. As time passed by, moo! A loud bellow echoed across the grasslands. At the same time, the ground was still trembling slightly. Shen Yi quickly stood up. The figure of the Wild Bull King now appeared before him. When the figure of the Wild Bull King came into view, Shen Yi was utterly shocked. Before him stood a massive black wild bull, towering like a 2-story building, charging menacingly toward Shen Yi. With every step, each thunderous step sent tremors rippling through the ground. The bull's eyes were as large as searchlights. Gazing at Shen Yi, they contained boundless fury. Shen Yi swallowed hard. The Wild Bull King's status panel now appeared before Shen Yi's eyes. Buffalo King, Black Iron Tier Boss, Level 9, Base Strength 18, Base Constitution 21, Basic Agility 11, Basic Intelligence 1, Talent, Bullish Momentum. Bullish Momentum, E, when facing creatures of lower level than you, reduces their attack power by 15% while increasing your own attack power by 15%. Skills Headlong Charge, Savage Bull's Hook. Introduction. The Wild Bull King living on the savage blood grasslands spends his days reveling in propagation. Now he personally takes action to seek revenge for his descendants. Looking at the panel, at this moment, Shen Yi suddenly felt somewhat powerless. Damn! Firing my own 20 arrows up there would be like tickling them. Afterwards, Chen Yi abandoned the idea of using enchanted arrows. The cursed arrow then appeared in his hand. The dark energy coiling around the cursed arrow made even the daytime heat feel cooler. Moo! It seemed to sense the deadly power of Chen Yi's arrow. The wild bull king let out a furious roar to the heavens, and charged straight toward Chen Yi in a frenzied bull rush. Moo! Moo! A powerful aura surged forth, charging recklessly like an armored tank. Chen Yi hesitated no longer. He drew his bow and notched an arrow without delay. The next second, the cursed arrow was loosed directly at its target. Put! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out, and the cursed arrow went straight and lodged firmly into the flesh near the wild bull king's shoulder blade. A surge of black energy instantly spread outward from the cursed arrow. The entire body of the Bison King was instantly engulfed. Since it was sustained damage, the Bison King didn't stop its charge immediately. Instead, it maintained its terrifying momentum unabated. He continued charging toward Chen Yi. Upon seeing this, Chen Yi immediately fled into the forest of 1,000 winds. You think you can crash into me? Go hit a tree first, star. Chapter 15, Talent Fusion again, the second B-grade talent. In just a few breaths, Chen Yi had already darted past dozens of trees. Behind him, the sound of trees snapping echoed continuously. The Bison King possessed tremendous strength. With this single charge, it shattered over a dozen trees in its path, but its body was also directly stuck. Moo! Moo! The curses continuously inflicted damage upon the wild Buffalo King. The wild Buffalo King screamed there in despair. Chen Yi stood not far away, silently watching the scene before him. He couldn't help feeling somewhat regretful. He wondered if the cursed wild bull king's meat would still be edible after dying this way. Chen Yi waited for 1 minute. Along with the dissipation of the black energy, the curse of the cursed arrow on the wild bull king was also lifted. But at this moment, the wild bull king, already battered beyond recognition, horrific scars split open from inside out, festering with pus and rot. Faintly, indistinctly, you could see the maggots wriggling through the gaps in the bones. Presently, the wild ox king, under sustained damage as high as 600 points, managed to survive. It already counts as extremely tenacious vitality. Looking at the wild bull king like this, Chen Yi's face showed heartfelt distress. Damn it! This wild bull king's meat is basically inedible now. Otherwise it would definitely rot. Afterwards, Chen Yi shot 2 arrows directly into the wild bull king's eyes. Moo! Amidst agonized howls, the arrows pierced its brain. About another 3 minutes passed. Only then did the wild bull king completely lose its breath. A golden light even more massive than the one from the white wolf king erupted at that moment, and surged into his body. Chen Yi heard a voice in his ear. Congratulations on your upgrade. Congratulations, you have plundered the wild bull king's talent, Bullish Surge. Bullish Surge has been amplified 100-fold into, aura piercing the heavens. Strength to move mountains, see, when facing enemies, decreases their attack power by 30% while increasing your own attack power by 50%. Congratulations, the 2 talents meet the fusion conditions. Strength to move mountains and power of 9 bulls have fused into the talent Strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Grade B. Effect grants the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, providing an additional +1 to strength growth. Furthermore, enemies facing you will have their attack power reduced by 40%. The reduction adjusts based on the difference in strength values between both sides. You gain the attack power lost by the enemy. Chen Yi witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Did my second B-grade talent just arrive? Though the description of this second B-grade talent is somewhat vague. The attack power adjusts according to the difference in strength values between both parties. That part makes sense. It basically means if the opponent's strength far exceeds mine, the deduction in numerical values will be reduced, right? But gain the attack power reduced by enemies. This is somewhat puzzling. Does that mean I just need to face enough enemies? You gain all enemies' attack power buffs. That means an extremely high attack power bonus. If that's really what happened, the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers is even more formidable than bestial blood boiling, with a higher ceiling to boot. A glance at the attributes panel. Now he had already reached level 5 at 22.43%, and his strength had changed due to alterations in his attribute growth, directly increasing to 10 points. Chen Yi also felt that his core strength had been significantly enhanced. Increased agility. It also made Chen Yi now extremely nimble and flexible. It could be said, already a fundamental change from the overweight physique he had when first arriving here. Afterwards, Chen Yi pulled out the arrow. He took the little white wolf straight back to the log cabin. Gazing at the cabin, Chen Yi pondered for a moment, and made a decision in his heart. That is to upgrade as soon as possible. I can't stay in this wooden cabin any longer. The monsters that respawn here are ultimately limited. With 2 B-grade talents at my disposal, my strength has been greatly enhanced. As long as I don't encounter powerful monsters like the Wild Bull King, there won't be any danger at all. At the same time, Chenny mentally dragged out those privilege holders again for another round of imaginary corpse flogging. If it weren't for these guys, he would definitely have reached level 10 by now. The more Chenny thought about it, the angrier he became. At the same time, it also gave him motivation. Isn't it just in the 7th layer world? With the unlimited plunder talent, still afraid of not reaching that 7th layer world? If I can't go there myself, then no one really qualifies. Afterwards, Chenny directly dismantled the wooden hut, gained a large amount of dry timber. The trees in the Forest of Thousand Winds are too damp. It simply wouldn't catch fire. This wooden hut, it had served its purpose well enough. Chenny gazed at the Thousand Winds forest and the Savage Blood grasslands. I am currently standing at the center line between 2 territories. Finally, Chenny chose the Savage Blood grasslands, because he was still quite familiar with the Savage Blood grasslands. As for the Thousand Winds forest, who knows what kind of monstrous thing inside might cost him his life, though he could revive as an undead if he died. But being human was undoubtedly preferable. Then, Chenny walked straight into the depths of the Savage Blood grasslands. At the same time, a trio of people. They were currently sprinting across the Savage Blood grasslands. Chasing closely behind them was a pack of prairie wolves. These prairie wolves were all lean-bodied, their bellies hollow with hunger. He looked like he hadn't eaten in ages. Chasing after the trio, continuously encircling and intercepting, mastering the essence of siege warfare. If nothing unexpected happens, before long, these 3 would be exhausted to death. At this moment, Chenny happened to witness this scene. As he watched the 3 people being chased by the wolf pack, Chenny chose not to intervene and help. His vision was exceptionally sharp at that moment. Gazing into the distance, the 3 of them had savage faces and clearly weren't decent folk. Saving them would just bring trouble. Might as well let the wolves have them. Then we can avenge them afterward. Chapter 16 Flaunting Wealth on Purpose, Chenny Strikes Back. Just as Chenny was about to stand idly by, a system notification rang in his ears. Assisting your kin will grant experience rewards. Hearing those words, Chenny was somewhat surprised. Does rescuing fellow clansmen grant EXP rewards? Wouldn't that mean priests would level up the fastest? If experience can be gained this way, you can try it yourself. I wonder if the experience gained from aiding fellow clan members is subject to experience reduction penalties. If it is, then I should probably avoid doing such things in the future. If not, then I must do everything possible to rescue them. Afterwards, whoosh, 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 3 arrows shot at incredible speed, striking with precision the 3 wolves leading the charge. The 3 wolves died instantly in mid-stride, their lifeless bodies flung forward by momentum, spraying blood across the ground. Chenyi's used arrows had all exhausted their enchantment power, thus they triggered no special effects whatsoever. Seeing this sight, the 3 pursued individuals froze momentarily. They immediately realized someone was saving them. Then excitement took over. They had thought today would be the day they'd fall into the wolf's jaws. Yet someone actually came to their rescue. Now that's a relief. Afterwards, the 3 of them started running even harder. Afterwards, another volley of arrows whistled through the air. All 8 wolves chasing the trio had been killed by Chenyi. Every strike proved lethally precise. Among them, the man who had changed his profession to an archer revealed a trace of greed in his eyes. There must be exceptionally fine archery equipment. That's why the damage is so high. At this moment, Chenyi patted the white wolf that had already reached level 5. Stay here. The white wolf now had grown quite large. It stood 1.5 meters tall. Then he crouched down in the grass. Chenyi had already arrived in front of the wolf carcasses. These wolf corpses, without exception, all were collected by Chenyi into his storage space, and the arrows were automatically unloaded within the storage space. Just then, those 3 individuals also approached. Observing Chenyi's finely crafted bow, they marveled with particular admiration. At this moment, the leading warrior said, "Brother, truly thank you. If not for you, the 3 of us would have long been in the wolf's jaws." Chenyi paid no attention. Instead, he was listening to the system's voice. "Congratulations, saving 3 of your kind has earned you some experience." Afterwards, under Chenyi's astonished gaze, his experience bar directly increased by 30%. This was even higher than the experience gained from killing 20 monsters before. Afterwards, Chenyi came to his senses. "Ah, it's nothing. Just a small favor. What were you 3 planning to do?" The warrior holding the sword at the front said, "My name is Lu Qingshu, this is Wang Xiaoshan, and this is Thomas. I became a warrior, Wang Xiaoshan became an archer, and Thomas became a priest. We all crossed over to the grassland, and our 3 wooden huts were very close to each other. The 3 of us had just formed a team, but unexpectedly, we provoked a wolf pack. We had no choice but to run. Hearing Lu Qingshu say this, Shen Yi nodded in agreement. At the same time, he began calculating in his heart. He didn't know what talents these 3 possessed. If he were to strike directly, he would undoubtedly face the system's punishment. As for the greedy look Wang Xiaoshan had just given him, Shen Yi could sense it clearly. In that case, just let these 3 handle it then. Afterwards, Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Yeah, no worries, we're all friends here. If there's nothing else now, I'll take my leave. At that moment, Wang Xiaoshan suddenly spoke up. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. We haven't properly thanked you yet. After saying that, he then began making meaningful eye contact with the other 2 men. Lu Qingshu and Thomas immediately caught his drift. It was clear that Wang Xiaoshan had his eye on Shen Yi's bow. No problem. It wasn't like this was the first time they'd done something like this anyway. The worst punishment would just be a 15-day experience lockout. To obtain such a top-tier bow, it's definitely worth it. Afterwards, Lu Qingshu deliberately moved closer to Chen Yi. Buddy, I've still got a black-bone chicken here. Been a while since you had some poultry, right? Let me cook it for you next. After saying that, Lu Qingshu pulled out a rooster covered entirely in black feathers from his storage space. It looked rather fierce. Shen Yi felt somewhat intrigued after seeing it, never expecting there would be other types of monsters. He then asked, "Where did you kill this chicken?" Hearing Chen Yi say this, Lu Qingshu smiled. There are quite a few of these chickens near our cabin, but since their attack power is too high, we only managed to kill this one. How about it? Are you interested? Shen Yi nodded in agreement, deliberately slung the bow behind his back. Sounds good. You guys take me over to have a look. Just as Chen Yi was slinging the bow behind his back, Lu Qingshu abruptly raised his sword and brought it slashing down toward Chen Yi. At the same time, Wang Xiaoshan also swiftly bent his bow and drew an arrow. Thomas even raised his wooden staff directly at Lu Qingshu. If Lu Qingshu were to be injured, then he would receive immediate treatment. At this moment, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Detected that Lu Qingshu, Wang Xiaoshan, and Thomas have launched an attack against you. You are granted unlimited rights of self-defense. No penalty for eliminating all 3. Hearing this, a ferocious grin crept onto Chen Yi's lips. I've been waiting for these exact words. Star. Chapter 17, Great Harvest. Acquiring the Archer Talent, Tenfold Range. A smile played at the corners of Chen Yi's lips. Lu Qingshu, who stood nearest to Chen Yi, was completely bewildered, but there was no turning back now. The arrow had already left the bow. I had no choice but to brace myself and go for it. And the next instant, Chen Yi swiftly dodged Lu Qingshu's attack with a quick sidestep. Witnessing this scene, Lu Qingshu was stunned. How could he be so fast? It was simply ghostly. With both Beast Blood Surge and Level 5 Agility strengthening Chen Yi, his speed had reached an extraordinarily swift level. And the next instant, at the same time, Wang Xiaoshan's arrow was already whistling through the air. But in Chen Yi's eyes, this arrow was extremely slow. With a slight side step, he effortlessly dodged the arrow. Witnessing this scene, the 3 of them finally realized they'd run into someone far beyond their league. Yet even an archer without his bow remained this formidable. This man before them, just how powerful was he, truly? This made the 3 of them almost unable to believe their eyes. At this moment, the white wolf had already come running toward them. When they saw the white wolf, the 3 of them suddenly felt a weight lift from their hearts. Perhaps this monster, it could help them withstand Chen Yi's attack for a while. And now, the most important thing, was to run. At this thought, the 3 of them immediately split up and dashed in different directions. Chen Yi held the recurve hunting bow in his hands. The time for hunting had come. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows. They pierced right through the 3 men with chilling precision. Soon after, all signs of life were completely extinguished. At this moment, a voice rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations! You have eliminated Lu Qingshu and successfully plundered the talent, Armor Piercing Attack. Armor Piercing Attack has been enhanced 100-fold, upgrading to Crushing Hand, Shattering Grasp. Grade C. Effect upon attacking a target, reduces the target's physical defense by 15% for 10 seconds. Can be stacked up to 3 times? Congratulations! You have slain Wang Xiaoshan and successfully plundered the talent Range Enhancement. Range Enhancement undergoes 100-fold amplification, enhanced to 10-fold range. 10-fold range. Grade C. Effect, your ranged attack distance increases 10-fold, with no reduction in power during flight. Congratulations! You have defeated Thomas and successfully plundered the talent, Life Perception. Life Perception has been enhanced 100-fold, evolving into Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight. Tier C. Effect can visually perceive the vitality status of living beings within a 100-meter radius. Looking at these 3 C-grade talents, Shenyi couldn't help bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. These three people's innate abilities were extraordinarily useful for him. That tenfold range enhancement. It fits perfectly. And there's that crushing hand. After stacking 3 times, it can reduce the target's physical defense by 45%. Feels incredible. Eyes of insight. Can perceive the life status within 100-meter range ahead. For him, within 100 meters, it's like pointing and hitting. Enemies have nowhere to hide. His power had improved so much it was almost ridiculous. At this moment, Shen Yi's ears buzzed with another voice. Since this was self-protection, there will be no penalty for killing a fellow tribesman. You will receive the highest value item from the deceased's interdimensional storage. You have obtained the mithril bracelet. You have acquired the skill book, Power Shot. You have obtained 1 health potion. Rewards have been issued to your storage space. Please check promptly. Upon hearing the sound, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected such a gain. There's even an archery skill? This is a huge win. Truly, searching an entire city yields less than killing 1 man. Afterwards, Shen Yi examined the newly acquired items. Mithril bracelet. Hit, 2. Description: a bracelet made of mithril with the effect of enhancing reaction speed. The hit rate is decent. Shen Yi was quite satisfied. You just need to hit the mark yourself. Put on the mithril bracelet. Afterwards, Shen Yi turned his gaze to the skill book. Charged Shot. Learning level 5. Effect: learn the skill Charged Strike, which consumes stamina while drawing the bow. Each second of charging increases damage by 10%, up to a maximum of 50%. Watching the Charged Strike, Shen Yi couldn't help but marvel. My luck has finally arrived. That Wang Xiaoshan earlier was only level 3. He hadn't met the level requirement for this skill yet. That's why it ended up benefiting me instead. Then, Shen Yi directly chose to study. Soon after, he felt a flood of knowledge pouring into his mind regarding how to accumulate and utilize physical strength. He had completely mastered it as well. At this moment, Shen Yi looked at the final reward. Health Potion. Restores health, 10. Description: a masterpiece from an alchemy apprentice, capable of restoring lost vitality to living beings. This life potion is also quite extraordinary, although Shen Yi didn't know exactly how much 10 health points would restore. But since it was considered a masterpiece achievement, it presumably restored a considerable amount. Afterwards, Shen Yi turned his gaze toward the 3 corpses. Leave no corpse untouched. Pull out the arrows. Strip the gear off and trade it for equipment. Afterwards, Shen Yi obtained 3 more pieces of gear. They are the beginner iron sword, beginner longbow, and beginner wooden staff. All are equipment gifted by the system upon job advancement. These 3 items are better than nothing. After all, equipment can break. If anyone's sword breaks or bowstring snaps, they can always go to them for replacement. There are nearly 1 billion people here. With such an enormous population base, anything could happen. Chapter 18, Talent Fusion, the first A-grade talent, Predatory Power. Afterwards, Shen Yi opened the exchange. Now the exchange was filled with all kinds of meats. To obtain this meaty sustenance, one must offer equipment in exchange. Seeing he possessed no other gear, Shen Yi then listed these 3 beginner's items, asking only for a single piece of equipment looted from treasure chests in return. Having dealt with the 3 men, Shen Yi suddenly remembered. There seemed to be black-feathered chickens near these men's wooden hut. If that's the case, then let's go take a look. Wonder what kind of innate abilities this black-bone chicken has. Following the direction from which the trio had fled, Shen Yi headed that way. During the journey, Shen Yi didn't spot any newly spawned monsters or creatures. Instead, the ground was covered with numerous bloodstains. It seems that the monsters that had spawned here had already been cleared out. Shen Yi wasn't sure how the monster respawn mechanics worked. It would be manageable if they refreshed just once per day, but I'm afraid it might refresh once a week, or maybe even once a month. Otherwise, I want to reach level 10 myself. God knows how long that will take. As time passed, Shen Yi arrived on the other side of this savage blood grassland. When he saw the number of wooden huts, Shen Yi was stunned. 7 wooden huts stood tightly clustered together, forming a neat row. It was like a row of townhouses. This kind of layout, Shen Yi was seeing it for the first time. He truly hadn't expected this. 7 people will spawn at the same location. And here is clearly the residence of those 3 individuals. The remaining 4, no need to think, it was clearly these 3 who stabbed him in the back. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Just look at how those people repaid kindness with betrayal without hesitation earlier. Shen Yi wouldn't suspect anything else either. Afterwards, Shen Yi stepped into the wooden hut. 4 of the wooden huts had already fallen into disrepair. They were dismantled, riddled with holes. The other 3 wooden huts, it was surprisingly tidy. Shen Yi went to check but didn't find anything of value. Then came the demolition of the house. These firewood-worthy pieces of lumber must not go to waste. Not long after, with the cooperation of the White Wolf, Shen Yi demolished 6 log cabins, obtaining a large quantity of high-quality lumber. He left the finest log cabin intact without tearing it down. It was already afternoon. It would be nice to stay here for the night. Afterwards, keep moving forward. Shen Yi never forgot about the black-boned chicken species in his heart. He must seize this talent of the black-boned chicken. After walking for about 10 more minutes, Shen Yi spotted a depression in the ground. The hollow was filled with mud, where wriggling worms occasionally surfaced. Numerous footprints remained preserved on the nearby patches of hardened mud crust. The footprint was 3-pronged. It must have been left by some kind of bird. Shen Yi immediately thought of silky chickens. It seems that this was a feeding area frequented by silkies. Shen Yi was in no hurry. He then found a secluded spot to hide. He also sent the White Wolf to scout the surroundings and guard against any ambush. Shen Yi waited for roughly 3 hours. By this time dusk had already passed, and it was nearly dark. Shen Yi caught sight of a cluster of black-feathered silky fowl swaying leisurely toward this direction. Under the observation of Shen Yi's insightful eye, even the darkness of night, the vitality of these black-boned chickens was clearly visible, like the most advanced infrared radar. I counted them. There were approximately 50 black-boned chickens. Shen Yi didn't hesitate. He directly summoned the attribute panel of this silky chicken. Black-feathered silky. Level 3. Base strength 1.5. Base constitution 2.7. Base agility 2.5. Base intelligence 0.1. Talent wild growth. Wild growth. When consuming sufficient food, there is a chance to randomly increase 0.01 points in a random attribute. This effect can only trigger once per day. Skill none. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. Damn, a talent that could permanently increase attribute points was exactly what he needed. At this thought, Shen Yi immediately drew his bow and aimed at the strongest black-feathered pheasant among them. Whoosh! The arrow brought with it a fierce whistling sound through the air. The next second, the pheasant's body was directly pierced through by the arrow. The other black chickens were startled and immediately scattered in all directions. Shen Yi naturally wouldn't let them go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A full 13 black chickens were left behind. At the same time, a voice also sounded in Shen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the black feather silky's talent, Wild Growth. Wild Growth has been amplified 100-fold, upgraded to Wild Heart. Wild Heart, grade C. Effect: when you consume enough food, it randomly increases an attribute by 0.1 points. Can be triggered once per day. At the same time, Shen Yi's ears rang with the voice once more. Detected that your talents meet the fusion requirements. Beginning automatic fusion. 9 oxen and 2 tigers is now fusing with Wild Heart. Congratulations! You've acquired the A-grade talent, Predator's Might. Predator's Might. Tier A. Effect: after consuming sufficient food, you will gain 1 base strength point. Can be triggered once per day. When facing enemies below your level, you will reduce their attack power by 40% and gain corresponding attack power yourself. The extent of attack reduction is adjusted based on the attribute gap between both parties. At the same time, Shen Yi could feel intense changes occurring in his body. His stomach even began producing acidic fluids. He had never felt such an overwhelming craving for meat before. Feeling this moment, Shen Yi was somewhat astonished. Although having lost 2 talents, now he has gained an incredibly powerful grade A talent. This S-grade talent is undoubtedly far superior to those 2 talents. As long as I give myself enough time, gaining 1 strength attribute point every day, over the years, this will accumulate. Wouldn't my foundational strength then break through the heavens? Moreover, Shen Yi could keenly sense, in the earlier stages, the bonuses from these attribute values were minimal, but in the later phases, I'll definitely push my strength attribute to levels beyond ordinary imagination. After all, even the greatest talent needs attribute points as support. At that point, punching through stars wouldn't just be a dream. However, the second effect is much more vague. How much adjustment will it produce? Shen Yi didn't know, but presumably, just like before, it would be determined based on his attack power or strength value. Whoosh! Much better. Shen Yi was thoroughly satisfied. Then he turned his gaze towards those black-feathered silky chickens. He had made up his mind. Winner winner, chicken dinner. Star. Chapter 19, the regional map appears, marking the Lost Temple. Shen Yi stacked the wood from those cabins into a massive bonfire. Above it hung an entire butchered wild ox. Beside the bonfire lay all the black feather silkies. An intense smell of blood continuously wafted through the air. The scent could be detected for miles around. Shen Yi paid it no mind. If some fierce beast were drawn to it, all the better, it would make for fresh provisions. Gradually, the wild buffalo began to emit the aroma of beef. Shen Yi brought over the novice longsword and began slicing the buffalo meat with it repeatedly. Nearby, the white wolf was also barking excitedly. Shen Yi casually tossed it a large chunk of half-cooked beef. This was a sumptuous feast. As the beef descended into the stomach, the formidable digestive power of predation instantly broke it down. As time passed, an entire roasted whole ox, most of it ended up in Chen Yi's stomach. All those black-feathered silky chickens were also completely devoured. Even he felt overwhelmed by the sheer amount he had consumed. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Predator power activated. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of strength. Chen Yi instantly felt his physical strength had increased slightly again. Much better. At the same time, Chen Yi also felt he wasn't as uncomfortably full as before. Afterwards, Chen Yi extinguished the campfire, leaving only some embers behind. The remaining roasted beef was slowly being smoked like this. Chen Yi planned to eat it tomorrow morning. Afterwards, he comfortably lay down on the haystack, opened the regional channel. The number of online players had dropped to 89,761. Just 4 short days, over 10,000 people died in this entire area alone. Presumably, the same would inevitably happen in other regions. Combined with such high difficulty levels, Chen Yi felt that very few humans would ultimately survive to reach the next world. At this moment, in the regional channel, everyone was discussing their next destination, a deserted temple. The temple's location had also been shared by someone. Chen Yi saw it and felt somewhat curious. He then pulled up the chat records above. It turned out that Lu Tianming had revealed a map of the current zone, and he made it freely available to everyone. So the system immediately opened the current regional map. Now everyone can check their exact location on the system's regional map. Seeing this notification, Chen Yi instantly logged out. The option for that area map actually appeared. It was just extremely tiny. Chen Yi hadn't noticed it earlier. This Lu Tianming really is a good guy. No doubt this is why he's gained so much support from people. Don't say it. His so-called Tyrant Alliance might actually have a chance of being established. Afterwards, Chen Yi directly opened the regional map. He also wanted to take a look to see where he currently was. After opening the regional map, Chen Yi examined it carefully. There are a total of 6 locations discovered in this area. They are the Death Swamp, the Thousand Winds Forest, the Savage Blood Grasslands, the Frigid Desert, the Endless Beach, and the Mermaid Island. These 6 places formed Chen Yi's current region. There was a peculiar mark in the freezing desert, and that mark took the shape of a small house. Could the lost temple they had spoken of be hidden within it? There must be something fishy when things go against the norm. Could it mean, is that so-called regional boss also inside here? Chen Yi had never forgotten. Only by killing the regional boss can the passage to the next level be unlocked. Otherwise, we'll have to die along with this world. On the regional map, based on Chen Yi's current location, there was also a red dot marking it. At this moment, he was in the eastern part of the Savage Blood Grasslands. There lies a lethal swamp between here and that so-called frozen desert. Could it mean that Lu Tianming? Are you organizing an attack on the regional boss now? Chen Yi thought this Lu Tianming was too arrogant. Even with an S-rank talent, that area boss definitely won't be easy to defeat. It's only been 4 days of training so far. Chen Yi then opened the regional chat channel. Nowadays many people are passionately discussing this topic. Have you all checked the regional map? According to that map, I'm in the Thousand Winds Forest. No wonder the wind gets so strong in this woods at night. I'm on Mermaid Island. Those mermaids are truly ugly, but I still killed a few of them. Holy shit, you're amazing. I couldn't bring myself to attack those mermaids, all covered in slime, with gills on their faces. Just looking at them made me want to throw up yesterday's dinner. Are you on Mermaid Island too? Let's all gather and take a boat to the mainland. Yes, you're right. There's strength in numbers. We need to reach the mainland to get to the temple. I keep hearing you all talk about this temple. What exactly is this temple? The temple, it's said to contain a regional boss. Lu Tianming, the leader of the Sky Dominion faction, wants to rally everyone to challenge it. Yes, this area boss must die, otherwise there's absolutely no way to progress to the next layer of the world. Isn't it a bit reckless to go now? After all, this is the strongest boss. I'm Lu Tianming, leader of the Overlord Alliance. I've gathered everyone this time to scout the true strength of this area boss. If it truly proves unbeatable, we can always retreat and come back later. Those who fear death may choose not to come at all. Participation is entirely voluntary. Lu Tianming's words hung in the air. It instantly resonated with many people. That's right, when we come into this world, life and death are never truly in our hands. If we don't fight for that slim chance of survival, what exactly are we thinking? What if we defeat the regional boss this time? Will the opened passage remain permanent? Everyone else has already left. Do you really want to perish along with this world? Exactly. No matter which world you're in, if you don't put in the effort, Are you just waiting for the heavens to drop a pie and crush you to death? This trip to take down the regional boss is a golden opportunity. Who knows what kind of amazing loot might drop? Even a low-level talent doesn't mean I can't become stronger. Instantly, countless bowls of motivational chicken soup for the soul were served up. But Chen Yi noticed one peculiar feature. Those preaching motivational platitudes are all marked with the insignia of the Sky Tyrant Alliance. Wanting to use someone else's life to scout the way for yourself? Chen Yi smiled. Seems Lu Tianming isn't as simple as he initially thought. Chapter 20, Dropping the Ultimate Arrows, Black Feather Arrows. Chen Yi also wanted to visit that lost temple. It wasn't about being brainwashed by motivational speeches or anything, he genuinely wanted to confirm whether it was the lair of the regional boss. Besides, he now possessed both an S-tier and an A-tier talent. His combat strength was nothing to scoff at either. I'm also an archer myself. When danger comes, I can flee immediately. At this thought, Chen Yi made his decision. We set off tomorrow. Afterwards, Chen Yi stored the equipment in his storage space and then fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Yi woke up at 5 o'clock. He devoured all the beef that had been smoked overnight in one go. Still feeling unsatisfied, he took out another 10 rabbits to roast. Finally, Chen Yi activated his predator power. His strength attribute increased by 1 point. Now his strength attribute. It was already 12 o'clock. His physique was like a sculpture, exuding incomparable magnificence. The remaining wooden huts were demolished. Chen Yi set off with the white wolf towards the direction of the death marsh. On the road, Chen Yi encountered that same group of black chickens again. After the encounter, naturally, Chen Yi wouldn't let them go. He immediately fired all 21 arrows at once. At the same time, they also obtained 21 black-bone chickens. These arrows now have all lost their enchantment power. But given Chen Yi's current talents and attributes, the power of these arrows, it's barely any different from when they were enchanted before. 21 black chickens, enough rations for a day. The corpse was collected as usual. However, Chen Yi noticed a ball of white light. Upon seeing it, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. Did something drop? The drop rate in this battlefield of 10,000 races is absurdly low. Chen Yi had practically forgotten that items could even drop in this setting. Normally, he wouldn't even pay attention to such things. Afterwards, Chen Yi couldn't wait to rush over. He reached his hand into the white light. A bundle of black arrows appeared in Chen Yi's grasp. Black feather arrows. Physical damage, 8. Description: crafted from the tail feathers of black-feathered silky fowl, these premium arrows boast not only faster flight speed but also exceptional penetration power. This bundle contains 10 black-feathered arrows. The arrow shafts are made of ebony. The arrow was forged from black metal, its edges honed to a razor's sharpness. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Chen Yi's veins. Damn, this suits me perfectly. Who knew black-feathered arrows could be so remarkably powerful? The damage itself amounted to 8 points. You know, beginner's arrow. Only 1 point though. Even with enchantments, enchanted arrows only deal 6 or 7 points. Pure physical damage is this strong already. Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. Moreover, there was no drawback of enchanted power dissipation. Good. Chen Yi was thoroughly pleased. He stored the black feather arrow into his storage space. The other black-feathered chickens had already scattered and fled by now. Chen Yi wasn't in the mood to give chase either. The most important matter now was still to cross the death swamp. Only in this way can we get first-hand information. This vast wilderness prairie is immense. His running speed reaches 50 kilometers per hour. He ran for a full 3 hours, 150 kilometers, and he had only just managed to run from the eastern region to the northern border of the Savage Blood grasslands. Beyond this northern border lies the Death Swamp. During Chen Yi's period, he also learned some information about the Deadly Swamp through the chat channel. This Deadly Swamp is different from the swamps on Blue Star. It's a place where one wrong step could mean death. Everywhere is filled with various swamp traps and ferocious beasts, especially the venomous snakes and crocodiles among them. They are arguably the 2 biggest novice killers. Many people who disappeared in this area were taken out by these 2 creatures. Reached the edge of the marsh, Chen Yi began closely examining the map. Finally selected the nearest route. It led through the Savage Blood grassland, across the Death Marsh, and into the frigid desert. It's only a 30-kilometer journey. If everything goes smoothly, we can reach the frigid desert before nightfall. Afterwards, Chen Yi walked toward that destination. The deathly swamp was overgrown with weeds, permeated by swamp gas. The accumulated skeletons of various animals over the years had fermented an extremely foul stench. Even the white wolf could barely restrain its urge to vomit. Its mouth kept filling with sour bile, but Chen Yi was feeling quite alright. After all, the stench in his room before crossing over was much worse than this. If it weren't for being transported to the battlefield of 10,000 races this time, Chen Yi might have rotted to death in that very room. the marshland was relatively soft underfoot. Chen Yi, meanwhile, was probing the path ahead with a 2-meter-long wooden stick, preventing himself from sinking into this deadly swamp. At this moment, through his inside eyes, Chen Yi could directly perceive a powerful life force about 90 meters away from him. Retrieving attributes through inside eye. Swamp Crocodile. Level 7. Base Strength 7.5. Basic Constitution 16. Basic Agility 4. Basic Intelligence 0.6. Talent Wild Mark. Wild Mark maximum HP increased by 10%. Skill Death Roll. Seeing this, Chen Yi directly drew his hunting recurve bow and equipped the newly acquired black-feathered arrows. This marsh crocodile has remarkable innate abilities, but in the next moment, they'll be mine. Whoosh! The black-feathered arrow transformed into a streak of dark light, instantly vanishing into that patch of ground. In an instant, the giant swamp alligator concealed beneath the mud erupted into motion, sending plumes of filthy water showering through the air, and the black-feathered arrow, solid as a rock, shot right between its eyes. Star. Chapter 21, Marshland Flying Serpent obtained poison coating talent. The black-feathered arrow possessed extraordinary piercing power. Under such penetrating force, hardly any creature below level 10 could resist with their skin alone. Even the incredibly tough crocodile hide was no exception. At this moment, the swamp behemoth crocodile charged straight toward Chen Yi in a furious rush, but the black-feathered arrow embedded in his forehead continued to inflict ongoing damage upon him. At this moment, on Chen Yi's side, black-feathered arrows kept firing incessantly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrows were being loosed with astonishing speed. The black-feathered arrow encounters far less air resistance than other arrows. Almost instantaneously, the swamp crocodile's skull became densely studded with arrows. Clang, 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 thunk. The swamp crocodile lost all signs of life. It lay there motionless. A voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the marsh crocodile's talent. Mark of the Wild. Mark of the Wild has been amplified 100-fold and enhanced to Savage form. Wild Body. Rank D. Effect: maximum HP is doubled, and HP regeneration speed increases by 10%. At the same time, Chen Yi felt his vital energy and blood surging with unprecedented vigor, far surpassing one's former self. Vital energy is flourishing. The recovery rate of vital energy has increased. Consequently, the speed of physical stamina and mental energy recovery has also accelerated. If fatigue used to be an issue before, now endurance has become the norm. Chen Yi approached the corpse of the marsh crocodile. The body of this marsh crocodile looked to weigh well over 1,000 gene. Most importantly, Chen Yi had eaten crocodile meat before. The alligator meat tastes similar to chicken, but is much more tender than chicken. If used for grilling, it would be absolutely delicious. At this thought, Chen Yi couldn't help drooling. Afterwards, he pulled out the black-feathered arrow, then placed the giant crocodile's corpse into the storage space. At the same time, he had already made up his mind. Once he made it out of this death swamp, he would roast this enormous crocodile. Afterwards, Chen Yi continued moving forward. Thanks to the Eye of Insight, Chen Yi detected numerous dangers in advance. The crocodiles in this death swamp were extraordinarily cunning. He would even coat his entire body with mud for camouflage. Of course, none of these disguises could escape Chen Yi's notice. During the journey, Chen Yi also came across many wooden cabins, but all the cabins in the deadly marsh were already vacant. These wooden huts seemed to have been abandoned. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. Whenever he came across a wooden hut, Chen Yi would step forward and dismantle the timber with the white wolf. Thus, Chen Yi accumulated a substantial amount of lumber. Starting a fire would never lack fuel again. In the regional channel, damn it, I just went out hunting, came back, and my log cabin was gone. Same here, woo-woo, didn't want to go to the frozen wilderness originally, but now I have no choice. Damn it, who the hell did this? Brothers from Death Swamp, let's gather at the frozen desert. Yeah, gather at the frozen desert and find out who's responsible. At this moment, Chen Yi wasn't paying attention to the regional chat, unaware that he had drawn so much resentment. Just about a kilometer away from the cold desert, Chen Yi encountered a swarm of snakes. They were snakes pouring out from a massive thicket of shrubs. Each and every one bore fangs. Swamp Viper. Level 4. Base Strength 3.5. Base Constitution 2.9. Basic Agility 4.5. Basic Intelligence 1. Talent, Poison Crafting. Poison Crafting can produce venom to launch poisonous attacks against enemies. Skill Pounce. The number of snakes in the serpent swarm numbered in the hundreds. Even Chen Yi felt his scalp crawling at the sight. Fortunately, however, the venomous snakes paid no attention to Chen Yi. Instead, they slithered directly toward a single direction. Creatures like venomous snakes are typically solitary by nature. Yet surprisingly, a whole swarm of them had appeared now. Chen Yi was still somewhat surprised. As the swarm of snakes passed by, Chen Yi quickly ran away, then pulled out an arrow whose enchantment had expired, aiming at one of the venomous snakes. Whoosh! A venomous snake was instantly shot dead. The remaining snakes immediately began flicking their tongues and chased after Chen Yi. Chen Yi simply started running straight ahead. At the same time, Chen Yi's ears also rang with a voice. Congratulations, you have plundered the Swamp Viper's talent, Poison Creation. Poison Creation, enhanced 100-fold, upgraded to Poison Coating. Poison Coating, Grade D. Effect: you can expend bodily fluids to produce venom, which can be applied to weapons for attacks. The venom deals damage over time, with the specific damage value determined by your constitution. This poison application is quite nice. My means of attacking enemies have increased again. Chen Yi then continued running forward. Even through muddy terrain, Chen Yi strode right across without hesitation. Fortunately, he didn't get stuck. After sprinting a full kilometer, Chen Yi saw the frigid desert, and the venomous snakes behind him seemed to harbor deep dread toward it. They all halted at the edge of the death swamp. Witnessing the snake's reaction, Chen Yi couldn't help but hesitate. Is there something in this frigid desert? Chen Yi didn't dwell on it. After all, he'd already come this far. Was there even any going back? Afterwards, Chen Yi continued deeper into the frigid desert. In the regional channel. Damn it, what's gotten into these vipers? They usually steer clear of us, right? Why are they so aggressive today? Hurry and run, they can't catch us, for now. Yes, run. Star. Chapter 22 Encounter with the Tyrant Sky Squad. The current situation. Night had already fallen by the time we reached the frigid desert. This frigid desert, as its name suggests, was truly bone-chilling. Even with Chen Yi's various natural talents, he couldn't help but feel the biting cold. Afterwards, Chen Yi found a depression in the ground and immediately began constructing a makeshift shelter using logs. He then built a massive bonfire at the front. After properly dealing with that swamp alligator, Chen Yi began roasting it. Ever since acquiring the predator's power talent, Chen Yi felt he had become much more prone to hunger. This whole roasted giant crocodile would probably only last him through tonight and tomorrow morning. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Chen Yi and the white wolf began devouring the food with gusto. The crocodile meat was exceptionally tender and fragrant. They ate until their mouths were glistening with grease. At this moment, Chen Yi saw through the eyes of insight. Suddenly, he sensed 7 people ahead at a distance of 80 meters. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel startled. What were these 7 people planning to do? Then, Chen Yi took out his hunting recurve bow, ready to counterattack at any moment. He had 10 times the firing range. Even from 2 kilometers away, he never missed his shot. He wasn't afraid of ambushes at all. And at this moment, Chen Yi sensed the 7 individuals beginning to move. Meanwhile, someone over there was shouting, "Friend, we mean no harm, we're just looking for a place to rest." Following the sound of the wind, Chen Yi heard the voices of these people. And then, another voice came. "Friend, we're from the Overlord Alliance. Don't worry, we won't do you any harm." Chen Yi heard these words. He couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. They were actually people from the Domineering Heaven Alliance? I wonder if Lu Tianming is among them. Afterwards, Chen Yi picked up a torch and waved at those people, signaling that they could come over. Seeing Chen Yi's signal, they all became elated. They came running over in a swarm. When they saw the giant roasted crocodile Chen Yi had set up, the others were visibly stunned for a moment. They had all encountered that swamp crocodile before, but with its thick, tough hide, there was simply no way to breach its defenses. So whenever encountering it, the only option was to flee. So, when they saw Chen Yi directly setting up a giant crocodile to roast right there, no one's heart could remain calm, especially the white wolf by Chen Yi's side. The white wolf's level was now equal to that of the white wolf boss Chen Yi had encountered before. Its height had even grown to 3 meters. With the boost from Beast Blood Frenzy, its speed was frighteningly fast. Its physique also looked extremely formidable. Chen Yi was even prepared to craft a riding saddle and ride the white wolf around directly. At first glance, this group could tell this white wolf was something like Chen Yi's pet. Immediately, their gazes toward Chen Yi turned reverent. The leader was a middle-aged man. He then proceeded to introduce himself to Chen Yi. "My name is Zhang Daji. These are all friends we met along the way, and they've all joined the Bat-Ian League. Our leader Lu Tianming is already waiting near the temple, so we need to hurry. That's why we've been traveling non-stop until nightfall." Chen Yi looked at Zhang Daji and the other 7 people. Then he nodded. "Yeah, haven't eaten yet, right? Come on, there's plenty of crocodile to go around. I can't finish it anyway." Seeing Chen Yi was treating them to grilled crocodile meat, their eyes instantly lit up with desire. After all, along this journey, forget about meat. The compressed rations we previously found in treasure chests were nearly exhausted. Now to actually eat meat. It was an utterly unexpected surprise. Zhang Daji then grinned at Chen Yi and said, "Thank you, boss. Thank you so much." Afterwards, Zhang Daji pulled out a dagger. Then he began carving into the massive, bull-sized crocodile carcass. Chen Yi saw the dagger. He instantly realized Zhang Daji's profession was that of an assassin. After distributing a piece of meat to each person behind him, Zhang Daji began eating himself. By this time, Chen Yi was already somewhat full. He didn't eat anymore. He was saving his appetite to boost his attributes tomorrow. Under the gaze of insight, Zhang Daji and the others showed no significant changes in their life forms, meaning they harbored no ill will toward him. They all seemed like honest folks. At this moment, Chen Yi turned his gaze to Zhang Daji. "Old Zhang, have you guys ever met the Lu Tianming?" Zhang Daji shook his head. "We haven't really met in person, only chatted online. He was just posting videos in the Sky Dominion group chat." Hearing those words, Chen Yi grew curious. You could actually form group chats? Seemed he truly had been ignorant. He'd never properly explored the system panel's functions. Chen Yi then said, "Could you add me to the group chat then?" Zhang Daji looked troubled at this moment. "If you want to join the group, you'll have to become a member of Tyrant Alliance. Even if I added you now, we'd have to kick you out later if you don't officially join." Hearing Zhang Daji's words, Chen Yi nodded in agreement. I understand. But it's alright, you all go rest on the other side. This bonfire will keep burning for a long time, so don't worry about the cold tonight." Zhang Daji nodded. Okay. Afterwards, then he led the remaining 6 people to the other side, dug a shallow pit in the sand, and they all lay down to rest. Chen Yi also stored the remaining crocodile meat in his storage space. This crocodile meat wasn't like the wild beef. After smoking and roasting overnight, it wouldn't taste good tomorrow. Afterwards, Chen Yi opened the regional channel. He wanted to take a look. Now exactly how many people had come to this freezing desert. Chapter 23, Heading to the Lost Temple, the Massive Desert Monitor Lizard. Regional channel. Online users, 86,217. Chen Yi glanced at it. He noticed the number of online users was decreasing steadily. A few thousand users were disappearing every day. Chen Yi Fa sent a message. "I've already reached the frigid desert. How many people have made it here so far? We haven't even finished building our ship yet." Looking at the map, Mermaid Island is a full 25 kilometers from the endless beach. Without a properly sturdy vessel, we can't even make it off Mermaid Island itself. You brothers born on Mermaid Island really drew the short straw. When you finally make it here, I'll treat you all to roasted wild buffalo. Upstairs dude, you're really underestimating Mermaid Island. The seafood there is literally inexhaustible. I'm from Mermaid Island myself, so I can speak to this. Truth be told, there's indeed an abundance of coconut crabs, scallops, octopuses, razor clams, and all sorts of creatures here. Damn, I'm so jealous. I love seafood the most. Don't envy others yet now. The desert nights in bitter cold are unbearable. If I hadn't dismantled my wooden hut, I wouldn't have survived this. Damn, at least you still have wood to burn. My wooden cabin got torn down by some bastard, and I swear I'll find out who it was. Chen Yi's expression turned rather odd when he read this message. Did he tear down the wrong house during the day? Forget it, just forget it. What's done is done. It's not like he could rebuild it for them now. At this moment, Zhang Daji suddenly called out in Chen Yi's direction. Big boss, we just got a message in our group saying there are already 5,000 people gathered around the temple, and our alliance leader says we should wait until we gather 10,000 people before entering the temple. He's urging us to hurry up on our way there. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised to hear this. I didn't expect there'd already be so many people gathered. Alright, got it. Just wake up early tomorrow. Got it, boss. After saying that, the more Chen Yi thought about it, the more unsafe he felt. He suddenly stood up abruptly, sitting inside the temporary wooden hut. He kept pulling out arrows and coating their tips with poison. 30 arrows in total. Everything had already been coated with the toxins he produced himself. He glanced at the world channel again, noticing that no one was selling arrows or the like. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Chen Yi woke up at 4 o'clock. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The night's chill had already frozen a layer of frost across the desert surface. All that remained of the bonfire was a pile of incompletely burned ashes. Seeing this, Chen Yi tossed a pile of wood directly into the fire. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the wood began to burn fiercely with a roaring flame. The surrounding temperature quickly rose, instantly dispelling the chill. Zhang Daji and the other 6 were also awakened by this sudden surge of heat. Chen Yi had already set up the roasted crocodile. Yesterday, he and these 7 people hadn't even finished 1/3 of the crocodile. Thus, there was still more than enough remaining. There's still about 700 caddies left. Soon, the aroma of alligator meat fills the air. Chen Yi cut off 50 caddies of meat and directly fed it to the white wolf. Zhang Daji and his group didn't possess the predator's might talent like Chen Yi did, so he ate very little. Eating about 2 pounds of meat is enough to fill one person up. Chen Yi was already starving. he started gnawing away at the whole crocodile. Piece by piece, the meat was devoured. Shen Yi gradually felt his strength returning. He drank some more water. Shen Yi kept on eating. Under the astonished stares of Zhang Daji and his 6 companions, Shen Yi alone devoured over 200 pounds of meat. The alligator was also bitten full of holes. At the same time, a voice also sounded in Shen Yi's ears. Congratulations, your predator's might talent has activated, gaining 1 point of strength attribute. The meat Shen Yi consumed had all transformed into physical power for his body. The stomach was flat. Absolutely no idea where all that meat had gone. By the time Shen Yi finished eating, it was already 6:30 in the morning. Shen Yi wiped the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. Then he looked at the crowd. Now let's set off. I just happen to want to see what exactly that temple looks like too. Zhang Daji and the others completely understood. Shen Yi is definitely a top-tier talent. Just look at his appetite. Most likely B grade or even A grade. If that's the case, isn't Shen Yi just like our alliance leader now? Afterwards, the group set off. The white wolf scouted ahead. Shen Yi and the others followed slowly behind. Since we already know the specific details, Shen Yi isn't in any hurry right now. Gathering another 5,000 people won't be easy. At this moment, the white wolf ahead suddenly began howling. Roar! Shen Yi quickly grabbed his hunting recurve bow when he saw this. Zhang Daji and others also armed themselves and entered combat readiness. At this moment, before the white wolf, a giant lizard blocked its path. Desert Monitor Lizard. Level 7. Base Strength 9.5. Base Constitution 8. Basic Agility 5.4. Basic Intelligence 0.6. Talent, Beginner Poison Resistance. Poison Resistance, you gain a certain amount of toxin resistance, immune to most basic lethal poisons. Skills, Tail Swipe, Devour. The Desert Monitor Lizard measures 4 to 5 meters in length and stands over 2 meters tall. Overall, it appears significantly larger than the 3-meter-tall white wolf. Staring at the Desert Monitor Lizard before him, Shen Yi immediately loosed an arrow at it. Whoosh! The arrow flew true. It struck the Desert Monitor Lizard right in the eye. The Desert Monitor Lizard instantly let out a howl of agony. Although it possessed some resistance to toxins, being blinded in the eye was an indisputable reality. Having lost one eye, the giant desert lizard immediately began thrashing about in the sand, attempting to remove the arrow from his eye socket. Meanwhile, with Shen Yi, the assault continued without pause. Chapter 24, The Lost Temple Assembly, A Gathering of 10,000. Whoosh, 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 the arrow flew past. Shen Yi's hand movements were almost too fast to see. In the blink of an eye, the desert lizard was riddled with arrows. Afterwards, Shen Yi grasped the black-feathered arrow and unleashed a fully drawn shot without hesitation. Power continuously gathered towards the arrow in his hand. 5 seconds later, whoosh, an arrow faster than before shot through the air. It sank directly into the giant lizard's body. The Desert Monitor Lizard at this moment had become like a porcupine. Blood flowed across the ground, soaking the surrounding sand completely. You wouldn't recognize what it used to look like at all. Zhang Daji and his 6 companions were utterly amazed. Such strength. It completely exceeded their expectations. If the 7 of them were to encounter this Desert Monitor Lizard, running would be their only viable option. Nothing else would even be worth trying. This was simply an immovable behemoth. But now, under Shen Yi's command, it was as routine as the most ordinary of tasks. At this moment, Shen Yi began walking toward the Desert Monitor Lizard. The giant lizard was now gasping for breath, barely clinging to life. But with its powerful constitution at level 8, it couldn't completely die just yet. The white wolf was about to pounce at this moment. Shen Yi directly waved at the white wolf, signaling it not to bite. After all, his arrows were poisoned. The Desert Monitor Lizard could be immune to his toxin, but the white wolf couldn't. Afterwards, Shen Yi moved to the front of the Desert Monitor Lizard, arrow in hand, and plunged it straight into the creature's brain. The next moment, the Desert Monitor Lizard was completely dead. A voice sounded in Shen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the Desert Lizard's talent. Primary Poison Resistance. Basic Poison Resistance 100-fold Amplification, upgraded to Advanced Poison Resistance. Advanced Poison Resistance. Grade D. Effect, greatly enhances poison resistance, granting immunity to most high-level and lower toxins. Shen Yi's experience. It has already reached 79% of level 5. Shen Yi found the voice extremely pleasant to hear. Immune to toxins. This talent is highly valuable. If I encounter monsters with exceptionally potent venom in the future, I'll fear them not at all. Right after that, Shen Yi pulled out all the arrows. The corpse of the desert giant lizard was also stored in the dimensional pouch. After this brief interlude, Shen Yi's image in the hearts of Zhang Daji and the other 6 grew formidable and enigmatic. His gaze was filled with reverence. Shen Yi also noticed this change. However, he was pleased to see this shift. This way, the group wouldn't dare to harbor any ulterior motives, even if small schemes sprouted in his mind. Shenyi didn't mind exercising unlimited self-defense rights to gain 7 additional talents. Afterwards, according to the regional map, Shenyi only needed to walk another 100 kilometers. You can reach the temple now, because there's no hurry. Shenyi killed every monster he encountered along the way. In fact, he even sought them out proactively, so the experience bar skyrocketed. Finally, at 3 p.m., Shenyi reached level 6. After reaching level 6, only then did Shenyi start taking things seriously. Looking at the 7 people, I'll go ahead now. I need to arrive before nightfall. Catch up if you can. Afterwards, Shenyi set off toward the lost temple with the white wolf. Zhang Daji and the others began chasing after them with all their might. After all, it's only 100 kilometers left. Even if we have to travel through the night, we must arrive before midnight, since monsters respawn in large numbers every day. If one were to say, too many monsters respawned, blocking the path, that wouldn't be good. Meanwhile, with Shenyi, running as swift as the wind, with the white wolf by my side, we kicked up clouds of dust along the way. Zhang Daji and the others also started running forward along the traces Shenyi had left. The route Shenyi took was the safest. After all, Shenyi would clear out any monsters along the way as he went. More than 2 hours later, from a distance, Shenyi spotted an oasis in this desert. There is a lake in the middle of the green space. It is surrounded by people. The crowd is dense and packed. There must be 5,000 to 6,000 people or more. But Shenyi didn't see the entrance to the temple. It must be hidden somewhere secret. For now, finding a place to settle down quickly is the priority. Building his own wooden house is the most important thing. At this thought, Shenyi walked towards the green space with the white wolf in tow. When they arrived at the green space, the imposing figure of the white wolf instantly drew many stares. At first glance, people mistook the white wolf for a spawned monster. But when they saw Shenyi standing beside the white wolf, it all became clear. Such a powerful monster must be this person's pet. At this thought, the others all looked at Shenyi with envy. With such a powerful pet, leveling up by killing monsters must be incredibly fast. And above all else, you must kill the same type of monster to drop the corresponding pet egg. That person must also be a possessor of formidable innate talent, at least a C, more likely a B. After all, those possessing C-level or even B-level talents were far too powerful compared to them. Thus, when Shenyi arrived amidst the crowd, everyone automatically stepped aside to clear a path. Shenyi walked steadily forward. Eventually, he arrived at a flat clearing by the lakeside. The people around caught sight of the mighty white wolf. They all retreated into the distance one after another, in the blink of an eye, leaving a large space for Shenyi. Chapter 25, First Meeting with Lu Tianming. Preparations before entering the temple. Shenyi began constructing a wooden house. Soon, with his formidable hand speed, Shenyi had already set everything up within an hour. He then built a bonfire, placing a prepared wild buffalo atop to roast. Shenyi's appetite had been growing increasingly larger lately, spending too much time cooking. This wild buffalo weighs close to 2,000 jin. After processing, it'll yield over 1,000 jin of meat, enough to last him 2 full days. The white wolf prefers its meat half raw. Therefore, Shenyi also fed the white wolf a great deal of meat. The surrounding crowd, watching Shenyi grilling alone over there, they all couldn't help but swallow hard. Looking at the compressed biscuits and survival rations in my hand, it tasted utterly bland. Soon, the beef began to release a mouth-watering aroma that spread through the air. Shenyi immediately picked up the beginner's sword and began slicing with it. Chunks of massive beef were devoured, but there was no sign of Shenyi's belly bulging at all. Some thoughtful individuals, it was already guessed that Shenyi's talent must be related to eating. Perhaps the more you eat, the stronger you become. Shenyi had eaten about enough by now. After consuming 200 caddies of meat, his stomach was already about 80% full. And suddenly, a ripple of commotion spread through the crowd. Shenyi noticed this scene. Then she stopped eating, and released the remaining bison back into the storage space. At this moment, a young man walked over, surrounded by a crowd. Shenyi recognized him. He had seen the guy's photo before. Lu Tianming, the possessor of a Class A talent, Flame Walker. Come here now. The purpose remains unknown. The others also cast curious glances in this direction. Meanwhile, acquaintances whispered among themselves, uncertain of what would happen next. Lu Tianming walked up to Shenyi. Seeing the 3-meter-tall white wolf was certainly startling. After all, such a pet is undoubtedly the cream of the crop among the finest. Then, Lu Tianming looked at Shenyi. Hello, nice to meet you, I'm Lu Tianming. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. My name is Chen Yi, may I ask what brings you here? Lu Tianming glanced around. Then he said, could we discuss the details in your cabin? Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Of course. Afterwards, Chen Yi led Lu Tianming into the wooden cabin. The men Lu Tianming had brought along were also keeping watch on the surrounding people to prevent them from getting too close and overhearing their conversation. Inside the wooden cabin, Chen Yi turned to look at Lu Tianming. I wonder what brings you here looking for me. Lu Tianming fixed his gaze on Chen Yi and said, your talent should be at A rank. Chen Yi immediately feigned a surprised expression. How did you know? Lu Tianming burst into laughter. Of course I know. I've committed to memory all 6 system prompts about the classification levels of talents and their manifestations. Generally speaking, humans who reach S rank possess abilities that absolutely transcend certain rules. But your performance, from what I've observed, is nearly identical to mine. Therefore, I conclude you must be A rank. Chen Yi feigned admiration and gave Lu Tianming a glance. Not bad. Truly befitting of the leader of the Sky Domination Alliance. Upon hearing these words, Lu Tianming was visibly pleased. After all, he was still just a teenager. Facing such flattering words, it was impossible to remain indifferent. Afterwards, his gaze towards Chen Yi softened by several degrees. Have any interest in joining the Dominator Alliance? When the time comes, we high-level talent bearers could definitely take down the regional boss together. Hearing Lu Tianming's words, Chen Yi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he said, I don't know, do you have any other information about that temple? Upon hearing this, Lu Tianming nodded. This cold desert stretches endlessly to the shore, and according to ancient texts I found in one place, it was once the seabed of the endless sea. The temple is an underwater shrine where the mermaids worshipped a sea god called Hydra. But time brings great changes, and now it has become a desert. The mermaids have also abandoned this temple. If we go in, we might obtain many ancient artifacts, maybe even hidden class job change scrolls. The regional boss might not be here, but actually in the Death Swamp, because the snake uprising in the Death Swamp could very well be related to that regional boss. But only by fully exploring this temple first will we become strong enough to defeat the regional boss. Hearing Lu Tianming's words, Chen Yi was also somewhat surprised. He recalled the scenes of those venomous snakes crossing the path. If that's the case then, I must have just missed running into the regional boss. Thankfully, I didn't encounter it now. Otherwise, with my current strength, there's no way I could defeat that regional boss. And this Lu Tianming, in just 5 short days, we've obtained so much information. Could it mean, is he also a member of the voodoo cult? Afterwards, Chen Yi ventured cautiously, are you a follower as well? Lu Tianming heard this. His eyes visibly widened in surprise, but then he said, no, I'm not a follower. I just bought a lot of information from a voodoo practitioner. Hearing Lu Tianming say this, Chen Yi nodded in agreement. He also bought a lot of information from that voodoo cult follower. Chen Yi then said, I've encountered that particular follower too. I wonder if we both met the same person. Lu Tianming pondered for a moment. Yes, it should be the same one. Back then, that follower was starving, so I traded grilled meat for information. Me too, haha. Seeing how similar their experiences were, the sense of unfamiliarity between them also faded significantly. Lu Tianming then said, well, in that case, since everyone's here, let's form a team and enter that Hydra temple. Chapter 26, Opening the Temple Gates. The Awakening Spider Matriarch. The two then agreed on many more things and added each other as friends. Lu Tianming also pulled Chen Yi into the Domination Alliance group chat. From Lu Tianming's account, Chen Yi learned there was also a possessor of a B-grade talent who teamed up with 3 others possessing C-grade talents. This configuration, you are already the strongest in Zone 8888. After Lu Tianming left, Chen Yi also instructed White Wolf to keep a good watch, while he himself fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Chen Yi got up at 5 o'clock. It was already the 6th day since arriving in this world. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chen Yi consumed 300 pounds of meat. Congratulations, your predatory power talent has activated, granting you 1 point of strength. Now his strength has reached 18.5. Even those warriors couldn't match his strength. Chen Yi finished eating at 7:30. Lu Tianming also sent Chen Yi a private message, asking Chen Yi to come over now. First, head to the temple entrance. Now after a night's time, this oasis had gathered over 10,000 people. 1/10 of the entire region's population had arrived here. After Chen Yi received the news, he folded up the wooden house. Then he walked in Lu Tianming's direction. When he arrived where Lu Tianming was, 5 people had already gathered here. They are all professionals with high talent ratings. The worst among them is still at C grade. Chen Yi knew these were precisely the people Lu Tianming mentioned yesterday who planned to form a team together. When Lu Tianming spotted Chen Yi, he immediately started calling him over. Chen Yi, come here quickly. Let me introduce you to these people. Chen Yi walked over. the other 4 individuals. They are Priest Qin Mu with the B-tier talent, Miraculous Healing Hands, Warrior Lei Hu with the C-tier talent, Pillar Lifting Titan, Knight Jiang Haoren with the C-tier talent, Divine Might, Mage Lu Xiaochun with the C-tier talent, Frost Dominion, a warrior, a knight, a priest, 2 mages, and Chen Yi as the archer. They formed this small team. Qin Mu's miraculous healing hands could amplify all healing effects by 5-fold. His healing spells could treat moderate injuries, and with the addition of his level 5 healing skill Reviving Spring technique, as long as the injuries weren't extremely severe, then it would be possible to save them. Lei Hu possesses tremendous strength, a titan capable of lifting cauldrons, granting him an additional 1 point to his strength growth. This is a talent that becomes increasingly valuable as time goes on. Jiang Haoren's divine power allows his blessing spells to be 100% more effective than their base effect. The knight's power blessing can directly enhance the target's strength. With Jiang Haoren's power blessing, Chen Yi and Lei Hu's combat capabilities could be boosted by at least 30%. Jiang Haoren also acquired the knight's level 5 skill, Wisdom Blessing, can directly enhance the target's intelligence. Lu Tianming, Lu Xiaochun, and Qin Mu can all receive this enhancement. This is an indispensable professional. As for Lu Xiaochun, due to having the innate talent of ice control, the initial skill isn't Fireball, it's Ice Spear. You can shoot ice spears to attack enemies. They not only slow down but also freeze enemies. Under the Frost Mastery, talent that enhances ice spell power by 100%. The attack potency is also exceptionally formidable. As for Lu Tianming's Blazing Walker talent, he didn't hold anything back, he said it straight out. His fire-based abilities would receive a 10-fold increase in power, and he could also consume spiritual energy to transform into an elemental fire entity. During this state, he would be immune to both physical damage and fire damage. The duration depended on the reserves of his spiritual energy. A-grade talent. It's just that formidable. When Chen Yi introduced himself, he only revealed the effects of Predator's power to everyone. Everyone gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. These A-level talents are indeed getting more powerful one after another. Not only does it reduce the attack power of surrounding enemies, but it also enhances oneself with that very attack power. Imagine facing a sufficiently large number of enemies. Could an arrow truly penetrate the Earth's crust? And that talent of gaining attribute points just by eating. This is simply too amazing. This is precisely the talent everyone dreams of having. The group finished introducing each other's talents. Lu Tianming then led them to the temple entrance. It was a metal door partially tilted against the ground. The metal door measured approximately 7 to 8 meters wide and 5 to 6 meters tall. The door was covered in various tentacle patterns, with gemstones resembling eyeballs embedded along those tentacles. The direction those eyes were looking at was diagonally upwards. There seemed to be something attracting their attention. Staring at that metal door, Lu Tianming immediately sent a message in the group chat, ordering everyone to be on high alert. According to ancient records, there are many monsters behind this metal door. The moment it opens, everything will come rushing out. Lu Tianming gathered these 10,000 people precisely for this reason, and spread the false rumor that a regional boss lurks within this temple. That's why these people are flocking to it. At this moment, people who received the news quickly packed up their belongings and immediately entered combat readiness. At this moment, Lu Tianming had already entered his fire elemental form. The entire body transformed into flames, floating in midair like a flame demon. At this moment, Lu Tianming directly condensed a fireball in his palm, with 10-fold power enhancing it. The color of the fireball's flames changed, turning blue-violet. Boom! The fireball instantly exploded against the metal door. Under such a violent explosion, a crack appeared in the metal door. Fireball after fireball was launched. Boom! 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 Finally, the metal door groaned under immense pressure. It exploded into fragments with a thunderous crash. At the same time, a series of hissing sounds immediately echoed from the corridor behind the shattered metal door. Almost instantaneously, countless tiny spiders came swarming out from behind the temple doors, densely packed, like the tide. At the same time, an even larger spider emerges behind the small spider. This spider stands 5 meters tall, almost identical to the temple gates. Chen Yi also immediately pulled up the stats panel for this giant spider. Spider Matriarch, Iron Tier Boss, Level 10, Basic Strength 2 3.2, Basic Constitution 3 1.8, Basic Agility 2 2.1, Basic Intelligence 1.0, Talent, Reproductive Power. Reproductive Power, D, your reproductive ability is doubled. Skill, Spider Nest. Spider Nest allows you to create a spider nest, which hatches 10 baby spiders after 10 seconds. Under the blessing of reproductive power, changed to 20. Star, Chapter 27, Plundering the Spider Queen, Amplifying the Talent, Reproductive Power. Little Spider, Level 1, Basic Strength, 0.4, Basic Constitution, 0.3, Basic agility, 0.7. Basic intelligence, 0.1. Talent, none. Ability, silk spinning. Looking at the talents of the spider matriarch, Chen Yi was somewhat speechless. The power of reproduction. What do I need this for anyway? Little spiders too, not even any innate talent. But even so, they must still be killed, because with such an enormous base number, the experience gained would be utterly terrifying. At this moment, Lu Tianming had already begun firing at the mother spider. The powerful fireball spell crashed directly into the mother spider's massive body. Boom! The flames scorched the mother spider's hide black, yet it failed to inflict any substantial damage. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tianming was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the spider mother's defenses to be this strong. At this moment, the spider mother spat out more than a dozen fleshy orbs directly. Those fleshy orbs grew upon encountering the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into small spider nests. At this moment, Chen Yi shouted at Lu Tianming, "Quick, burn those spider nests, or they'll hatch more spiders." Lu Tianming nodded upon hearing this. He then cast fireball spells at those spider nests. Each fireball spell could incinerate a spider nest, but still some slipped through the net. 2 spider nests managed to hatch successfully. Instantly, over 40 small spiders crawled out from within. The white wolf swiped one after another. It lunged straight toward those little spiders. At this moment, those 10,000 people, they were also constantly battling against the little spiders. Although these little spiders had terrible attributes, their sheer numbers made them difficult to handle. Under the assault of millions of tiny spiders, casualties began to appear among the crowd. Chen Yi knew he had to kill the spider mother to slow down the onslaught of those tiny spiders. Afterwards, Chen Yi directly attacked the mother spider. The bowstring in his hand trembled. Arrows flew toward the mother spider one after another. With all the hit bonuses in effect, Chen Yi's arrows never missed their mark. Every shaft pierced deep into the spider queen's body. The crushing hand steadily weakened the spider queen's physical defenses. Chen Yi's poison application was starting to take effect. This spider mother possessed no notable toxin resistance. The devastating poison Chen Yi inflicted dealt it irreparable damage. At this moment, Zhang Haoren directly cast a strength blessing upon Chen Yi. Chen Yi immediately sensed a surge of formidable power coursing through his body. You have received strength blessing. Base strength increased by 2 points plus 20%. His power, at this moment, reached new heights. With the enhancement of formidable power, the arrow's shot became even more powerful. The arrow that could only pierce half a meter into the spider mother's body, now it could penetrate completely, leaving only the fletching visible on the surface. Lei Hu, now wielding a white steel greatsword with his body radiating golden light, charged straight toward the spider mother. Whirlwind slash. The white steel greatsword arced through the air. Like a spinning saw blade, it sliced a long wound directly across the spider queen's abdomen. Green blood gushed from the wound. Creak! The mother of spiders let out a shriek. Her front limb slashed towards Thunder Tiger. Instantly, a deep wound was carved across Thunder Tiger's chest. Blood gushed from the wound. Xin Mu saw the situation. He immediately unleashed 2 skills. Instant healing restoration and continuous healing regeneration were directly cast upon Lei Hu. Lei Hu's wounds began. Under the powerful effects of the healing treatment, the wounds gradually recovered. He returned to his former energetic and vigorous state. As for the spider mother's side, the spider nests began spewing forth endlessly once more. Wave after wave of spider nests emerged with reckless abandon. At the same time, Lu Changming and Lu Xiaochun commenced clearing out these spider nests. Ice spears and fireballs kept firing relentlessly, but still many spiders managed to hatch. After the spiderlings joined the battle, their web-spitting abilities began causing some chaotic moments for the group. Once struck by the adhesive silk, their movement became severely restricted. But Lu Tianming had no such worries. His body was wreathed in flames. When the spider silk attacked, the strands burned to ashes before even touching him. At this moment, Chen Yi had already exhausted his enchanted arrows whose magic had dissipated. The next second, the black-feathered arrow reappeared in his hand. Whoosh, 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 under Chen Yi's lightning-fast assault speed. Each strike of the black-feathered arrow carried the force of 1,000 June as it relentlessly attacked the spider matriarch. Though the spider matriarch possessed formidable physical strength, but Chen Yi's arrows were nothing to scoff at. Each arrow sank deep into the spider mother's body. Gradually, no matter how formidable the spider mother's physique might be, there was simply no way to withstand the arrow attacks at all. The more violently it moved, the greater the damage it suffered. The arrows inside its body acted like blenders. Both its internal organs and spider sacs began to rupture. Even if it's a black iron boss, it still couldn't resist at all. Gradually, the mother spider's life force began to fade. The surrounding spiderlings seemed to sense this change and grew even more frenzied. They began to continuously gather around the mother spider to protect the mother spider. The mother spider now started devouring the smaller spiders. It seemed consuming the smaller spiders could help restore her wounds, but all this was useless. By now its stomach sac had long since ruptured. Even if swallowed, there was no way to digest and gain strength from it. Finally, with a thunderous boom, the spider mother collapsed to the ground. A ball of golden light merged into Chun Yi's body. His experience bar also reached level 6, 97%. He was just a sliver of experience away from leveling up. Chen Yi's ears also caught the sound. Congratulations on successfully plundering the spider matriarch's talent. Power of reproduction. Power of reproduction has been amplified 100-fold, evolving into iron kidneys. Iron kidneys. Rank B. Effect: you will never suffer from kidney deficiency, your fertility increases tenfold, and reproductive isolation with certain humanoid species is lifted. Star. Chapter 28. The Eerie Tentacles in the Temple. The talent arrived so abruptly. Chen Yi was utterly unprepared. Looking at this iron kidneys talent, Chen Yi was too exasperated to even complain. What fucking good is this? However, Chen Yi himself didn't hold much expectation for the spider matriarch's innate talents. The experience bar did rise quite nicely. Killing a few more monsters would be enough to level up. At this moment, with the death of the spider mother, the little spiders seemed to have lost their guiding force, scattering in all directions as they fled deep into the desert. The little spiders surged like the tide. It came and went quickly. Everyone finally got a moment to catch their breath. These little spiders are truly annoying. Now, all around the temple, apart from the remaining spider corpses, there were no more spiders left. Lu Tianming now stood before the spider mother, gazing at the dead spider mother. His palm reached straight for the matriarch spider's head, churning violently through its brain matter. In the end, a crystal shard now appeared in the palm of his hand. Seeing that there was actually a crystal shard, Chen Yi was very curious. At this moment, Lu Tianming approached the group. This is an energy crystal formed inside the mother spider's skull, something only boss-level monsters can produce. It's used to restore the energy of enchanted gear. Hearing this, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Never thought something like this existed. That means I missed out on the Wild Bull King earlier. And the White Wolf King's corpse, I hadn't touched it the whole time either. It seems this White Wolf King also has such energy crystals in its skull. Perfect timing. My enchanted arrows have all lost their power. We could replenish them using these energy crystals. Lu Tianming spoke up then. None of us have enchanted equipment. I noticed Chen Yi's arrows were enchanted, though they've lost their power now. Since Chen Yi contributed the most earlier, no objections to giving this to him, right? The others unanimously expressed no objections. Just an energy crystal. Nothing particularly valuable. Afterwards, Lu Tianming placed the energy crystal into Chen Yi's hand. Chen Yi also clearly saw the attributes of the energy crystal. Black iron grade energy crystal. Remaining energy, 1000. Introduction. A crystal born from powerful monsters, capable of replenishing various missing energies in equipment and items. Good. This energy crystal is exactly what he needs right now. Thanks. After Chen Yi finished speaking, he moved to stand before the spider mother's corpse. Pull out all the arrows above. Chen Yi began charging all the enchanted arrows. Place the energy crystal on the enchantment glyph of the arrow. The arrows would automatically absorb energy, just like charging a battery. All 20 enchanted arrows were fully charged. Chen Yi's energy crystal had also consumed 200 points of energy. The remaining energy now stands at just 800 points. Now, the enchanted arrows are fully recharged. Once again, the radiance of elemental power blossoms forth. Chen Yi was thoroughly satisfied. Now my own strength has reached an even greater level of enhancement. Seeing Chen Yi recharge the arrow, Lu Tianming spoke up at this moment. Now we can send a small team in first to scout the path and check for any dangers. Then Jiang Haoren said, the others aren't that foolish to go scout ahead, are they? Lu Tianming chuckled. As long as they're given sufficient benefits, there's no fear they won't go. Seeing Lu Tianming like this, none of the others opposed it either. Chen Yi naturally wasn't about to play the saintly martyr. After all, this is the battlefield for survival of countless races. One's own life is of the utmost importance. At this moment, Lu Tianming had already begun private conversations. Not long after, a team approached from the distance. The team consisted of 5 people. It was unclear what Lu Tianming had promised. yet he managed to persuade them to join. Not long after, the group then entered the temple's entrance. Chen Yi and his companions waited quietly at the temple entrance. Meanwhile, the rest from the oasis had also gathered around, their eyes filled with both longing and fear as they gazed at the temple entrance. Everyone knew there were treasures inside, but treasure often comes with danger attached. Given their level of skill, they stood no chance of handling it. After waiting approximately 30 minutes, a sudden cry came from the entrance. In the blink of an eye, only 2 members of the original 5-person squad emerged. Their bodies were covered in various sucker-shaped wounds. At the center of these sucker-shaped marks, it seemed as though countless teeth had knotted into that shape. Seeing this, Qin Mu immediately began casting a healing spell upon it. The wounds on both of them also began to heal. The leader among them was still visibly shaken. The crowd began shouting crazily. So many tentacles, there are so many tentacles inside. Those tentacles not only have eyes but also extremely sharp teeth. These are the things that caused all the wounds on our bodies. Everyone else is dead, all drained of blood by the tentacles, turned into withered corpses. Hearing this person say so, the others couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. Thankfully it wasn't them who went inside. Otherwise, they're the ones who got drained dry. At this moment, Lu Tianming looked at the man. How long had you been traveling when you encountered them, and where exactly are those tentacles? The leader of the group paused to recall. I met them near a sacred statue. We encountered the deity statue in that temple, and it was as if the statue possessed some kind of magic. We couldn't help but kneel before it. After we knelt down, those tentacles appeared. When the tentacles bit us, it didn't hurt at all, it felt like we'd been given anesthesia. Hearing this person's account, Lu Tianming frowned. There's actually something so bizarre. No idea what it is. It's no longer feasible to find others to explore now, but how could one return empty-handed from a treasure mountain? Lu Tianming looked towards Chen Yi and the others. So, shall we go? Star. Chapter 29, Slaying the Tentacles, the diamond treasure chest at the foot of the divine statue. To go in or not to go in? This is a dilemma, but once inside, you'll definitely obtain many rare items. Highly likely, there is a way to defeat the area boss. Lu Tianming spoke up at this moment. If you guys aren't going in, I can go in alone. I have a fire elemental body that makes me immune to physical damage, so even if I encounter those tentacles, I can retreat unscathed. Hearing Lu Tianming say this, Chen Yi remained silent. He actually wanted to go, but nobody else had spoken up yet. Going in with just Lu Tianming, something unexpected was very likely to happen. At that moment, Qin Mu said, I'm going too. I have healing abilities, those tentacles won't be able to do much to me. The 3 of them, Lei Hu included, they all expressed their intention to go. Chen Yi saw the situation. He then said, since everyone is going, it would be inappropriate for me not to. Besides, I also want to see what's inside. Seeing that all of them were about to enter, the onlookers couldn't sit still anymore. Could you take me along? Count me in too. Since you're taking people anyway, take me. Those who were afraid just moments ago, now they're all clamoring to enter the temple. Earlier, Lu Tianming had told them there was a regional boss down there. If one were to say, after they defeated the regional boss, they left this place immediately, doesn't that mean these people will never be able to leave this world, doomed to perish along with it? Lu Tianming saw it but made no objection. After all, safety lies in numbers, and if I don't allow them to enter now, it would weaken my authority within the Overlord Alliance. Afterwards, Lu Tianming spoke up. Fine, since everyone wants to go in, who will be the first to enter? Lu Tianming had barely finished speaking. The surroundings immediately fell deathly silent. The gruesome state of those few individuals moments ago remained vividly present in everyone's minds. If we were to enter now, you'd most likely be killed on the spot by the tentacles. Looking at the silent people around, Lu Tianming let out a loud laugh. Let's go, we're heading in first. Afterwards, Lu Tianming led Chen Yi and the others straight to the entrance. Chen Yi stood at the very back. His hunting recurve bow was already gripped tightly in his hand. Simultaneously, a flame-tipped arrow appeared in his grasp. If encountering those tentacles, Chen Yi would immediately strike them down. Upon stepping through the temple gates, Chen Yi suddenly detected a putrid odor. At this moment, the corridor of the temple was adorned with many murals, seemingly recording something, but the murals were all covered with spider webs, making it hard to see clearly. After walking about 30 meters, Chen Yi and the 5 others arrived at a grand hall. The hall was exceptionally vast. It covered several thousand square meters. It could easily accommodate several thousand people. It appeared utterly vast and empty. In the center of the grand hall, a divine statue now stood before them. That stone-carved effigy, like a colossal mermaid gaining legs, her face covered entirely in tentacles, resembling a full beard. Yet beneath the idol's feet, there were 3 fresh mummies still intact. They were clearly the 3 people who had just entered moments ago. When they saw that divine statue, a strange psychic energy enveloped them. Lei Hu, being the least intelligent of the group, was the first to be affected. He found himself walking toward the idol as if compelled by an unseen force. Witnessing this scene, Shinmu promptly cast a healing spell upon Lei Hu. The divine light enveloped him completely. Lei Hu regained clarity in an instant. At the same time, fear crept into my heart. If I had gone over there, would I have ended up like those three? And at this moment, the tentacles on the deity statue seemed to have already begun moving. Tentacles, one by one, began to stretch outward, and revealed a massive maw. Inside the maw, countless teeth arranged in layer upon layer of concentric rings, densely packed. It looked utterly terrifying. Witnessing this scene, whoosh, an arrow shot directly from Chen Yi's hand. This was a flaming arrow. It struck solidly on one of the tentacles. Boom! The flame arrow triggered a fiery explosion. That tentacle was instantly blown apart, and the severed tentacle immediately lost all vitality, spraying blue blood. Lu Tianming, Lu Staochun, along with Lei Hu and Zhang Haoren, had also launched their attacks. The tentacles were either burned to death or severed. Then comes being frozen stiff. For a moment, all sorts of attacks emerged. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi finally exhaled in relief. These tentacles aren't as indestructible as they seemed. But after killing the tentacles, Chen Yi did not gain any experience points. Most likely, these tentacles were just a fragment of some enormous creature. But now there's no way to gather information, so we still don't know what this creature really is. Right after all the tentacles had been completely cleared away, the statue's base suddenly emitted an intense, nine-colored radiance. The excited crowd couldn't help but close their eyes. When the light faded, at the feet of the divine statue, there now appeared a treasure chest entirely made of nine-colored diamonds. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Could it mean, is this the greatest reward in the temple? After all, it's a diamond-quality treasure chest. None of them had ever seen it before. No idea what might actually be inside. Just as Lu Tianming was about to approach, Chen Yi stopped him. Hold on, let me test it with an arrow first to see if there are any traps. Hearing Chen Yi say this, everyone else nodded as well. Caution is the parent of safety. In this unknown temple, exercising caution was ultimately the right thing to do. Chapter 30, The Heaven-Defying Artifact in the Diamond Treasure Chest. Whoosh! A black-feathered arrow flew past. With a metallic clang, the arrow was knocked away. But there was no reaction around the diamond chest. Seeing no danger, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Tianming had now transformed into a body of fire. He cautiously approached. Creak! A radiant light accompanied the motion. The diamond treasure chest opened. Everyone else gathered around. They wondered what could be inside. Looking toward the bottom of the treasure chest, a scroll, a bottle of potion, a necklace, a stone, a skill book, a long sword. It was quietly placed there just like that. 6 people. Exactly 6 items, as if specially prepared for those 6. Upon seeing it, Chen Yi found it somewhat unexpected. I never expected it to be exactly 1 item per person, but it might be some hidden mechanism of this treasure chest. How many people there are, that's how many items will appear. Afterwards, they began examining the attributes of these items. First was that scroll. Pyromancer Class Change Scroll, Level Requirement, Level 10. Introduction: a job change scroll that allows a mage to transition into the hidden class of Pyromancer, granting exclusive Pyromancer skills. There's no doubt about this scroll. It naturally belongs to Lu Tianming. Afterwards, Lu Tianming took the scroll away. I won't look at the rest, lest I be tempted. This single scroll is all I need. After taking the scroll away, Lu Tianming walked aside. Chen Yi kept watching. Blessing Potion. Effect: permanently increases luck by 1 point. Description: a potion that can enhance one's luck, but each person can only use it once in their lifetime. Luck could be considered the most crucial hidden attribute, so it's astonishing that such a small vial of potion could actually increase one's fortune. At this moment, Zhang Haoren spoke. All my blessing spells require luck as their foundation, because the numerical probabilities for the attributes granted by blessings operate within a certain range. The higher my luck stat, the greater the probability that you'll obtain higher attributes. It appeared to be tailor-made for Zhang Haoren. None of Chen Yi's group had any objections. Then they nodded in agreement. Alright, we'll leave it to you then. Zhang Haoren nodded. Okay, thank you everyone. Afterwards, Zhang Haoren took away that bottle of blessing potion, and immediately drank it down. Chen Yi and the others continued looking toward the next item. Resurrection Necklace. Effect: grants the skill to resurrect a person on the spot. If the wearer dies, they will automatically be revived. Usable once. This resurrection necklace is essentially an extra life. Everyone was filled with envy. At this moment, Shin Mu said, I only want this 1 item, the rest you can choose. After all, this resurrection necklace is the most suitable for me. As you all know, priests have a relatively low survival rate. With this resurrection necklace, I can revive you all too, right? Hearing Shin Mu say this, no one else could say anything more. After all, This truly is the skill of a priest. Perhaps we'll have to wait until later. The priest might actually master the art of resurrection. Then he turned his gaze toward that stone. The stone had a hexagonal prism shape. It looked extraordinarily dazzling. Stone of protection. Introduction: infuse it with spiritual energy to generate an immensely powerful defensive barrier around yourself. The barrier's attributes will be determined by your innate talents. Upon seeing the stone of protection, Lu Xiaochun said, "Now it's my turn. As a mage, my spiritual energy is comparatively higher under intelligence bonuses, so this guardian stone suits me best." Lu Xiaochun's reasoning wasn't without merit. Even mages need some means of self-preservation. Thus Chen Yi and Lei Hu let Lu Xiaochun take that particular guardian stone. Afterwards, Chen Yi looked at that skill book. The long sword was something he couldn't use anymore. Hopefully, this skill book would suit him. 100 pace penetration, limited skill, required profession archer. Description: this skill has a 100% hit rate, deals extremely strong physical damage to a single target, and silences the target for 10 seconds. Skills cannot be used while silenced. Cooldown, 24 hours. This is a skill that can only be used once every 24 hours, and it has no level requirement. Chen Yi grasped the arrow that pierces 100 steps in his hand. This skill indeed suited him perfectly, coupled with its 100% hit rate and silence effect, even when reaching the late game stage. I believe this skill book will also be of tremendous help to him. Chen Yi was thoroughly satisfied. That final long sword was clearly prepared for Lei Hu. Chen Yi glanced at the attributes. Blood-stained longsword. Damage, 15 to 19. Enchantment, has a chance to drain the enemy's life energy to restore your own when attacking. This blood-colored long sword, extremely powerful. It'll serve Lei Hu well for a long time. Lei Hu couldn't take his hands off it the moment he saw it. The enchantment on this blood-red longsword makes it a divine artifact for prolonged battles and group fights. If he encounters large groups of enemies in the future, with this blood-red longsword, he would never feel fatigue. And just like that, everyone had already acquired satisfactory equipment for themselves. Chen Yi immediately mastered the skill called Piercing 100 Steps. When encountering boss-level monsters in the future, he could simply unleash a Piercing 100 Steps right away. Make its skills useless, leaving it at my mercy. Nothing could be more satisfying than this. Chen Yi then turned his gaze to his own attributes. Chen Yi, Occupation, Archer. Level, 6, Experience 87%. Base Strength, 14.5. Base Constitution, 6. Basic Agility 9. Basic Intelligence 6. Equipment: Hunting Recurve Bow, Precision Ring, Mithril Bracelet. Talents: Infinite Plunder, EX, Beastblood Frenzy, B, Ironhide, D, Treasure Hunter, D, Bone Revival, D, Tenfold Range, C, Crushing Grasp, C, Insightful Eye, C, Predator's Might, A, Savage Form, D, Poison Coating, D, Advanced Poison Resistance, D, Iron Kidney, B, Skills: Precision Shot, Charged Shot, Piercing Arrow. Introduction: considered a formidable archer's stats, while also allowing you to sow the seeds of exceptional genetic inheritance across realms. Star. Chapter 31, Obtaining the Divine Artifact. World's destruction timer accelerates. Afterwards, Chen Yi picked up the scattered arrows. At this moment, the group began to explore deeper into the temple. Behind the deity statue lay a gate leading to the inner sanctum. The floor bore numerous drag marks through the dust. It seems the tentacles earlier had stretched out from here. Witnessing this scene, everyone became extremely cautious, because upon entering the side hall afterward, the owner of those tentacles would likely appear. No one knew who this tentacle's master might be. What kind of monstrous creature could it possibly be? If direct confrontation was impossible, then escape became the only option. After carefully planning their escape route, they cautiously made their way toward the inner hall. As they stepped into the inner chamber, the sight before them left everyone astonished. For within the inner chamber stood no less than 8 divine statues. Each deity statue bore a distinct appearance, but without exception, all were humanoid in form. They remained unaware of what authority these 8 deities represented or what names they bore. Yet since they took human shape, that would mean this definitely isn't Hydra, the sea god worshipped by the mermaid tribe. Very likely, this world once had human inhabitants. Behind each divine statue, there is always a door. Each door seemed to lead to a different place. At this moment, Lu Tianming said, "There's no turning back now. We'll each take a door. If we encounter any danger, we withdraw immediately and flee." Hearing Lu Tianming's suggestion, except for Chen Yi, the others remained somewhat silent, because they lacked Lu Tianming's talent for transforming into a fire elemental form to evade damage. Chen Yi discerned what was on their minds. "I have a suggestion. I'll go one way, Lu Tianming another way, and the rest of you can go together. Would that work?" Hearing Chen Yi's proposal, Xin Mu and the others nodded in agreement. Alright, that's it. Seeing this, Lu Tianming didn't say anything more. In that case, let's proceed with this allocation. Afterwards, Lu Tianming walked through a door hidden behind the statue of a deity. Chen Yi then turned his gaze toward the white wolf. Stay here and keep watch. If you sense any danger, you must flee. The white wolf nodded in agreement. Then it lay down near the entrance of the inner hall. Xin Mu and the others proceeded toward the door behind one of the divine statues. Chen Yi hesitated for a moment. In the end, he chose the door behind the only female deity among the 8 divine statues. After entering, Chen Yi suddenly realized the corridor behind this door had not undergone any repairs. It was entirely composed of irregular marine rocks. Walking on it felt extremely uneven. Chen Yi walked deeper into its depths. A low murmur suddenly rose all around him. This murmur wasn't in any language Chen Yi had studied before. It sounded like the tongue of some unknown race, and now it reached his ears. It had some slight influence on his mental state. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Never thought there would be such sounds inside here, capable of affecting a person's psyche. However, these sounds aren't particularly harmful. Chen Yi could still hold on. Therefore, he had no intention of retreating, and he had already gained such great benefits just by staying in the main hall. What lies behind is definitely far better than what we've obtained before. After walking for half an hour, Chen Yi reached the end of the corridor. There was nothing there. There stood only one high platform. It was pitch black all around. Only this elevated platform held a faint glimmer of light, and upon the high platform, there seemed to lie a bow radiating a holy glow. The earlier light. Clearly, this bow was the source. Seeing this, Chen Yi was somewhat excited. If weapons could appear here, they absolutely wouldn't be that simple. There was a good chance they were far better than his own hunting recurve bow. How important a good weapon is, without him needing to say more. At this thought, Chen Yi stepped directly onto the steps of that high platform. When he reached the top of the platform, the image of a bow appeared before Chen Yi. It was a recurve bow. Its overall design resembled that of a hunting recurve, yet its entire body shimmered with a radiance akin to sunlight filtering through white jade, just like an exquisite piece of art. Chen Yi then pulled up the bow's attribute panel. Holy Glory, damage, 21 to 28. Enchantment-fired arrows gain additional holy enchantment, with a chance to blind enemies and trigger holy explosions. Deals 200% bonus damage to undead. Description: a divine artifact left by Debella, the goddess of beauty and light, which has lost most of its power over the long passage of time. An actual divine artifact. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Although this artifact has lost most of its power, it's still 100 times better than the hunter's recurve bow he currently wields. It could be said, with this divine artifact in my possession, my power has undoubtedly multiplied several-fold, not only due to its tremendous damage output, but also because of the enchantments imbued within this sacred weapon. Blinds the enemy and can also trigger holy flame explosions. Additional damage bonus against undead. For Chen Yi right now, this weapon suits his taste perfectly. Then, Chen Yi picked up this holy glory, but just as I picked it up, the high platform beneath my feet suddenly began to shake. At the same time, all of humanity heard the sound in their ears. Announcement: because someone has taken the artifact used to suppress the evil god, the world's destruction has accelerated. Time remaining until world destruction, 60 days. Star. Chapter 32, The Lost Artifact, S-Grade Talent, Evil God's Blessing. Upon hearing these words, the world channel exploded with chatter. What? The world's destruction is accelerating? Damn it, I was just planning to relax. Looks like that's not happening now. A divine artifact to suppress evil gods? That must be something truly valuable. Who cares about valuable artifacts now? Our world's destruction timeline just got sped up. Yeah, we originally had over 90 days left, but now it's down to just 60. This is utterly screwed up. We can only pin our hopes on those high-tier talented elites. Otherwise, how could we low-tier humans possibly defeat a regional boss? Yeah, I still run at the sight of a bronze boss. How the hell am I supposed to fight a regional one? And just at that moment, another announcement rang out. Alert! Another divine artifact for suppressing the evil god has been lost. The countdown to world destruction has accelerated. World destruction countdown, 45 days remaining. Attention, 3 divine artifacts for suppressing the evil god have been lost. World destruction timeline accelerated. World destruction countdown, 30 days remaining. 2 consecutive announcements. Everyone was completely baffled. Who's this? What's going on? How many divine artifacts are there to suppress evil gods? No one can resist the temptation of divine artifacts, but you absolutely mustn't take any more of them. Indeed, if we take a few more pieces, our world will be destroyed. So the reason our world's destruction is the awakening of an evil god, I thought it was just reaching the end of its natural lifespan. Now there's only 30 days left, but I'm only level 2. How am I supposed to take on a regional boss? This is completely impossible. At this moment, the announcement rang out once more. Given the loss of the divine artifact, the rules have been modified. Out of 10,000 regions, once the regional boss in one area is cleared, world gates will open in all other regions. The requirement to enter the world gate is level 10. Hearing those words, everyone was overjoyed. That's great, now we don't have to worry about being buried along with this world. Great, don't you see the requirement to enter the world portal is level 10? We've only got 1 month left, we need to level up fast. Right, we must reach level 10. At my current pace, can I really make it within a month? What's the big deal? We'll just push harder. With all these respawning monsters every day, we'll just keep killing them. Ah, brother, I don't have those premium talents like you do. I think the difficulty has definitely been toned down now. Before we had to worry about dealing with regional bosses, but now all we need to focus on is leveling up. Agreed, there are so many high-tier talents, we'll even have S-class and SS-class individuals, why worry they can't handle a regional boss? At this exact moment, Chen Yi also heard the announcement. He took the artifact for himself. Who would have thought it would cause such a big mess? As for the other two notices, Chen Yi knew full well Lu Tianming and his crew must have gotten their hands on the artifact. What's done is done, no point crying over spilled milk now. There isn't a single person who can resist the temptation of divine artifacts, not to mention the unknown consequences. Besides, the rules have changed now. Chen Yi can only try to reach level 10 as quickly as possible and then slay the regional boss to make up for it. There was still a month left. Counting up, there was plenty of time. Chen Yi surveyed his surroundings. Finding nothing particularly noteworthy, he picked up the holy glory and prepared to leave. And at this moment, a voice that seemed to emanate from the abyss of eternity resounded. What, trying to leave so soon? Chen Yi instantly felt a chill run down his spine. His insightful eye had completely failed to detect any signs of life within this place. A strange eyeball now emerged in the darkness, gazing at Chen Yi. The eye seemed to smile without smiling, continuing to rotate slowly in the air. Chen Yi was now facing the attribute panel of this eyeball. Evil God's Eye. Level? Besides, no information available. Puny human, do you desire power? The evil God's Eye had now arrived before Chen Yi. It stared at Chen Yi. The eyeball spun playfully in place. I can sense an earth-shaking potential within your body, but I don't know. What is it, tiny human? Can you tell me? Chen Yi remained silent. Footsteps began slowly approaching the corridor. Seeing Chen Yi in such a state, the eye of the evil god burst into laughter. Do you really think your current strength is enough to escape from me? Afterwards, a beam of light shot out from the pupil of the eye of the evil god. The light shone directly upon Chen Yi's body. Chen Yi immediately sensed a peculiar transformation occurring within him. A voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Congratulations, you have obtained the mark of the evil god. The mark of the evil god has been converted into a talent. Please check. Mark of the evil god 100-fold amplification. Congratulations on obtaining blessing of the evil god. Blessing of the evil god. Tier S. Effect, a blessing bestowed by an unknown evil deity that may exert unpredictable effects at crucial moments. Chen Yi couldn't help but frown when he saw it. He didn't know what purpose this so-called mark from the evil god's eye truly served, and there's no telling what effect it'll have. It was like having a surveillance device planted on him. At that moment, the eye of the evil god burst into arrogant laughter. Just as I thought, just as I expected. Ha ha ha, human, wield my power wisely, and you shall unlock the door to a new world. After saying that, the evil god's eye slowly dissipated into the darkness, as if nothing had ever happened. Only Chen Yi remained. The mind grows heavy. It seems, this evil god's eye knows about his innate gifts. This is his greatest secret. Yet he did nothing to himself, leaving Chen Yi utterly perplexed. This blessing from the evil god didn't feel like anything good. If given the chance, you must get rid of it. Otherwise, the feeling of having your fate controlled by others is just unbearable. Stop thinking about it. Chen Yi walked into the corridor. Since he had already obtained the divine artifact, then there's no need to stay at this temple any longer. Chapter 33, Temple Collapses, the Great Leveling Begins. Exit the tunnel. At this moment, the White Wolf was still guarding the entrance to the inner chamber. The other two teams haven't emerged yet. Chen Yi didn't know if they would encounter the evil god. After careful consideration, Chen Yi chose to exit the temple directly. Don't just stand here waiting for them to come out. It wouldn't be good if something unexpected happens. When Chen Yi walked out of the temple with White Wolf, the entire temple began to shake violently. At this moment, Lu Tianming and Qin Mu also ran out of the temple. Not long after, with a thunderous crash, the temple collapsed in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi couldn't help shuddering with lingering fear. If I had been delayed by that evil god's eye for even a moment longer, I might have been buried along with the temple. At this moment, Chen Yi and the others exchanged glances. Instantly, everything became clear. They realized it was the artifacts they obtained that triggered the announcement. What piqued Chen Yi's curiosity, though, was how Qin Mu and the other three hadn't fallen into conflict over the uneven distribution. Could it mean, what kind of agreement had they reached? Or perhaps there were 4 divine artifacts? Qin Mu and the others kept silent. Shen Yi didn't press them further. At this moment, the people outside had already heard the announcement. These folks were all sharp cookies. Nature knew. It was precisely because Chen Yi and his group had taken the divine artifacts that the announcement was triggered. But their strength fell short. They wanted to force Chen Yi and the others to hand them over. It's also an unrealistic matter. At this moment, Lu Tianming looked at the crowd. Everyone must have heard the announcement just now, and I won't hide it from you, we indeed obtained a divine artifact within this temple. Hearing Lu Tianming confess in person, the crowd instantly erupted in excitement. Hearing a confession firsthand is quite different from mere speculation. Lu Tianming then continued, everybody, don't rush. We'll immediately head to kill that regional boss and open the world channel. How about you all just focus on leveling up? This is a win-win situation for both of us. At Lu Tianming's words, everyone's eyes grew contemplative. After all, it truly was an excellent proposal. If no one went to defeat the regional boss, then naturally the task would fall upon their shoulders. The sword of Damocles hanging over their heads had been removed. Although leveling up was difficult, but with some effort, reaching level 10 within a month wasn't an impossible task. At this thought, the others nodded in agreement. Okay, we agree. Yeah, agreed. We won't come help you with the regional boss anymore, we'll just focus on leveling up ourselves. The bystanders were all talking at once. They were all talking about their own plans. Lu Tianming didn't stop him either. After all, they were the ones who obtained the divine artifact. Taking on the task of slaying the regional boss was naturally their duty. At this moment, Shen Yi said to Lu Tianming, let's continue leveling up separately from now on, that'll be the fastest method. We'll regroup at Death Marsh in 15 days. Hearing Chen Yi's suggestion, Lu Tianming nodded in agreement. Alright, that should work indeed. Then, let's meet at Death Swamp in 15 days. I'll send you the exact location via private message then. Qin Mu and the others said at this moment, as long as we're together, it's fine. You both have A-level talents, only by sticking together can we move faster. Shen Yi and Lu Tianming exchanged glances. Both understood what the other meant. It seemed these people had already formed an alliance, but neither of them cared, because only as a lone wolf could one maximize their talent's potential. Being with others, at best, they could only play the role of a babysitter. They exchanged a few more things. Shen Yi left the place with White Wolf in tow. He was now heading to the Endless Beach. Others mentioned that there were many respawn monsters at the Endless Beach that hadn't been cleared yet. The best place to level up is over there. The types of monsters at the Endless Beach are definitely different from other places. Shen Yi wants to acquire more diverse talents, so he'll head there too. On the road, Shen Yi had already listed the recurve hunting bow on the exchange at this point, and marked it as barter only. Only after Chen Yi's approval could the trade be finalized. The hunting recurve bow had only been posted for a short while when Lang Chi sent a message. What's up? Did you loot a better bow? Chen Yi saw Lang Chi asking him. He immediately understood this was an attempt to probe whether Chen Yi had obtained the divine artifact. After all, the announcement had just been made. Chen Yi placed such an incredibly rare bow on the exchange. It's hard not to suspect something. Chen Yi didn't even try to hide it. After all, most people in this area already knew that he and Lu Tianming had gotten their hands on divine artifacts. Word travels fast on the world channel. Just luck. Pure luck. Lang Chi immediately sent back a thumbs-up emoji in response. Bro, that's insane. That's a legendary weapon. How's the damage? Is it high? The damage is already over 20. As for the rest, I'll keep that to myself. Damn, the best hammer I have right now only does 15 damage max. Your bow alone surpasses 20, add arrows to that, and you're looking at 30, maybe even 40. Even a black iron boss probably wouldn't last more than a few shots against that. Luck, just luck. At that moment, Lang Chi sent a message. It looks like you'll get the first kill on the regional boss, but for us to win by doing nothing isn't a bad option either. Seeing Lang Chi say this, Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, then sent a message. Lang Chi, even if we open the world channel in advance, we should still kill the regional boss whenever possible, there are rewards. Shen Yi finished sending the message. His mood instantly lightened. This finally repaid the favor owed to the man who'd essentially given him the hunting recurve bow at a bargain price. As for Lang Chi, he also pondered for a while after seeing it. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Star. Chapter 34, Acquiring the Mount Saddle, Defense Talent Fusion. Endless beach. At its core, it was simply an endless coastline. One could faintly make out the massive regional barrier. Shenny gazed at those barriers, understanding that beyond them lay other regions, but the regional barrier was impenetrable. Going to other areas was absolutely impossible. When reaching the beach, Shenny didn't see anyone there, but what I saw were those densely packed sea turtles. Each turtle was as big as a water vat. Their shells even shimmered with a brilliant gleam. They looked extremely hard. Endless turtle. Level 5. Base strength 4.5. Base constitution 6. Basic agility 2. Basic intelligence 1. Talent hardening. Hardening F. Physical defense increased by 5%, temporarily doubled when attacked, lasting for 3 seconds. Skill none. Looking at those turtles, Shenyi immediately commanded the white wolf to attack. All we need to do is flip this turtle over. The white wolf was overjoyed. Finally, he could fight again. A sea turtle the size of a water vat. Before the 3-meter-tall white wolf, it couldn't stir up even the slightest ripple. Knocked over one swipe at a time. All were flipped onto their backs, exposing the soft white plating of their undersides. Because their limbs were too short, these turtles simply couldn't flip their bodies back over, left only to flail helplessly in the air. At this moment, Shenyi picked up the holy glory, holding a flaming arrow, bending the bow, knocking the arrow. A sacred power surged through the flaming arrow's entire length. Upon the original fiery runes, layer upon layer of enchantment patterns representing the power of light now overlay them. The union of flame and radiance manifests even mightier power. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a streak of light as it flew. It struck directly into one of the upturned sea turtles. Boom! An explosion occurred. The sea turtle's belly was instantly blown open by Chenyi's arrow. The arrow maintained its formidable momentum. It plunged into the turtle's belly and wreaked havoc within. In the blink of an eye, a sea turtle bursting with vitality was instantly slain by Chenyi. Chenyi's ears also rang with a voice. Congratulations, you have plundered the endless sea turtle's talent, hardening. The hardening talent has been enhanced 100-fold, evolving into Armored Plate. Armored Plate, Grade D. Affect your skin generates a layer of hardened keratin, increasing physical defense by 25%. When attacked, this effect doubles. Your talent's copper skin, iron bones, and hard shell meet the fusion conditions. Automatic fusion initiated. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent steel sinews and iron bones. Steel and iron. Grade C. Affect your muscles and bones are forged like steel. Increases physical and magical defense by 25% and reduces physical and magical damage taken by 10%. Upon being hit, the effect temporarily doubles in potency. Duration 10 seconds. Witnessing this scene unfolding before my eyes, Shenyi felt utterly at ease. At the same time, his body was undergoing continuous transformation, making his muscles increasingly powerful, as if his whole body possessed inexhaustible strength. This was an illusion Shenyi gained after his innate talents were enhanced. You'll get used to it after some time. Look at the other sea turtles. Shenyi followed the same method. Finally, with the cooperation of Chenyi and the white wolf, Shenyi effortlessly cleared out all the sea turtles within a square kilometer radius. At the same time, with the experience bonus from slaughtering hundreds of sea turtles, he leveled up to 8, and his experience bar reached 54% of level 8, only 1.5 levels away from level 10. As for the current time, it was already nighttime. Shenyi was setting up a temporary wooden hut in a relatively dry area on the beach, because the monsters within a radius of 1 kilometer had all been cleared out. So Shenyi built it here. At night when sleeping, you won't be disturbed by monsters. Having eaten grilled meat, lying on the haystack, Shenyi stared blankly at the chat channel with nothing better to do. He had already lost interest in the regional channel, mainly because he already knew everything there was to know, no matter how much more he looked at it. Nothing new here. Then his gaze shifted to the world channel. In the world channel, nearly 99% of the discussions were about how to level up faster, find out which area has obtained it, and be the first to kill the area boss. Just as Chenyi was watching, a special private message appeared before Chenyi's eyes at this moment. Chenyi clicked inside. To his surprise, it was a screenshot of special equipment. Mount Saddle. Effect increases mount movement speed by 70%. Introduction, an essential companion for long journeys. Look at this mount saddle. Chenyi felt a stir in his heart. Equip it onto your white wolf. That would be like adding wings to a tiger. With that kind of mobility, I'll practically be flying. It would save me a lot of walking time too. Just then, a line of text appeared behind the screenshot. Boss, can I trade this item with you? Chenyi quickly responded. Well, although this thing isn't very useful to me now, maybe I'll get a mount in the future. Let's trade. The reply came instantly. Thank you so much, senior. I really need this bow. I'm incredibly grateful. Mei Shem, don't mention it, consider it my good deed for the day. Afterwards, the two promptly exchanged their items. Chenyi now held in his hands a radiant mount saddle. This mount saddle should be adjustable in size freely. All drowsiness left Chenyi. He hurried outside the wooden cabin. Looking at the white wolf lying prone, Chenyi directly chose to use it. Almost instantaneously, the white wolf was immediately outfitted with a full set of riding gear. At the same time, it looked supremely comfortable. Chenyi couldn't wait any longer. He hurriedly mounted the bewildered white wolf's back. Come on, let's run a few laps, star. Chapter 35, Ocean Visitor off to plunder talents at the Mermaid Island. Early the next morning, Chenyi set up the firewood and began preparing the sea turtle meat. He had grown tired of grilled meat. Now some seafood would make a nice change. The turtle meat cooked surprisingly fast and incredibly delicious. A single sea turtle yields about 150 pounds of meat when processed. The white wolf ate one. Chenyi devoured two of them directly. The sound of +1 strength rang in his ears once again. As for this kind of life, Chenyi was quite satisfied. There was meat to eat and monsters to fight. What more could one ask for in this lifetime? Pack up the cabin. Chenyi was preparing to head to the next monster-infested location. By now, the snowy wolf had adjusted after a night's adaptation. For the mount saddle, there was no more resistance. Moreover, this mount saddle could increase its movement speed by 70%. Now the white wolf's speed. It had already reached 80 kilometers per hour. Extremely swift. Truly a top-tier mount. Chenyi now had the white wolf. Even if it's the entire area, it wouldn't take more than a few days to explore it all. But that's only assuming white wolf doesn't take any breaks. Chenyi naturally wouldn't do something so foolish. However, traveling to more places and finding different monsters to plunder talents is essential. This should be Chenyi's main objective. Just as Chenyi was about to ride off on the white wolf, on the distant horizon, a ship suddenly appeared in the distance. It was enormous. From afar, one could roughly estimate. The vessel measured over 30 meters long, and the wood used was all from various coconut and palm trees. It's hard to fathom. In this world, there could still appear such a large ship. Chenyi stopped and didn't move. He had the white wolf wait where it was. He already had a guess in his mind. This must have come from Mermaid Island. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the ship docked, and it partially rested on the shoreline. At this moment, a group of people disembarked from the ship. It appears there were well over 30 of them. Each of these individuals looked sallow and emaciated. It's clearly caused by prolonged malnutrition. White wolf, come here. When they saw White Wolf, those people were startled. But upon seeing Chenyi atop White Wolf, they finally felt relieved. Turns out it was just a mount. At this moment, Chenyi leaped off the White Wolf and approached the group of people. Gazing at Chenyi, the leader of the group stepped forward to stand before him. This is the mainland. We came from Mermaid Island. We worked together to build a boat for the journey. Luckily, we had a shipbuilding expert among us, otherwise, we'd never have made it across. Chenyi nodded in agreement. You're here for the temple event, right? But it's already over. The leader nodded. Yeah, we saw it on the regional chat. We're just coming ashore now. After all, the regional boss is on land. At this moment, the man standing behind him spoke up. Boss, we should pick a few people to head back now. There's still a bunch of folks who haven't been picked up yet. Chenyi heard these words. A sudden thought crossed his mind. He realized the only place he hadn't visited was Mermaid Island. If they were to return now, this would be the perfect chance to finally see Mermaid Island. Let me plunder the talents of those monsters on Mermaid Island again. Action followed thought. Chenyi then said, if you're heading back, could you take me along? Hearing Chenyi say this, the leader of the group looked puzzled. What's wrong? We all want to go to the mainland. Why do you instead want to go to the island? Chenyi smiled. Naturally, I want to experience firsthand what's actually on that island. Seeing Chenyi like this, the man nodded his head. Sounds good. My name is Lu Zilin. With such an amazing pet by your side, you must be incredibly strong yourself. It'd be great if you could help us clear out the monsters on the island. Chenyi laughed heartily. Of course, that's exactly why I'm going there, to hunt monsters. Oh, by the way, I'm Chenyi. Feel free to message me privately if you need anything. Upon hearing Chenyi's name, Lu Zilin's eyes instantly widened with astonishment. Aren't you the one who descended from the Divine Hall together with the leader of the Tyrant Heaven Alliance? I've also joined the group. I've heard about your exploits among the members. Chenyi nodded in agreement. It's nothing. Then let's not delay and set off. Sounds good. Afterwards, Chenyi the White Wolf leapt aboard the boat. Meanwhile, Lu Zilin also boarded the vessel with the man who had just spoken. As for the others, they directly built wooden huts right there on the beach. It's obvious. They were waiting for everyone to arrive together. Sitting on the boat. Gradually, Chenyi spotted a black dot on the distant horizon. According to the regional map displays, the coastline is only 25 kilometers away from Mermaid Island. Therefore, it didn't take long for Chen Yi to reach the edge of Mermaid Island. By this time, many people had already gathered on Mermaid Island. At first glance, there were roughly 500 to 600 people. Trying to transport everyone with this single boat would require dozens of trips at the very least. This also gave Chen Yi some time to plunder the monster talents from Mermaid Island. They arrived at the shore. Chen Yi and the White Wolf jumped off the boat. The White Wolf's figure startled everyone, but the next second, people soon realized it was actually someone's pet. Then looks of admiration followed. These folks here, before crossing over, they were all corporate white-collar workers, blue-collar workers, students, farmers, business owners, and the like. But after arriving here, everything they once had vanished without a trace. The only thing they could rely on was themselves. Now, seeing professionals like Chen Yi, all one could feel was pure envy and resentment. But Chen Yi didn't stay for long. He simply left with the White Wolf immediately. He intended to plunder everything worth taking on this Mermaid Island before the last ship departed. Chapter 36, Hunting Monsters and Plundering Various Talents. This Mermaid Island belongs to the type with exceptionally lush vegetation covering its lands. Various trees and wild grasses grew rampant. Who knows what creatures might dwell within? As the White Wolf ran, Chen Yi had already left the crowd behind. He prepared to let the White Wolf roam around during this time, to see what kind of monsters might be available for him to plunder. At the same time, Chen Yi also obtained information about the whereabouts of those mermaids' habitat through private messages with Luzulin. According to the regional map, the mermaids' habitat was on the other side of the island. Chen Yi began urging the White Wolf to advance in that direction. At this moment, a giant crab blocked Chen Yi's path. Giant sea crab, level 4. Base strength, 5.5. Base constitution, 3. Base agility, 2.9. Basic intelligence, 0.3. Talent brute strength. Brute strength physical attack increased by 5%. Skill reckless charge. Description: a giant sea crab inhabiting Mermaid Island that enjoys attacking other creatures. Its flesh is exceptionally delicious, making it a favorite food of mermaids for generations. This giant sea crab resembles an enormous swimming crab. It stands nearly 1 meter tall. 2 vertical eyes, gazing at Chen Yi with full appetite. It seemed to regard Chen Yi as prey. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't indulge this creature. Whoosh! A black-feathered arrow shot forth, carrying with it a radiant glow. Boom! Accompanied by a blinding explosion, the giant crab's frontal brain was instantly blown to smithereens. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's ears caught a faint sound. Congratulations on acquiring the giant sea crab's talent, Monstrous Strength. Monstrous Strength has been amplified 100-fold, evolving into Brute Force. Brute Force, rank D. Effect: physical attack increased by 50%. The talent effect is straightforward and brutal. Combined with the Boiling Beast Blood talent, Chen Yi's physical attack bonus has reached 150%. This is already an extremely terrifying enhancement, though it can't compare to the 5x or 10x boosts others have. But don't forget, Chen Yi has various other attribute bonuses too. When combined together, they're no less impressive than anyone else's. Chen Yi felt his strength had increased slightly more. Afterwards, he stored away the giant sea crab's corpse, continuing to walk toward deeper areas. Now he needed to traverse the Mermaid Island with the White Wolf. As the White Wolf continued to advance, the surrounding scenery began to shift and change endlessly. And just at that moment, the cry of a sheep reached Chen Yi's ears. Hearing the bleating of sheep, Chen Yi's heart swelled with joy once more. Who would have thought there were actually sheep on this island? Now he could acquire yet another talent. Following the sound, Chen Yi cautiously approached the source of the sheep's cries with the White Wolf. At this moment, a sheep was trapped by vines around its neck. Its entire body hung suspended in midair, like a hanged sheep, on the verge of suffocating. Mermaid Island Goat. Level 3. Base Strength, 1.5. Basic Constitution, 1.9. Basic Agility, 3.2. Base Intelligence, 0.1. Talent, Rock Climbing. Climbing: you can walk and climb on rocks. Skill Round Charge. Description: wild goats living on Mermaid Island with delicious, incredibly tender meat. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't let this goat die on its own. Afterwards, Chen Yi walked straight up to the goat. He immediately grabbed it by the neck. Before long, the hanging goat lost its breath. A voice then rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have plundered the Mermaid Island goat's talent, Rock Climbing. The Rock Climbing talent has been amplified 100-fold, evolving into Wall Walking. Wall Walking, rank D. Effect: you can walk on all kinds of surfaces with less than 90-degree angles as if they were flat ground. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Never expected it to be this overpowering. In the future, when it comes to mountain climbing or rock climbing, you'll definitely be a real pro. Even without any tools, one can still be effortlessly at ease. At this moment, Shenyi continued riding the white wolf toward the mermaid's habitat. As time passed, the white wolf had already carried Shenyi to the other side of the mermaid island. He glanced at the regional map. Shenyi knew that ahead lay the territory of various mermaids. He stared at the bushes ahead. Shenyi leapt directly off the white wolf's back, parting the shrubbery. Shenyi glimpsed the long-rumored mermaids. These creatures bore fish heads upon human bodies. It wasn't like in fairy tales. Its entire body was a grayish-black color, resembling that of catfish or blackfish. The belly was white. The ends of its limbs had webbing like a frog's feet. The eyes bulged like protruding fish eyes. At the neck, two scars resembling gills wriggled as they breathed. The exact appearance truly matched what those from the Mermaid Islands had described, utterly repulsive. Gazing at these mermaids, Shenyi immediately pulled up the attribute panels of these mermaids. Mermaid, level, 6, base strength, 5.9, base constitution, 5.1, base agility, 4.8, base intelligence, 3.9, talent, water affinity, skills, water bullet, water healing. Introduction. The mermaids who have lived on Mermaid Island for generations can wield water magic, and it's said there are still palaces of theirs deep beneath the sea. Star. Chapter 37, Reaching Level 10, Unlocking Water Control Talent. Shenyi counted carefully. There are currently 36 mermaids on shore. Among these 36 mermaids, there was one mermaid twice as robust as the others. The attribute panel didn't indicate it was a boss. It just had slightly higher base attributes. Looks like an elite monster. As for the other mermaids, they're not even worth a glance. The most burly one. Taste my arrow that pierces a leaf at 100 paces. Afterwards, Shenyi grasped the arrow in his hand. Pierce a leaf at 100 paces. With a low shout, the arrow transformed into a ray of light, piercing straight through space. Before the mermaid could even react, a massive hole was blasted straight through her chest. Half her body was instantly gone. It was like being struck and exploded by cannon fire. Upon reading this, Shenyi was somewhat astonished. The power of this precise long-range shot was truly formidable. Believe, once his attributes and equipment were properly upgraded, absolute power would become even more formidable. With a 100% accuracy rate, it would absolutely be a bug-like existence. Kill this mermaid. Silent State didn't even get to demonstrate its usefulness before dying. Shenyi watched with some incomplete regret. Next, the sacred glory bowstring in Chunyi's hand trembled incessantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every single arrow could claim the life of a mermaid. The mermaids screamed in terror. Arrows flew from nowhere, completely unexpected. Shenyi heard a voice in his ear. Congratulations on plundering the mermaid talent, Water Element Affinity. Water Element Affinity 100-fold amplification, evolved into Water Control Technique. Water Control Technique. Rank, D. Effect can condense water elements from the air to create pure water sources and manipulate them through mental strength. Upon reading this, Shenyi couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. This is exactly the kind of ability I wanted. Normally, I don't even wash the meat before handling it. I still have to fetch water from the source for daily use. Now that I have this water control ability, bathing, washing clothes, cooking, and drinking could now be completely independent of external resources. There was one more thing. That was, during this period of constant travel for White Wolf, due to insufficient water intake and various environmental factors, the exterior had turned yellowish-brown and grimy. With this water control ability, it directly solved the vast majority of life's challenges. Sweet! At this thought, Shenyi's hand speed became even faster. The arrows whizzed through the air. One mermaid after another fell to the ground. Finally, all 30 arrows were loosed, and just like that, 30 mermaids lay dead. The remaining 6 mermaids were systematically eliminated by the White Wolf. Meanwhile, Shenyi made a startling discovery. Killing these mermaids, my experience points have increased by a full 30%. I've now reached level 8 with 91% progress. Seems these humanoid creatures give more experience. Retrieve the arrows. Shenyi headed towards the next mermaid gathering point. These mermaid corpses emitted a fishy stench, their bodies covered in mucus. Shenyi found it rather revolting. Naturally, he wouldn't collect them. If they had to eat these mermaids, they might as well eat dirt instead. Time passed swiftly. To Shenyi's delight, there were many mermaid gathering spots here. Like scattered tribes, Shenyi fought with exhilarating ease. Congratulations, you've reached level 10. The announcement rang in his ears. Shenyi has reached level 10. The experience bar remained frozen at level 10, 0% onward. Shenyi's level had hit this world's ceiling. To level up further lies beyond. I'm about to head to the next bronze tier world. Shenyi. Occupation, Archer. Level, 10, experience 87%. Base strength, 21.5. Base constitution, 10. Basic agility 15. Basic intelligence 10. Equipment Holy Glory, Precision Ring, Mithril Bracelet. Talents: Infinite Plunder, EX, Beast Blood Boiling, B, Steel Bones, C, Treasure Hunter, D, Bone Revival, D, Tenfold Range, C, Shattering Hand, C, Insightful Eye, C, Predator Strength, A, Savage Physique, D, Poison Coating, D, Advanced Poison Resistance, D, Iron Kidneys, B, Dark God's Blessing, S, Brute Force, D, Wall Running, D, Water Control, D, Skills: Precision Shot, Charged Shot, Piercing Arrow. Introduction: This archer's stats qualify as a formidable combatant, simultaneously capable of sowing superior genetic legacies across myriad realms. Looking at the attribute panel, Shen Yi was thoroughly satisfied. He just didn't know how to change his profession. That Lu Tianming had previously obtained a hidden profession transfer scroll. This fact still left Chen Yi feeling quite envious. Meanwhile, Lu Zilin sent a message to Chen Yi. He said everyone on Mermaid Island had already evacuated. Now they're just waiting for him to bring the final group. Chen Yi saw the message. Without further ado, he signaled White Wolf to turn back the way they came. When returning to the origin point, everyone had already boarded the ship, and they had intentionally left a vast empty space specifically for Chen Yi. Chen Yi rode upon the White Wolf. The White Wolf leapt straight onto it. This move elicited another round of astonished gasps. The onlookers' gazes towards Chen Yi grew even more envious. Truly unbelievable. When will I ever possess such strength? Afterwards, the ship slowly set sail, heading towards the mainland. Shen Yi had already decided on his next destination. That was to return to one's original starting point, at the border between the Forest of 1,000 Winds and the Savage Plains. Apart from that swift-winged hare, all other monsters of the Forest of 1,000 Winds. But I haven't seen it yet. Star. Chapter 38, The Forest of 1,000 Winds, Plundering the Eagle-Eye Talent. Upon returning to land, after bidding goodbye to Chen Yi, he headed straight for the Forest of 1,000 Winds without turning back, crossing the frigid desert, traversing the deadly swamp, and cutting through the savage blood grasslands. Chen Yi returned to the place where he had first crossed over. By now, the area had been taken over by a herd of wild buffalo. Seeing this, Chen Yi, he directly employed the bow and arrows. All the bison were cleared out. The arrows were retrieved. Chen Yi arrived before the Forest of 1,000 Winds. He recalled how gingerly he had entered before. He couldn't help but laugh. Afterwards, Chen Yi, with the White Wolf at his side, strode deeper into the 1,000 Winds forest. He trusted many people. They were all born here. The surrounding vegetation was extremely dense. Chen Yi walked for about 3 hours. Only then did he spot a swift-winged rabbit eating tender leaves under a tree. Chen Yi grew somewhat curious. I wonder why there are so few creatures in this Forest of 1,000 Winds. After all, new creatures spawn here every day. It's strange that there are so few. Chen Yi found a rather crooked tree. He stepped forward without hesitation. With his innate wall-walking talent, he could traverse any surface with ease, as long as the angle wasn't less than 90 degrees. Chen Yi reached the tree canopy. The view here is exceptionally expansive. Gazing into the distance, Chen Yijing discovered a clearing. It's approximately 10 kilometers away from here. The trees there appear to have all been felled. He had no idea what exactly had happened. At this moment, screech, an eagle's cry pierced the air. Chen Yi looked up. He spotted a completely blue-feathered eagle. At this moment, it seemed to regard him as prey. It charged straight toward him. Windhawk, level 7. Basic strength, 6.7. Basic constitution, 4.2. Basic agility 9. Basic intelligence, 0.5. Talent, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, F. Gains improved vision with certain focusing abilities. Skill, Wind Blade. Introduction. The Windhawk living in the Forest of 1,000 Winds gradually mastered the ability to control the wind. Chen Yi was delighted at the sight. Truly refusing the path to heaven when heaven's gate stands open, he immediately drew his bowstring. The arrow sped swiftly from his hand. Whoosh! Screech! The wind eagle was struck directly by Chen Yi. Flames and light exploded in midair. It plummeted straight down toward the ground. Not long after, Chen Yi's ears rang with a voice. Congratulations on plundering the Wind Eagle's talent, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, 100-fold enhancement enhances into Supervision. Supervision. Rank, D. Effect, your visual range is greatly improved, and you can zoom in to view distant scenes. Upon seeing the supervision talent, Chen Yi was thoroughly satisfied. And just like that, with 10-fold range enhancement, even long-range sniping from 10,000 meters away would no longer be impossible. Afterwards, Chen Yi leaped down from the treetops. He immediately signaled the White Wolf to head toward where the Wind Eagle had landed earlier. Storing the Wind Eagle carcass in his storage space, Chen Yi rode atop the White Wolf. He charged straight toward the open clearing he'd spotted earlier. As time passed, 10 minutes later, Chen Yi arrived at the previously spotted clearing with the White Wolf in tow. This clearing was enormous. Looking around, Chen Yi estimated it to be at least 10,000 square meters in area. Everywhere bore signs of felled trees. But surprisingly, some tree stumps were quite fresh, clearly just recently felled. Yet others were extremely old, definitely not cut down recently. Shen Yi ruled out the possibility of professionals doing the logging, because they had just crossed over. At most, it had only been 7 days. 7 days had passed. How could they possibly have created such a place? At this moment, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. Shen Yi turned to look. Through enhanced vision, he saw what appeared to be an antiquated machine resembling a robot. One arm ended with a chainsaw, the other with a massive clamp. Shen Yi hurriedly checked the attributes. Logging robot, level 10, combat power 1324, purpose, logging. Introduction: a logging robot created by the Somerset people, specifically designed for felling and transporting timber. There were no basic attributes or talents listed anymore. Instead, there was an attribute called combat power. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yi was somewhat puzzled. Perhaps these lifeless machines would display such things, but who knows how this combat capability is categorized. At this moment, the logging robot approached a tree. The chainsaw in his right hand hissed and snarled. Wood chips flew through the air like a blizzard. Click! A towering tree dozens of meters tall was felled just like that. Another series of mechanical motions followed. The big tree was split into 5 or 6 segments, and the large clamp on the left hand grabbed one of the sections directly. The logging robot then began retracing its path back. Then, Shen Yi immediately had the white wolf carry him as they gave chase. He wanted to take a look. The lumberjack robot's destination. Where exactly was it headed? Chapter 39, The Somo Mines, The Trapped Humans. The white wolf arrived at the path cleared by the logging robot. It seemed to have been created for transportation convenience. The logging robot had directly carved out a broad road through this Thousand Winds forest. Trees on both sides had been pushed aside. It looks extremely standardized and meticulously organized. Moreover, this logging robot doesn't seem to have any warning system. Follow the logging robot. We walked for about 1 kilometer. They hadn't been spotted. Finally, 3 kilometers later, the logging robots finally reached their destination. It was a massive mining pit. The mine pit was enormous. Its diameter stretched over 1,000 meters. The depths below appeared fathomless. At this moment, at the top of the mine pit, Shen Yi spotted a steam boiler that was currently on fire. Right then, the lumberjack robot immediately approached that steam boiler. It directly tossed the log it was holding into the flames. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. Who would have thought? The logging robot cuts down trees. It's actually used as some kind of power fuel. And just at that moment, at the mine's edge, Shen Yi spotted several lifting platforms. Some sounds, faintly, it emanated from underground. Come to think of it, after walking through this forest of 1,000 winds for so long, we haven't encountered anyone. Could it mean, could they all be down in these mines? Yet no one seems to be chatting in the local channel either. Shen Yi couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard he thought. He finally made up his mind to go down and take a look himself. While he was at it, he might as well check if there were any special monsters around to plunder talents from. At this moment, the logging robot started to move. Now it was going to return the same way it came, continuing to fetch more wood. Shen Yi and the white wolf quickly hid in the dense forest nearby, but the logging robot didn't notice them. It seemed to be operating strictly according to its pre-programmed routine. Afterwards, Shen Yi had the white wolf lead the way through the dense forest while keeping watch. Meanwhile, he himself proceeded toward those lift platforms. After searching for a long time, Shen Yi finally found the switch. With a rumbling sound, the elevator platform began descending. A voice also sounded in Shen Yi's ears. You have entered the special scenario, Sommer Mine. Chat channel has been disabled. Shen Yi couldn't help but feel surprised upon seeing this. After arriving here, the chat channel was immediately blocked. So it seems there might really be other humans down here. Shen Yi only felt like he descended about 200 meters. Boom! The lifting platform landed. Shen Yi stepped out directly. At this moment, what greeted Shen Yi's eyes was a corridor whose destination remained unknown. The walls of the corridor were inlaid with luminescent stones. Afterwards, Shen Yi walked toward it. Inside this passageway hung a pungent, fresh stench, not the kind that had rotted for years. When stepping out of the tunnel, the scene before them suddenly opened up. This was a massive underground limestone cave. Glowing fungi of various kinds could be seen everywhere. In the distance stood a giant mushroom that nearly reached the cavern's ceiling, bathed in the glow of various luminous substances. The cavern didn't feel particularly dark. Afterwards, Shen Yi walked forward. At this moment, a voice came through. Are you an outsider? Shen Yi turned towards the sound. Beneath the mushroom, a bespectacled man dressed in denim jacket and jeans appeared before Shen Yi's eyes. The glasses-wearing man was level 3. In his hand, he clutched a beginner's wooden staff. Look at the craftsmanship of that wooden staff. It belongs to a novice priest. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. I just arrived here. How long have you all been staying? Shen Yi nodded in response. The man was overjoyed. My name is Jin Xiaolang, and I've been transported here for several days now. There are many others here besides me. That elevator platform, we still haven't figured out how to make it descend. Today's my shift to monitor arrivals, but I never actually expected someone to come down. Hearing the voice, Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Alright, then take me to see the others. I've already come down using the lift platform, so we can bring everyone up together now. Hearing those words, the young Jean nodded excitedly. Good. I'll go notify everyone right away. We've had enough of being stuck in this damned place. If you hadn't come today, we'd probably have vanished along with this crumbling world. Afterwards, he followed Jin Shaolang toward a mushroom forest. Shen Yi tightened his grip on the sacred glory in his hand. An arrow was also held at the ready, to prevent any unexpected incidents. Glowing mushrooms are everywhere here. The light is like that moment before rain on an overcast day. Everything is remarkably clear. Following the winding path, Shen Yi and Jin Shaolang arrived at a massive square. The square appeared enormous. Rows upon rows of wooden houses stood erected here. Jin Shaolang spoke up then. We've been gathered together since we first crossed over. There are only us in this entire underground cavern. Hearing Jin Shaolang say this, Shen Yi nodded in agreement. It seems having ended up alone was exceptionally bad luck. Everyone else had companions helping each other. If I hadn't obtained infinite plunder, it would have been an extremely low-tier talent. Then now I probably would have ended up as food for the grassland wolves. At this moment, Jin Shaolang began shouting, "Everyone come out! People from the surface are here, we can leave now." Chapter 40, Rescue Reward Archer Exclusive Necklace. At this moment, people began emerging one after another from the wooden huts. Both men and women were present. Each of them appeared utterly disheveled. They all looked dusty and disheveled. Shen Yi grew somewhat curious. Are these people just staying indoors without upgrading? At this moment, the crowd had already gathered around. Upon seeing Jin Shaolang and Shen Yi, they all started talking at once, voices overlapping. Really? Can we really get out of here? Absolutely. I'm going crazy staying here. With so few monsters around, there's no way to level up. Right. Eating nothing but mushrooms and drinking that filthy mine water every day, this isn't any way for humans to live. It's so great now, we can finally go out, and we can finally take that elevator. Woo, we can finally leave this damned place. God knows how I've managed to get through this period. After venting for a while, everyone began heading toward the exit of the mine. They simply couldn't wait any longer. Shen Yi witnessed this scene but didn't intervene. After all, this kind of feeling, only those who've experienced it firsthand would understand. At this moment, Jin Shaolang looked at Shen Yi. Your level has already reached 10. There's a metal door underground that requires extremely high attack power to open. I wonder if you'd be interested. Hearing those words, Shen Yi couldn't help but grow intrigued. After all, how could such a special occasion happen without a treasure? Afterwards, Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Alright, now tell me which way I should go. Jin Shaolang nodded. Alright. At that moment, Jin Shaolang shouted towards the departing crowd. After you go up later, keep a few people behind. I'll take this benefactor to see that metal door. Some acquaintances of Jin Shaolang responded in agreement. Alright, we'll wait for you. They couldn't open it there. Since someone has the capability to open it, then there's no reason for them to be envious. It should rightfully belong to those who can open it. Because they've never experienced life or death crises or events of resource scarcity, the group still maintained their previous civilized restraint. Follow Jin Shaolang. Shen Yi arrived at a large rock near the cliff wall. The rock was enormous, standing nearly 4 to 5 meters tall. On the exterior of the rock, there was a bronze door about 2 meters high. At this moment, a message appeared before Shen Yi. Bronze alloy gate, Defense 100. Description forged by the extinct Sormo people. This incredibly durable alloy gate can only be opened by attacks exceeding its defensive capacity. Staring at the bronze gate before them, Shen Yi looked at his freshly cooled 100 piercing strike. With the might of 100 piercing strike, it should be capable of piercing through this bronze door's defenses. Afterwards, Shen Yi took 10 steps back. Take up the holy glory. A black-feathered arrow was knocked in hand. As the whirlpool of energy condensed in his grip, a fierce gale had already begun to howl around them. Witnessing such power, Jin Shaolang quickly hid behind Shen Yi, fearful of being accidentally harmed by Shen Yi. Whoosh! A streak of light shot out from Shen Yi's hand at incredible speed. Boom! The bronze door was struck by the arrowheads, triggering a violent explosion. For a moment, dust and smoke filled the air. They waited quietly for the smoke to clear. The bronze door now bore a gaping breach. At this moment, it appeared before the two of them. Watching this scene unfold, Jin Shaolang was beyond excited. Boss, it's open. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Then he moved closer to the bronze door. Behind the bronze door, a bronze treasure chest came into Shen Yi's view. Upon seeing it was a bronze treasure chest, Shen Yi became intrigued. Aside from the initial ironwood and wooden chests, as well as that diamond chest. He hadn't encountered any other treasure chests since. I wonder what goodies might be inside this treasure chest. Picked up the black-feathered arrow with its bent and misshapen tip. Chen Yi shot it directly behind the door. The bronze treasure chest showed no reaction whatsoever. Chen Yi then confidently stepped inside. Jin Xiaolang also wore an expectant expression. No one knew what might lie within. Opened the bronze treasure chest. A mechanical ring. Now it appeared before Chen Yi. The ring was entirely composed of countless intricate metal components, which continued to rotate in a specific pattern when Chen Yi opened it. Chen Yi saw such an exquisitely crafted mechanical ring. He couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness in his heart. He then summoned the ring's attributes to inspect them. Mechanical heart. Damage, 10. Effect, the power of any machinery you control will increase tenfold. Description, the pinnacle of Thalmor technology, though it's unclear why it was left here. Seeing this, Chen Yi then picked up this mechanical core and slipped it onto his finger. Let's not even talk about the enchantment first. Just that attribute of increasing damage by 10 points would already make it an exceptional ring. Since I already have the precision ring, I happen to be missing the other ring. It fits just right. As for that property that increases mechanical power, it might come in handy someday. Jin Xiaolang looked at Chen Yi with undisguised envy, but there was no jealousy in his heart. He admired strength. Who could blame him for lacking that ability? Afterwards, Chen Yi brought Jin Xiaolang to the mine elevator platform, and with the help of those above, straight onto the surface. At this moment, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you've successfully rescued 300 humans trapped in the Solitude mines. Detected that you've reached the level cap and can no longer gain experience. As a special reward, you receive Archer's Necklace. Archer's Necklace. Accuracy 5. Enchantment. Your arrows deal 100% more base damage. Star. Chapter 41. The Mine with Distorted Time Flow. Hunting down robots. Looking at the attributes of the Sagittarius necklace, Chen Yi was thoroughly satisfied. No matter what type of arrows, the base damage could be doubled. It could be described as a qualitative improvement. Chen Yi roughly estimated the benefits. Now a single regular attack from me can deal over 100 damage. 2 top-tier pieces of equipment obtained in succession. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel thoroughly satisfied. His combat power had risen yet another notch. Facing that regional boss, the odds of winning improved somewhat. Chen Yi looked at the rescued crowd and said, "Next, I have my own matters to attend to. Right now, the most important thing for you is to seize every moment to level up. Otherwise, reaching level 10 will be absolutely impossible." Hearing Chen Yi's words, the others nodded in agreement. "Yes, we will, boss." At this moment, the white wolf came running from afar, but it was filthy all over. The white wolf affectionately approached Chen Yi. The others, seeing such a large white wolf, raised their weapons in alarm. But upon witnessing the wolf's affectionate behavior towards Chen Yi, they stood dumbfounded. Chen Yi then turned his gaze towards the crowd. "The white wolf is my pet, so there's no danger at all." Hearing Chen Yi say this, only then did the others heave a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they grew envious of Chen Yi. Who would have thought such a powerful creature would actually turn out to be the big boss's pet? As expected, the boss is exceptionally strong in everything. Chen Yi then noticed something unusual about the white wolf. It was as if they hadn't seen him for a long time. Suddenly, someone shouted, "I can finally use the chat channel now. Who knew there were so many people who traveled through time with us? This is absolutely unbelievable, right? There's simply no way to imagine who could have sent us here. Never mind that for now. Hurry up and open the map to see where the monsters are. The system shows there are only 21 days left until the world ends." Hearing those words, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. What? There are only 21 days left. Afterwards, Chen Yi immediately pulled up the system's timer. He discovered that the time remaining until the world's destruction was down to 21 days, 13 hours, 54 minutes, and 8 seconds. Which means, the moment he emerged from the mine shaft, over 8 full days had slipped by. Where had these 8 days gone? Chen Yi felt deeply puzzled. Everyone else had also noticed this strange occurrence. Damn it, we originally had plenty of time, but now we're suddenly running so short. Exactly, the moment we emerged from the mine shaft, we'd lost 8 whole days. Could it be that this mine actually drains time from people? Not necessarily. It's very likely some kind of rule at play. The book mentions it. Time has discontinuity and curvature. Maybe when we came up, we entered a connection point formed between 2 temporal nodes. That's way too profound for me. I don't get it. Same here, don't understand either. Watching people discuss, Chen Yi didn't want to delve too deeply into it. Now the most important thing. There were only 7 days left until the decisive battle against the regional boss. We haven't finished exploring this Thousand Winds forest yet. Afterwards, Chen Yi glanced at the group. I have something to attend to now, so I'll take my leave. By the way, there aren't any monsters left in this Thousand Winds forest now. Remember to head to the Brutal Blood Prairie. We must upgrade day and night without stopping in the time we have left. Otherwise, we'll truly perish along with this world. After saying that, Chen spurred the white wolf onward, riding deeper into the unknown. Watching Chen disappear from sight, the crowd exchanged glances. They understood this big shot wasn't lying. Afterwards, the group opened their regional map. They headed straight towards the barbarian blood plains. Not long after everyone had left, the logging robot from earlier returned with the lumber. After placing the wood into the steam boiler, a crimson glow flashed through the robot's eyes. It seemed to be answering some unseen summons. Then it began moving in the same direction Chen had departed. Trees fell in its wake. Plants and foliage were sent flying in all directions. Meanwhile, with Chen he had now arrived beside a barrier. This was a boundary used to demarcate territories. Beyond it still lay the forest of thousand winds. Chen even spotted a tiger with bluish-black fur, but since it wasn't their district, they could only regretfully let this fellow go. Just as Chen was preparing to retrace his steps back, a hiss of steam pierced the air. Chen looked through the ultravision. To his surprise, it was actually that logging robot from before. Now the robot was flashing red lights all over its body. It was marching menacingly toward Chen Yi's direction. The surrounding trees fell one after another under the sharp teeth of the iron saw. Chen frowned. He couldn't figure out why this guy had targeted him. At this moment, Chen suddenly felt the mechanical heart on his left middle finger trembling. Witnessing this scene, instantly, Chen understood. It was the mechanical heart that had drawn the logging robot here. It seems that there must be something about this mechanical heart that attracts the logging robot. If that's the case, then we've got no choice but to take this guy down. But since this lumberjack robot is essentially an inanimate object, it doesn't possess any inherent talent. That's why Chen never previously considered eliminating this thing. But now we've reached the point where elimination is unavoidable. Chapter 42, The One-Time Annihilation Weapon Atomic Disintegration Gun. Chen had already grasped the holy radiance. The arrows were also drawn out. Whoosh! A sharpshooter's precision. 8 days had passed since emerging from the mine. Chen Yi's 100-step penetration skill had also finished cooling down. Boom! The lumberjack robot was struck directly. The left half of its mechanical body was instantly destroyed. The remaining right half of the body, except for swinging the chainsaw, it had no other purpose. Chen swiftly followed up with another strike. The right side was also destroyed. At this moment, that lumberjack robot was already billowing steam from its entire body. Not long after, the lumberjack robot then turned into a heap of scrap metal. At the same time, a burst of white light exploded from within the lumberjack robot's body. Did something drop? Witnessing this scene before him, Chen hurriedly walked over. I wonder what this lumberjack robot might drop. Afterwards, Chen reached his hand into the white glow. Something slightly hard appeared before him. It was a weapon resembling a pistol. Atomic Disintegrator. Damage, 9999. Effect, can disintegrate all matter into its most primitive molecular state. Usage count 1/1. Description: the pinnacle of Thalmor craftsmanship, capable of disintegrating all matter in existence. Regrettably, the solar crystals that power this atomic disassembler are exceedingly rare. Hence it was designed as a single-use item. Staring at the atomic disassembler in his hand, Chen was utterly surprised. I never expected to uncover such a devastating weapon. This is literally a bug-tier weapon, and it's just in this black iron level world. To obtain such a weapon here, Chen felt a surreal sensation, but upon further contemplation, if one were to say, it appeared an alien race had descended upon his original world to conduct survival challenges. If one could obtain a nuclear weapon in such circumstances, it would undoubtedly qualify as a game-breaking tier weapon. Technological civilization. It always has a way of defying conventional logic. At this thought, Chen felt that everything made much more sense now. Afterwards, Chen put away the atomic disintegration cannon. At the same time, thoughts ran through his mind. He wondered if his mechanical heart might also enhance this atomic disintegrator. But all this would have to wait until he faced an enemy beyond his ability to resist. Having such a trump card in hand, it was also an extremely comfortable experience. By then, the sky had already darkened. Chen then proceeded to build the wooden cabin, and took out the unfinished roasted meat to cook it again. Fed and content. Chen looked toward the chat channel. At this moment, in the chat channel, many people were treating leveling up as their current primary topic of discussion. I've discovered the fastest way to level up: just farm skeletal undead. Kill them for XP, then wait for them to respawn. After resurrecting about 7 or 8 times, the skeletons lose the power to revive, but you've basically gained free XP 7 or 8 times. That's brilliant upstairs. This method is simply unbeatable, a surefire way to make a fortune with minimal investment. Everyone remember, try to level up at night and sleep during the day. When daylight comes, those undead creatures vanish somewhere. These skeleton undead are weak but give tons of XP, they just can't stand sunlight. Wait, sleep? Who actually sleeps? Exactly, at this critical moment, we don't even have the luxury to sleep properly. Just catch a quick nap when exhaustion hits. Hell yeah bro, learning from you. Damn, the XP gain is so slow nowadays, no idea if I'll even hit level 10 before the world ends. Who knows? With this pathetic XP boost rate, leveling up fast is straight up impossible. We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. At this moment, everyone had fallen into a kind of leveling up frenzy. Even those with the lowest talents. They dreamed of nothing but leveling up. Chenyi watched for a while. There doesn't seem to be any useful information. I simply chose to sink into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, after finishing the grilled meat, the system prompt arrived right on schedule. Predator Power Talent activated. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of strength. Chenyi's strength has now reached 23.5. Undoubtedly among the absolute top tier at this stage. Mount the White Wolf. Let's go, back the way we came, to the Death Swamp. The White Wolf was remarkably intelligent. It immediately turned and ran back along the original path. On the way, they passed through the savage blood plain. The group that had emerged from the Thousand Winds forest had now begun to walk the rightful path. They started continuously leveling up across the savage blood plains. Chenyi gave a simple greeting. Then, riding his white wolf, he galloped straight toward the Death Swamp. The area boss has already gathered a massive swarm of venomous snakes. He is now, before the deadline arrives, try to eliminate as many as possible. To eliminate the obstacles ahead and slay the regional boss. Star. Chapter 43 Unspoken Understanding, Gathering at the Death Swamp. The White Wolf sprinted at lightning speed. It raced across the land like the wind. The surrounding scenery was like a magic lantern spinning at tremendous speed. We set off at 6:30 in the morning. By 11:40, when the White Wolf arrived at the edge of the Death Swamp. At this moment, the Death Swamp was even more foul-smelling than before. The mud bubbled and gurgled under the sun's glare. The green mist swirled, as if emitting poisonous fumes. However, Chenyi possessed advanced poison resistance. Although the smell was foul, he wasn't the least bit afraid of these toxic vapors. The White Wolf just couldn't handle it. Approaching the Death Swamp made its body instantly nauseous and retching. But by this time, the White Wolf had already become like Chenyi. Its level had already reached 10. The White Wolf's physique at level 10 had a full 19 points. After some adaptation, there wasn't much left to handle. Chenyi then produced an exceptionally long rod measuring 5 meters. This was tree heart obtained from the Thousand Winds forest. At this moment, he could no longer simply rely on the White Wolf to move forward, because one careless misstep from the wolf might send it tumbling into a mud pit. He would need to bring out something suitable for scouting the path ahead. Opening the area map. The area shown on the regional map belonged to the Death Swamp zone, already marked with a crimson-black skull icon. Heading toward the direction where that skull was located, Chenyi advanced with his White Wolf companion. Since pathfinding was necessary, the pace slowed down considerably. As they progressed, the man and the wolf traversed numerous swamp traps. Finally, before nightfall, Chenyi arrived at the place that belonged to the skull. This was the very heart of the Death Swamp. Many white-boned skeletons covered in mud wandered about the periphery, and within, it was a vast expanse of marshland. Many venomous snakes slithered through the bog. The snakes were densely packed, side by side. The site was overwhelmingly thick with them. At this moment, all the venomous snakes were continuously secreting poison. It flowed directly into the quagmire below. The originally black swamp had now turned a dark shade of green. It looks extremely dangerous. Witnessing this scene, Chenyi's heart sank. Damn, this area boss is quite intelligent. It knows how to create advantageous combat conditions for itself. It's nothing like those silly bronze tier bosses can compare to. And judging by the situation, it's obviously trying to turn this place into a toxic swamp. Look at those skeletal sentries patrolling the perimeter. Chenyi directly opened the trading post. At this moment, there were many wooden arrows on the trading post. The trading post now was no longer the impoverished place it used to be, because ordinary talented professionals no longer face the pressure of killing regional bosses. Many reserve items that were kept as last resorts are now being traded for useful commodities. Those novice arrows that deal only 1 damage. In the trading post, there are tens of thousands of bundles, but it's more than enough to deal with these white-boned skeletons. After sacrificing 500 turtle corpses, Chenyi directly purchased 500 bundles of beginner arrows, which amounts to 5,000 arrows in total. Completely eliminates the hassle of having to retrieve fired arrows. Draw forth the holy radiance. The arrow in hand instantly launches forth. These wooden arrows cannot fully bear the enchanted power of holy radiance. They often shattered upon hitting the skeletons, but due to the light attribute enchantment's strong damage bonus against these skeletons, even wooden arrows that would normally break could instantly kill these white-boned undead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows soared through the air in an instant. Under Chen Yi's extremely swift hand speed, one skeleton after another fell to the ground. Even the occasional resurrection of some skeletons was completely inconsequential. Chen Yi kept shooting for several hours. Finally, the skeletal remains patrolling the perimeter were all eliminated. Wooden arrows now littered the swamp ground. From the original 500 bundles of wooden arrows, only 60 bundles remained, but Chen Yi had reaped bountiful rewards. From these skeletons, Chen Yi dropped 3 items. The White Wolf immediately retrieved them each time. They were respectively, a bone bracelet, bone arm guards, and a bone waistband. Bone bracelet, hit 3, bone bracer, block 10, bone belt, HP 4. Although these 3 pieces of equipment don't have impressive stats, at least they boost combat effectiveness a little. Better than nothing. Just as Chen Yi finished cleaning up, a voice came from afar. Chen Yi, I never expected your strength to have reached such a level. Your S-grade talent truly is the strongest. Hearing those words, Chen Yi turned towards the source of the voice. Under the combined effects of insight eye and supervision, Chen Yi spotted Lu Tianming and Qin Mu's group. He was standing 100 meters away at that moment, quietly watching Chen Yi, as if by unspoken agreement. They had all arrived here early. Chapter 44, The Regional Boss Lurks in the Shadows. The group had now gathered. As Chen Yi had anticipated, both Lu Tianming and Qin Mu had also reached level 10. Moreover, Lu Tianming's eyes had now turned golden red. Obviously, Lu Tianming had already changed classes to the hidden profession of Flame Mage. Lu Tianming spoke up at this moment. What was going on earlier? We messaged you privately, but you didn't respond to any of us. Chen Yi was stunned. Could it be that he couldn't receive private messages from the outside world while he was down in the mine? He then forced a chuckle. It's nothing. I just had some things keeping me busy at the time. Lu Tianming nodded. He didn't press the matter further. Then, his gaze turned toward the swamp emitting virulent green vapors. Clearly, the regional boss is hiding somewhere in this swamp. Now, let me clean up the surroundings for everyone. After saying that, Lu Tianming transformed into a fiery elemental entity, floating up into the sky. Scorching heat, continuously burning the surrounding toxic gases. These poisonous fumes contained combustible materials, but because the concentration was too low, it didn't ignite on a large scale. At this moment, the venomous snakes in the poisonous swamp seemed to sense danger and became restless. Lu Tianming. By now, they had already reached above the poisonous swamp. At this moment, a flaming gem hovered around his body, looking breathtakingly beautiful while radiating terrifying heat. Lu Tianming silently gathered his strength. Finally, with a loud shout, Flame Storm! In an instant, a raging sea of flames swept toward those venomous snakes. Screech! The snakes twisted and arched their bodies, exposing their pale bellies as they burned. Soon after, the serpents sprawling across the toxic swamp's surface were all scorched into charred corpses by the violent inferno, the poisonous marsh that had been exuding toxic fumes everywhere. At this moment, beneath such intense flames, the surface layer has already been baked dry, transformed into white earth, yet poisonous gases continue to rise and churn from the depths below. From time to time, something would emerge from the cracks in the ground. To Chen Yi and the others' surprise, the regional boss still hadn't shown itself. Could it really be this patient? An unknown dread began to weigh upon the group's hearts. No one knows what exactly this regional boss is. Even whether it's some sort of snake-type boss remains unknown. Lu Tianming didn't dare stay for long. He pulled back directly from hovering over the deadly swamp. After returning, he couldn't help but complain. Weird, how come this area boss hasn't shown up at all? Logically, after clearing out all these poisonous snakes, this should be the time when the area boss makes an appearance. Hearing Lu Tianming say this, Chen Yi and the others also began to ponder. By now, they had already cleared out most of the venomous snakes in this poisonous swamp, yet the regional boss still refused to show itself. This was completely illogical behavior. At this moment, Chen Yi looked at the group. Since that's the case, let's split up and search for that regional boss. Remember to escape immediately if you're in danger. They all nodded in agreement. None of them were inexperienced novices. This is how it should be. It's the best arrangement. Afterwards, Chen Yi looked at the White Wolf. White Wolf, go to the other side. The White Wolf nodded in agreement. Immediately after, it carried Chen Yi and ran towards the opposite side of the toxic swamp. Due to the intense heat earlier causing evaporation, much of the mud had turned into solid ground. Thus, the White Wolf advanced at an extremely fast pace. The others also scattered and went their separate ways, searching for the boss. Occasionally encountering a lone venomous snake, they easily dispatched it. Meanwhile, on Qin Mu's side, he had arrived at a thicket in the midst of the marshes. Here, using his spiritual senses, he detected no signs of life. At this moment, a dark shadow came flying. Before Qin Mu could react, a sharp pain shot through his neck, and darkness instantly engulfed his vision. His entire body went limp and collapsed to the ground. He had actually died on the spot from sheer rage. The situation with Qin Mu immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Qin Mu is now level 10. His constitution has reached a whopping 15 points, yet he was killed in a single strike. This is simply unbelievable. This must undoubtedly be a regional boss. Lu Tianming immediately called everyone together. They absolutely couldn't let the area boss pick them off one by one. And just at that moment, the resurrection pendant around Qin Mu's neck began emitting a faint white glow. Meanwhile, Qin Mu's injuries were gradually healing. The revival necklace worked. Finally, Qin Mu stood up completely unharmed. Qin Mu after resurrection, he immediately ran towards the distance. This zone boss is too terrifying. They died without even seeing anything. Lu Tianming gazed at the shrubbery. Without hesitation, he transformed into a being of elemental flame and hurled a fireball straight at the bushes. Boom! The shrubbery burst into flames instantly. Such was the extreme heat of the fireball spell. The flames burning in the shrubbery were also blue-violet, hot enough to melt metal. The six had now gathered together. They carefully observed the thicket. I wanted to see what that regional boss actually looked like. Just as the flames were about to completely consume the shrubbery, a dark shadow suddenly flew out from the bushes. It turned out to be a winged flying snake. It measured about 3 meters in length. It was staring fixedly at the crowd. But what puzzled everyone was how such a large creature had managed to hide in the bushes. Chen Yi immediately summoned the flying snake's attribute panel. Tengsha, regional boss. Level 10. Base strength 54. Base constitution 32.1. Base agility 67. Basic intelligence 34. Talent Shadow Vanish. Shadow Vanish, B. As long as you remain in the shadows, you gain a stealth state. Skills, Whip Strike, Dive, Pounce, Devour, Venom Fang. Introduction: The hovering serpent roaming the death swamp is the king of all venomous snakes. Chapter 45. Terrifying movement speed, Chen Yi kites the enemy. Observing the hovering serpent's terrifying attributes and innate abilities, Chen Yi and the others couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If one were to say, just now, that hidden snake attack was aimed at myself, but I don't have a resurrection necklace. As for asking Qin Mu to resurrect them for us, everyone admitted their relationship wasn't that deep yet. Whether Qin Mu would use it remained entirely unknown. At this moment, Qin Mu wore a pained expression. Damn it! How could this guy deal so much damage? My necklace of resurrection is just gone like that. Seeing Qin Mu like this, the others said nothing more. A formidable enemy stood before them. At this moment, any words of comfort would have been inappropriate. Lu Changming had already transformed into a fiery elemental form and flew straight toward the soaring serpent. The Tingsha only uses physical attacks. After transforming into a fire elemental, it fears no physical attacks. At this moment, it becomes the mightiest tank. Chen Yi turned his gaze towards the Tingsha. Calculations began forming in his mind. The cooldown for his 100 piercing shots still had 2 minutes remaining. He absolutely had to obtain this Tingsha's innate talent, B-grade talent with 100-fold amplification. That would make it an S-grade talent. Then shooting 100 paces with arrow accuracy absolutely cannot be used now. It must be used when the Tang snake's vitality is critically low. Finish it off with one strike. Only then can the plunder succeed. Moreover, taking down the regional boss grants privilege rewards. What should I say? Chen Yi wouldn't miss this opportunity for anything. At this moment, Lu Tianming was already locked in battle with the Tingsha serpent. None of Tingsha's strikes could inflict any harm upon Lu Tianming, yet Lu Tianming's flames, was capable of scorching the Tang snake's skin black. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi directly picked up his bow and arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, the arrow swiftly shot towards the attacking tongue snake. Chen Yi was only using wooden arrows, and those black-feathered arrows and enchanted arrows, Chen Yi wanted to save them for later use. The wooden arrows that had undergone light enchantment had already gained formidable power. Though it couldn't pierce the Tang snake's scaled hide, it still inflicted tremendous damage upon the serpent. At this moment, Zhang Haoren cast a power blessing upon Chen Yi. The arrows loosed by Chen Yi, the power intensified instantly. The Tang serpent shrieked in pain as Chen Yi's arrows struck it repeatedly. Lu Xiaochun held the guardian stone and charged straight toward the Tang serpent. A volley of ice spears rained down upon the Tingsha serpent, yet each strike left nothing but pale dimples, dealing no meaningful damage. Lei Hu stood on the ground, gripping his blood-red longsword, feeling utterly helpless. After all, Tengsha was a flying boss. He lacked any long-range attack methods. All he could do was stand there uselessly on the ground. Zhang Haoran was slightly stronger than Lei Hu, because he could bestow blessings upon Lu Tianming and Chen Yi. The boost in power wasn't just marginal. Just as Chen Yi was enjoying his shooting spree, Tengsha finally realized who had inflicted the greatest harm upon him. That person was Chen Yi. Afterwards, Tengsha immediately turned his focus toward Chen Yi. His eyes burned with fury. "Kid, you were the one who struck the hardest just now, weren't you?" Afterwards, Tengsha instantly transformed into a streak of black light as it launched its attack toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi slightly furrowed his brows. Unexpectedly, the soaring serpent fixed its gaze upon him. Afterwards, Chen Yi directly mounted the White Wolf. "White Wolf, go!" Under Chen Yi's deliberate control, the White Wolf immediately sprinted toward the distant clearing, ensuring there were no shadows that could allow the Tengsha to vanish. With beast blood boiling and a 170% movement speed boost from the mount's saddle, the White Wolf ran so fast it left after images in its wake. Behind it, the Tengsha gradually fell further and further behind. Chen Yi was also flying a kite in a way. He shot arrow after arrow at the Tengsha behind him. When the other five saw this, they couldn't help but feel somewhat horrified. The speed of the Tang snake couldn't even match that of the White Wolf. Chen Yi's peculiar pet. What exactly was its origin? The remaining time, it has completely turned into Chen Yi's solo show, yet the Tengsha possesses extraordinarily tenacious vitality. Chen Yi's arrows could only deplete a negligible amount of its life force. Gradually, the sky had already approached dusk. The Tang snake's body began to fade in and out of view under the dim sunlight. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel anxious. If night were to fall, this Tang snake would completely vanish from sight. How could we fight then? Just then, Lu Tianming was walking towards this side, transformed into a body of fire, floating in mid-air. The flame gem in his hand merged seamlessly with its being. Instantly, a miniature sun manifested within the death marsh. The ambient luminosity around them abruptly brightened to daytime levels. Lu Tianming called out to Chen Yi at that moment. "Chen Yi, finish them quickly. My current state can only last 5 minutes." Hearing those words, Chen Yi nodded in agreement. He then swapped the wooden arrow in his hand for a black-feathered arrow. The instant the black-feathered arrow appeared, the Tang serpent instantly bristled its scales, as if it had encountered some formidable enemy. Even its flying speed slowed considerably. Upon reading this, Chen Yi grew somewhat curious. This black-feathered arrow, could there be some hidden damage bonus against this flying serpent? At that moment, Chen Yi turned his gaze to the black-feathered fletching at the arrow's tail. These were the feathers of a black-feathered silky chicken. Could it be that these black-feathered silky chickens are natural predators of the flying serpent? But there's no use thinking too much about it now. The damage caused by these black-feathered arrows is far beyond what wooden arrows could achieve. Whoosh! A streak of light flew past Chen Yi. It struck the Tang snake right in mid-flight. TCH! The Tengsha instantly let out a shrill cry of pain. Black-feathered arrow. It struck deeply into the Tengsha's body with solid impact. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel invigorated by this sight. It finally took effect. The idea of using wooden arrows to deplete the Tengsha's vitality had now come to fruition. If Chen Yi had used these black-feathered arrows from the beginning, they would have definitely failed to penetrate. Afterwards, streaks of light shot forth once more, 100 paces to pierce a willow leaf. The brightest and swiftest arrow is unleashed at this very moment, aimed straight at Tengsha, star. Chapter 46 Plundering the Regional Boss, Obtaining the S-Class Talent Permanent Invisibility. Boom! With a violent explosion, the Tang snake instantly burst apart in a shower of debris. Yet Chen Yi receives no notification about successfully plundering any talents. Chen Yi gazed into the distance. The mangled body of the soaring serpent was now squirming, struggling to rise. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated the serpent's vitality would far exceed his expectations. Afterwards, Chen Yi drew back the bowstring of sacred glory. Fire a charged shot directly. Whoosh! With the final life-taking arrow, the Tengsha perished completely. Chen Yi's ears also rang with a voice. Congratulations on successfully plundering the Tengsha's talent, Shadow Disappearance. Shadow Disappearance, 100-fold amplification, amplified to Permanent Invisibility. Permanent Invisibility, Tier S. Effect, you can freely enter an invisible state, which can only be detected by insight talents above S rank. Chen Yi was overjoyed. I never expected it to be such a powerful talent. Does that mean no one can see me when I do bad things? Before Chen Yi could finish celebrating, a voice sounded in his ears again. Congratulations on defeating the regional boss, Tengsha. All regional world channels are now open. Congratulations, you have obtained Black Iron Level 1 Authority. Black Iron Level 1 Authority. Introduction. You can mute users with lower permissions in the chat channel and automatically receive 100 world points weekly. As you've gained authority, the World Store has unlocked. You can use world points to purchase items and tools from it. Afterwards, a surge of radiance emanated from the corpse of the Tingsha. A magic circle began being drawn in midair. It seemed to be establishing a passage to other worlds. Finally, the Tang snake's corpse vanished. Only a glowing gate remained. At this moment, an announcement echoed across the entire world. Shen Yi, Lu Tianming, Xin Mu, Lei Hu, Zhang Haoren, and Lu Xiaochun successfully defeated the regional boss. All world gates are now open. Search carefully within the area. All professions that have reached level May 10th proceed directly to the next tier of the world through the world gates. Shen Yi, Lu Tianming, Xin Mu, Lei Hu, Zhang Haoren, Lu Xiaochun have been awarded the special title, Regional First Person. Top player in the region. Introduction: the first human to slay a regional boss among mankind, granting a permanent 10% damage increase against boss-type enemies. The announcement echoed 3 times consecutively. Every player heard these system-wide notifications. Meanwhile, Lu Tianming and his companions were also basking in the glow of the announcement's rewards. At this moment, Shen Yi looked at the group. Have you all obtained the permissions? Lu Tianming nodded in affirmation. The others did the same. Lu Tianming said at this moment, it appears this privilege is granted to all who participated in attacking the regional boss. Xin Mu also chimed in approvingly. That's indeed the case. Then Xin Mu turned his gaze to Shen Yi. Shen Yi, you killed the Tingsha, did you receive any special rewards? Shen Yi shook his head. No, same as what you've got. Seems like slaying the Tang serpent was a team reward, there aren't any individual rewards. Hearing Shen Yi say this, the others also nodded. Shen Yi had no reason to hide it. It seems this really is the case. At this moment, Lu Tianming looked towards Shen Yi and the others. In that case, you all go ahead first. The Tyrant Sky Alliance still has some unfinished business, and I promise to help them level up. Hearing Lu Tianming say this, Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go check out the next level world first. Xin Mu and the others immediately responded likewise. First, I need to take a look at that world. After all, my level can no longer progress in this world. Moreover, being one step ahead means staying ahead at every step. I absolutely cannot fall behind. So in their eyes, Lu Tianming's decision was foolish. But different strokes for different folks. They wouldn't go out of their way to persuade him either. Otherwise, trying to persuade might end up having the opposite effect. Shen Yi glanced back at this world behind him. From now on, he would never see this world again. For individuals including Xin Mu, they had already entered the dimensional passageway ahead of others. Amidst a dazzling burst of radiance, the 4 vanished without a trace. Ever since emerging from the temple last time, the 4 had become inseparable. Most likely some extraordinary encounter had occurred, but they never spoke of it. Shen Yi never intended to ask either. Afterwards, he waved toward Lu Tianming. See you in the next world. Lu Tianming nodded. See you in the next world. After saying that, Shen Yi stepped into the dimensional portal. The surrounding scenery began shifting endlessly. Space itself twisted continuously. Before Shen Yi's eyes, had already changed its appearance. From what was originally marshland, it had become a stretch of ochre-yellow desert. The wind carried a gritty mix of dust and sand. A voice called out in his ear, "Welcome to the land of wind mist. The level cap has been raised to 20. Mission change activated. Please proceed to the system panel to claim. Race war initiated. Please check the system panel for details. Remaining world lifespan, 120 days. Star. Chapter 47, A War of Races, Fight to the Death." Shen Yi opened the system panel. 3 new options appeared above. World Shop, Job Change Quest, Race War. These 3 options. Shen Yi opened the job change mission first. He wanted to take a look. What could this job change mission be? Job change mission list. Light Archer job change mission. Mission introduction within 1 minute. Eliminate 30 monsters. Mission reward. Light Archer job change scroll. Introduction. The Light Archer focuses on agility, emphasizing swiftness and mobility. At level 20, they can undergo a second job change to become either a Shadow Dancer or a Windwalker. Heavy Archer. Quest description. Instantly kill a monster 2 levels higher than your current level with a single strike. Mission reward. Heavy Archer class change scroll. Description. Heavy Archers prioritize strength, focusing on dealing high damage for instant kills. At level 20, they can advance to either Snipe Feather or Magic Feather. There are only these 2 options for the Archer class change quest. It also introduces what professions you can choose when reaching level 20. Shen Yi deliberated carefully. He decided to switch to becoming a light archer. The most crucial point was that with the boost from predatory power, his strength was already sufficient. The archer's required agility still falls short. The light archer can improve agility growth, precisely what he needs now. Afterwards, Shen Yi directly chose to accept the light archer's class change quest there. Then, a voice sounded in Shen Yi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully claimed the Archer Advancement quest. Please complete it within 7 days. or it will be considered automatically abandoned. Shenyi naturally wouldn't drag it out for 7 full days. Afterwards, Shenyi turned his gaze to the racial war. This racial war, I don't know what the rules are. Afterwards, Shenyi clicked on the race war option. The moment he entered, Shenyi heard a voice in his ear. The Windstorm Continent's arriving races are the humans and the kobolds. Race war objective: eliminate all kobolds. The victorious race will gain the right to challenge the world boss. Every 7 days, humans and kobolds are deployed to the racial battleground. On the racial battlefield, you may slaughter freely, but death here is permanent. Take heed, racial war knows neither mercy nor reprieve. The grim pronouncement echoed in his ears. Shenyi's mood grew heavier for a moment. I never expected to be assigned such a task after arriving in this bronze-tier world. Humans and kobolds. Only one race can advance to the next world layer. The cruelty of it all. It goes without saying. Shenyi thought about this. A surge of fighting spirit couldn't help but rise in his heart. If that's the case, then let's kill to our heart's content. With his innate talent for infinite plunder, he feared no race whatsoever. In the race war options, there's a point store. The description beside it reads, killing members of another race earns you kill points. After earning kill points, you can come to this point store to purchase items. Shenyi clicked in to take a look. Harpy feather, the most prized feather from a harpy, usable for alchemy and enchantments, value, 50 kill points. King's Decade deck of playing cards for leisure and entertainment, featuring numerous monster illustrations, value, 10 slaughter points. Ring of Courage, wearing it will grant you great bravery, value, 100 slaughter points. I looked around for a while. Inside were various items such as equipment, enchanted artifacts, scrolls, potions, and materials. Nothing particularly valuable was found. Looking at this point store, it's specifically open to the public to help them improve their strength as quickly as possible. After all, most people have low talent levels, wanting to rely on monster drops for equipment. Hard. Shenyi withdrew from the racial war option. Then he turned his gaze to the newly appeared world store. Shenyi silently prayed in his heart. This world's shop, the things inside it, hope they're not too crappy. But this is a shop only accessible to those with authorization privileges. No matter how trashy it is, how much worse can it really get? Afterwards, Shenyi opened the world store. A glowing screen instantly appeared before Shenyi. The variety of goods was dazzling. It nearly overwhelmed Shenyi with its abundance. Equipment lottery ticket. Obtain 1 equipment lottery ticket, which can be opened to randomly receive a piece of equipment. Value, 10 world points. Elemental Wrath, a potion of elemental wrath that increases all elemental damage by 100% when consumed. Lasts for 30 seconds. Value, 5 world points. Book of Experience, when used, immediately raises your level by 1. Can be used below level 20. Value, 30 world points. The items in this world store are nearly countless. There are even items worth hundreds or thousands of points for sale. For a moment, Shenyi was dazzled by the sight. Damn, the stuff in this world store was infinitely better than anything in the tribal stores. They weren't even in the same league. Shenyi's points showed 100. There are many good things among them. All require thousands of points to purchase. Shenyi decided to hold back for now. He wouldn't use them just yet. Save it up first, accumulate enough points, then make the purchase. Shenyi finished everything. Only then did he have time to take in his surroundings. The White Wolf was watching nearby at this moment. He and Shenyi were transported together. Shenyi sat on the White Wolf's saddle. There was no map at this time. I'll just have to search haphazardly then, hoping to come across a kobold. I wonder what that kobold's innate ability is. If it's powerful, then I'd be rolling in money. Chapter 48. First encounter with the kobold merchant caravan. Commence the hunt. Seated atop the White Wolf, Shenyi directly had the White Wolf run toward where the sun rises. Find the right direction. You're bound to encounter monsters. You might even stumble upon that dog-headed creature. Open the chat channel. The regional chat channel had already disappeared at this point. Only the world channel remained as the sole communication channel. Moreover, the cooldown period for messages had been adjusted to 5 seconds per post. At this moment, there were still very few people in the world channel. There are only 5,608 players online. In other words, all of them have already reached level 10. The global chat channel is bustling right now. Where have you all been teleported? I got sent to some desert, not a single bird in sight. Haha, I got teleported to the seaside, but there are tons of level 14 killer crabs here. Can't fight them, can only run around dodging them. Crabs? There are actually crabs here? I love eating crabs. Quick, send me the coordinates, I'm coming over. This one's for you. Whoa, it's over 5,000 kilometers away from me. It's really hard to get used to having no regional restrictions in this world now. Yeah, before this, I'd already explored every corner of our region. With all that hustle, it barely covered 500 square kilometers. Now without regional limits, even if the world ended, we still wouldn't manage to explore it all. Why run around so much? All we need is to change classes, reach level 20, wipe out the kobolds, and kill the world boss, then we're set. True, never expected the racial war option to pop up here. Wonder how tough these kobolds really are. I just ran into a lone one, a kobold mage. Not weak, but still a piece of cake for me. Boss, what level and talents do you have? Mind sharing? Can you just casually reveal your ranking talent like that? Honestly, it doesn't matter if I say it, I'm just a measly little S rank. Holy shit, big boss, please let me ride your coattails. Any thoughts about forming an organization? If you do, I'll be the first to join. Nah, I prefer going solo. Managing people is too much work. Chenny was somewhat surprised as he looked at the chat channel. He hadn't expected to encounter someone with an S-rank talent right off the bat. He possessed permanent invisibility. He knew exactly how overpowered this S-rank talent truly was. It could be said, as soon as Chen Yi enters stealth mode, 99% of creatures are unable to detect him. Ultimately, they can only surrender to his whim. Chen Yi continued watching for a while longer. There was no special information. Then he turned his gaze to the surroundings. This Gobi desert was vast. The white wolf had dragged him for over half an hour, yet there was still no sight of the edge or any other scenery. The distant mountains beyond the Gobi, almost no different from when I first saw them. The mountain beckons, but the journey kills the horse. Now it's the mountain that beckons, but the journey kills the wolf. And just at that moment, a shifting mass of dark shadows in the distance, now within Chen Yi's line of sight. Chen Yi faintly discerned that they were dog-headed, human-bodied creatures. And this was with Chen Yi possessing enhanced vision. Real distance, at least it's over 30,000 meters. Chen Yi's heart stirred slightly, and just like that, he finally managed to catch them. The only question was whether killing these kobolds would grant any experience points. And I still haven't completed my light archer mission yet. If possible, Chen Yi hoped to accomplish this mission along the way. He patted the white wolf. The white wolf immediately understood his intention. He ran straight towards the group of walking kobolds. The white wolf was swift. 30,000 meters passed in an instant. When the distance was about 1,000 meters, Chen Yi commanded the white wolf to halt. Then he walked alone toward the group of kobolds. As the surrounding space rippled with distortion, Chen Yi instantly entered a state of invisibility. And so it was. Chen Yi swaggered right up to the group of kobolds. At this moment, the kobolds were pushing a cart. The cart was loaded with goods. To Chen Yi's astonishment, none of these kobolds were below level 15. The highest level kobold even reached level 20, which is the level cap in this world. Kobold Shield Guard, level 20, base strength 24, base constitution 30, basic agility 1-2, basic intelligence 1-1, talent thick skull, E. Your head takes 30% less physical damage. Skill, defensive stance, ironclad defense. Introduction, a kobold shield guard with excellent defensive capabilities. Chen Yi looked at the unusually tough kobold. He couldn't help but feel somewhat strange about it. After seizing this talent for myself, I wonder what kind of amplification effects it will bring. These kobolds were in the middle of conversation. All languages are mutually intelligible in the infinite battlefield. Chen Yi clearly understood the exact meaning of these kobolds' words. We must hurry to reach Shamman City before nightfall. Only within the city walls will we be safe. Indeed, the races competing with us for the world boss kill rights have descended. According to the city lord, they're preparing to join forces with the king to mobilize an army and exterminate humanity. We descended over a year early. There's no way we can't crush these humans. Absolutely. Our king's power is at the monarch tier. Dealing with these insignificant humans would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Be cautious in everything. Although we've advanced a year ahead, our kobold prophet says humans possess S-rank talents. What? S-rank talents? Our king only has A-rank talent. Don't boost their morale while lowering our own. Our king has a hidden class profession. Chen Yi felt somewhat surprised upon hearing this. These were the kobolds. They had arrived here a full year earlier. Kobolds that had matured a year in advance, gained an overwhelming advantage over humankind. That was unimaginable. If that's the case, then let's eliminate these kobolds' living forces first. At this thought, Chen Yi took out the Holy Glory Star. Chapter 49, Job Change to Light Archer, Obtaining Exclusive Skills. Chen Yi counted these kobolds carefully. There were exactly 32 of them. Chen Yi began firing arrows at the kobolds without hesitation. His hands moved with astonishing speed. On the other hand, he also wanted to complete the Light Archer's job advancement quest. Whoosh, 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 one after another. The kobolds were caught completely off guard. Almost instantaneously, more than 10 kobolds had their throats pierced by Chunyi's arrows. At this moment, the timer on Chunyi's task panel also began counting down. At the same time, Chunyi's ears also rang with a voice. Congratulations on plundering the kobold talent, hard-headed kobold. Hard-headed kobold receives a 100-fold enhancement, upgraded to Super Hard-headed kobold. Super Hard-headed kobold. Grade C. Effect: damage taken by your head is reduced by 80%. Head receives 80% damage reduction. Chenny was quite satisfied with this talent. From now on, anyone wanting to take a shot at his head would have to think twice. Afterwards, Chenny continued shooting. The other kobolds quickly regained their composure. Being unable to locate Chenyi's position, they could only haphazardly defend themselves with their shields. A defensive stance could only guard one direction, but this haphazard defense was utterly incapable of stopping Chenyi's arrows. He simply exploited the openings and killed them outright. Chenyi's hands grew warm. This was caused by continuous firing. After accelerating blood flow, it became even faster. 54 seconds later, all the kobolds were completely wiped out. Chenny discovered with pleasant surprise. His experience bar had directly risen to level 10, 51.2%. It turned out that killing these kobolds, there's XP to be gained. Now my objective is clear. Are these kobolds heading toward Shaman City? Then I must go see for myself. At this moment, a voice sounded in Chunyi's ears. Congratulations, you've successfully completed the Light Archer job advancement quest. Congratulations, you've obtained the Light Archer's job advancement scroll. Congratulations, you've obtained the Light Archer's exclusive skill book, Triple Shot. Triple Shot. Description: fires 3 arrows in an instant, each arrow retaining 100% of its power. Good. Chenny was quite satisfied with the triple shot. Afterwards, Chenny unrolled the Light Archer job advancement scroll. A beam of light instantly surged into Chenyi's body. A voice sounded in Chenyi's ears. Congratulations, you have successfully changed your profession to Light Archer, receiving an additional plus 0.5 to agility growth. This extra 0.5 agility growth was quite helpful for Chenyi at his current stage. Agility is all about speed and reflexes. It's an extremely important attribute. Afterwards, Chenyi learned the triple shot skill. A flood of knowledge instantly poured into his mind. How to use this triple shot technique. Chenyi looked towards the cargo on the kobold's wagon, drawing the bow, knocking the arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew simultaneously. Twang, twang, twang. All of them hit the roof of the truck. Boom! The flames erupted instantly. The explosion tore through the cargo truck, scattering supplies everywhere. Chenyi examined the damage caused by the triple barrage with satisfaction. And just like that, he had gained yet another means of attack. At this moment, among the kobold's supplies, some ores caught Chenyi's attention. These ores had undergone preliminary refining. Their surfaces shimmered with metallic luster. Chenyi picked up a piece. Hematite. Description: an essential ore for forging weapons and equipment, possessing excellent ductility and toughness. Chenyi looked at it. This entire truckload is nothing but hematite. But upon second thought, Chenyi suddenly understood the purpose behind these kobolds transporting hematite. It was for mass forging weapons and armor, to be used against humans. TSK. These kobolds have quite an advanced civilization. Look at how they refine these ores. This is practically peak Iron Age technology. Chenyi searched the leader of this kobold merchant caravan. A sheepskin map appeared before Chenyi's eyes at this moment. A voice sounded in Chenyi's ear. Regional map discovered. Add to system? Yes. Chenyi immediately chose yes. The world map on the system panel. The area belonging to Chenyi was lit up. Chenyi also learned the name of this place, the Crimson Iron Wasteland. There is a mining site specifically producing hematite. And the city of Shaman. It's about 30 kilometers from here. Relying on the White Wolf's speed, it'll take about 20 minutes to get there. Chenyi hesitated no longer. Store all the hematite into the dimensional storage space. Shout to summon the White Wolf over. Hop onto the White Wolf's back. With a swish, he dashed straight toward the city of Shaman. By the time Chenyi reached Shaman City, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He had the White Wolf wait for him on the plains outside the city. Chenyi activated his invisibility. Then he swaggered straight toward Shaman City. The city walls of Shaman City were entirely constructed from stacked sandstone. They appeared highly defensible. On the city walls, dog-headed soldiers patrolled continuously. These dog-headed soldiers were all around level 16. Chenyi found it somewhat strange. Why had they arrived a year early? None of these kobolds had reached level 20. This reminded him that he hadn't seen a single monster earlier. A realization dawned on Chenyi. The truth was there weren't enough monsters for all these kobolds to kill, so there was no way to upgrade everything. In that case, the human condition became even more precarious. At that moment, the city gates swung wide open. Shenyi walked into the town. Everywhere were houses mixed with wood and stone. Though they looked simple, their structure was surprisingly sturdy. Shenyi observed everything around him, including those kobolds walking along the road. He arrived in the city of Shaman. No other purpose. 2 words. Massacre. Star. Chapter 50, Permanent Invisibility, Raiding the Kobold Armory. Since it's a massacre, then we must find a good spot with an open view. His range was 10 times greater with supersighted precision. All they needed was to secure a high vantage point. Then initiating a massacre would become terrifyingly simple. This was Chun Yi's assessment beforehand. He saw the weapons of those kobold guards. There were also bows and arrows present. Chen Yi speculated, there must be an armory here. If that's the case, then we just need to find that armory. Empty out the armory here. Even if we just sell it all, we could reap substantial profits. Afterwards, Chen Yi began tailing these kobold patrol teams. Though unsure where the armory might be located, these patrols would undoubtedly pass through it. If there are no kobold residents around, and security appears unusually tight, then this must mark the location of the armory. Even if it's not an armory, it must be a very important place. In any case, it can't be wrong. Chen Yi walked carefully along the street. Avoid being bumped into by the approaching kobolds. Every single one of these kobolds were all discussing the arrival of humans. Some kobolds even loudly proclaimed, killing all humans would undoubtedly get me to level 20. Chen Yi couldn't help but sneer upon hearing this. Then today you'll help me reach level 20 first. As they passed through a crossroads, a patrol squad caught Chen Yi's attention. The kobolds in this squad were unsmiling. They marched in perfect formation. Clearly, these were well-trained elite soldiers. Chen Yi quickly followed after him. Following these kobolds would surely lead to the location of their armory. He fell in line at the rear of the kobold procession. Chen Yi became much more relaxed, because all the civilian kobolds nearby became extremely respectful upon seeing this patrol squad, and they all automatically stepped aside to the edges of the road. Chen Yi took advantage of the convenience. Afterwards, Chen Yi then followed along with the patrol team. The patrol had a vast area to cover. They walked through nearly half the city, but Chen Yi didn't notice anything particularly out of the ordinary. At this moment, the leading captain turned to look at the other kobolds. Dismissed. We'll reconvene here at 10 p.m. Yes, Captain. The other kobolds responded in unison. Chen Yi was somewhat speechless. Damn, this is all they accomplished in half a day. Chen Yi had no choice. He began strolling around the immediate area, but Shaman City's streets were a tangled labyrinth. It was easy to lose one's way while circling about, so Chen Yi waited until evening while chatting in the World Channel. By nightfall, the patrol arrived right on schedule. However, what caught Chen Yi's attention was that these kobold patrol members weren't wearing the same outfits they had during the day. Chen Yi felt a thrill of excitement. It's late at night now. Those kobolds have all gone into the houses to sleep. Surely they wouldn't be patrolling the streets. At this moment, the kobold captain leading them addressed all the kobold patrol members, saying, "Next we're heading to the city lord's mansion. Stay sharp, the city lord sometimes comes out to inspect." Upon hearing the kobold captain's words, all the kobolds snapped to attention. Yes. Afterwards, the entire group of kobolds began marching in one unified direction. Chen Yi quickly followed suit. It seemed the crucial location was none other than the city lord's mansion. After turning numerous corners and navigating over a dozen streets, Chen Yi noticed a cluster of buildings with an architectural style completely different from the surrounding structures. These were entirely constructed from beautifully interwoven pieces of wood. It could be said, the previous ones were commoners' dwellings, but this was clearly the residence of kobold nobility. The patrol captain then presented a waste token. The guards on duty then let them pass. Chen Yi also managed to slip in with them. They walked for about 30 minutes. Chen Yi spotted a heavily guarded building. There were no special markings around it, yet over 30 kobolds were patrolling its perimeter. He activated his eyes of insight. Chen Yi could sense it. Inside this building, there were still over a dozen kobolds lurking. This must be the armory then. At this thought, Chen Yi immediately headed straight for the building next to the armory. He fired a fire-enchanted arrow. Boom! Intense flames instantly engulfed the house. Since it was made of wood, the fire spread with frightening speed. Witnessing this scene, all the kobolds were in a panic. Damn it! How did this fire start? Wasn't there fireproof paint applied? Those damn swindlers. They actually dared to sell counterfeit fireproof paint to the city lord's residents. Once we've put out the fire, I'll make sure to kill those unscrupulous merchants. For a moment, all the kobolds began fetching water with wooden buckets. The kobolds who were originally inside the buildings also came out upon hearing the news. Only 3 or 4 kobolds remained behind on watch. Then he joined the firefighting efforts. Meanwhile, Chenny stood aside. Taking advantage of the brief moment the building opened, he slipped right inside. The instant he entered, Chenny saw the warehouse filled to the brim with crates. The warehouse was enormous. It spans about over 2,000 square meters. Wooden crates of all kinds are piled up everywhere. Some crates lie open. They're filled with all sorts of weaponry. Witnessing this scene, Chenny felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was the right place. Now, the next step was to locate where the arrows were hidden. Considering the size of this area, the number of arrows must be no less than 100,000. Chapter 51, Find the High Ground and Launch the City-Destroying Battle. Chenny didn't linger where he was. He strode directly toward the armory's interior. Chenny immediately began ransacking the place, because of the permanent invisibility effect. Even though he made quite a racket in the process, he didn't manage to awaken any of the kobolds. At this moment, a crate of arrows came into Chenyi's view. Red iron arrows, damage 5. Description: made from elmwood shafts with red iron arrowheads. These arrows boast exceptional penetrative force and lethal power. Upon reading this, Chenny directly swept his hand across these arrows. The arrows vanished one by one. By the time he stored all the arrows in his storage space, Chenny had spent 3 minutes, and nearly half the warehouse was emptied. Chenny roughly estimated the benefits. The crimson iron arrows he had obtained, almost 130,000 in number. This was a terrifying quantity. From then on, Chenny no longer needed to scavenge for arrows. Afterwards, Chenny walked towards the door. As for the other equipment, Chenny didn't take them either. After all, collecting them would require time. Even if I had permanent invisibility, it would undoubtedly catch the attention of those kobolds. Walking briskly out of the armory, Chenny immediately headed for a high-rise building. From his observations, this high-rise was the tallest building in all of Shaman City. Afterwards, Chenny climbed up in just a few steps. Bring forth the holy glory. An iron-red arrow appeared upon the bowstring. With the aid of hypervision, Chenny could clearly see every single kobold here. Afterwards, Chenny aimed his arrow at the kobolds fighting the fire in the armory. Whoosh! Under the effect of tenfold range, the arrow transformed into a straight line, piercing straight through one of the kobolds. As that kobold collapsed to the ground, the other kobolds instantly reacted. Enemy attack! We're under attack! The kobolds began shouting loudly. A tremendous noise. It immediately caught the attention of the other kobolds. The news spread like wildfire. In less than 10 minutes, all the kobolds in Shaman City had stepped out of their homes, each carrying a torch, illuminating the entire Shaman City with blazing lights. Yet this also provided targets for Chenny. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew straight toward those kobolds. Each one accurately struck an enemy, and Chenyi's arrows carried tremendous force. None of the kobolds hit by them survived. Gradually, Chenyi's commotion caught the attention of the city lord's manor. Inside the city lord's mansion, the kobold Oakenshield was greatly troubled. As the city lord of Shaman City, he had received orders to mass-produce equipment, and now it's clear they've fallen victim to a human ambush, using those very same red iron arrows. This is completely unacceptable. Afterwards, the Oakshield turned his gaze toward the surrounding kobold warriors. Let's go, we must find that damned human. Yes, just as Oakenshield was about to lead his troops out from the Lord's mansion, a voice suddenly spoke behind Oakenshield. Oakenshield, don't act rashly. That human has invisibility powers, you won't be able to find him. Hearing those words, an expression of reverence crossed Oakenshield's face. He then spoke, Prophet, shall we allow that human to slaughter our people like this? At this moment, a robed kobold appeared in the city lord's council chamber at this moment. This kobold's hair and beard were completely white, clearly a kobold of great wisdom and prestige. The prophet now turned his gaze to Oakenshield. This human's stealth level is exceptionally high. Even I couldn't pinpoint his exact location, but we can lure him into the traps we've prepared. Hearing the prophet's words, the Oakshield seemed to suddenly comprehend. From the moment they descended upon this world a year ago, they had already learned that a race would come to wage war against them in the future. Thus, when building their city, they had considered exactly such a scenario. Hundreds of trap sites, large and small, had been laid across the city. Right, lure him into the traps. That's what we should do. Afterwards, Oakenshield turned his gaze to the other kobolds. Now, all shield guard professions, follow me into the city to cover the retreat of the kobolds from other professions. Now is the time for us to make sacrifices. Hearing Oakenshield say this, the other kobold shield guards immediately responded in loud unison. Yes. Afterwards, the kobold of the shield guard profession walked straight out of the city lord's manor. At the very moment the oaken shield stepped outside, all I saw was a sky ablaze with fire. There came the sounds of heart-wrenching screams. Not a single kobold was in sight. He could withstand such an attack. Witnessing this scene, the oak shield user's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. Damn humans, you'll pay for this. At this thought, Oakenshield roared furiously at his surroundings. All shield guards, cover the other classes. Meanwhile, he was sending messages in the Kobold group chat, speaking of the news that Shamanka City was ambushed, and commanding the other shield guards of Shamanka City. For a moment, the originally panicked kobolds quickly regained order. Nearly 1,000 shield guards raised their shields high, covering the retreat of other professions to their pre-drilled positions. Shen Yi couldn't help but feel surprised at this sight. Who would have thought these kobolds could be so well trained? Indeed, these kobolds couldn't be treated like an ordinary race anymore. But thinking is one thing. Shen Yi didn't hesitate any longer. He continued firing arrows, even with shield bearers guarding. But there were still many gaps, making it impossible to fully block Shen Yi's arrows. Chapter 52, Plundering the Kobold Prophet's Talent, Kobold Cunning. Through Chen Yi's relentless efforts, more than 1,000 kobolds fell to his arrows. Simultaneously, Chen Yi gained a massive amount of experience, directly propelling him to level 12. Strength and agility both increased, making it easier for him to shoot and kill. It could even pierce through some thin shields, directly killing the shield guards behind them. However, Chen Yi's condition didn't last long. All the doghead men had shifted to a blind spot of the tall building where Chen Yi was located. That area was encircled by city walls. There was simply no way to attack the enemies there. Chen Yi pondered for a moment. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the building, heading toward another direction where he could shoot these kobolds. At this moment, a massive magic circle lit up in the sky. Chen Yi witnessed this scene. He instantly sensed a hint of danger. He could tell this magic circle was very unfavorable to him. At this moment, a giant eye appeared within the magical circle in the sky. The enormous eye now emitted a beam of light. The beam began scanning building after building. Shen Yi felt somewhat uncertain. Can those giant eyes scan me? But out of safety concerns, Shen Yi began avoiding the gaze of those giant eyes. But gradually, Shen Yi suddenly felt the air around him beginning to solidify. This feeling, it was as if he had been imprisoned by some unseen force. A voice then echoed in his ears. You have entered a confinement field. Movement is restricted while confined. At this moment, an elderly kobold dressed like a mage was slowly walking toward Chen Yi's direction. Chen Yi's heart sank. Had he been discovered? As the distance closed, Chen Yi's vision was filled with the status panel of this old kobold. Kobold Prophet. Level, 20. Base Strength, 14. Base Constitution, 13. Base Agility, 16. Basic Intelligence, 34. Talent, Doghead Smart. Doghead Smart, E. Intelligence growth increased by an additional 0.3. Skills, Binding Magic, Heartstrike. Introduction. The prophetic elder among the kobolds, clever since childhood, grew even wiser with age. Looking at the kobold prophet before him, Chen Yi frowned slightly. He had been tricked. At this moment, the kobold prophet slowly spoke. Human, fooled you, didn't I? I can't see you, and the giant I can't detect you either. Everything I did was to lure you into this confinement field. Next, everything before me will suffer fierce attacks. After saying that, the goblin prophet raised his short staff. The staff now gathered a crimson energy. Within mere seconds, a massive crimson sphere appeared above the goblin prophet's head. Boom! Because they couldn't see the direction where Chen Yi was, the blood-red light sphere flew indiscriminately toward Chen Yi's position. Bang! After a violent explosion, all the buildings around Chen Yi were destroyed. Everything was crushed into fragments. But just as Chen Yi closed his eyes and waited for death, preparing to transform into an undead being, a strange light radiated from within his body. The light formed a protective barrier. He directly took the fatal strike in place of Chen Yi. Afterwards, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. The evil god's blessing activates, taking one lethal hit in your stead. Hearing those words, Chen Yi felt a surge of excitement. Damn, this evil god's blessing truly wasn't some useless trinket after all. At this moment, the dog-headed prophet who had unleashed such a devastating attack was now utterly exhausted to the point of collapse. With his current mental strength, delivering such a powerful assault still took considerable effort. Yet everything before him had been razed to the ground. He believed no living creature could survive his attack. At this moment, as his mental energy was depleted, the confinement field was also lifted. And just as the kobold prophet breathed a sigh of relief, an arrow streaked through the air with a whistling sound. Put. The sickening sound of flesh being pierced followed. The kobold prophet stared blankly at the arrow protruding from his chest. He couldn't comprehend it even in death. How could anyone withstand his attack? Afterwards, the kobold prophet collapsed to the ground. A voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on plundering the kobold prophet's talent, kobold cleverness. Kobold cleverness has been amplified 100-fold, evolving into kobold wisdom. Doghead's wisdom. Grade C. Affect your intelligence growth increases by 1 point. Looking at the collapsed kobold prophet, Chen Yi secretly congratulated himself. If not for this cursed divine blessing, perhaps it would be me lying unconscious on the ground right now. And also thanks to this clever kobold. If only I were a mage. That's also an incredibly strong talent. But something is better than nothing. Increasing intelligence also boosts spiritual power. It's also helpful for prolonged combat situations. The greatest danger has now been resolved. Chen Yi looked in the direction where the kobolds were hiding. Next, it was time to deal with these kobolds. Afterwards, Chen Yi leaped straight onto the rooftop. A few bounds later, we arrived at the southeast corner of the city. Here stood a 3-story building. It offered a clear view of most hiding kobolds. Now, time for the hunt begins. Chapter 53, Capture of Shaman City, the first human settlement. At this moment, Goblin Settlement. City Lord Oakshield was pacing anxiously on the spot at this moment. They had just heard that enormous explosion moments ago, but until now, the prophet still hasn't sent any message. This has cast a shadow over all the kobolds' hearts. Could it be that the prophet has failed? At this thought, Oakenshield could wait no longer. Then he attempted to walk straight toward the direction of the explosion, but at that very moment, whoosh, an arrow of tremendous speed shot toward him. Oakenshield instinctively raised his shield to block it. The sudden force of the arrow struck the shield strapped to his arm. The next second, click, the oakwood shield bound to his arm instantly shattered into fragments. Witnessing this scene, the oakwood shield was utterly astonished. Never could it have imagined that the prophet would actually fail. The prophet hasn't sent any message so far. That means the prophet must have been killed. Disgusting. The oakwood shield was seething with rage. Damnable humans. They had slain the prophet he relied upon most. Now the enemy was exposed while he remained hidden. Who could possibly stand against him then? At this thought, Oakenshield made the wisest decision possible. Then he turned his gaze upon all the kobolds. Everyone, flee Shaman City immediately. Head to Stormwind City and seek aid from its ruler. After saying this, the goblins burst into an uproar. They all knew the prophet had been dealing with that man, and now with things looking like this, clearly the prophet was dead too. At this thought, panic immediately began to spread among everyone. Then they surged toward the city gates like madmen. But Chen Yi wouldn't let these kobolds escape so easily. A single arrow claimed the life of each kobold. As time passed, the city walls were piled with the corpses of kobolds, but due to the overwhelming numbers, more than a third of the kobolds managed to escape. Among them was Oakenshield. Chen Yi's experience skyrocketed, gaining another level. Just 10% left to reach level 14. However, what troubled Chen Yi was, leveling up was becoming increasingly difficult now. He had slaughtered thousands of kobolds, only gained this little bit of experience. If it were any other human being, who knows how difficult it would have been. And just after Chen Yi drove all the gnolls away from Shaman City, an announcement echoed in the ears of all humans. Chen Yi has occupied Shaman City in the Crimson Iron Desert. Shaman City has become humanity's first gathering point. The announcement repeated 3 times consecutively. This news instantly sent shockwaves through the human populace. Wow, one person actually captured an entire city, that's absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, I once came across a kobold city too, but that kobold city was extremely heavily guarded, with thousands of troops. There's no way a single person could take it down. I guess Shaman City must not have had many troops, otherwise how could one person have captured it? Are you kidding, buddy? My starting point was near Shaman City, that places the kobolds' main base for forging weapons. Do the math on how many troops they had. Damn, that's insane. They actually took down the main stronghold for weapon smelting. Did Chen Yi get a bunch of weapon loot from that? Wonder if we could buy some pieces from him. First to kill a regional boss, and now the first to conquer a city. Just who the hell is this Chen Yi? I checked Chen Yi's chat history. He's been consistently looking to buy special arrows. It's highly likely he's an archer with a top-tier talent. An archer? For an archer to accomplish such a feat is truly remarkable. Indeed, it's simply unimaginable how a single person could conquer an entire city. To be honest, I possess an S-class talent myself, but even I find the idea of someone soloing a city deployment absurd. Perhaps Chen Yi must be an SS-class talent holder. Who knows? With SS-class being a 1 in 100 million chance, and Earth's population exceeding a billion, maybe he really is SS-class after all. It's really frustrating how life treats people differently. Here I am worrying about tomorrow's meal, while those kobolds are so damn annoying, having killed every monster in sight. Exactly, those kobolds arrived a year earlier than us and took all the advantages. There's simply no way to compete. What do you mean no way? Aren't kobolds edible? I ate one and found it tastier than dog meat. Damn, you're hardcore. Going to throw up now. I'm planning to visit Shamancheng to see who this Chenny really is. As the first human settlement, Shamancheng is bound to become lively in the future. Ha, just as the Red Iron Gobi map got revealed, guess I'll head to Shaman City for a look. Let's go together. As for Chen Yi's situation, he looked at the reward he had just obtained. Guild token. Description: with this guild token, you can establish a guild to recruit members of your own kin. Building a faction? Chen Yi shook his head. He had never thought about it before. After all, management would require too much effort, but this could be sold to someone who needed it. Chen Yi immediately thought of Lu Tianming, but upon Lu Tianming, Chen Yi felt there was nothing of comparable value to this token. At this thought, Chen Yi directly posted the item's screenshot in the Bustling World channel. The originally Bustling World channel. The room fell silent for several seconds, then erupted into even greater excitement. Chapter 54, Guild Token and Authority Upgrade Scroll. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, am I seeing this right? Does the survival battlefield of all races really have stuff like this? Everyone look, it's posted by Big Boss Chen Yi. Damn. Is Boss Chen Yi planning to form a faction? I don't think so. It's clearly most advantageous for someone like Boss Chen Yi to act alone. Could the boss be planning to sell it? Hard to say. Let's wait and see what the boss says next. Chen Yi immediately sent out a message. Selling guild token. Those interested, bring items of equivalent value for trade. After sending the message, Chen Yi kept his eyes fixed on the world channel. Chen Yi's announcement immediately sparked another round of discussions. Big shots are indeed meant to be sold, just wonder who'll actually manage to get their hands on it. After all, this is a legitimate guild token. Right now, all those scattered factions can only form groups and modify notes to confirm membership stats. It's really such a turnoff. Indeed, obtaining this single token would mean becoming the leader of the top guild. Being the leader of the top guild would undoubtedly make you the foremost human faction. This token's value is beyond what ordinary items could measure. I've claimed Lone Cloud Pavilion. I'm Zhang Zhan, bearer of the S-grade talent Invincible Warrior Body. Those who wish to join Lone Cloud Pavilion, step forward. Don't think we Wanderers Hall are pushovers. Besides, do you even have what it takes to handle this token? Wow, 2 factions are competing now. Wonder what the others will say about this. This token belongs to Ascendancy. We've got 2 S-grade talent holders in our ranks. What makes you think you can compete with us? Damn, is Wending that powerful? Among the already rare S-grade talents, they actually have 2? That's utterly unbelievable. I know about Wending, I was in the same zone as them before, zone 3336. 2 S-grade talents actually crossed paths there. They started off fighting, but ended up forming Wending together. Wending, to aspire for supremacy in the Central Plains. What an imposing name. Has anyone asked our Nether Empire? Our boss is the holder of the SS grade talent Eternal Knight's body. Who can possibly compare to us? Yeah, our boss from the Nether Empire is currently helping others in our faction level up, which is why he hasn't arrived in this world yet. Once our boss comes, these kobolds in this world won't stand a chance. Holy shit, someone with an SS tier talent has appeared. Are there any SSS tier talent holders out there? Don't even think about it. The odds of getting an SSS tier talent are 1 in a billion. This game doesn't have a pity system, it's still unknown whether any human even possesses one. Right, just look at how strong S tier talent holders are. An SSS tier talent holder could probably destroy the heavens and earth with ease. You're right, even with my C grade talent, I feel capable of defeating dozens of lower tier talents, let alone that SSS grade talent. At this moment, a special pinned message appeared at the top of the chat channel. Our Mythmaker Guild claims this guild token. Any objections? Feel free to oppose us. The pinned message remained visible for a full 10 seconds before disappearing. This left everyone dumbfounded. Is this even possible? You can actually pin your own messages. Or, what special items are there? You can pin your own messages. As for Chen Yi's side, he was overwhelmed by the barrage of messages he received. Most were requests to purchase the guild token. No one could resist the temptation of joining the first major faction among humans. As for the rest, they were all sorts of spam messages fishing for benefits. Chen Yi went through the messages one by one, hoping to find something that would truly excite him. But as Chen Yi scrolled further down, there simply isn't anything particularly good. Some even want to get something for nothing, claiming they want to establish a major guild with Chen Yi. Seeing messages like this makes me. Chen Yi blocked him outright. He didn't even give him a chance to send a second message. At this moment, one particular message caught Chen Yi's attention. Boss, our leader has an entire set of extremely powerful leather armor. Wondering if you might be interested. Chen Yi saw this. Can't help but feel intrigued. A set of leather armor? I'm still wearing that wolfskin armor, completely outdated by now. Unless that leather armor set has exceptional attributes, then I might actually consider it. Show me the specific attribute screenshots. Sorry boss, our leader is still stuck in the previous world right now. He's only delayed because he's helping us level up. Shen Yi was speechless. Then he closed the message. After all, his current guild token would only be at its most valuable during this brief period. If a second guild token were to appear, then the value of my own guild token would plummet significantly, so I'd better sell it off as quickly as possible. Shen Yi continued reading. Another message reached Shen Yi at that moment. Boss, do you need a Bronze Authority upgrade scroll? Shen Yi saw this message. He immediately stopped browsing through the information. Then he opened the screenshot sent by that person. Bronze Authority upgrade scroll. Description: can upgrade authority from Black Iron Tier 1 to Bronze Tier 2. Upon reading this, Shen Yi completely lost his composure. Chapter 55, Lu Xiaobei, the holder of an SSS level talent. Where did you get this from? At this moment, the man said, Boss, don't worry about where it came from. What matters is whether this authority upgrade scroll meets your approval. Can it be exchanged for your guild token? Seeing this person's outrageously arrogant tone, Shen Yi immediately understood. This person must know the exact value of his authority upgrade coupon. In that case, there was no need to keep up pretenses anymore. Right then, Shen Yi quickly replied to the message. Sure, let's head to the exchange and conduct the transaction there. Alright. After saying that, Shen Yi then began the trade with the person named Lu Xing. Soon after, Shen Yi now held an authority upgrade scroll in his hand. Then, Shen Yi used this privilege upgrade scroll, accompanied by a voice. Congratulations, your privilege level has been upgraded to Bronze Tier 2. Bronze Tier 2 additionally grants 3 extra daily World Channel pin messages and an extra 300 World Points redeemable weekly. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi was thoroughly satisfied. Not only did the points triple, but also the number of pinned messages. Good. At this moment, far away in a dark, dense forest, Lu Xiaobei gazed at the guild token in his hand with immense satisfaction. I never expected to get the guild token this quickly. Though that authority upgrade scroll was also incredibly precious, something he'd sacrificed his chance to be the first to slay the regional boss for. But for him, this guild token was the more essential item. Afterwards, Lu Xiaobei directly chose to use the guild token. A voice came through. Please name your guild token. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaobei immediately replied. Name it, Bygone Chang'an. The guild, former Chang'an, has been successfully established. A level 1 guild can accommodate 1,000 members. Please recruit personnel and complete guild tasks to raise the guild level as soon as possible. At this moment, an announcement spread throughout humanity. Lu Xiaobei has founded the guild, former Chang'an, the first guild of the human race. Those interested may join. And Lu Xiaobei immediately used up the remaining 2 top message privileges. My name is Lu Xiaobei, the possessor of an SSS grade talent, Elemental Sovereign, currently recruiting the first batch of guild members for the former Chang'an faction, open to all professionals with talent levels of B grade or higher. In the future, once the guild levels up, we'll consider recruiting professionals with talents below B rank. See these 2 pinned messages. Everyone was dumbfounded. Damn, there are truly individuals with SSS tier talents among humans. How utterly unbelievable. Perhaps, Lu Xiaobei must be humanity's strongest now. After all, he has an SSS tier talent, a 1 in a billion probability. The chance of a second like him appearing is vanishingly small. At the same time, an additional guild option appeared on the system panel. Clicking into the guild section, only a single guild stood there in lonely solitude. It was none other than the former Chang'an. The admission criteria set by Lu Xiaobei. Only those with B-tier abilities could join, yet there were far too many B-tier ability holders. Every district had at least a few of them. 10,000 districts. There were tens of thousands with B-tier talents. In an instant, the guilds in the former capital Chang'an were packed to the brim. Only those with slow reflexes were left behind, pounding their chests in frustration. I only hate myself for not being faster. After all, this is the top guild. To become one of its founding elders, the potential benefits that could be obtained are beyond imagination. Shen Yi also noticed the messages in the chat channel. I truly never expected this. There actually exists someone with an SSS rank talent. If that's the case then, even if I were to face him alone, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any chance of winning. After all, that was an SSS tier talent, the only one existing among all humans. His limitless plundering ability hasn't fully developed yet. Right now, there's absolutely no way he could match opponents like him. Shen Yi took a deep breath. It seemed he needed to make the most of his time. Must loot some higher level talents. Otherwise, he would have no competitive power whatsoever. Afterwards, Shen Yi found the White Wolf and immediately had it charge toward the direction where those kobolds fled. As for Shaman City, Shen Yi decided to return the favor. He directly offered Shaman City to Lu Xiaobei as a guild base, reminiscent of his former Chang'an. First, he needed to build a good relationship with this holder of SSS grade talent. After all, circumstances are stronger than men. There are benefits to doing this, with no drawbacks. Moreover, with Lu Xiaobei's SSS tier talent, he could very well conquer a city all by himself. Afterwards, Chen Yi contacted Lu Xiaobei. Lu Xiaobei was naturally very happy, because even if it was him, before the fundamental attributes and number of skills had ramped up sufficiently, taking a city by force is an extremely laborious task, and there's always the possibility of failure. If it can't be taken down, that would be hilarious. Chen Yi, I owe you one. After Lu Xiaobei finished speaking, he earnestly requested Chen Yi to post several pinned messages in the World Channel, declaring that Shamanka City was the headquarters of the former Chang'an. All those who wished to become peripheral members of the former Chang'an were welcome to come to Shamanka City. For other matters, Lu Xiaobei would notify them in the guild channel. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't refuse. He then sent a pinned message in the World Channel. Now, everyone who wishes to become a peripheral member of Old Chang'an, come to Shaman City. Then, Chen Yi sent 2 more pinned messages in quick succession. This got everyone excited. Shaman City. In the days to come, it was destined to become humanity's greatest metropolis. Star. Chapter 56. The first city of the Dogmen, Storm City. Holy crap. Looks like these 2 big shots have teamed up. No kidding. When the bosses join forces, the world is ours for the taking. Then we'd better hurry up and set off. Now's the perfect time since there aren't any monsters around anymore. We can totally go check it out. I'm really envious of you. That Shaman City is over 5,000 kilometers away from me on the map. There's absolutely no way I can make it there. I've done a rough calculation of this world. The land area is about 11 million square kilometers. I'm afraid some people might never meet each other in their lifetime. Don't say that. Isn't there the racial battleground every 7 days? But the racial battleground only selects a portion of people to enter. I don't know if you've read that rule. Yes, every week the racial battlefield randomly teleports 100,000 people in, then pits 2 armies against each other. Only when one side is completely annihilated can the racial battlefield conclude. That brutal? I'm actually feeling a bit scared now. If we fail, wouldn't that mean dying there forever? Of course, but each time the racial battlefield teleports more people than the last, continuing until either the human race or the kobold race is completely wiped out before it ends. So this is the true meaning of survival of 10,000 races? Who knows, but the race that survives till the end will undoubtedly be the strongest among all races. At this moment, Chen Yi skimmed through the conversations in the World Chat channel. A sense of responsibility welled up within him. He realized the only way to reduce human casualties in the racial battleground was to kill more kobolds in this world himself. At this thought, Chen Yi's mood grew even more impatient. He then urged the white wolf beneath him onward, pushing the white wolf to run even faster. At this moment, time on the Kanglan continent had reached its final day, as the last human who had reached level 10 stepped into the world portal. After an earth-shattering boom, the evil god awakened. Tens of millions of humans below level 10 were now fleeing in panic, wanting to make one last desperate effort. Level up to 10, but how could that possibly be achieved now? Along with the bizarre sounds of despair, a colossal maw clamped onto the crystalline barriers of the world. Boom, rumble. The planet convulsed with ceaseless earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. All of humanity knelt in despair. Death had now become inevitable. With a sudden darkness before my eyes, the world fell into a colossal stomach sack. Corrosive waters capable of eroding the world began their relentless irrigation. Within the endless void, the tentacle-covered evil god let out a satisfied belch, having devoured an entire world. His power had grown just a little stronger. Afterwards, a voice whispered in the ear of the evil god Broken, "Congratulations on completing your Devour the World mission. Reward granted, 1 world origin. Please continue to claim your next mission and proceed to devour the next world." Broken showed a hint of human-like helplessness. Then he chose to accept the mission. At the same time, another world materialized out of thin air beside the evil god. Within the world's crystalline barriers, a group of lizard folk were gradually awakening inside a wooden cabin. Precisely when Chen Yi was galloping wildly astride the white wolf, a private message came through. "Chen Yi, it's Lu Tianming. I've just been transported from the previous world. Where are you now?" Chen Yi saw it and replied immediately. "What, so soon? I haven't been in this world for more than 3 days. Lu Tianming replied again immediately. "What, only 3 days have passed for you in this world? Then it seems time flows differently between worlds. I've already spent half a month in that previous Black Iron tier world." "I see, but actually that works out well, saves you from falling behind in level progression." "Alright, I'll familiarize myself first and get in touch later." "Good, if you're near Shaman City on the map, you can come check it out. There are benefits." "Got it. Right now, I'm separated from my Tyrant Alliance comrades. If possible, I'll have them gather with me there." Then, Chenyi closed the message. For now, his top priority was still to head straight for Storm City. The White Wolf galloped wildly for over 2 hours before finally emerging from the Crimson Iron Desert. Out of the desert, it came to a grassy plain. During the journey, Chenyi encountered numerous kobolds. They were all deserters who had fled from Shaman City. Without exception, all were shot dead by Chenyi. When they arrived outside Storm City, Chenyi was utterly shocked. The Storm City that appeared before his eyes exceeded all his expectations. It was a city of unimaginable scale. Storm City was built against a small hill, beside an enormously vast lake. The hill stood approximately 30 meters tall. Hollowed out, it had become the main body of Storm City. The sprawling structures below stretched for a full radius of over 100,000 meters. A rough calculation alone revealed that at least 1 million kobolds lived within. It was utterly incomparable to small cities like Shaman City. It could be said, a city of storms, equivalent to hundreds of Shaman cities. Chenyi couldn't help but feel mentally exhausted. Damn, even if I killed them one by one myself, using all those 100,000 arrows in my backpack wouldn't even take out 1/10 of them. And here I was thinking about massacring the entire city. Looking back now, how childish and ridiculous. Yet you can't slaughter the entire city. But Chenyi wants to clear some obstacles for humanity. In other words, kill one if you can. Chapter 57 Shadow Reaper, the terrifying dog-headed creature. Chenyi stopped with the White Wolf when they were 5 kilometers away from Storm City, and directly built a wooden hut here, while casually roasting some meat. They were eating turtle meat. They had slaughtered thousands of turtles before. There were still hundreds left uneaten. They ate 2 turtles. Chenyi finally heard the voice by his ear just as he wished. Predatory power activated. Your base strength has increased by 1 point. Chenyi was quite satisfied. Now the sky had turned completely dark. Chenyi decided to get some proper rest. After all, I haven't rested since last night. Then I fell into a deep sleep. At around 4 a.m. the next day, Chenyi woke up. Chenyi discovered that time flowed identically in all worlds, just like on Blue Star. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. There are 24 hours in a day. 8 large quantities of food as usual, accompanied by the sound of basic strength +1. Chenyi ran straight toward Storm City. The White Wolf was too conspicuous. Now beyond serving as transport, it could offer Chenyi no further help. Chenyi entered permanent stealth. At this moment, the lights of Stormwind City blazed brightly. 50,000 troops had gathered here. The kobolds of Shaman City had already fled to this place. Shaman City serves as the stronghold of weapon forging. It must absolutely never fall into human hands. The Lord of Stormwind City and that Oakenshield are somewhat anxious. If the king were to learn of this matter, then his own life would likely be in danger. At this moment, it took less than a day. An army was assembled. 50,000 soldiers, all level 20 kobolds. And there are archers, spearmen, shield guards, and cavalry, all of them. These professions, they are the strongest on the battlefield. But kobold mages are extremely rare, because kobolds cannot extract talents. Kobolds born with innate mage talents are exceedingly rare. Thus, whenever a kobold mage emerges, they are protected like endangered animals. When Chenyi witnessed this scene, then brought forth the sacred glory. If that's the case, then let you perish before accomplishing your mission. Afterwards, streaks of luminous arrows shot toward the kobold army. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows were incredibly formidable. Every strike could kill a kobold. Even if you're a shield-bearing class, it wouldn't help. After all, the equipment's too trash. With Chenyi decked out in top-tier gear, few armors could stand against him. This situation put all the kobolds on high alert. The kobolds who had fled from Shaman City collapsed in despair at the sight. It's him, the Shadow Reaper has come. Upon hearing this, Uriel, the Lord of Storm City, he immediately raised his voice in scolding. No more about any Shadow Reaper nonsense, stop talking about it at all. After Uriel's stern rebuke, those whispers quieted significantly. Then Uriel turned his gaze to Oakenshield. Oakenshield, you must tell me the truth about what's really going on with that human. Uriel's piercing eyes bore into him. Oakenshield felt a twinge of guilt. In his eagerness to recapture Shaman City quickly and secure Uriel's military support, he didn't tell the whole truth. He then said that human can turn invisible. Ordinary methods simply can't locate him. The prophet set a trap at the time and barely managed to capture him, launching what should have been his most powerful strike. But somehow, the prophet not only failed to kill him, instead, he was slain by that man, without any means to restrain him. That's why we fled here. Uriel's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. Didn't you say Shaman City was occupied by a group of humans? How has it now become just one person? If we'd known it was like this, why mobilize an entire army? We could have just taken all the high-grade gifted ones with us. Oakenshield stammered, unable to respond. he understood. Indeed, this was something he had done wrong. Uriel let out a sigh at this moment. This matter can't be blamed solely on you, I'm also at fault for not verifying the actual circumstances. Afterwards, Uriel looked towards the army. All units begin retreat. Arrows incoming from the southwest, all shield bearers face southwest and defend. Yes. Afterwards, the kobolds swiftly shifted formations. A well-trained kobold legion. A protective circle quickly formed. First, the cavalry began their retreat. Next came the archers, followed by the spearmen. Last were the shield guards. Under such protection, Chen Yi's arrows failed to deliver their intended impact. They merely managed to eliminate a few shield guards. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi slightly furrowed his brows. This truly seems to be a tough nut to crack. This Storm City isn't like that ragtag bunch from Shaman City. They're an entirely elite force. Half an hour later, the entire army had already withdrawn into the city. Only the corpses of those few hundred kobolds remained lying there in silence. Afterwards, Chen Yi strode towards Stormwind City. He was in a state of permanent invisibility. He harbored no fear whatsoever of being discovered by the people of Stormwind City. When he arrived at the city gates, Chen Yi directly seized the opportunity to enter the city before the gates closed. But after entering the city, Chen Yi noticed that the streets had already been sprinkled with white lime. As soon as he enters the street, the footprints will then appear. Seeing this, Chen Yi felt somewhat helpless. The preparations against him were truly exhaustive. They actually specially used white lime to counter his invisibility. At this thought, Chen Yi began walking along the city wall. The inner city wall had an angle of less than 90 degrees. He could easily walk on it as if on level ground. Chen Yi wanted to take a look, to see if the city had any blind spots. It's not working. It's perfectly fine to initiate a massacre on the city walls. Chapter 58, Crossing the Streets, Seizing the High Ground. And just as Chen Yi was walking atop the city walls, Chen Yi saw it. Above the Lord's Manor in the distant mountains, it was the highest point. If one stood upon that hollowed peak, they could survey the entire landscape. Although Chen Yi's range couldn't cover the entire city, it was sufficient to encompass most of the area. Afterwards, Chen Yi ran along the city wall towards the spot closest to the city center. Finally, Chen Yi stopped at a drainage channel leading to the lake outside the city. At this moment, this area hadn't been sprinkled with white lime yet. Moreover, the surrounding roads were extremely rugged. Judging by the appearance of the buildings around, this was part of the city's slums. No kobold soldiers had come here to spread white powder. Upon reading this, Chen Yi hesitated no longer. I ran straight towards the city center along the water channel. The sky was just beginning to brighten at dawn. Many kobolds hadn't yet risen from their beds. Thus Chen Yi encountered no obstacles along the way. When he arrived at the mountain's base, the sky was already bright with daylight. A squad of kobold soldiers scattering white lime powder began approaching this way. Seeing this, I hurriedly ran toward the mountaintop. It took barely 5 minutes. Chen Yi ran all the way to the mountaintop. Along the way, he noticed that all the paths leading uphill were guarded by various kobolds. He couldn't help feeling fortunate. Thankfully, he had a natural talent for rock climbing. Otherwise, there was simply no way to avoid those guards. The summit was completely bare. There was nothing there. Afterwards, Chen Yi picked up the glory of holiness. Now the first thing he had to do was to kill all those kobolds guarding the mountain path, to prevent them from disrupting his attack rhythm later. Afterwards, Chen Yi arrived at the end of that narrow path. Just this single path alone was guarded by over 100 kobold soldiers. At that moment, the kobolds were deep in discussion, debating exactly where Chen Yi might enter from. After all, he could turn invisible. This talent is absolutely mouth-watering. If they were to obtain this talent, they would undoubtedly become the strongest kobold in existence. Even the king probably couldn't compare. Just as these kobolds were fantasizing about it, arrows were already flying through the air at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each shaft carried unstoppable force. A dozen kobold warriors fell instantly, caught completely off guard. Ambush! We're under attack. The kobolds all fell to the ground. On the steep mountain path, lying flat on the ground was the best option. In Chen Yi's line of sight, many kobolds vanished in an instant. However, some kobolds still couldn't completely conceal themselves. Chen Yi drew his bowstring. Whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew forth in rapid succession. The kobolds tumbled down the slope as soon as they were hit by the arrows. At this moment, a horn sounded from the forest path. The kobolds were calling for reinforcements. Chen Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. We were just afraid you wouldn't call for backup. Now I'm in a perilous position, and this narrow path is the only way up the mountain. All we need to do is wait for them to come to us. Then we can shoot all those attacking kobold soldiers dead at the mountain's base. Wait until you hear the sounds. Uther and Oakenshield at the Lord's Manor were utterly stunned. What's going on? How did that person even get inside the city walls? Damn it! This method is utterly sinister. There's simply no way to defend against it. At this moment, Oakenshield turned his gaze to Uther. Lord Uther, summon all the shield guards immediately. No matter how formidable that human is, he only has one bow. Hearing Oakeshield's words, Uther immediately understood what Oakenshield meant. This is meant to sacrifice the shield guardian to capture that person. Uther then nodded in agreement. Alright, I agree to your proposal. Just then, some Stormwind Knoll elders showed reluctance. Lord Uther, the shield guards are also our best assault force. If we lose too many, how will we answer to the king? Indeed, Lord Uther. Without the shield guards, Stormwind would have no means to repel large-scale attacks. The scouts just brought news that some humans have begun settling in Shaman City. Shaman City is barely 200 miles from Stormwind. If those human armies breach our walls, we'll truly be left with nowhere to call home. Uther furrowed his brows. He then rebuked the crowd. Do any of you have good ideas for dealing with this invisible human now? Hearing Uther's words, the Knoll elders exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for how to respond. Uther snapped at them. Did you think I hadn't considered this possibility? You all fancy yourselves so clever, don't you? I understand what this represents better than anyone here. After Uther finished speaking, he rose to his feet. His gaze turned toward Oakenshield. Let's go. I'll come with you. This time, we must trap that man on the mountain. The Oak Shield was emboldened. Yes, my lord. Afterwards, the two of them walked out of the council hall. Only the elderly kobolds were left with grim expressions on their faces, lost in thought. At this moment, Shinny was hunting kobolds on the mountain peak. Suddenly, he felt his shots becoming increasingly difficult to land. Before anyone noticed, all the attacking kobold soldiers transformed into shield guards. These shield guards fearlessly charged forward. They rushed toward Chen Yi's arrows without hesitation. Chen Yi frowned. This did trouble him indeed. Yet it didn't affect him too much. Then he swiftly shot through the gap in the shield. But since they couldn't strike vital weak points directly, it often took 2 or 3 arrows to kill a single dog-headed shield guard. Gradually, the vanguard of dog-headed shield guards drew increasingly closer to Chen Yi. Chapter 59, Plundered Talent, Doghead Protection, Amplified into Austere Talent, Doghead Salvation. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi's heart sank. Damn, in a little while, he would soon be surrounded by kobolds. Chen Yi had no confidence in defeating so many kobolds in close combat. Afterwards, Chen Yi fought while retreating. The army of kobold shield guards was also exceptionally formidable. Just as Chen Yi was showing obvious signs of exhaustion, their marching pace accelerated noticeably. At this moment, Chen Yi noticed 2 kobold figures who appeared to be chieftains at the mountain's foothills. 2 kobolds were commanding the other kobolds to advance now. He recognized one of them, back in Shaman City. It was this very kobold who had issued the order for everyone to flee. And from his appearance, he was extremely deferential to those around him. Chen Yi was certain inside, this must be a very high-ranking elder among the dog-headed people. If that's the case, then we can give it a try. How powerful is his sniping skill now? At this thought, Chen Yi directly aimed at that high-ranking kobold. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound tore through the air. The arrow nearly transformed into a beam of light. At this moment, Uther's soul nearly fled his body. A premonition of death struck him. He hastily wrapped his arms around his head and crouched down. A yellow barrier instantly appeared around Uther's body. This was his innate talent, Golden Dog Head Protection. Whenever he encountered danger, he would simply crouch and cover his head. It could generate an energy barrier to block damage. Boom! The arrow arrived in an instant. It crashed directly onto that barrier. Almost instantaneously, the violent explosion immediately blasted away the kobolds surrounding Uther. And Uther himself. A gaping hole had appeared in his chest. Bloody froth kept bubbling from his mouth. It was clear he wouldn't survive. Oakenshield was stunned when he saw it, taking 3 or 4 seconds to react. He began shouting repeatedly, "Where's the priest? Where the hell is the priest?" 5 minutes passed. The priest arrived belatedly. This was a kobold elder. Upon seeing Uther, who was already barely breathing, he was shocked. He hurriedly cast healing spells on Uther. A ball of white light brimming with life energy gradually merged into Uther's body. But at that very moment, Chen Yi's next arrow had already been loosed. Completely unprepared, Uther, his neck was instantly pierced. Blood spurted out, splattering across the ground. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. "Congratulations on plundering Storm City's Lord Uther's talent, Doghead Protection. Doghead Protection, amplified 100-fold, upgraded to Doghead Survival. Doghead Survival, rank S tier. Effect when you squat and cover your head. You'll gain a protective survival shield lasting 10 seconds. The shield deactivates upon standing but can be refreshed repeatedly. While protected by the survival shield, you become invincible. TSK. Chen Yi found this sight extremely satisfying. Never expected it to be an invincible talent. Just crouch down and cover your head to become invincible for 10 seconds. Stand up and cover your head again to regain invincibility. This life-saving dog-headed talent is insanely overpowered. Truly worthy of an S-rank talent. Afterwards, Chen Yi continued his full concentration as he charged towards the dog-head shield guard. By now, the dog-head shield guards had advanced halfway up the mountainside. Just give them a little more time. They could fully storm up at any moment. But Chen Yi had a natural talent for rock climbing. He showed no fear of being surrounded. By then, he could simply run away on his own. These kobolds were unaware of their own talents. Otherwise, they would likely have given up immediately. Now, Uther's death plunged all the kobolds into a state of confusion. Did the formidable city lord really die just like that? It made everyone else rather incredulous. The goblin elder who had just been summoned here was also dumbfounded. But the next second, he realized this was the elder's chance to reclaim power. Afterwards, the kobold elder looked directly at Oakenshield. Now, immediately, have all kobold shield guards withdraw. No more sacrifices can be made. At this moment, Uther died. Stormhold was ruled by the elders. Oakenshield had no other choice. He could only nod in agreement. Then he took a horn from his storage space. The retreat horn sounded. At the sound of the horn, all the shield guards acted as if paroled from prison. They hastily withdrew down the mountainside. After all, for every meter advanced, a dozen or so kobold shield guards would die. Even though I'm a soldier, I couldn't resist the fear brought by death. Oakshield and that kobold elder also left this place under the protection of the shield guards. Chen Yi watched as the army of dog-headed men retreated. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Even though he had the savage body to restore his stamina, he couldn't withstand such relentless onslaught. Even if it were pulling out 100,000 pigs to slaughter by oneself, that would still be an extremely tiring job. Chen Yi used his water manipulation ability to drink a little water, and washed his hair and face, then lay down on the ground, finally able to get some proper rest. At this moment, inside the Storm City Council Hall, the elders were engaged in fierce discussions about how to deal with the Invisible Man. No matter how powerful the Invisible Man is, he can't possibly kill all of us, so I decided to send those slum dwellers to search the mountains instead. Whoever captures the Invisible Man shall be granted noble status. No, most of those people are around level 13 and simply can't manage an organized blockade. Their base stats aren't even close to keeping up. How would that work? One more thing, if we let them pass, we'll need to issue equipment. Where will the funding come from? Are you covering it? Hee, I think it's safer to keep using the shield guards for this matter. Previously, the shield guards had already advanced halfway up the mountain, but someone inexplicably ordered their withdrawal. Enough, no more talk. At that moment, the priest elder's face turned extremely grim. Didn't you disagree before too? How has it now become solely his responsibility? Oakshield gazed at the scene before him. Silently, he withdrew from the council hall. He knew it. There absolutely wouldn't be any effective strategy coming out of this discussion now. Every single one of these elders was just trying to skim some profit for themselves. Oakenshield couldn't help but feel a surge of grief and indignation. Afterwards, Oakenshield strode toward the army. Whatever it takes, preserving the combat effectiveness of our troops is now the most crucial matter. Starting now, leave the city. First, we must recapture the lost city of Shaman. The Invisible One is here. Presumably, no human could withstand the kobold army. At the same time, Lu Xiaobei has arrived at Shaman City. Standing atop the city wall, looking at the dense crowd, my heart brimmed with satisfaction. Chapter 60. Creating a fire, the Shaman army arrives outside the city. Chen Yi also witnessed this scene from atop the hill. All the kobold troops, except for those city garrison troops, a full 50,000 strong army. The rest are all exiting the city. It seems he was about to head to Shaman City. However, Chen Yi had already learned from the chat channel from the very beginning. Lu Xiaobei had now arrived in Shaman City. Therefore, Chen Yi wasn't the least bit worried about any threats to Shaman City's safety. The terror of SSS-ranked talent holders is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Now that I've merely obtained just one permanent invisibility support type talent, I've already become this formidable. And that Lu Xiaobei, as the possessor of an SSS-grade offensive talent, who knows what kind of firepower he might unleash. How truly exciting this is. Afterwards, Chen Yi sent a message to Lu Xiaobei. Xiaobei, the orc army is marching towards Shaman City right now. Keep an eye out. Not long after, Lu Xiaobei replied immediately. Don't worry, I'll make sure none of them make it back alive. Chen Yi didn't reply after seeing the message. Since the notice was given, it would significantly reduce unnecessary casualties. Chen Yi now turned his gaze toward the racial war. At this point, only 4 days remained until the next war. It was said that the victorious side would also gain a racial buff. This is a war that must be won. But every draw is random. Shen Yi couldn't even guarantee he'd be randomly selected. If they're all randomly assigned low-level talents, then it's seriously messed up. Encountering these dog-headed creatures, that will inevitably lead to failure. The advantage of the dog-headed creatures lies in their one-year head start in development, while humanity's advantage resides in these advanced gifted individuals. At this moment, Shen Yi gazed upon the city. Millions of dog-headed people lived here, endless stretches of buildings. It gave off a sense of oppression. Shen Yi then took out a flaming arrow. He fired it directly at one of the wooden houses. With a trail of blazing light, boom! The house was instantly engulfed in a fiery explosion. The other kobolds immediately rushed out to fight the fire. But this was precisely the effect Shen Yi wanted. Whenever a kobold approached the blaze, a radiant arrow would streak through the air, claiming the creature's life. For a moment, no one dared to put out the fire. Because these kobold dwellings were all built of wood, they were extremely flammable. Soon the surrounding houses were also set ablaze. At this moment, a strange wind blew in from nowhere. The wind fed the flames. Instantly it spread to dozens of houses. For a moment, the entire area became a sea of fire. And just at that moment, the kobolds could no longer sit still, risking being shot. They went to fight the fire, but by then, it was too late. The fire had grown increasingly fierce. Those kobolds could do nothing about it. They had no choice but to start demolishing the houses, preventing the flames from spreading further. Shen Yi, at this moment, was being particularly sneaky. Since a buffer zone has been created here, then we'll go somewhere else. Afterwards, Shen Yi took out incendiary arrows. He set up a total of 10 ignition points in strategic locations. After the flaming arrows had all been released, Shen Yi then began targeting the firefighting kobolds. Experience was silently accumulating all the while. Shen Yi sensed, at his current rate of progress, he'll reach level 20 within a week. Meanwhile, Oakenshield's army had already advanced 180 li. They were now regrouping just 10 kilometers from Shaman City, and Lu Xiaobei along with the former members of Chang'an were now standing atop the city walls. From this distance, they could already make out the kobold army. After all, it was an army of 50,000 kobolds. Even at a distance of 10 kilometers, it was still extremely conspicuous. Lu Xiaobei gazed at the army of dog-headed warriors. His heart couldn't help but itch with anticipation. Earlier, guild members had contributed 5 mage skill books to him. Now his skills have exceeded 10 in number. With the SSS tier talent Elemental Sovereign, which includes a 90% cooldown reduction effect for all elemental skills, there's no longer any gap when he casts his skills. He can seamlessly chaincast skills without interruption. Now is the perfect time to give it a try. Let's see just how strong I've become. After finishing the preparations, Oakenshield led the army slowly marching towards Shaman City. The front row shield bearers raised their shields in unison to guard against potential long-range skill ambushes. When they were still 500 meters away from Shaman City's walls, Oakenshield commanded the army to halt, preparing to charge forward in one concentrated effort later, breaking through the walls of Shaman City in one direct assault. At this moment, some long-range specialists from the former Chang'an, just as they were about to unleash their ranged attacks, Lu Xiaobei stopped them. Then he immediately sent a message in the guild channel. Everyone, do not initiate attacks without permission. I want to test how strong I've become. Instantly, the others immediately halted their actions. They held absolute confidence in Lu Xiaobei. After all, he possessed an SSS tier talent. I wonder what it would look like at full power. At this moment, Oakshield gazed at the humans on the city walls. He could clearly see. These humans were mostly between level 10 and level 12. Even those at level 13 are extremely rare. They're nothing but a ragtag bunch. At this thought, Oakenshield shouted directly at the siege team. Siege team, attack now. The shield guards immediately stepped aside. The siege teams, each one burly and powerfully built, grasping thick wooden battering rams, charged straight toward the city walls. The walls of Shaman City are built from piled sand and stone. As long as one has sufficient strength, they can be smashed apart. And just as those sturdy kobolds charged toward the walls, Lu Xiaobei, he made his move. Above his palm appeared a fireball the size of a water vat. The fireball displayed a crimson-violet hue. It radiated terrifying heat. Whoosh! A fireball the size of a water vat instantly soared toward the siege unit. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. It erupted beneath the city walls. A scorching shockwave swept across everyone's faces. When the shockwave dissipated, hundreds of soldiers from the original siege force had vanished. A gaping crater now flowed with searing magma. At this very moment, it materialized just beyond Shaman City's walls. Everyone, including the kobolds, was left utterly dumbfounded. A single fireball spell. Its power was unexpectedly terrifying. Chapter 61, The Horrifying Lu Xiaobei. An army of 50,000 completely annihilated. Lu Xiaobei gazed upon his achievement with satisfaction. Endowed with an SSS-grade talent. In this world, he was truly invincible. Afterwards, without hesitation, Lu Xiaobei activated his wind element flying spell and soared toward the army of 50,000. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful ice crystal materialized in Lu Xiaobei's hand. This was his Frost Heart ability. It could slow down all living beings within its area of effect. And under the enhancement of his SSS-grade talent, Elemental Primordial, the power of Frostheart increased 100-fold. Lu Xiaobei threw Frostheart directly into the center of the Null army. Instantly, a tremendous wave of freezing energy erupted. Its reach spanned 5 kilometers. Instantly enveloped by this frigid domain, the Kobold army shivered uncontrollably from the cold. They simply couldn't believe it. Such an attack actually came from a single living being. He was simply incomparably powerful. They had never encountered a life form stronger than this human before them. And at this moment, Lu Xiaobei was now hovering above the army of dog-headed men, muttering quietly to himself, "None of you will escape now." After saying that, a blazing beam of immense power manifested in Lu Xiaobei's hand. The beam was 5 meters wide and extended for several kilometers. Set those touched kobolds ablaze, making them burn from within. For a moment, the goblin army began to scatter in panic, yet slowed by the Frostheart's chilling aura. Their movement speed dropped by at least 50%, leaving them helpless against Lu Xiaobei's slaughter. Only when the duration of Lu Xiaobei's scorching ray ended, another attack coalesced in his grasp. It was a swirling vortex that kept expanding. Huff, huff, huff. A fierce gale began to sweep across the land. Afterwards, Lu Xiaobei hurled the whirlwind directly into the midst of the army. The whirlwind instantly expanded to hundreds of meters wide. For a moment, the cyclone rampaged unchecked. Countless kobolds were swept into the sky before plummeting down, crashing to their deaths. Countless kobolds were crushed to death. Oakenshield was absolutely terrified now. He simply couldn't fathom it. How could such a person exist in this world? Then Oakshield tried to flee with a few of his personal guards, but the next moment, only to be swept up by a whirlwind from afar, hurled 100 meters into the sky. Bang! With a thudding impact upon landing, Oakshield felt as if all his internal organs had shattered. And the next instant, his face darkened. Another kobold fell, landing squarely on Oakenshield. Ah! A pained shriek followed. Oakenshield moved no more. Next, it had become entirely Lu Xiaobei's one-man show. Fireball, Whirlwind, Scorching Ray, Frostheart, Flame Spearshot, Earth Shatter, and so on. All the spells he had learned. Lu Xiaobei cast every single one of them. The kobold army suffered as if facing the apocalypse. He had no ability to fight back at all. An hour later, Lu Xiaobei slowly flew up to the top of the city wall. By now, he had already reached level 16. Even with his SSS rank talent, casting skills so frequently was starting to take its toll on him. His head began to swim with dizziness. A former member of a Chang'an guild hastily produced a bottle of spirit-restoring tonic. Lu Xiaobei eyed it briefly before drinking it down. Immediately, his mind cleared considerably. He later also remembered the guild member who had previously delivered the potion to him. Meanwhile, the battlefield was no longer as flat as before. Cracks and trenches were everywhere. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Some burned to death, others froze or were blown away by the wind. There were those crushed by falling debris, dashed upon the ground, or squeezed to death in the crevices of the earth. If it weren't for the corpses of the kobolds, that would be nothing short of a living hell. Only the kobolds died. This scene, let everyone see what happened and feel good about it. It's almost impossible to extricate oneself. Meanwhile, in the World Channel, someone already posted screenshots of Lu Xiaobei's fight just now. It ignited human emotions almost instantly. Holy crap! This is what an SSS rank talent looks like? There's no way ordinary people can compete with that, right? I'm a mage too, those watermelon-sized fireballs can't be real. I've never seen such an overwhelming attack before. This is like Absurdity Grandpa opening the door for absurdity, utterly ridiculous. What's the big deal? Didn't you see? These are all soldiers trying to retake Shaman City. I dare say Shaman City's former garrison was no weaker than these troops. Didn't Chen Yi single-handedly conquer Shaman City all by himself? I wonder who's stronger between Lu Xiaobei and Chen Yi. It'd be great if they could have a fight. Hey, you upstairs really enjoy stirring the pot without caring about the consequences. Those two are the pinnacle of human combat power. If they fight each other, who's going to deal with those gnolls then? Hee, I'm just saying. Speaking of which, I can't help but feel like those of us with low-tier talents are just cannon fodder, mere background characters for those with high-tier talents. Honestly, it really does feel that way. Every single grade difference in talent tier is like night and day. Hey, do you think there's anything out there that could help us improve our talent levels? If such a thing really existed, would it even be your turn? Dreaming is fine, but don't even think about it in reality. Meanwhile, with Chen Yi, I also saw screenshots about Liu Xiaobei wiping out the entire Kobold army. They couldn't help but feel somewhat horrified. This SSS grade talent, growth to the final point. The saying one thought can destroy the world, another can create it turns out to be true indeed. At merely a dozen levels, one could annihilate an army of 50,000 level 20 kobolds. When he grows up in the future, wouldn't that make him even more formidable? At this thought, Chen Yi's heart grew even more restless with urgency. He absolutely must plunder a high-level talent. At the very least, I need to acquire an S-rank talent myself to feel truly at ease. Chapter 62. The racial battlefield opens. Chen Yi gets teleported. No longer paying attention to the world channel, Chen Yi turned his gaze toward Storm City. At this moment, under his deliberate control, thousands of buildings were already ablaze. But as there were no more flaming arrows left, Chen Yi couldn't create new fire outbreaks. Thus, the kobolds gradually managed to contain the spreading flames. But this should be enough. Chen Yi's arrows consumed over 10,000 shots during this wildfire. Not to say he killed 10,000 kobolds, but at least 8,000. Afterwards, Chen Yi arrived at a secluded mountainside. He fell into a deep sleep directly. He was utterly exhausted. Even iron would snap from metal fatigue after being drawn 10,000 times. Chen Yi spent the following days, either consuming meat to boost his attributes, or slaughtering kobolds to gain experience. Because Uther had died, the higher-ups of the kobolds were engaged in all sorts of power struggles. Add to that the complete annihilation of their 50,000-strong army. Surprisingly, no kobolds came to cause him trouble. However, those kobolds calculated the trajectory and firing range of his arrows. All moved to the outskirts of Stormwind. In the end, within Chen Yi's firing range, few kobolds remained living there. And now, Chen Yi has reached level 17. Chen Yi calculated he had to kill over 20,000 kobolds just to reach level 17. The difficulty of human upgrades can easily be imagined. Everyone felt a growing urgency in their hearts. Since the monsters refused to respawn, slaughtering kobolds remained the only viable method for leveling up. During that time, Chen Yi learned from Liu Xiaobei that, after the first racial war with the kobolds, monsters will respawn. Chen Yi didn't know where Liu Xiaobei had learned this information from, but considering the people from the voodoo cult, he figured it must be those voodoo cult members selling information again. After all, these were practitioners of voodoo, yet there was a big shot from the 7th layer world backing them. They could obtain any classified information they wanted. Now that we've learned about this matter, Chen Yi wasn't in a hurry anymore. Every day he'd just shoot a few kobolds while casually chatting. Humankind has been in this world for 7 days now, and on this day, the racial battlefield is set to open. All humans with low-tier talents grew intensely nervous at this moment. After all, being teleported to the battlefield meant he was just cannon fodder. He couldn't inflict any meaningful damage on the gnolls. Chen Yi was also quite excited on his side. He wondered if he too would be transported to the racial battlefield. At exactly midnight, a voice echoed across the world. The racial battlefield has commenced. Human and kobold races shall now be randomly teleported. Afterwards, a sudden flash of white light crossed Chen Yi's vision. The surroundings abruptly transformed. In an instant, it became a grassy field surrounded by dense, towering trees. There were an extraordinary number of people all around. They were all people teleported here from all over the world. Chen Yi was pleasantly surprised to learn he had been transported here. Because he was here, the human race now had significantly better odds of winning. At this moment, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Welcome to the racial battleground. The rules are as follows. Once entering the battleground, only one race can survive until the last member of the opposing side falls. The racial battleground is intricate. All participants are deployed in a forest maze, where every turn might reveal either an enemy or an ally. Eliminating rival races earns slaughter points, which can be used to purchase items and tools from the race shop. Now, let the slaughter begin. With a thunderous boom, the trees in the forest began to move. It was a dizzying sight to behold. Gradually, roads now stretched before everyone's eyes, gazing at the paths ahead. Suddenly understood these were the routes through the forest maze. The clamor of voices immediately rose. Oh my god, I'm just an F-rank talent holder. What should I do? There's no way I can beat those kobolds. Me too, what should we do? Are there any high-level talent masters here? Can I follow you? In this situation, it's a fight to the death between both races. Stop looking for someone to carry you. Having to protect you would just distract the strong players. I wonder if climbing trees would work. If I climb up and stay hidden in the canopy, maybe no one would find me. After the man finished speaking, the surrounding people's eyes immediately lit up. Right, if you don't want to fight, just climb the tree. The remaining high-level talents would help them deal with the kobolds. Action followed thought. Some people excitedly ran toward the maze-like trees. Just when they tried to climb the trees, a strange force immediately pushed them away. No matter how hard they tried to touch the trees, it was futile. Witnessing this scene, the others were somewhat discouraged. It seemed impossible to take any shortcuts. Truly unbelievable. What dangers lay ahead remained uncertain. Yet Chen Yi noticed those around him hadn't moved. These people were without a leader. They simply couldn't organize effectively. And just at that moment, Chen Yi suddenly spotted a familiar face, Lu Tianming. He had also come to this racial battlefield and was assigned to a specific zone. What a fortunate encounter. Then proceeded without hesitation. Chen Yi walked straight over. Perhaps Lu Tianming could be persuaded to organize the others. Otherwise it would be absolute chaos. Chapter 63, The Kobold Emperor, Talent, Golden Kobold Form. Afterwards, Chen Yi approached Lu Tianming's side. At this moment, Lu Tianming was also assessing the battlefield situation. He then sensed someone approaching from behind. Turn around immediately. When he saw it was Chen Yi, Lu Tian was visibly delighted. Chen Yi, you came too. He was well aware of Chen Yi's capabilities, with the recent major upheavals that have stirred the world, making Lu Tianming realize that Chen Yi's talent level far surpassed mere A grade. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Then he continued, look at these people, someone ought to organize them properly. I'm no manager. It's your turn to step forward now. Hearing Chen Yi say this, Lu Tianming hesitated for a moment. Then he said, nowadays, my talent level can hardly be considered top-notch. The current circumstances and situation are different from when we were in the region. If I were to lead everyone here and someone stronger than me were to appear, that would be quite awkward. Hearing Lu Tianming say this, Chen Yi nodded in agreement. He couldn't help but admire Lu Tianming's meticulous thinking. Alright, then we'll wait. If there's truly no one else, we'll step forward. Sounds good. After Lu Tianming finished speaking, he discussed several other matters with Chen Yi, primarily concerning Qin Mu's whereabouts and how the domineering alliance was on the verge of disbandment. Half an hour later, a team was now preparing to make an attempt. They wanted to explore one of the branching paths, but at that very moment, a professional clad head to toe in golden armor stepped forward. The person's head was also completely concealed by a golden helmet. His face was concealed behind a golden mask, making it impossible to discern his true appearance. At this moment, a voice emanated from beneath the mask. Everyone, follow my command. I am Ase, an S-rank talent and a swordsman. Now, all melee combatants, come with me. We'll scout the path ahead. Mages, priests, and archers, all in the rear. As for the assassin, if you have stealth skills, scout ahead, otherwise, stay behind us and keep quiet. After saying that, the professional headed towards one of the intersections. At the same time, he pulled out an enormous golden greatsword from thin air. Witnessing such ostentatious display, Chen Yi couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Damn, did this guy rob someone's treasury? Hearing Chen Yi's words, Lu Tianming smiled. I guess this character's outfit is just designed this way. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. But since the outfit looks so magnificent, I wondered what attributes it might have. Lu Tianming fell into thought for a moment. The attribute bonus is definitely not low, but for now, let's just follow him and set off. Alright. Afterwards, Chen Yi took out the glory of sanctity. He then headed straight for that intersection. At the same time, the humans in this area had also naturally divided into professions and began moving according to his arrangements. And so it was. There were over 300 people in the entire area. They began moving forward. Because the road was extremely wide, 10 people could walk side by side without any problem, so there wasn't a very long queue. After walking several kilometers, a crossroads now appeared before the group. Faced with a choice, the golden warrior at the lead did not stop. Instead, he pressed straight forward without hesitation. Afterwards, the humans followed closely behind him. No one knew what awaited at the next crossroads. For now, they could only trust their instincts. And just at that moment, the sound of arrows piercing through the air came one after another. Chen Yi was all too familiar with this sound. The next second, Chen Yi instantly entered a state of invisibility. Lu Tianming, standing beside Chen Yi, couldn't help but be astonished by his reaction. But then he transformed into a body of fire element. The arrows passed through without causing him any harm, but the others weren't so fortunate. These arrows were tremendously powerful, their arrowheads razor-sharp indeed. Some humans clad in cloth armor, their bodies were pierced one after another by arrows. The priests hastily cast healing spells to aid these wounded humans, but the arrows could not be extracted. It could only stop the bleeding, but the wound hadn't healed. And just to the left side of the crossroads, a group of 500 or 600 kobolds was slowly advancing in this direction. At their head marched a kobold wearing a golden crown and wielding a scepter. His flamboyance was on par with that golden armor. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised, didn't expect to run into other kobolds so soon, and to think so many were injured by a sneak attack. At this moment, the golden armored warrior stepped before the group of kobolds, and Lu Tianming was the same, currently transformed into a fire elemental form. He stared intently at everyone. Seeing Lu Tianming like this, even the golden armored warrior was somewhat startled. I never expected there to be such a powerful professional in our own team. And just at that moment, the leader among those kobolds, now its attributes were slowly being revealed before everyone's eyes. Imperial Kobold. Level, 20. Basic Strength, 43. Basic Constitution, 44. Basic Agility, 41. Basic Intelligence, 42. Talent Golden Anubis Form. Golden Anubis Form, an inherited ability exclusive to Anubian royalty, allows the user to enter a golden state when facing enemies, reducing all incoming damage by 80%. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Skills: throw money like dirt, rivers spanning miles, metallic ray, blink, limited skill, blink, limited skill. Instantly teleport a short distance in any direction. Cooldown, 1 second. Introduction: the Supreme Emperor of the Kobold race, wielding unparalleled authority, with strength and talent unmatched among all kobolds. Legends say the Kobold Emperor is inherently cruel, mercilessly slaughtering all non-kobold races, thus his hands are perpetually drenched in the blood of foreign tribes. To actually encounter the Doghead Emperor directly, everyone was utterly shocked, while inwardly feeling fortunate. Thank goodness we have high-level talent users on our side, otherwise we'd have died without even knowing how. Chapter 64: Kobold Talent Fusion. The first SSS rank talent. Shen Yi immediately stood up at this moment. Just now, when he was ambushed, he instinctively activated permanent stealth and kobold survival instinct. Because of the permanent invisibility, others couldn't see his golden protective barrier made from dog heads. When he saw that dog-headed emperor, Shen Yi's mind went completely blank. Couldn't have imagined this. In the very first racial war match, he encountered this dog-head emperor. Yet Shen Yi's heart surged with wild exhilaration, because in his eyes, this dog-headed emperor is basically a walking SS grade talent. Must take it. SS tier talent. No one knows just how powerful he could become. At this thought, Shen Yi couldn't suppress his excitement. At this moment, the dog-headed emperor was already surrounded by numerous guards forming a protective circle, but this kobold emperor didn't seem to appreciate the gesture. Instead, he directly bypassed the guards and stepped before everyone. In his eyes, looking at humans like they were mere livestock, not giving them the slightest bit of regard. Powerful base attributes combined with an A-grade talent gave him this advantage. Puny humans, you are destined to kneel before us and bow your heads in submission. At that moment, the Golden Warrior, he had already stepped forward, golden greatsword in hand, standing before all of humanity. Dog-headed Emperor? Ha, let me show you what I'm really capable of. The dog-headed Emperor chuckled with amusement. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. After saying that, the Kobold Emperor's golden scepter fired a metallic beam toward the Golden Warrior. The metallic beam appeared pale and gray. It looked utterly lackluster. Yet the energy contained within was extraordinarily potent. The Golden Warrior swiftly wielded his massive golden sword as a shield, positioning it horizontally before him. At the same time, the metallic rays arrived before the Golden Warrior in an instant. Boom! With tremendous impact force, the metallic rays sent the Golden Warrior staggering back 5 or 6 steps. And under some bizarre rule of the metallic rays, an indelible mark had been branded upon the Golden Warrior's greatsword. Witnessing this scene, the Golden Warrior's face twisted in displeasure. The attributes of his golden sword had diminished. Damn it! Damn this kobold! Afterwards, the Golden Warrior charged directly towards the Kobold Emperor. Whoosh! The Golden Warrior moved with incredible speed, arriving before the Kobold Emperor in an instant. A brilliant light flashed. The Kobold Emperor instantly teleported behind the Golden Warrior. But the Golden Warrior's remaining strength was not yet exhausted. After a shockwave passed through, it actually blasted the guards behind the dog-headed Emperor into bloody mist outright. Looking at the Golden Warrior now covered entirely in the blood of dog-headed creatures, the others were all somewhat startled. Is this the might of an S-rank talent? Without even touching those kobold guards, they had smashed through and shattered a whole swath of kobold guards ahead. At that moment, the Golden Warrior turned back. The mocking expression on the Doghead King's face made his blood boil with anger. The Doghead King raised his scepter once again. A virtual golden mountain now materialized above his head. Boom! The golden mountain came crashing down directly toward the Golden Warrior. Upon reading this, the Golden Warrior dared not block directly. He swiftly dodged to the side instead. Boom! The golden mountain crashed violently onto the ground. A massive crater instantly appeared in the middle of the road. Witnessing such astonishing power, the Golden Warrior shuddered with lingering fear. If that golden mountain had struck him, he would likely have been either dead or crippled. This golden mountain possessed dual magic and physical assault capabilities. No one knew what profession the Doghead Emperor practiced. He could actually unleash such an attack. Moreover, the Doghead Emperor's base attributes were twice as high as his, even though he possessed an S-grade talent. Facing this Kobold Emperor, even they found themselves utterly powerless. And just at that moment, a surge of radiance centered around the Doghead Emperor. It began surging in all directions. Looking at the appearance of the Kobold Emperor, the Golden Warrior sensed a moment of crisis. Afterwards, without hesitation, he executed a leaping strike directly at the Kobold Emperor. He soared high into the air and launched his attack straight toward the Kobold Emperor. At the same time, under the enhancement of an S-rank talent, a terrifying fluctuation emanated from the person's body. This fluctuation could crush everything. Rivers stretch for miles. At this moment, the Kobold Emperor has completed his skill wind-up. A mighty river surges forth directly from the void. Every drop of water weighs 100 pounds. There was almost no way to resist it. But at the same time, the Golden Warrior's crushing attack had already descended upon the Doghead Emperor. At this moment, the Doghead Emperor's body instantly emitted a golden radiance. Golden Dog Body. Activate now. All damage taken is directly reduced by 80%. Boom! Two attacks landed simultaneously on each other's bodies. The Golden Warrior's armor was instantly pitted by those water droplets. Like the surface of the moon, pits and traps were everywhere. Yet that Kobold Emperor actually withstood the Golden Warrior's sword strike head-on, but his shoulder blade was shattered by the Golden Warrior's force. After all, the fluctuations accompanying the Golden Warrior's attacks possessed the trait of ignoring defenses. Even though he obtained 80% damage reduction, he still fully endured the remaining 20%. Witnessing this scene, all the kobolds began to panic. "Your Majesty, come back quickly." In an instant, numerous kobolds launched their attacks toward the Golden Warrior. Yet the Golden Warrior didn't evade at all. All attacks merely pinged and clanged against his armor. He hadn't even broken through his defenses at all. After all, these kobolds were no Kobold Emperor. Their base attributes were pitifully low. It was essentially like scratching an itch, completely ineffective. At this moment, the canine-headed Emperor instantly teleported to the center of his people. The Golden Warrior's earlier attack had indeed wounded him. An indescribable agony surged through him. It nearly made the canine-headed Emperor lose consciousness. The Golden Warrior had quietly returned to the human faction by this point. Shenny keenly noticed a trail of blood appearing beneath the Golden Warrior's mask. It's obvious. The earlier attack resembling a roaring river had inflicted extremely severe injuries on him. The mask alone had prevented others from noticing his condition. After both sides returned to their respective camps, the kobolds were the first to launch an attack. How dare they wound His Majesty the Emperor? These humans must die. The humans' morale was also exceptionally high, because in their view, their Golden Warriors had won this victory, proving that humans are stronger than dog-headed men. But they all overlooked one crucial fact. Most of the levels here are around 12 or 13, whereas most of the kobolds have already reached level 16, or even the maximum level of 20. Trying to pick a fight with the kobolds would be an extremely unwise choice. The only way was to fight while retreating, depleting the kobolds' combat strength. Just as the two sides were about to collide, Lu Tianming arrived at the front lines of the battlefield at this moment. He instantly transformed into a fiery elemental form. The blazing flames made the kobolds halt in their tracks. Such intensity seemed overwhelmingly powerful. It appeared that in the very next moment, it might transform into a towering beast of fire and come roaring towards them. A fiery gem materialized around Lu Tianming. This was the divine artifact he had obtained back then. Now, with the divine artifact's empowerment, he could even rival that Golden Warrior. Boom! A flamestorm erupted directly with Lu Tianming at its center. The direction of the attack. It was precisely those kobolds, because they stood at the center of the path. Those kobolds had no way to evade. They were all set ablaze right on the spot. Every targeted kobold immediately burst into raging flames across their bodies. With the artifact's enhancement, the flames Lu Tianming unleashed carried an indestructible quality. They wouldn't cease until every combustible element was utterly reduced to ashes. At this moment, the Kobold Emperor raised his golden scepter. Rivers stretching 10,000 miles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Torrents of water were summoned from the void. But this time, the summoned waters didn't appear in those 100-pound masses as before, but possesses strong fire-extinguishing properties. When those water streams rushed upon the kobolds, they extinguished all the flames completely. Only occasional sparks that couldn't be doused floated upon the water's surface. The remaining portion of water, now transformed midair into aggressive weapon forms like water guns and arrows, launched a direct assault towards Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming's fire elemental body could only nullify physical damage and flame-based injuries. There is simply no way to become immune to water elemental damage. Moreover, water elements deal additional damage to his body. Lu Tianming failed to dodge in time. He was pierced straight through by those water bullets and arrows. He fell from the air in his entirety, returned to his true human form. At this moment, Lu Tianming's face turned as pale as gold paper, and a mouthful of blood directly spewed from his mouth. The previous attack had dealt him significant damage. His vitality had suffered tremendous exhaustion. Shen Yi, now invisible, arrived beside Lu Tianming. Speaking directly into his ear, he said, "Tianming, drink this." Afterwards, Shen Yi produced a vial of life potion obtained earlier from those 3 villains in the barbarian blood grasslands. He poured it directly into Lu Tianming's mouth. Lu Tianming knew Shen Yi could turn invisible, then proceeded without hesitation. He drank it straight down. Instantly his body was nearly fully recovered. He sprang to his feet, full of vigor and vitality. But to onlookers, Lu Tianming had merely spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he stood up completely unharmed. Can't help but wonder. No clue what kind of talent this Lu Tianming truly possesses. To think they'd grant him such tenacious vitality. As for Chen Yi's side, the holy radiance in hand was already aimed at the Kobold Emperor. At this moment, the golden statue of the dog-headed emperor had lost its divine protection. Now was the perfect moment for a sneak attack. Instantaneous archery was unleashed straight away. Whoosh! A streak of blazing light, traveling over 10 times the speed of sound, shot directly toward the dog-headed emperor. At the same time, the dog-head emperor sensed a surge of danger. Instinctively, he sought to raise his golden scepter in defense. But Chen Yi's arrow was simply too fast. It pierced straight through the dog-head emperor's throat. Blood gushed uncontrollably like water. At the same time, a voice came through. "Congratulations on successfully plundering the Hobgoblin Emperor's talent, Goblin Golden Body." Star. Chapter 65, Emperor Slayer title acquired, Hobgoblin Slayer. Followed by another series of system notifications. Golden Dog form 100-fold amplification, upgraded to Indomitable Dog. Indomitable Dog. Tier, SS. Effect, your body enters an indestructible state, which immunizes against effects such as damage, seal, instant death, control, erasure, banishment, restriction, and authority reduction. Each entry grants a 10-minute invincible state with a 15-minute cooldown. Shen Yi stared at the undying dog head. He couldn't help feeling surprised. Damn, is it really this powerful? And just like that, I've finally stood up on my own. Yet in the very next second, an even more mind-sharpening voice sounded. Hard dog head, wise dog head, life-preserving dog head, immortal dog head, predator's power, and blessing of the dark god, meet the fusion requirements. Fusion initiated now. Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS grade talent, Doghead Devourer. Doghead Devourer, grade, SSS. Effect, you can devour any energy entity, embodiment of rules, or conceptual incarnation, and acquire their corresponding attributes. Witnessing the dog-headed deity devour gods, Shen Yi was utterly astonished. Never in a million years. After plundering and amplifying all of the dog-headed being's talents, then combining them with predatory power and blessing of the evil god, one could obtain such an invincible ability, capable of devouring all energy entities, rules, and conceptual manifestations. Literally speaking, Shen Yi could devour gods. These energy entities could be understood as elemental creatures, ghosts, specters, or similar existences, beings without physical form, condensed purely from energy. For instance, when Lu Tianming transformed himself into a body of fire element, Shen Yi could devour him whole. Embodiment of rules. These are beings that manifest from the various rules governing the world, commonly known as the gods of rules. For example, the fire god who represents the rule of fire, the water god who embodies the rule of water, and so on. For instance, the current wielder of the divine artifact in Chen Yi's hand, Lady Debella. She embodies the principles of light and beauty. This deity of order rules. In her own world, she possesses formidable power, but they're very weak outside their own world. As for conceptual gods, take the river god from 100,000 Bad Jokes as an example. A river is a river, and the Milky Way is also a river. Such conceptual deities can range from extremely weak to immensely powerful. As for Chen Yi, now you can devour these and acquire their intrinsic traits. It could practically be considered a diluted version of infinite plunder, just without the 100-fold amplification and subsequent authority of the true infinite plunder. However, what this deity-devouring power absorbs are traits, while infinite plunder seizes innate talents. Shen Yi glanced at the description of the ability. It's a manifestation of life essence. For example, if Chen Yi devoured a fire element, he could likewise transform into fire. If he devoured a ghost, then he could also become a ghost. By devouring something, one can obtain its manifestation of life. If one devours the god of rules, then they can gain control over his laws. For the conceptual god, it would be their very concept. Plundering talents. Perhaps talents are merely a component of the other's entire strength, but when combined with the power of God-devouring, it means acquiring most of the opponent's strength. These two talents complement each other perfectly. They enable Chen Yi to grow faster and stronger. Sweet. Chen Yi felt utterly at ease, although no longer able to enhance his attributes with plundering power. But this time it's definitely not a loss. Once we're out of the battlefield, I must find some energy entities to devour. Let's see what kind of power this trait will bestow. At this moment, the kobolds were desperately trying to save their emperor, but there was absolutely no way to revive him now. A priest of this caliber could never learn a game-breaking skill like resurrection magic, and just at that moment, an announcement swept across the entire battlefield and the outside world. Human Chen Yi has slain the Gnoll Emperor, Hogger, awarded the title, Gnoll Slayer. Gnoll Slayer, description, deals 50% additional damage to gnolls. Human Chen Yi. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in succession. This news left both humans and kobolds utterly bewildered. To the humans' astonishment, Chen Yi actually killed the emperor of the kobold race. You know, this was none other than the emperor of an entire race. If this were among humans, it would be equivalent to slaying their supreme leader. How can this not be astonishing? Holy crap! Boss Chen Yi is insanely powerful. He actually killed the Goblin Emperor. This is on par with Hua Zubing's legendary feat of sealing the Wolf Slayer. Exactly. In ancient times, Hua Zubing traversed thousands of miles to crush the Xiongnu royal court. Today, Boss Chen Yi slaughtered the Goblin Emperor amidst 10,000 foes. I can't even fathom it. How do you even pull off assassinating the enemy emperor? It's beyond imagination. Do you think it's possible that their emperor and Boss Chen Yi got teleported to the racial battlefield together? That might be why Boss Chen Yi ended up killing this kobold emperor. Honestly, that could be it. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know where this kobold royal city was located. If Boss Chen Yi took down the kobold emperor, things are about to get chaotic among their kind. Perfect timing. This gives us more room to grow. Even if we have more time to grow, where are the monsters supposed to come from for us to level up? Yeah, with no monsters for us to level up, what's the point of playing? We'd starve to death. Didn't the old Chang'an hint at it? They'll respawn after the first racial war ends. Seriously? I can't wait then. From now on we just need to prepare. You might even complain there are too many monsters when the time comes. Unlike the joyous laughter among humankind, the kobold nation plunged into deep mourning. This sorrow was beyond what any kobold could bear. Their emperor, dead, was actually killed by humans. Simply unbelievable. Their so great emperor, he died at the hands of a human. Utterly unacceptable. Doguching. This was one of the kobolds' royal cities, perched on the edge of a cliff. Within the royal palace, the royal family of the kobolds was holding a council meeting. At its head, it was that kobold prince. Beside him sat all his brothers and sisters. Now, the only thing we must do is find that human named Chen Yi. We absolutely must kill him. Indeed, unless this human is slain, we can neither avenge our imperial father nor quench our hatred. But now the crucial point is figuring out where to find that particular human. I have several spies among their kind, currently celebrating the murder of our emperor. You actually ally with humans? What utter disgrace. What do you know? Only through these humans can we locate that one called Chen Yi. I don't care, humans are nothing but livestock to be slaughtered in my eyes. Every last one must be exterminated. While everyone was arguing fiercely, a voice came through. The urgent task now is to establish a new emperor and quickly calm everyone's hearts. At this moment, an aged kobold, wearing a white robe and a priest's ceremonial hat, was slowly approaching. All eyes turned toward the elderly figure. All the kobold royalty fell silent. They clearly held great respect for this elderly kobold. At that moment, the old kobold approached the table. A maidservant hurriedly brought a chair for the elderly kobold. The old gnoll sat down and spoke slowly. Now, let Candle assume the position of next emperor. Candle is Hog's eldest son, and has already been established as crown prince. I doubt anyone would oppose this. Hearing those words, all the kobold royals looked at each other. It's obvious. They didn't want Candlestick to ascend the throne, because the old emperor was already dead. Now the most important thing was this emperor's seat remained unclaimed. Although the dog-headed high priest before them supports the Candlestick's succession. But if they refuse, then whether the Candlestick can ascend remains uncertain. At this moment, the leading Candlestick turned to look at someone beside them. This is his closest confidant. Any inconvenient words could be entirely spoken by him. At that moment, the kobold hastily stood up. What kind of attitude is this? Isn't it only right that Crown Prince Candle inherits the throne? Otherwise, which of you could be this emperor? The surrounding kobolds remained silent. For such an opportunity to stand at the pinnacle of kobold power, they truly didn't want to let it slip away. And just at that moment, that kobold high priest lifted his own staff. If you princes aren't willing, then you'll have to get through me first. Though I've grown old now, banishing a few of you is still child's play. After saying that, a terrifying spatial ripple emanated from the staff of the Kobold High Priest. They could feel the terrifying spatial fluctuations. The other princes all felt their scalps prickle with unease. They were well aware of the High Priest's formidable power. With the High Priest now staunchly supporting Candle, they stood no chance whatsoever. Afterwards, all the Kobold princes nodded in agreement. Yes, reluctantly, the Archpriest's proposal was agreed to. At this moment, the Archpriest turned his gaze to the candles. To prevent complications from arising overnight, your ascension shall commence today. Within the battlefield of races, Chen Yi, working in coordination with the other humans, had by now slain all the kobolds. Title acquired, Kobold Slayer. Chen Yi could distinctly perceive it. No matter where he struck these kobolds, even if the blow landed on their knees, his attacks nearly always delivered instant death. Chen Yi could only attribute this to the tremendous boost from the title. At this moment, the Golden Warrior stood before Chen Yi. Only now did he realize, the archer standing before him was none other than Chen Yi. Gazing at Chen Yi, the Golden Warrior extended his hand. I never expected you to be Chen Yi, boss. You should take command from now on. The power of your arrows is truly formidable. Even with my golden armor set, I don't think it could completely withstand them. Hearing those words, Chen Yi originally wanted to refuse, but then he thought of Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming did have talent for leadership. Handing full authority to him, wouldn't that work? Then, Chen Yi turned his gaze to Lu Tianming. Dawn, you'll take over command from now on. Star. Chapter 66, The Dog-Headed God Devourer Attacks, The Mutant White Wolf. Lu Tianming heard Chen Yi say this. He understood that Chen Yi simply couldn't be bothered with managing things. Now that Chen Yi was backing him up and letting him take charge, others wouldn't dare gossip. Afterwards, Lu Tianming nodded. Alright then, since that's the case, I'll humbly accept the honor. After saying that, Lu Tianming stepped forward to face the crowd. You should all understand that the big shots have put me in charge here, so from now on, my orders are absolute law. There must be absolutely no disobedience. If anyone disobeys orders, we'll throw you straight into the Kobold Horde. After Lu Tianming finished speaking, no one dared to object. Lu Tianming's strength, though not the strongest among their group, but it could still rank third. Thus, no one dared to invite such misfortune. Afterwards, the group continued moving forward. We definitely can't consider going where that Kobold Emperor came from. Even if there were humans there, they'd probably have been killed off. As time passed, the surrounding environment was growing increasingly noisy. The air was filled with the sounds of battle cries, so whenever Chen Yi and his group heard fighting in the distance, they would immediately pick up speed, taking detours to reach the heart of the battlefield. And so it was. The racial battlefield raged on for 3 full days. Chen Yi and Lu Tianming lost themselves to the bloodlust. No kobold shall leave alive. Finally, a voice resonated across the world. Congratulations to the human race for winning the first racial war. As a reward, all members shall receive the group buff, EXP Boost. EXP Boost. Introduction, race-wide buff for all humans, experience gain increased by 50% for all human players. Upon hearing this announcement, all humans couldn't help but feel greatly inspired and energized. My god, we humans really won this time. This 50% experience boost is absolutely incredible. No kidding, with this advantage, our human faction will rise to prominence in no time. I feel the same way. Getting a 50% EXP boost is just too damn good. Monsters just respawned here. Gotta go, time to grind some levels. Same here. Quick, can't afford to fall behind in levels. At this moment, Chen Yi was also teleported back to the starting point, the mountain at the heart of Stormwind. All the trees had already been cut down by this point. It seemed they had conducted a thorough search of the area. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Who would have thought these kobolds had carried out such an exhaustive search while I was away? This means, the upper echelons of Stormwind had now stabilized. There's no way to make such a big fuss without anyone caring like before. At this moment, Chen Yi gazed far into the distance through his enhanced vision. The plains outside Storm City had already spawned numerous monsters. At this point, he couldn't even muster the energy to deal with these kobolds. What he wanted most now was to plunder those monsters' talents. Afterwards, Chen Yi activated his invisibility and swaggered down the street. The white dust on the streets had long since vanished. Useless white ash. Nature was swept clean. Afterwards, Chen Yi had left Storm City, gazing into the distance. Outside Storm City, there were spirit-like creatures floating everywhere. Although these monsters were not densely packed, their numbers amounted to at least tens of thousands. Much better. Afterwards, Chen Yi pulled up the attribute panel for one of the monsters. Mana WYRM, level 14, base strength 11, basic constitution 5, basic agility 8, basic intelligence 15, talent, mana drain. Mana drain, F. Whenever someone nearby casts a skill, you can absorb the stray overflow energy to restore yourself. Skill arcane missile. Introduction. Arcane WIRMs condensed from arcane energy possess the innate ability to absorb energy to sustain themselves. Spotting these arcane WIRMs, Shen-Yi suddenly remembered his god-devouring dog head talent. He wasn't sure if these counted as energy entities. At this thought, Shen-Yi approached a mana WIRM. At this moment, the mana WIRM floated silently in place. Shen-Yi remained completely unaware of his concealed state. Afterwards, raising his right hand, Shen-Yi unleashed the god-devouring grasp toward the mana WIRM. Almost instantaneously, and terrifying suction force erupted from Chun-Yi's right palm. The mana WIRM was instantly drawn into the center of his palm. A radiant light now glowed in his hand. The light continuously purified and eliminated the impure energy of this mana serpent. Finally, all the power of the mana serpent was being absorbed into Chun-Yi's right hand. At that moment, a voice rang out in Chun-Yi's ears. Congratulations! You have successfully devoured the mana floating dragon and acquired its trait, levitation. Levitation, you can utilize your own energy to float in midair. Congratulations! You have successfully plundered the mana floating dragon's innate ability, Mana Drain. Mana Drain has undergone a 100-fold enhancement, evolving into Mana Absorption. Mana Drain, rank D. Effect: you can directly absorb a small amount of energy from the target to replenish yourself. Looking at the floating trait and mana siphon talent that had appeared on his attribute panel, Shen-Yi was extremely satisfied. This god-devouring power was truly formidable beyond measure. At this moment, Shen-Yi's ears rang with the voice once more. Mana Absorption was devoured by Anubis devouring god power, slightly enhancing the latter's absorption efficiency. Hearing those words, Shen-Yi immediately understood. The essence of mana absorption and god-devouring power was fundamentally the same. Unexpectedly, the devouring power had absorbed it to strengthen itself. But he was an archer, not some melee profession or anything, so this mana drain was pretty useless to him. Might as well have been devoured by the doghead god-eating power. Afterwards, Shen-Yi looked at the other mana dragons. Now, having already obtained the traits and talents of these mana dragons, he needed the experience these mana dragons would provide. Afterwards, Shen-Yi began to slaughter them. During this time, he attempted to use the levitation ability. However, due to his insufficient mental strength, he couldn't manage to lift himself off the ground at all. Shen-Yi had no choice but to wait until the end. I still need to wait until my mental strength improves. And right now, I've only absorbed the most basic mana serpents. Perhaps after absorbing other more advanced energy entities in the future, I might gain attributes that increase mental strength. At this moment, the experience bar began steadily increasing anew. Gradually, Shen-Yi was getting farther and farther from Storm City. With that 50% experience bonus, leveling speed far surpassed previous rates. Shen-Yi soon reached level 19. Back in the racial battlefield, the slain kobolds only managed to fill 90% of Chun-Yi's experience bar from level 18 to 19. Shen-Yi could sense it. The higher the level became, the more difficult it was to progress. I really can't imagine what astronomical amount of experience would be needed when reaching level 30, or even level 40. The thought of the astronomical experience requirements ahead is daunting. At this moment, a white figure came charging towards Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi gazed into the distance. It turned out to be White Wolf. The White Wolf hadn't seen its master for over 10 days. At this moment, it caught Chun-Yi's scent. Without hesitation, it began wagging its tail and trotting toward Shen-Yi. Recognizing the White Wolf, Shen-Yi missed it dearly. Perhaps it was because the White Wolf was a beast. The mana WIRMs that spawned around didn't actively attack the White Wolf. Shen-Yi then emerged from his stealth state. The White Wolf grew even more excited. It kept wagging its tail and acting coquettishly toward Shen-Yi. And just at that moment, the other mana WIRMs seemed to sense the vengeful spirits of those slain by Shen-Yi. They all began charging toward Shen-Yi's location in attack. Shen-Yi immediately unleashed the doghead God Devourer at this moment. The power of God Devouring formed a whirlwind across this stretch of plain. Whenever a mana-feeding dragonfly approached, it would inevitably be sucked into the vortex. However, Shen-Yi's body could no longer endure much more energy influx. I could only watch helplessly as the energy I couldn't continue absorbing drifted away with the wind. And just at that moment, the White Wolf seemed quite interested in the overflowing arcane energy around it. It opened its mouth, as if wanting to eat it. But since he lacked the corresponding magical organs within himself, there was simply no way for him to collect these energies. Witnessing this scene, an unexpected thought suddenly occurred to Shen-Yi. He wondered what might happen if he channeled the excess energy into the White Wolf's body. Action followed thought. With that, Shen-Yi placed his left hand upon the White Wolf's head. The White Wolf was instantly flooded with vast amounts of energy, though it couldn't be stored. Yet the White Wolf appeared to relish this energy. At this moment, Shen-Yi recalled the corpse of that White Wolf King he'd slain earlier. The crystal core in the brain. he still hadn't extracted it yet. At this thought, Chen Yi directly retrieved the white wolf's crystal core from his storage space. It then appeared in his left hand. At that moment, the white wolf became extremely excited upon seeing the crystal core. It seems this crystal core is of great use to it. Afterwards, Chen Yi placed the crystal core directly into the white wolf's mouth. The white wolf didn't refuse either. He swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. The once pure white wolf now bore a small patch of blue fur on its forehead, while the arcane energy Chen Yi had forced into its body. The frenzy began surging toward the white wolf's brow, accompanied by beams of intense radiance. The white wolf's body underwent continuous mutation and evolution. Its originally snow-white fur was now streaked with numerous blue patterns. These blue patterns appear to be channels of arcane energy within the white wolf, causing the white wolf's aura to grow increasingly powerful. Meanwhile, the number of mana WIRMS in the surroundings keeps dwindling. Finally, a voice suddenly rang in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations! Your pet white wolf has completed its mutation evolution and evolved into an Arcane Wolf King. Arcane Wolf King, level 19, base strength 32, basic constitution 29, basic agility 34, basic intelligence 13. Talents, Arcane Body, Beast Blood Boil, Temporary. Arcane Body. All your attacks will now deal arcane damage, and you gain immunity to 30% of arcane damage. Skills, Arcane Missile, Arcane Pounce, Arcane Claw Strike, Arcane Eye, Arcane Roar. Star. Chapter 67, Total War begins. Plundering the bronze boss's talent. The transformation of the white wolf delighted Chen Yi. The current strength of the white wolf, it can be said to have improved tremendously. All attacks now carry arcane damage. However, Chen Yi felt this reduction in arcane damage wasn't particularly impressive. After all, monsters with arcane damage are ultimately in the minority. At this moment, the surrounding mana WIRMS were all cleared out by Chen Yi. Afterwards, Chen Yi then mounted the white wolf. He decided to move to the next location to plunder more talents. Only by obtaining enough talent could one sweep away all obstacles. Afterwards, Chen Yi, accompanied by the white wolf, gradually disappeared into the distance. At the same time, the Kobold Palace, the dog-headed candle was now coronated as emperor, assisted by the high priest. Looking down at the kneeling dog-headed subjects below, the candle issued its first imperial decree. That would mean declaring full-scale war on the humans. Every single kobold, make haste to level up, and all kobolds must be conscripted into the army. This is the cruelest war. Because of the system's rules, only one race can survive, either humans or the kobolds, so no one can remain untouched by this conflict. At the same time, the humans had noticed the kobolds' movements as well. The kobolds began tracking down traces of human presence. Within just a single day's time, tens of thousands of humans fell beneath the kobolds' blades. The war has come. All humans are discussing strategies against the kobolds in both global channels and private group chats. Damn it, these kobolds! I thought we'd have some time to prepare, but no, they're not giving us a single moment to catch our breaths. If you were a kobold, would you just sit back and let humans grow stronger? Right now, the most important thing is for all humans to unite. Gather together? Easier said than done. Out of 1 billion, only 700 million humans remain alive. But that's still an astronomical number. Coordinating so many people, I doubt even the great Liu Xiaobei could manage it alone. Who says so? What if the great Liu Xiaobei and the great Chen Yi join forces? No one could pull it off. 700 million people means 700 million minds. And with every human race represented, the cultural differences are beyond vast. How could anyone possibly command them all? What if we gather people into large settlements instead? I think this method is feasible. If one doesn't work, then we can divide it into hundreds of smaller ones that would distribute the pressure much more evenly. But then the responsibility falls squarely on those high-level talents. Would those elite talents actually be willing to do this? It's not a question of willingness, they must do it. If humanity loses this war, they'll die too. What do you think? Sai, you're right about that. I am Heishui, guild leader of the Nether Empire. My guild members and I are currently gathering in the dark thicket where many shadow bats have spawned, low HP but high EXP. This area's map is already unlocked. Anyone wishing to join the Nether Empire can come over. Wow, it's the legendary Heishui. I heard his innate talent is the SS Great Eternal Night Body, with terrifying combat prowess. Joining his faction wouldn't be a bad choice. True, Liu Xiaobei's side only accepts humans with high-tier talents. For low-tier talents like us, we weren't sure where to go anyway. Not long after, another recruitment wave had begun. I'm Mingjio from the Free Wanderers Guild. Everyone remember, the Free Wanderers Guild is currently in the Elemental Lands, and the map of the Elemental Lands has been revealed. Those who want to come over now can definitely make it. I'm Lin Songyun, leader of the Solitary Cloud Pavilion, currently near the Sundered Peaks. Everyone is welcome to join us. I'm Lu Tianming, leader of the Sky Dominion Alliance, and a friend of Chen Yi. Those who participated in the racial wars should know me. Currently waiting for everyone in the Black Descent. For a moment, hundreds of guilds emerged, all starting to recruit members. Though there are no guild badges yet, one can still show allegiance to a faction by changing their nickname. The human world is in tumultuous upheaval. Meanwhile, with Chen Yi, while others quietly grind monsters and plunder talents. After leaving the plains of Storm City, Chen Yi rode his white wolf and arrived at an endless stretch of mountains. Gazing at the abundant vitality within the mountain range, Chen Yi felt a surge of delight in his heart, because he knew, the more hostile the environment, the more complex the biodiversity becomes. It was nothing like the plains where one could only plunder the talent of a single mana-float serpent. Afterwards, Chen Yi rode his white wolf toward the mountains. At this moment, a deafening roar of a monstrous beast reached Chen Yi's ears. "White wolf, come, let's go to where that sound is coming from." By now, White Wolf's intelligence was no different from that of an ordinary person. Then she nodded in acknowledgement. So he set off running toward the mountains. When he arrived at a small stream deep in the forest, Chen Yi spotted a massive brown bear in the distance, tearing into the body of a wild deer. The bear was eating enthusiastically. It even dipped some meat in the water to rinse off the blood before eating it. Upon reading this, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. This brown bear had remarkably high intelligence. Afterwards, Chen Yi retrieved the information about the brown bear. Earth Bear, Bronze Tier Boss, Level 20, Base Strength 72, Base Constitution 88, Basic Agility 32, Basic Intelligence 20, Talent, Earth Defense. Earth Defense, C, while standing on the Earth, continuously boosts physical and magical defenses, increasing them by up to 80%. Skills Ancestral Spirits, Earth Shock, Bear's Roar, Pounce. Introduction: The undisputed ruler of the Hangduan Mountains, its very presence strikes terror into all who behold it. Seeing that it was actually a bronze-tier boss, Chen Yi's interest was piqued. And after the C-tier talent amplification, it becomes yet another A-tier talent. Just thinking about it feels satisfying. Afterwards, Chen Yi used Charged Shot. The arrow began gathering power. The agility of this earth bear isn't particularly fast. You could totally kite this guy to death. Chen Yi had no desire to get swiped by this bear. A single hit would likely leave you either dead or permanently crippled. Afterwards, an arrow imbued with 50% increased power was released. Whoosh! Transformed into a streak of light, it struck the earth bear's arm squarely. Roar! The earth bear suddenly felt an intense pain shooting through its arm. It realized it was actually an arrow that had come flying through the air. Damn it! Who on earth did this? At this thought, the massive brown bear looked around cautiously while sniffing the air, trying to identify who dared to provoke it. Its years of dominance over the mountain forests had long fostered an arrogant and prideful nature within this great beast. It felt there was no creature capable of challenging it, so being ambushed didn't make him feel afraid. At this moment, the earth bear spotted Chen Yi and the white wolf, immediately shifting its hatred toward Chen Yi. Damned insect, how dare you treat me like this? At this thought, the earth bear came charging towards Chen Yi's direction. As for Chen Yi's side, it leaped straight off the white wolf's back. Now, he wanted to see just how powerful the white wolf had become. If the white wolf couldn't resist this earth bear, his long-range archery could provide support at any moment. Afterwards, Chen Yi came to stand by the side. The white wolf bared its teeth at the earth bear. His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Roar! The white wolf struck first. It unleashed an arcane roar directly at the earth bear. A powerful arcane shockwave roared toward the earth bear in an instant. The earth bear bore the brunt of it. It was instantly deafened by that arcane roar. Its eardrums could no longer hear anything. Seeing how terrifyingly powerful the white wolf's arcane roar was, Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. This kind of attack was perfect for dealing with large groups of enemies. He lacked any area of effect attacks himself. With this, he wouldn't have to worry at all. At that moment, the earth bear saw the white wolf in this state. Its face flushed crimson with rage. Damn it! How dare it mock me like this? Roar! A fierce gale swept through as the earth bear unleashed a bear's roar directly at the white wolf. With formidable strength and constitution enhancements, the earth bear's attacks became extraordinarily powerful. This bear's roar was a notch more potent than the white wolf's arcane howl. Chen Yi found himself caught in the aftermath as well. The surrounding plants and trees all looked withered. Chen Yi hastily covered his ears. At this moment, the white wolf was in an even more pitiful state. Its eyes were bleeding from the shockwaves. After the bear finished its roar, the surroundings were in complete disarray, with hardly a single intact flower or plant remaining. Seeing this, Chen Yi directly aimed at that giant earth bear. This giant earth bear was simply too formidable. Even my 100 piercing arrows probably couldn't kill it. However, the silencing effect of 100 piercing arrows could actually seal this earth bear's energy, preventing it from unleashing its skills. Afterwards, an arrow shot directly toward this earth bear. Boom! A violent explosion of light and flame erupted. The chest of the earth bear was pierced clean through, an arrow firmly pinning it in place. Meanwhile, the earth bear only felt excruciating pain surge through its chest. All its energy felt completely sealed away in that moment, completely unable to mobilize. At this moment, the white wolf seized the moment and spat out an arcane missile directly from its mouth. It launched straight at the earth bear's face. Boom! The violent arcane shockwave immediately left the earth bear bruised and battered. Chen-Yi also didn't let this opportunity slip by him. Arrow after arrow flew out. That giant earth bear instantly became as prickly as a hedgehog. Witnessing this scene, the white wolf also launched its attack alongside Chen-Yi. It swung its claws toward the earth bear, striking through the air. A transparent ripple surged through the sky, instantly leaving a wound upon the earth bear's hide. The earth bear was still brimming with vitality at this moment, but Chen-Yi adhered to the principle of striking while the iron is hot. He immediately continued firing at the earth bear. Within 1 minute, Chen-Yi directly shot 130 arrows in succession. On the earth bear's body, they were densely packed, making one's scalp tingle at the sight. Finally, accompanied by a loud, violent sound, the earth bear collapsed to the ground. A burst of white light erupted from within the earth bear's body. Meanwhile, by Chen-Yi's ear, a voice resounded. Congratulations on seizing the earth bear's talent, Earth Defense. Star. Chapter 68. Enhanced Earth Defense, AoE Skill, Meteor Shower. Earth Defense, enhanced 100-fold, upgraded to, Immovable as a Mountain. Immovable as a Mountain. Tier, A. Effect, continuous standing on solid ground grants massive damage reduction, increasing by 5% per second, up to 75% maximum. Witnessing this scene, Chen-Yi felt supremely comfortable. As an archer, what I fear most is being ambushed at close range. Even with permanent invisibility, I still dread area of effect attacks that don't discriminate. With this 75% damage reduction, combined with some equipment, there's virtually no risk to my life anymore. At this moment, Chen-Yi went straight to the body of the earth bear. Due to the fusion of predation power, his appetite wasn't as voracious as before. Then he turned his gaze toward the white light. I wonder what kind of loot this earth bear might drop. Afterwards, Chen-Yi reached his hand into the white glow. A book. It now appeared in his palm. Rain of arrows like meteors. Level requirement 20. Effect guide a shower of arrows to attack enemies within a 100-meter radius in front, dealing 10 times the base damage of the fired arrows per second. During the channeling period, the user is immune to all crowd control effects, lasts for 10 seconds and can be manually stopped. Cooldown, 1 hour. Description: upon use, learn the immensely powerful skill Rain of Arrows like meteors. Seeing this meteor shower of arrows, Chen-Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart. And just like that, now I finally have my own AoE skill. And with such a massive range, in the battles to come, I won't have to fear facing large groups of enemies anymore. But this rain of arrows, it's rather wasteful of ammunition. Afterwards, Chen-Yi opened the battlefield species store. Killing a single kobold earns between 7 to 10 points based on the target's level. He had obtained over 400,000 kill points in the racial battlefield. These points could just be used to purchase arrows. Then, Chen-Yi directly clicked into the arrow category. The interface immediately displayed numerous types of arrows. Bone arrow, 1 point. Damage, 2. Description: arrows crafted from resilient pale bones, possessing considerable strength and flexibility. The downside is they cannot be reused. Crescent arrow, 2 points. Damage, 3. Description: the arrow shaft is made of locust wood, with the arrowhead crafted from refined iron and crescent-shaped double edges, offering minimal air resistance for extremely rapid flight. Swallowtail arrow, 3 points. Damage, 4. Description: the shaft is fashioned from elm wood, featuring a triangular arrowhead measuring 1.9 inches in length, designed to inflict continuous bleeding wounds on enemies. Arrowhead, 5 points. Damage, 7. Description: crafted from solid bamboo shafts with spearhead-like arrowheads, these arrows possess exceptional piercing power. There are dozens of different arrow varieties. Chen-Yi examined them for a long while. In the end, he chose the arrow-headed spear. The arrow-headed spear was the most cost-effective type of projectile, low in required points yet formidable in damage. To unleash a hail of meteoric arrows, no life shall survive under this skill. Afterwards, Chen-Yi spent 400,000 points, directly exchanged for 80,000 spearhead arrows, stored in the storage space, piled together with those crimson iron arrows. It looked like a small hill, enough to last him quite a while. At this moment, the white wolf kept circling the earth bear's head, seemingly quite intrigued by it. Chen Yi was somewhat surprised when he saw this. Could it be that the white wolf likes the energy crystals in the boss's brain? If that's the case, he didn't mind giving all the crystals to the white wolf. After all, he didn't have any enchanted equipment anyway. The power of sacred glory seemed boundless, showing no signs of depletion despite prolonged use. Afterwards, Chen Yi split open the head of the earth bear. He tossed the fist-sized crystal inside directly to the white wolf. The white wolf looked delighted upon seeing the crystal. Then it swallowed the crystal whole in one gulp. The crystal now glowed within the white wolf's belly. The blue patterns on the white wolf's body became even more dazzling. Chen Yi watched this with some astonishment. At this moment, the white wolf's base attributes have all increased by 3 points. Who would have thought? Surprisingly, the white wolf could devour the boss's energy crystal to evolve. If one were to say, feed the white wolf enough energy crystals, it might even evolve to the level of a world boss. If that's the case, then we'll have to find plenty of boss-level enemies for the white wolf. But boss-level monsters of that caliber are rare and hard to come by. We'll just have to try our luck. Mount the white wolf's saddle. Chen Yi directed the white wolf, urging it deeper into the mountains. What he wants to do most right now, just reach level 20, and then learn that meteor shower skill. At the same time, a human settlement nestled within the Hongduan Mountains, currently being surrounded by an army of dog-headed humans. Lu Tsong-yun, owner of a Class A talent, gravity manipulation, can control gravity, and when they transitioned to becoming a mage, they acquired the exclusive skill gravity field. At this moment, there were already 3 gravity-based skills, and now, surrounding them was an army of kobolds everywhere. This left Lu Tsong-yun utterly frustrated, because their settlement here was extremely well hidden. Logically speaking, the kobolds couldn't possibly have known there was a human gathering point here. Yet this is what happened. Somehow, the kobolds still found out. This led Lu Tsong-yun to suspect that a traitor had emerged among the human race. But the traitor would gain nothing at all. By the end of the racial war, the dog-headed men would spare no human. Hence Lu Tsong-yun was hesitant. Perhaps these kobolds possess some undiscovered means of detection. And just at that moment, a blast of horns sounded. It came from amidst the kobold army. This was the kobolds' charged trumpets. Suddenly, hordes of kobolds filled the sky and land, charging toward the human settlement. All the humans witnessed this scene. Every one of them prepared for battle. Despite their camp numbering only tens of thousands, they showed not the slightest fear. Afterwards, arrows and fireballs flew chaotically throughout the entire settlement. The battle cries were deafening. Guyun Stone Forest. They repelled wave after wave of mitachurl attacks. On the other side of the Hongduan Mountains, whoosh, a dark shadow flew past. Before Chen Yi's eyes, a python suddenly appeared at this moment. Abyss Python. Level, 20. Base Strength, 27. Base Constitution, 32. Base Agility, 19. Base Intelligence, 14. Talent, Devouring Power. Devouring Power, D. Your digestive capacity is greatly enhanced, allowing you to rapidly break down food into stored energy within your body. Skill, Entanglement. Introduction. The abyss python living in the mountain forests usually lurks in the depths of mountain peaks, only emerging to hunt when sufficiently hungry. Chen Yi stared at the enormous abyss python before him. Its gaze was fixed intently on him, filled with predatory desire. Chen Yi would not spoil this guy. Without hesitation, he summoned the holy radiance of glory. An arrowhead-tipped arrow was knocked upon it. Whoosh! The arrow instantly transformed into a streak of light, shooting directly towards the abyssal serpent. Put! The sound of flesh being pierced rang out. The formerly ravenous abyssal serpent was now frantically fleeing. The wounds from spearhead arrows turned its escape route into a trail of blood. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi signaled the white wolf to follow. There likely wouldn't be just one of these abyssal serpents. Perfect timing to wipe them all out in one go. Under Chen Yi's instructions, the white wolf didn't exert its full strength. It simply followed along but failed to catch up with the abyssal python. By the time the massive serpent reached a crevice in the mountain cave, it had already vanished without a trace. Seeing this, Chen Yi, he dismounted from the white wolf. He wanted to take a look. How many pythons were lurking in this cave? Then he opened the world store. Spending 10 world points, he purchased a scroll of illumination. Light spell scroll. Description: a scroll containing the sealed light spell. When torn open, it summons a luminous sprite to illuminate the surroundings for half an hour. Chen Yi then tore open the light spell scroll. A luminous sprite was immediately summoned. Lighting sprite. Description: a lighting sprite that can illuminate a 10-meter radius for half an hour. Chen Yi gazed at the miniature fairy-like lighting sprite before him. He couldn't help but feel somewhat curious. I wonder if my dog-headed devourer deity can swallow this illumination spirit too. When the duration is almost up, perhaps it's worth a try. Afterwards, Chen Yi had the illumination spirit lead the way ahead as he walked straight into the cave. The light spirit shone brilliantly, Under the illumination of the light spirit, every detail in the entire cave became clearly visible. A foul odor permeated the cave. It was a mixture of reptilian musk and the metallic tang of blood. And just at that moment, Chen Yi's front, a hissing sound erupted. Two bulb-like eyes flashed past, then proceeded without hesitation. Chen Yi instantly loosed an arrow. Whoosh! A streak of light shot through the space. Put! The sound of an arrow piercing flesh echoed. Those two bulb-like eyes instantly dimmed. A voice also rang out beside Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you have obtained the Abyss Python talent, Devouring Power. Devouring Power has been amplified 100-fold, transforming into Taoyu's Power. Taoyu's Power. Tier B. Effect: your body will gain a Taoyai organ, a spatial stomach pouch, capable of storing all food you consume. When hunger strikes, the spatial stomach pouch will provide you with food energy. Chen Yi felt his stomach starting to growl. It seemed some strange transformation was occurring. A spatial stomach pouch? Being able to skip mealtimes and use that for leveling up or other activities would actually be quite convenient. Chen Yi was quite satisfied. Eat tens of thousands of pounds of meat whenever you have free time. Then you won't need to eat for months. Isn't that awesome? He was utterly delighted with this talent. Afterwards, under the glow of the illuminating sprite, Chen Yi found the corpse of the abyssal serpent. Then he stowed it away in his storage space. At this moment, according to his detection, the cave was far larger than it appeared. There was an exceptionally vast space within. Afterwards, Chen Yi then directed the luminous magical spirits to venture deeper into the cave. As for the white wolf, it was stationed outside the cave by his command. After all, with the white wolf's over 3-meter tall frame, coming to this cave, it still felt too spacious. Chapter 69, Devouring the Illuminating Magic Spirit, Acquiring the Trait, Light. As Chen Yi continued moving forward, inside the cave, the luminous sprite illuminated the surroundings. At the same time, Chen Yi also entered a state of invisibility. In the empty cavern, only a luminous spirit could be seen floating in the air. And just at that moment, a faint buzzing sound reached Chen Yi's ears. At this moment, a swarm of emerald green bees was now circling the luminescent spirit. One of the bees attempted to attack the luminescent spirit, but the next moment, since the luminescent spirit was immune to physical attacks, the emerald bee passed right through its form without inflicting any damage. And before Chen Yi's eyes appeared the attribute panel data of these bees. Jade bee, level 15, base strength 11, base constitution 8, base agility 14, basic intelligence 0.5, talent Jade bee venom. Jade bee venom, E, can produce jade bee venom within the body to poison enemies. Skill venomous sting shot. Introduction: the jade bees inhabiting the Hangduan Mountains possess venom so potent it can kill with a single drop of blood. Seeing this, Chen Yi directly commanded the luminous sprite to float toward the emerald wasp's nest. At this moment, those emerald wasps intensified their attacks on the luminous sprite, yet it proved utterly futile. Soon, the luminous sprite then brought Chen Yi straight to the emerald wasp's nest. The honeycomb was vast beyond measure. Countless emerald bees shuttled back and forth, bringing back various nectars gathered from the outside world, while illumination spirits lit up a 10-meter radius. Not a single photo had ever captured the complete form of this beehive in its entirety. Not even Chen Yi could help but be stunned by the immense size of the beehive before him. Damn! This beehive stood at least 10 stories tall. This cave seems to have hollowed out the entire mountain. Afterwards, Chen Yi opened the world store and began browsing. Attempting to eliminate these emerald wasps solely with arrows would be futile. Only the spell scrolls from the world store could offer a solution. Finally, Chen Yi selected one of the scrolls. Enhanced Flame Trap Scroll, 50 points. Description: can deploy an enhanced flame trap at a designated location. When any living being passes through, the trap will explode, dealing 500 points of fire damage to all lifeforms in the area. Though this scroll was quite expensive, yet it was the most suitable tool for dealing with this emerald beehive. Afterwards, Chen Yi directly purchased this enhanced flame trap scroll. At this point, he only had 340 world points remaining. Following the usage method, Chen Yi directly created an enhanced flame trap beneath the honeycomb. He then immediately ran out of the cave entrance with the illuminating magic spirit. The white wolf approached at this moment. Chen Yi beckoned to the white wolf, retreating directly toward the distant cave entrance. Standing 100 meters away, Chen Yi waited quietly. After roughly 10 minutes had passed, boom! A thunderous explosion of flames erupted from the cave mouth. All plants around the cave entrance were scorched black. Chen Yi's experience points began to rise continuously. Although advancing from level 19 to 20 was like crossing an impassable chasm, but Chen Yi's experience bar surged upward against all odds. At this moment, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you've reached level 20. To break through the level cap, Please defeat the world boss and proceed to the next world. Congratulations, you've successfully plundered the Emerald Wasp's talent, Emerald Wasp Venom. Emerald Bee Venom 100-fold amplification, amplified into Emerald Plague. Emerald Plague. Grade, C. Effect, you can produce Emerald Plague, dealing massive poison-type damage to enemies. Detected that Emerald Plague meets fusion conditions with Venom Coating talent, initiating automatic fusion now. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent, Poison Hands. Poisoned Hands, Tier, B. Effect, you can consume stamina to create potent toxins that can be applied to any object, dealing continuous poison damage to enemies. Listening to her voice, Shen-Yi was thoroughly satisfied. Although Poison Hands and Venom Coating may seem similar in effect, the toxicity of this ability is undoubtedly far more lethal. For particularly troublesome foes, this venom-steeped hand is truly a divine tier talent. And now, having reached level 20, I can finally learn that Arrow Rain Meteor technique. Afterwards, Shen-Yi took out the Arrow Rain Meteor skill book. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it immediately. Congratulations on mastering the Arrow Rain Meteor skill. Please check its effects in actual combat. Much better. Shen-Yi gazed at the luminous spirit floating beside him. It's time to devour you. Afterwards, Shen-Yi reached out his hand directly toward the luminous spirit. At this moment, the luminous spirit still didn't understand what was happening. The next second, a terrifying suction force emanated from Chen-Yi's palm. The light spirit was instantly drawn into Chen-Yi's palm. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chen-Yi's ears. You have devoured the light spirit and gained its trait, Illumination. Illumination, you can consume mental energy to make yourself emit light. Shen-Yi curled his lips in disdain. Useless, but better than nothing. After all, it was just the lowest tier luminescent sprite. Afterwards, Shen-Yi entered stealth mode as he headed toward the cave. He had no idea how many emerald wasps he'd just killed in that strike. Surely at least 1 or 2 items would drop from this. Otherwise, his luck would be impossibly terrible. After entering the cave, small flickering flames were scattered all around, but the light was too dim. Then Chen-Yi activated his luminescence ability. A massive ethereal white light instantly radiated from Chen-Yi's body. Due to the effect of permanent invisibility, others couldn't see the source of the light. They could only sense that the surroundings had become extremely bright. Now we arrive at the hive. The hive was no longer what it once was. It had been thoroughly burned through. The exterior had turned entirely to charcoal. Some jade-colored bees with broken bodies were crawling among them. At this moment, a peculiar fragrance reached Chen-Yi's nostrils. Shen-Yi walked straight toward that beehive. He cracked open the shell, black as charcoal. A stream of fresh sweetness instantly poured out. This was the honey nectar of emerald bees. Jade honey. Effect consumption restores a large amount of stamina and partially replenishes mental energy. Witnessing this scene, Chen-Yi hesitated no longer, went straight toward it, started devouring the jade honey in big mouthfuls. Gulp gulp. Massive amounts of emerald honey were devoured by Chen-Yi into his glutinous stomach. An hour later, Chen-Yi could no longer eat any honey, but this harvest invigorated him, because what comes next? During combat, one could summon this emerald honey to restore their stamina. For prolonged battles, this emerald honey would prove invaluable. After consuming the honey, Chen-Yi peered into the honeycomb once more. The original emerald queen bee had now been burned to a fist-sized lump of charcoal, and this was its size after losing all moisture. One could imagine the size of the creature when it was alive. Returning to the cave entrance, at this moment, Chen-Yi faintly heard the sounds of distant battle cries carried by the wind. Could there be a battle happening ahead? At this thought, Chen-Yi summoned the white wolf. He immediately ran toward the direction of the sound. Following the sound, Chen-Yi arrived at a relatively flat area within the mountain range, and when he saw the kobolds charging through the human camp, let the white wolf leave first. Then he immediately entered stealth mode. Rain of arrows, shooting stars. A strange and tremendous power radiated directly from Chen-Yi's hands. An arrow rain covering a 100-meter radius now fell directly from the sky. Ah! The kobolds shrieked in agony. Because Chen-Yi stood behind the kobolds, the arrow meteor shower caused absolutely no harm to the humans. Chen-Yi's spearheaded arrows numbered a full 5,000. Hundreds of kobolds perished in this rain of arrows. The kobolds now scrambled to locate the source of the arrow storm, but Chen-Yi remained invisible to their eyes. These kobolds had absolutely no way to find Chen-Yi. The human faction also noticed something unusual happening with the kobolds. The originally fierce and aggressive kobolds had inexplicably halted their offensive at some point. They retreated backward in droves. Chen-Yi was already standing atop a towering tree by this time. Arrows continuously flew from his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every arrow claimed the life of a kobold. The kobolds were all trembling with fear. They had no idea when an arrow might come flying to take their lives. Gradually, morale had plummeted to rock bottom. At this moment, Warchief Rexer, who commanded the battle, swiftly executed several kobolds attempting to flee when he witnessed the scene. Everyone, charge forward. Those who disobey will be executed. This is the Emperor's command, no one is to retreat. Rexer's voice spread across the entire battlefield through a special magnifying device. All the kobolds who heard this resumed their assault on the humans. But this assault was far less formidable than before. Soon, mankind launched a counterattack. Instantly, countless kobolds fell dead and wounded. Meanwhile, Chen Yi had quietly reached the side of the kobold commander, Rexer. Standing behind him, an arrow was loosed without warning. Whoosh! The shaft cut through space. Rexer instantly sensed overwhelming danger. This crisis will bring death. Almost instinctively, Rexer immediately crouched down. An arrow whizzed past his head. It sent his helmet flying aside. He touched his chillingly exposed scalp. Rexer broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't bowed his head just in time, he would likely be lying dead here by now. As for Chen Yi's situation, a single strike missed its mark. 3 more arrows came flying toward Rexer. This time, Rexer simply raised his shield to block them. Clang! The arrows were solidly blocked with a satisfying thud. Afterwards, Chen Yi continued shooting. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows aligned into a straight line. They rained down continuously upon Rexer's shield. Rexer's steel shield could withstand no more. It shattered into fragments in an instant. At this moment, a blinding light surged forth. One of Rexer's rings instantly encased him in steadfast protection, forming what appeared to be an impregnable energy shield. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. This ring looks good. I'll take it. Afterwards, without hesitation, Chen Yi unleashed his 100-piercing arrow technique directly at Rexer. Whoosh! Rexer was instantly pierced through the chest by that arrowhead carrying incomparable might, and the ring in his hand turned into white light and fell. Chapter 70, saving 50,000 people, obtaining the special reward, Echo Arrow. Chen Yi picked up the ring without hesitation. Before Rika's elite guards could even react, he had already fled far away. He returned to the large tree where he had been earlier. Then he proceeded to examine the ring's attributes. Shield Ring. Effect: activate to gain an energy shield with strength equal to your strength plus level plus intelligence combined. Charges 8 out of 10. 8 charges remaining. Good. But it's not usually needed. The precision ring that boosts critical hits and the mechanized heart that increases damage are much more useful. He stashed the shield ring in his storage space. Chen Yi continued shooting at the kobolds. After the leader, Rexer, died, the kobold assault quickly devolved into chaos. Every attack was beaten back. At this moment, standing in Rexer's position was one of Rexer's elite soldiers. He was holding a megaphone prop, directing the troops. Everyone, attack together, don't scatter. Those humans are lower level than us. The personal guard of Rexer had just finished speaking. An arrow pierced straight through his chest. Chen Yi continued to take aim. Whoever gives the orders will become the target of our attack. At that moment, another kobold stepped forward to take command. Another arrow followed swiftly. The kobold collapsed instantly. Now the kobolds were all visibly intimidated. None dared to step forward to take command. Then they will be killed. Even if one fears death, not at all. Such meaningless sacrifice still shouldn't be made. The morale of the kobolds who lost their commander had already hit rock bottom. There was no way left to mount an effective offense. Lu Tsongyun, leader of the Lonely Cloud Pavilion. His innate gravity manipulation ability was exceptionally suited for group battles. Gravity fields, gravity spheres, gravity crushing. Countless kobolds perished beneath Lu Tsongyun's skill. Finally, the kobolds abandoned their weapons and armor in disarray. They fled back in the direction they had come from. For now, they would no longer muster attacks against this place. Chen Yi heard a voice speaking in his ear at this moment. You have saved 52,617 humans. Reward, Special Arrow, Echo Arrow. Echo Arrow. Damage, 10. Effect, upon touching the Echo Arrow, you can obtain an endless supply of its copies. The replicated Echo Arrow will disappear 12 hours after being shot. Behold this Echo Arrow. Chen Yi was stunned. What does it mean to have inexhaustible usage? Is it saying, will I never lack arrows again in the future? So comfortable. That last battle alone used up over 20,000 of his arrows. At this rate, it won't be long before my arrows are all used up. Now with these Echo Arrows, then I'll never have to worry about running out of arrows again. And these Echo Arrows have such high base damage. Adding the Archer's Necklace increases it by 100%. Then my damage output would become absolutely insane. I'm just not sure if I can poison enchant these Echo Arrows. If it could be replicated accordingly, That would be so comfortable. Afterwards, Chen Yi took out that echo arrow. The echo arrow had a slender shaft with a round yet sharp arrowhead. Afterwards, Chen Yi then unleashed his poisoned hand technique. The arrowhead of the echo arrow was coated entirely with deadly poison. The poison gleamed a sinister blue on the arrowhead. Not long after, the lethal toxin had been perfectly tempered into it. The arrowhead returned to its original state. Afterwards, Chen Yi once again examined the attributes of the echo arrow. Poisoned echo arrow. Damage, 10. Poison damage, 5 points per second for 10 seconds. Introduction. After touching the poison echo arrow, you can obtain a duplicate of the poison echo arrow that can be used endlessly. The duplicate of the poison echo arrow will disappear 12 hours after being shot. Seeing this, Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. Much better. Doesn't that mean enchantments can also be duplicated? If there's a chance to enchant an echo arrow, it's a must-do. This makes them even stronger now. Meanwhile, at the Solitary Cloud Pavilion Guild camp, the humans watched the kobolds retreat. They immediately burst into cheers. We've won, we've won. Exactly, these kobolds were clearly higher level than us, yet for some reason they just couldn't organize properly. Didn't you see? The kobold commander's been beheaded. Holy crap. Who's this badass that actually took down the kobold commander? Could he be a highly skilled assassin? An assassin? I've never seen any truly formidable assassins before. But did you notice those volleys of arrows earlier? Of course we noticed. It was precisely those volleys that gave us the upper hand. Indeed, with such an extraordinary archer, who comes to your mind? Right now, the most formidable archer is undoubtedly Grandmaster Chen Yi. Could it be that Grandmaster Chen Yi saved us? I feel the same way. After all, who else could single-handedly turn the tide of an entire battle? At this moment, Lu Tsongyun shouted while gazing into the distance. Lord Chen Yi, I know you can turn invisible. I wonder if you might reveal yourself to meet us now. At this moment, a blue-on-white wolf came running from afar. The white wolf was even wearing a saddle. When everyone first saw that white wolf, they were all quite tense. But Chen Yi's figure also emerged. Witnessing this scene, the tension in all humans instantly eased. So this was Elder Chen Yi's mount. At this moment, the white wolf had already brought Chen Yi to the center of the camp. Lu Tsongyun and the others also looked at Chen Yi with gratitude. After all, if it weren't for Chen Yi today, they would likely have already become victims under the dog-headed men's blades by now. They watched as Chen Yi dismounted from the white wolf. Lu Tsongyun hurried over to greet him. Senior Chen Yi, I can't thank you enough this time. Without you, we probably would have died here. Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I was just passing by and happened to kill some kobolds. Lu Tsongyun nodded in agreement. Then please come to our conference hall for a sit-down. There are some matters we'd like to discuss with you, esteemed leader. Chen Yi didn't object to Lu Tsongyun's suggestion. Perfect timing to ask. What kind of monsters are around here? I'm already level 20 now and don't need the experience anymore, but they can be used to plunder talents. Following Lu Tsongyun to the meeting hall. At this moment, some of Lu Tsongyun's trusted aides also arrived here. When it came time to take seats, Lu Tsongyun insisted on letting Chen Yi sit in the central position, while he himself seated in the deputy position. Chen Yi didn't decline either. After all, in his view, sitting anywhere made no difference. The others saw nothing amiss either and actually found it perfectly natural. At this moment, Lu Tsongyun turned his gaze towards the group. Now, our next task is to prepare for the kobolds' next attack. Though the kobolds have retreated for now, they've suffered little loss in their forces. Starting tomorrow, we're going to build fortifications. Those kobold cavalry today demonstrated incredibly strong assault capabilities, so we need to restrain their mounted combat effectiveness. Dig trenches and build walls. As long as we alter the terrain, these cavalry won't be able to inflict effective damage on us. Yes. Hearing Lu Tsongyun's words, everyone nodded silently and committed the strategy to memory. Lu Tsongyun now turned his gaze toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi, oh great one, I don't know if you'd be interested in staying with us at Solitary Cloud Pavilion. Hearing Lu Tsongyun's words, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised, but he promptly shook his head. He now intended to travel to more places and plunder as many talents as possible. If he stayed here, you would miss many opportunities to improve yourself. President Lu, I have other matters to attend to, but I can wait until you've overcome this crisis and eliminated all the kobolds before I leave. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Lu Tsongyun wasn't particularly disappointed. After all, he had only asked tentatively just now. A powerhouse like Chen Yi, he wouldn't be tied to any one faction for long. Having him to help fight against the kobolds was the best outcome possible. And just at that moment, Chenny glanced at the group. Is there any monster nearby? I want to go check it out. My greatest hobby in life is collecting monster encyclopedias, and my pet also needs some monster flesh. Upon hearing Chun Yi's request, Lu Tsongyun then produced a special map. Senior Chun Yi, this is the map we've drawn of the Hangduan Mountains. It marks all kinds of monsters. You can find whatever you need by following the regional markings. Hearing Lu Tsongyun's words, Chen Yi felt somewhat surprised. Under such circumstances, still better than grasping at straws blindly like a blind cat chasing dead mice. Then Chen Yi took over that map. There are many monster illustrations in the bestiary above. Magical ravens, mountain elephants, velociraptors, swift mantises, dune moles, swamp leeches, and so on. All sorts of monsters are included, no fewer than 30 species. It might also be due to Lu Tsongyun and his team marking incompletely. There's no mention of the abyss python or the earth bear here. But even so, it still helped him a great deal. He tucked the map away. Chen Yi stood up from his seat. Thank you for the map. Next, I'll go sabotage the kobold camp. If their forces suffer too many losses, they might just withdraw. Hearing Chen Yi say this, the others couldn't help but look at him with gratitude. After all, they had just been through a battle. They were already utterly exhausted in both body and mind. Yet, Chen Yi could actually continue to initiate combat right now. It was simply unimaginable. A high-level talent. Is it really this powerful? A yearning for power surged from the depths of everyone's hearts. After all, in this world, might makes right. But they didn't know. To be honest, Chen Yi was exhausted as well. If it weren't for the vast quantities of emerald honey he had consumed, he would surely be too exhausted to walk another step by now. Afterwards, Chen Yi walked straight out of the council hall. People outside were busy repairing various buildings. Seeing Chen Yi emerge, they all greeted him in different ways. Greetings, Big Boss Chen Yi. Big Boss Chen Yi, thank you so much. Big Boss Chen Yi, I want to have your babies. Get out of here, you're a dude. All sorts of praise and cheers. Chen Yi found this quite gratifying. No wonder so many people in his past life dreamed of becoming celebrities. This feeling of being in the spotlight was truly extraordinary. Chapter 71, Repelling the Army, Ambushing the New Kobold Emperor. After exchanging greetings with the camp members, Chen Yi immediately rode his white wolf toward the location where the kobolds had retreated. The white wolf's speed had now become extraordinarily fast. It has already reached a speed of 130 kilometers per hour. Although the speed decreased slightly in the mountain forests, it still maintained over 100 kilometers per hour. About an hour later, Chen Yi could already see those fleeing kobolds in the distance. Chen Yi was also somewhat surprised. I never expected these kobolds to run so fast. I thought we'd catch up to them in half an hour at most. Afterwards, Chen Yi had the white wolf follow them from a distance. We must wait until these kobolds settle down. After following for another 2 hours, the kobolds finally stopped at a campsite. This was their previous camp. All the returning kobolds felt like survivors of a disaster. No one could have expected. Attacking humans turned out to be so difficult. Those advanced gifted humans are practically invincible. It seems there's virtually no method capable of killing them. Thankfully, such advanced gifted humans are extremely rare. Only a handful emerge among tens of thousands. If all humans were high-level talents like this, then there would be no need to fight. By now it was already late at night. These kobolds were completely exhausted. After finishing supper, he soon drifted into a deep sleep. Even the night watchmen were dozing off there. Chen Yi waited quietly like this. When it reached 3 o'clock in the morning, even those sentries had fallen deeply asleep. Seeing this, Chen Yi knew the moment had come. He purchased numerous Molotov cocktails from the racial store. With the white wolf, he began hurling them directly across the entire camp. The white wolf ran at an incredible speed. In just 1 minute, Chen Yi threw over 100 Molotov cocktails. The Knoll camp was instantly engulfed in flames. Instantly, all the kobolds awoke from their slumber. Many kobolds burst into raging flames at that very moment. They began screaming wildly in terror. Chen Yi stood atop an extremely tall tree. He took precise aim to pick off those kobolds one by one. Every arrow found its mark, claiming a kobold's life. Sometimes luck was on his side. It could pierce right through 2, even 3 at once. Chen Yi lurked in darkness, while the kobolds stood exposed. The terror of being killed by unseen attacks from nowhere was unbearable. One kobold instantly broke down under the strain. I want to go back. I want to return to the royal city. Only the royal city is my home. After saying that, the kobold immediately ran off in one direction. There goes the first one. There was a second one. The news spread like wildfire. The gnolls had already lost the will to resist. They immediately fled toward the royal city. Chen Yi silently memorized the direction. Once I've plundered all the monstrous talents from the Hangduan Mountains, I'll pay a visit to this kobold king city. Didn't that fellow say the kobolds had crowned a new emperor? Then I'll just continue my work. Kill the emperor. 3 days later, Chen Yi's arrow struck a magical crow directly. The magical crow let out 2 hoarse caws. Then it fell to the ground motionless. At this moment, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on seizing the magical crow's talent, mana control. Mana control, amplified 100-fold. Congratulations on obtaining mana enhancement. Mana enhancement, rank D. Effect, your mental and mana recovery speed increases by 50%. Talents, mana amplification, thunder bloom, crystal might, fury's strength, ancient blessing, savage form, etc. meet the fusion conditions. Automatic fusion initiated. Fused into the talent, primordial blessing. Primordial blessing, tier A. Effect, recovery rates for stamina, mana, mental energy, and vital energy increased by 1000%. Chen Yi was utterly satisfied with this talent. After plundering and enhancing over 30 D-grade talents, they fused into the A-grade talent Wild Blessing. At this moment, this A-level talent, it directly increased Chen Yi's endurance by tenfold. For him, accustomed to enduring prolonged battles, it is an extremely important talent. Chen Yi felt full of vigor and vitality, his chi and blood surging like a dragon. It seemed as if no difficulty could possibly defeat him. Afterwards, Chen Yi gazed in the direction of the Hobgoblin King's city. He summoned the White Wolf. Mount up. We galloped directly toward the Kobold Royal Capital. Kobold Royal Capital. This was a city perched atop a sheer cliff. Hard to attack, but easy to defend. Yet it also blocks all routes of retreat. Compared to the greatest Kobold city Stormhold, the Kobold King city's population is only slightly smaller. This is where the royal family resides, thus making it extremely prosperous. Countless kobolds take great pride in living in the royal capital. Owning a house in the royal city is a matter of immense pride for these kobolds. Some female kobolds even stayed in the royal capital by marrying elderly kobolds on the verge of death or those exceptionally ugly ones. Due to scarce resources, only the creme de la creme among dogs will ultimately survive. Those dog-headed men who can't compete have no choice but to silently retreat to small towns built by their own kind. At this moment, the White Wolf had already carried Chen Yi 10 miles outside the royal capital. Chen Yi let the White Wolf go solo in the jungle. Then he turned invisible and dashed straight toward the Kobold King city. With his invisibility active, he had always been fearless. This Kobold royal capital, a massive city wall was erected around its perimeter. What pleased Chen Yi was, the structure of this city wall is identical to that of Stormwind's. I can walk along the inner wall, go straight to the Kobold Palace. For the first time, Chen Yi realized how incredible the wall-walking talent was. It could almost rival an A-grade talent. Afterwards, Chen Yi stepped onto the city wall and walked straight toward the Imperial Palace. It was already noon by this time. The Knoll capital buzzed with a clamor of voices. But more than that, there was terror lurking in the eyes of every Knoll. They were all talking about the same thing. Chen Yi caught fragments of some voices among them. He barely managed to make out what these kobolds were discussing. Have you heard? The royal army's campaign against the human camp ended in failure. I hadn't heard of it, but my boy was lucky enough to make it back alive from that battlefield. They say many kobolds were shot or burned to death. Ah, what a sin. This system is forcing us into a deadly feud with humans, as if it's toying with us. Absolutely, and with the world on the verge of destruction, anyone who fails will truly have to perish along with it. Exactly. We kobolds must fight for kobolds. My son told me there's a human on the battlefield who can turn invisible and shoot arrows. He single-handedly killed tens of thousands of kobolds. I know about this. I have relatives in Stormwind who told me they called it human something like Shadow Reaper. And he burned down 5,000 or 6,000 houses in Stormwind, not to mention shooting over 10,000 residents dead. Archduke Uther, they say, had his throat pierced by one of that human's arrows, couldn't even put up a fight. Really? That was Uther, hailed as the strongest shield, the man the old king trusted most in his lifetime. Even he was slain by that Shadow Reaper? Truly terrifying. If he were to come to the royal capital, who knows what storms he would stir up? Don't even say it, this human can turn invisible. He might be right beside us at this very moment. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel afraid. Chen Yi listened to the kobold's words. He was already certain in his heart. All the kobolds had become aware of his presence. Yet he possessed that utterly shameless talent, permanent invisibility. These kobolds probably wouldn't be able to detect him. But Chen Yi recalled the setback he'd suffered earlier in Shemenka City. That kobold who could seal away magic. It left an impression on Chen Yi that lasts to this day. This city serves as the most important stronghold for the kobolds. If dozens of magic-sealing kobolds were to emerge, Chen Yi wouldn't be surprised in the least. If that's the case, then he couldn't afford to be careless. You must observe carefully. Eliminate all uncertain factors at their inception. First, the key is not to attract anyone's attention. Afterwards, Chen Yi cautiously moved along the city wall toward the imperial palace. Because it was on the city wall, no kobold would notice this place, so Chen Yi wasn't worried. The only concern now was, within the palace walls, inside the palace, could be discovered at any moment. That restraining magic. Chen Yi had no intention of attempting it a second time. The walls of the kobold palace connected directly with the outer fortifications, and likely no one would imagine that someone could reach the palace through such means. Chen Yi now stood at the southwest corner of the Kobold Emperor's palace wall. Standing here, most of the imperial palace scenery could be seen. Chen Yi took out the glory of sanctity. The echo arrow was knocked on the bowstring. Chen Yi stood there quietly, under the terrifying regenerative power of wild blessing. Chen Yi could remain in peak condition without even tapping into his reserve of emerald honey. And so it was. Chen Yi stood still in silence, from daybreak until nightfall. From beginning to end, Chen Yi maintained his poised readiness like an archer capable of piercing willow leaves at 100 paces. Eyes of perception and clairvoyance persisted in activation throughout. He waits, waiting for the appearance of the dog-headed emperor. Just one glimpse is enough, then he can fire directly. Kill that kobold emperor. The third day standing on the imperial city walls, Chen Yi saw an elderly kobold clad in white robes. The old kobold was surrounded by a throng of attendants. It seems he holds a high status among the kobolds. For some unknown reason, Chen Yi actually saw the old kobold glance in his direction. After finding nothing unusual there, the elderly dog-headed man strode toward the deepest part of the imperial palace. Chen Yi instantly realized he'd been discovered, though he couldn't fathom how. Yet he didn't hesitate. Whoosh! The 100-step arrow-piercing willow technique was unleashed. A streak of light, swift to its extreme limit, shot directly towards that ancient kobold elder. The aged kobold immediately brandished his staff. Directly addressing the incoming arrow, he shouted, "Exiled!" Asterisk. Chapter 72. The Enchanted Echo Arrow. Spring night's wind unfolds 1,000 blossoms. With a ripple through space, above the knoll's staff, a dark spatial rift appeared. The next second, Chen Yi's echoing arrow flew straight into that spatial rift. Watching the scene unfold before him, Chen Yi was startled. He hadn't expected this opponent to actually react in time. This reaction speed must have reached 40 points or even higher. There's absolutely no way to react otherwise. Afterwards, Chen Yi directly checked the kobold's attributes remotely. Goblin High Priest. Level 20. Base Strength 13. Base Constitution 11. Base Agility 48. Base Intelligence 54. Talent, Kobold Brilliance. Skills, Banishment Magic, Blood Magic. Introduction. The Supreme High Priest of the Kobold Cult possesses extraordinarily formidable power, rumored to share some mysterious and unknown connection with the Kobold God. Seeing these stats of the High Priest, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. I never expected his agility and intelligence to be this high. Could there truly be a god of the kobolds? With stats this powerful, could this high priest be connected to that kobold god? Reminiscent of the voodoo practices among humans, Chen Yi speculated. This must be related to those from the higher realms. Perhaps it's the deity of these dog-headed creatures. He belongs to the same category of existence as that voodoo deity. They might even exist within the same plane of the world. And at this moment, the high priest was already charging toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi didn't dare to delay. He ran straight toward the city wall on the other side. By the time the kobold high priest arrived here, Chen Yi had already left long ago. The kobold high priest couldn't help but feel somewhat irritated. This invisible human actually made it here. The fate of the royal city. Will it end up like Stormwind City? The kobold high priest couldn't accept it. Then he issued orders to the dog-headed men behind him. Launch a citywide manhunt for Chen Yi. Also, spread paint or white lime on all roads and walls. Under no circumstances let him escape. After issuing these commands, the kobold high priest was about to meet the newly appointed kobold emperor, Candle, to report everything that had happened here, and must be extremely cautious about personal safety. At this thought, the steps of the goblin high priest involuntarily quickened, but at that very moment, a sharp whistling sound came piercing through the sky. The arrow gleamed with a trail of radiance. It carried unstoppable might. It came flying straight toward the doghead high priest. It was the very same arrow he had just banished. The doghead high priest's scalp tingled with dread. Damn it! What's going on? He had clearly exiled this arrow into the endless void beyond the world's crystal walls. But now, why have I returned to this place again? There was no time to think. The goblin high priest unleashed another banishment spell directly at the arrow without hesitation. A spatial rift tore open, reappeared. The arrow shot straight into the endless void. The dog-headed high priest breathed a sigh of relief. At last, that thing was sent away. This time he banished it even farther. The arrow simply couldn't find him, but the Kobold High Priest's joy was short-lived. Even before they could enter the entrance of the Kobold Palace, the echoing arrow came flying back once more. Its power hadn't diminished in the slightest, enhanced by gravitational acceleration. Its force was even greater than before. The Kobold High Priest felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be, this arrow possessed the power of rules? You must hit him to stop his flight. If that's the case, then it would be terrifying. After all, no one else could wield banishment magic like he does. If it were a candle struck by this arrow, then it would surely meet its death. The old king must have also perished by this arrow's strike. This is the arrow of fate, unless countered by corresponding rules. Otherwise, they will pursue you relentlessly for eternity. At this thought, the Goblin High Priest directly produced a crimson crystal ball from his storage space. Great Goblin God, we praise you. Your faithful servant seeks an audience with you. The blood-red crystal orb instantly floated upward into the sky. The orb continuously emitted mist the color of blood. The guards in attendance of the Kobold High Priest surrounding it were corroded by this crimson mist. Within moments, they were reduced to piles of withered bones. It seemed to have gained sufficient power from the blood. A crimson projection now appeared in the sky. It was a dog's head outlined in blood, with an imposing gaze, looking upon all living beings as mere insignificant ants. Celestial Eye, what is the meaning of this? How dare you summon me so rashly? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to create these blood crystals? At this moment, the projection of the dog-headed figure turned its gaze toward the high priest of the dog-head race, eyes burning with anger. It seemed the next second would reduce that Kobold High Priest to ashes. The Kobold High Priest trembled in fear. My lord, there truly was no other way. I've been locked onto by a rule arrow. Even if banished beyond the void, it would still follow me. It won't stop until it kills me. The arrow of rules? The dog-headed god was somewhat surprised. In such a low-tier world, how could rule-based skills possibly exist? This seemed to shatter the Kobold god's understanding of reality. And just at that moment, the echo arrow now streaked towards the Kobold High Priest. Witnessing this scene, the Kobold was stunned. Damn, there really are rule-based skills. Afterwards, the dog-headed creature spewed a mouthful of blood directly at the echo arrow. This was a skill specifically designed to corrupt rules. At this moment, after being contaminated by the blood from the dog-headed god, the arrow immediately plummeted straight toward the ground. But after spitting out that mouthful of blood, the Kobold god clearly no longer had the strength to remain in this world. Under the watchful gaze of the Kobold High Priest, the shadowy dog-headed figure in the sky gradually dissipated. The High Priest now felt a profound sense of relief, as if narrowly escaping disaster. Fortunately, he possessed a blood crystal. Otherwise, he would truly have been pursued to death by that arrow. Afterwards, the High Priest strode directly toward the palace's inner sanctum. We must strengthen our security forces now. Otherwise, when the time comes, you won't even know how you died. At this moment, Shen Yi lay prone atop a section of the city wall, staring intently at the scene before him. Damn, that dog-headed creature had actually succeeded in summoning a divine projection, and even countered his own piercing arrow through Willow's technique. Judging by the tone, his pinpoint archery was a rule-based skill. Such things didn't exist in this low-level world. Shen Yi couldn't help feeling his luck was particularly good at this moment. If he hadn't gone to that lost temple, I'm afraid such god-tier skills would never fall to someone like me. Then, Shen Yi retreated toward the city outskirts. These kobold abilities are truly bizarre, and that Kobold High Priest could actually sense my presence. Perhaps this guy has some special equipment. He might be able to see through my invisibility. Assassinating this emperor is going to be far more complicated and dangerous from now on. Nothing like the simplicity we had back in Shaman City. Shen Yi circled outside the city for a full day and night. The kobolds were now mobilized across the entire city. They left markings on every building, even streets and city walls. Every possible approach was tightly guarded, not giving Shen Yi any angle to enter whatsoever. Shen Yi could only watch helplessly at this scene. At this point, attempting to enter was probably impossible. Shen Yi opened the world store. He still wanted to take a look. What tools are available to help me get in undetected? The world store is filled with an array of items. Because Shen Yi's access level has been upgraded, there are now more products available than before, but it was also more expensive. Shen Yi saw it but didn't pay much attention. After all, you get what you pay for. If you want powerful props, don't be afraid to spend points. Shen Yi browsed for about half an hour. A scroll now appeared before him. Flame Enchantment Scroll, 300 points. Effect, can enchant items with a flaming effect, cannot be stacked with other effects. Good, perfect for enchanting echo arrows. But seeing the points, Shen Yi suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Damn, it actually costs over 300 points. Other scrolls range between just 10 to 50 points, but this enchantment scroll, leaped straight to 300 points, but even if it's expensive, I'll still buy it. Shen-Yi then spent 300 points, and purchased this flame enchantment scroll, taking out both the echo arrows and the enchanted scroll. Shen-Yi recalled at this moment, this flame enchantment cannot be superimposed with other effects. Is it saying, would this flame enchantment clear the poison effect of this echo arrow? If that's the case, Shen-Yi could only hope this flame enchantment would prove more potent than the poison. Afterwards, Shen-Yi followed the method. He opened the flame enchantment scroll and wrapped the echo arrow inside. Afterwards, after a dazzling burst of firelight, the flame scroll transformed into a small magic circle and engraved itself onto the echo arrow. The appearance of the echo arrow had now undergone a dramatic transformation. Its formerly pitch-black shaft had turned crimson and black interwoven, and to the touch, it radiated a scorching heat. Afterwards, Shen-Yi summoned the attributes of the echo arrow. Echo arrow, fire, physical damage, 10. Flame damage, 10. Enchantment, after an arrow is shot, there is a 50% chance of triggering a fiery explosion, with explosive damage 10 times the base fire damage. When he saw the attributes of the current echo arrow, Shen-Yi couldn't help but exclaim that he had hit the jackpot. Damn, this was far stronger than any enchanted arrows he had obtained before. Afterwards, Shen-Yi turned his gaze toward the Cobalt capital. Now, let the Cobalt capital test the power of his echo arrows first. Afterwards, Shen-Yi drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Find the right area, then let loose a torrent of arrows across the sky like shooting stars. The arrows traced a perfect arc, landing precisely within the Cobalt Kingdom's walls. Enchanted flaming arrows that echoed with fire, like a shower of meteors in the sky, as depicted in poetry. Dawn winds unveiled countless blossoms of fire, and scattered stars like rain. Amidst bursts of flaming explosions, within the city of the Cobalt King, countless screams erupted. All the kobolds were dumbstruck by this hail of arrows, totally clueless. How on earth could they possibly defend against this apocalyptic meteor shower of arrows? 10 seconds later, Shen-Yi finished launching the arrow rain meteor, immediately fled eastward. Chapter 73, Fire one shot then change positions, the driven mad kobolds. This place is no longer safe. Shen-Yi decided to head in another direction to continue casting Meteor Shower. The cooldown time for Meteor Shower is 1 hour. Then now, all his remaining time, it's just waiting for the cooldown period of the Arrow Rain Meteor, 24 hours. That means 24 Arrow Rain Meteors. Even if we can't snipe the Emperor, eliminating the kobolds' vital forces is still extremely important. With arrows falling like meteors every hour, the kobolds were practically driven mad, no matter where they hid. It seemed they couldn't escape being caught in the crossfire. And this arrow rain showed no discernible pattern at all, as if it were entirely a spur-of-the-moment decision, tormenting the kobolds to no end. Moreover, the houses within the city were all burning now. The raging fires blazed unchecked, with no one to quell them. Houses continued to be engulfed by the spreading flames. The kobolds who lost their homes wailed in agony on the ground. Without homes, they had also lost their rightful place within the city. At the same time, within the imperial palace of the kobolds, the newly appointed emperor, Candle, was currently convening a meeting with his kobold ministers. Candle gazed at the silent demeanor of the kobold ministers surrounding him. An uncontrollable surge of anger rose within him. Can anyone think of a way to completely get rid of that guy for me? The Candle felt like it was going insane. Damnable humans. The damage was so absurd yet untraceable, it was practically phantom-like. The high priest beside them remained silent. He had no desire to endure another attack from the Arrow of Rules. Now that he had used his only means of communication with the kobold god, the blood crystal, seeking the deity's assistance had become an impossibility. Thus, he remained notably silent. That human, like a ghost, like a specter, an existence that even millions of dog-headed warriors couldn't capture. Seeing the complete silence around him, Candle grew even more furious. Then he turned his gaze to the high priest. High priest, please speak. How should we completely dispose of this human? The high priest noticed the candlelight calling out to him. Continuing to remain silent wasn't an option now. Then the high priest shook his head. No, I don't know. In the current situation, I believe the best course of action is to stay put and not make any moves. Endure everything and wait for the race war to come. As long as that human gets selected, there will be a chance to eliminate him within the racial battlefield. After all, the battleground for races is relatively cramped, not as vast as the main world. Hearing those words, the Candle let out a bitter laugh. On the other hand, couldn't that person have wiped us all out on the battlefield as well? Seeing the emperor in this state, the high priest shook his head. After all, he had just ascended to power, completely lacking the composure of the old emperor. Afterwards, the high priest leaned close to the candle and began whispering, "The only way now is to mobilize the entire nation to forge the blood crystal. Only by summoning the dog-headed god can we possibly capture that human. And the material needed to forge the blood crystal is the blood of every imperial family member. Of course, your majesty need not participate, but all other royals, including your sons and daughters, must die." After hearing the method, the candle's gaze immediately revealed a surge of fear. Even its body couldn't help but tremble. It looked toward the high priest. The candle couldn't restrain itself from asking, "Are you really going to do this?" The high priest nodded. The royal family are descendants of the dog-headed god. Only royal blood possesses such mighty power. This way, we can preserve our kobold race. Refining the blood crystal. Refining the blood crystal. This thought kept swirling in the kobold emperor's mind. If this were truly the case, then he would be completely isolated and alone, with no other relatives left. At this thought, the kobold emperor agonized in painful hesitation, uncertain of how to make this decision. Their conversation. None of the other ministers heard it, and none of them knew what was wrong with their emperor. Why did his expression suddenly turn so pained? After about 5 minutes, the kobold emperor's eyes flickered with resolve and ruthlessness. "At worst, I can just produce another heir myself." "Very well, high priest, I'll follow your advice." The high priest nodded approvingly. "This matter must be conducted in secret, only the two of us know for now. Your Majesty, you may hold a family banquet tonight. All members of the royal family must attend." The candle nodded at this moment. "Yes, there's no other way." After saying this, the candle seemed to have all its strength drained as it collapsed onto the imperial throne. Meanwhile, murmuring words escaped its lips. "Is this the price of being an emperor?" Then, an invitation was delivered to all the royal families of kobolds. The kobold emperor candle will host a feast tonight to entertain all the imperial family members. This marks the very first banquet since His Majesty's ascension to the throne. The kobold royal family takes this occasion extremely seriously. This completely defies all expectations. This would be their final meal. Outside the kobold king's city walls, Shen Yi had already finished shooting arrows across the entire perimeter of the royal city. Because the attack range was limited, the inner city was temporarily beyond their reach, so Shen Yi decided to pause for now. He hadn't rested for 3 days and 4 nights already. He couldn't help but feel a hint of exhaustion at this moment. He found a towering ancient tree. Shen Yi perched on a tree branch, gazing distantly at the kobold king's city. By now, the great fire in the kobold city had mostly burned out, and those kobolds were busy cleaning up the aftermath. It's already dusk. The sun lingers with but a faint afterglow, yet the kobold's palace is already ablaze with lights at this hour, looming in the distance like some luminous giant beast. Through hypervision, some finely dressed kobolds could be seen heading towards the imperial palace. Shen Yi lay on a tree branch, watching the scene with great interest. These royals actually still have the energy to throw banquets. Shen Yi found it rather difficult to comprehend. Afterwards, Shen Yi raised the holy radiance, knocking an echoing arrow to his bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a shooting star, flying straight toward the imperial palace. But the distance to the palace was too great, already exceeding 10 kilometers. Thus, Shen Yi's arrow merely struck a kobold's dwelling instead. Boom! An explosion rang out. The house burst into raging flames in an instant. The kobolds inside were immediately burned into fleeing, their bodies speckled with dancing flames. "Lower your bow." Shen Yi looked at everything before him with a smile. From the kobold's perspective, he was absolutely the ultimate villain. At this moment, a crimson magic circle appeared above the imperial palace. Countless screams echoed from within the imperial palace. Shen Yi was baffled by what he saw. What had happened? Were these kobolds having an internal conflict? At this moment, Shen Yi spotted the kobold high priest. At that moment, the kobold high priest was waving his staff to carve runes. This magic circle was his creation. All the royals who had entered the palace at that moment were being drawn into the magical circle floating in the sky. His body was swiftly torn apart by the magic circle, with blood extracted and continuously refined into concentrated form. The desiccated remnants of flesh, drained of all blood, were discarded like trash to the side. Then, a surge of radiance. The magic circle began to contract. Finally, a blinding crimson radiance of unprecedented intensity appeared between heaven and earth. Through transcendent vision, Shen Yi could discern, at the center of that crimson glow, lay the very same blood-red crystal previously wielded by the kobold high priest. It can be used to summon the projection of the dog-head god. Moreover, this blood-red crystal is clearly larger and purer. Its effects must be even more formidable. Shen Yi suddenly thought of this at that moment. So this blood-red crystal was forged from the blood of these kobolds, and not just any ordinary blood either. It was the blood of their imperial lineage. These royal kobolds could inherit the golden kobold body across generations, even before their transmigration. Surely there must have been extraordinary figures among their ancestors. Only in this way, only inherited talent could be this formidable. It seems that this crimson crystal gathers the ancestral power within their blood. Could it mean this kobold royal lineage? Is this ancestor the god of kobolds? Shenyi began to make wild guesses, but he could feel that he might have stumbled upon the truth. Inside the kobold royal palace, the kobold emperor gazed upon the corpses of all his royal kinsmen. His head throbbed with sudden, excruciating pain. And so it was. Every kobold who'd shared his bloodline now lay dead. Not a single one remained. At this moment, the dog-headed high priest approached, holding a crimson crystal. Your Imperial Majesty, the refinement is now complete. This crystal can summon a projection possessing 1/10,000th of the divine power of the dog-headed god. I believe we can absolutely find and kill that brat. Thus the royal blood won't have been shed in vain. Hearing the words of the kobold high priest, the kobold emperor nodded in agreement. All right, high priest, I leave the rest to you. I'm feeling somewhat weary. After saying that, the kobold emperor then turned and walked toward the inner chamber. His silhouette carried a hint of loneliness. The kobold high priest also noticed this change in demeanor, but he didn't care, because in his view, a monarch is destined to be lonely. If one cannot bear the solitude this position brings, you're not fit to be the emperor of the kobolds. At this thought, the goblin high priest couldn't help but feel some nostalgia for the old emperor. If the old emperor were here, then given his temperament, not to mention all the imperial family, he would even sacrifice his own life if necessary, ruthless to others and to himself alike. The Knoll high priest now raised the crimson crystal, and began summoning the projection of the Knoll god. Shenyi suddenly felt a sense of impending danger. He trusted this intuition completely. Afterwards, without hesitation, Shenyi turned and fled into the distance. No matter what, escaping this place was the wisest choice right now. At the same time, a projection of the kobold god, even more powerful than before, was summoned. Upon seeing the ground littered with corpses, the kobold god's eyes turned cold. Have you refined my descendants? The dog-headed high priest immediately knelt to the ground. Great god of dogheads, we had no choice. Our dog-headed kin are facing an unsolvable crisis, that's why we've taken such drastic measures. There's only one purpose for summoning your descent, we beg you to slay a human. Star. Chapter 74, Projection of the Dog-Headed God, God-Devouring Strike Unleashed. Hearing those words, the dog-headed deity was somewhat astonished. What kind of human could it be, that even so many kobolds couldn't handle? At this moment, the kobold high priest began describing Shenyi's abilities. Great kobold god, that human possesses the power of invisibility and can unleash arrows of light. Previously, it only carried light attributes, blinding effects, and light flame explosions, but recently it has transformed into incredibly intense flame eruptions with formidable destructive power. My lord, please see what terrible state our kobold capital has been reduced to. The projection of the kobold god surveyed the surroundings, discovering countless areas had been utterly devastated beyond recognition. Witnessing this scene, even the kobold god's heart couldn't help but stir with indignation. Such insignificant humans, how dare they bully my kin like this, they must be punished severely. After saying that, the kobold god transformed directly into a crimson streak of light and surged into the body of the kobold high priest. The kobold high priest howled in agony. He simply couldn't withstand such power. But the next second, a power capable of mending all things surged from within his body. The doghead high priest was regaining his youth at an astonishing rate. A minute later, the immensely robust doghead high priest marveled at these changes with exhilaration. My lord, I feel I have regained my youth. Nothing can stand in my way now. At this moment, the voice of the kobold god echoed deeply within the high priest's mind. Now that I've restored your youth, you can also wield a portion of my power. Go and find it. Once that human is found, I shall personally annihilate them. Yes, great kobold god. The kobold high priest was overjoyed. At this moment, he felt utterly incomparable to his former self, as if everything in the world was within his grasp. The kobold high priest knew it was merely an illusion brought about by this sudden surge of power. Afterwards, the kobold high priest simply levitated in midair. He flew straight towards the outskirts of the city. At this moment in his vision, every place Shenyi had ever been was marked with faint traces of his lingering presence. This was an ability only gods could possess. Finally, the goblin high priest arrived at the great tree where Shenyi had previously rested. The traces of his presence were most vivid here, yet there was no sign of Shenyi himself. It's obvious. By now, Shenyi had already fled. Afterwards, the goblin high priest immediately chased in the direction Shenyi had fled. Now empowered by the goblin god's strength, his speed had reached an unimaginable level. He could fly at least 300 kilometers per hour. I want to catch up with that guy. It won't take long at all. At this moment, Shenyi, currently atop the white wolf, felt an increasingly heavy sense of danger. this sense of danger, as if a great calamity were impending. At this moment, a voice rang out from high above. Trying to escape? Not so easy. Afterwards, a scarlet energy sphere plummeted straight from the sky, exploding right before Chen-Yi and the White Wolf. Accompanied by that powerful blast of light and shockwave, both Chen-Yi and the White Wolf were sent flying backward. At the same time, the dog-headed high priest also descended to the ground. At this moment, Chen-Yi observed the young dog-headed high priest, and a status panel appeared before his eyes. Doghead High Priest, False God Tier Boss, Level 20, Base Strength 167, Base Constitution 189, Base Agility 200, Basic Intelligence 200, Talents, Doghead Wisdom, Divine Incarnation, Temporary, Divine Incarnation, SS. At this moment, you are the incarnation of a god. Gain 1/10,000th of a god's power. Skills, Banishment Magic, Blood Magic, Divine Arts, Divine Magic. You have mastered all divine spells known to the gods. Introduction. A kobold high priest possessed by the projection of the kobold god has regained his youth temporarily and wields unparalleled divine power. Witnessing this scene before his eyes, Chen-Yi was utterly astonished. The projection of the kobold god had actually possessed him. How do I fight this myself? At this moment, the Null High Priest stared at the spot where Chen-Yi had stood and burst into maniacal laughter. So what if you can turn invisible? With the eye of the gods in my possession, your invisibility is useless against me. Seeing this, Chen-Yi's heart sank. This is a pseudo-deity level boss. If even stealth fails, then I stand no chance of winning. Now the only hope. All hopes now rested on the rebirth of his own skeletal remains. At this moment, the dog-headed high priest immediately raised his staff. You wretched human has brought us such suffering, today your death won't come so easily. After saying that, a whip condensed from blood mist came lashing toward Chen-Yi. It was too fast. Chen-Yi simply had no way to dodge. He was directly swept into the sky by the bloody energy whip. The bloody energy whip seemed to contain a strange energy. Chen-Yi was forcibly knocked out of stealth mode. Gazing at Chen-Yi, the Null High Priest's eyes gleamed with malice. Another crimson whip materialized. It lashed directly toward Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi suddenly felt excruciating pain at this moment. This blood-red whip seemed to have a pain-amplifying effect. The originally insignificant wound now became extraordinarily painful. Thud after thud. Chen-Yi's skin was scarcely left unscathed. Just as Chen-Yi felt himself fading into unconsciousness, a voice emerged from within the body of the dog-headed high priest. Enough. I wish to study what principle governs this human's extraction of talents from the system. At this moment, a shadowy figure suddenly drifted out from the dog-head high priest's body. Instantly, the dog-head high priest deflated like a punctured balloon, aging at an alarming rate. Feeling the power drain from his body, a flicker of despair flashed through the high priest's eyes. That power was simply too addictive. There was simply no way to quit it. Having lost that power, the kobold high priest felt nothing but profound emptiness. As for Chen-Yi, the projection of the dog-headed god had already arrived before him. A divine glow resembling a scanning beam shot forth from the eyes of the dog-headed god's projection, and just at that moment, Chen-Yi's left hand was itching to move. Suddenly, an immensely powerful attractive force surged from Chen-Yi's left hand. The projection of the dog-headed god. There was simply no way to resist it. He could feel his strength draining away bit by bit, and the draining strength was being absorbed by the human before him. The dog-headed god's expression turned exceedingly grim. Damn it! What kind of power is this? He had almost no strength left to resist. The moment he was enveloped by this attraction, he could no longer muster any of his own power. At this moment, the kobold high priest sensed something was wrong. My lord, I'm here to help you. After saying that, the kobold high priest began casting an attack spell at Chen-Yi lying on the ground. A crimson spear materialized in his grasp. In the next instant, it would pierce straight through Chen-Yi's chest. And just at that moment, roar! The white wolf suddenly pounced from the side. It immediately tore into the dog-headed high priest with savage bites. Streaks of arcane energy began to swell and explode. The kobold high priest stumbled backward from the blows. For a moment, the kobold high priest couldn't even muster a single skill. Witnessing this, Chen-Yi felt a surge of excitement. Well done! The gravitational pull in his hands began to gradually intensify, until the very end. Damn it, I swear I won't let you get away with this. Followed by a roar of unwilling resignation. The projection of the kobold god was completely absorbed by Chen-Yi. A voice then rang in Chen-Yi's ears. Congratulations on devouring the phantom of the kobold god. You have successfully acquired the trait, False God. False God, you possess the demeanor of a god, but none of a god's power. Upon reading this, Chen-Yi was somewhat speechless. After swallowing for so long, this is all I got? At this moment, Chen-Yi suddenly felt something uncomfortable pricking his palm. A small black fragment appeared in his hand. Shard of the doghead deity's divine spark. Introduction. 1/10,000th of the divine essence of the kobold god. Its purpose is unknown, but the Kobold God will forever lose 1/10,000th of its power. Upon reading this, Shen Yi was stunned. Damn! It turned out to be a fragment of divine essence. Shen Yi never imagined he would obtain such an item. But never mind what this thing is used for now. Dealing with this hobgoblin high priest is the most important matter at hand. Afterwards, Shen Yi placed the fragment of divinity into his storage space. No sooner had it been stored away than the divine fragment emitted a powerful repelling force against the surrounding items, pushing all other things aside. A vacuum formed around him. Shen Yi paid no attention to these matters. Draw forth the holy radiance. He fired an arrow straight at the dog-headed high priest. Whoosh! The arrow pierced directly into the kobold high priest's shoulder. The kobold high priest gazed in disbelief at the vanished projection of the kobold god. He couldn't fathom it at all. What possible method could have achieved this? This human can defeat the projection of the dog-headed god, even if it's just a projection, but it's still a deity. Even with only 10,000th of its true power, it's absolutely beyond what these level 20 weaklings can match. Just as the kobold high priest's mind wavered, Shen Yi loosed another arrow. Whoosh! The kobold high priest couldn't dodge in time. This time it pierced straight through his chest. For a moment, the dog-headed high priest's chest bled profusely. Coupled with his earlier depletion of strength, his gaze began to grow vacant. Roar! The white wolf directly swatted the dog-headed high priest aside with a single claw. Shen Yi promptly followed up with another arrow. A voice soon sounded in his ears. Congratulations, you have plundered the high priest of the kobold's innate talent, kobold wisdom. Kobold wisdom has been enhanced 100-fold and evolved into peerless kobold intellect. Chapter 75, Assassinating the Emperor Candle, the kobold's final frenzy. Dog-headed brilliance. Tier A. Affect your wisdom becomes exceptionally brilliant, with accelerated intellectual growth. Before Shen Yi could even check the specific attributes of Doghead Summit, another voice came through. Doghead God Devourer automatically devours Doghead Supreme, adding a new effect. Devouring energy entities has a chance to increase base intelligence. Hearing those words, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. Is this similar to the effect of plundering power? But what's the point of so much intelligence for a damn archer like me? Though that shield ring could actually make use of some intellect. Better than nothing, I suppose. At this moment, the white wolf was already gnawing on the kobold high priest. Shen Yi didn't stop them when he saw what was happening. After all, his injuries hadn't fully healed yet. That torture from earlier, Shen Yi never wanted to experience it a second time. At this moment, Shen Yi took the staff from the hands of the Knoll High Priest. The staff appeared to be made from some kind of creature. Staff of Blood. Magic damage, 13. Enchantment. When attacking an enemy, there is a certain chance to drain their health. Introduction. A staff crafted from Bloodhunt Dragonbone, capable of disrupting an enemy's vital energy balance. This blood staff is quite impressive. Definitely worth trading for something valuable. Afterwards, Shen Yi immediately listed it on the exchange, with a note attached. Exchange for equipment or items of equal value. Soon after, Shen Yi closed the system panel. The biggest crisis since the time travel had passed, and Shen Yi's mood eased considerably. At the same time, a faint sense of crisis welled up in my heart. My strength was still far too lacking. Yet this world's level cap was simply like this. There was absolutely no way to progress further. Moreover, there are far too few monsters with high-tier talents. Plundering those low-level talents barely gave Shen Yi any noticeable improvement, unless they met the fusion requirements. Only by fusing talents can one obtain abilities that truly enhance combat strength. Shen Yi felt a faint anticipation stirring within him. He looked forward to entering the next Stratum world. The level cap in the next Stratum world would be 30. Presumably, talents would also reach a higher level. At this moment, under the effect of Savage Blessing, Shen Yi had all his bodily wounds scabbed over. Looking at the situation, in just a few days, the injuries would fully heal. Afterwards, Shen Yi looked at the White Wolf. Let's go back. This time, we'll properly teach these kobolds a lesson. White Wolf understood Shen Yi's words, then it leaped up excitedly. After that, it carried Shen Yi on its back and started heading back. At this moment, the Kobold Palace. The new Emperor, Candle, sat alone in quiet solitude upon the throne now. The voices and faces of his brothers, sisters, and children from days past seemed as vivid as yesterday. The price of becoming emperor, for him, had been unexpectedly steep. Right now, he had truly become a solitary figure. At this thought, a sudden surge of strength welled up within his heart. He summoned the maidservant by his side. Bring all my consorts to me. Yes, Shen Yi was now standing atop the palace walls. Before him lay the very bedchambers where the dog-headed emperor resided. Entering stealth mode, Shen Yi waited quietly like this. At this moment, all the kobold royals had already been sacrificed. All sorts of rumors began circulating throughout the entire kobold palace. No one was truly putting in the effort to patrol or keep watch at night anymore. without that Knoll high priest around. Shenyi didn't worry in the slightest about being discovered now. This continued until noon the next day. The dog-headed emperor yawned and rubbed his lower back as he trudged toward the grand hall, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion. Obviously, he had worked himself to complete exhaustion yesterday. This was because all the royal family members had died. The surrounding attendants all wore expressions of tension, afraid that their emperor might execute someone on a mere whim. At this moment, Shenyi had already raised the sacred glory in his hand. Whoosh! A shot that could pierce a willow leaf at 100 paces. A streak of light shot forth directly, under the horrified gazes of all onlookers. The newly crowned Kobold Emperor, having ascended the throne mere days prior, perished publicly within the imperial harem. Having slain this Kobold Emperor, Shenyi stood triumphant. Then came the proclamation. Human Shenyi has successfully slain the Doghead Emperor Candle. Title, Doghead Slayer, upgraded to Doghead Bane. Detection confirms the complete extinction of the Doghead royal bloodline. All Doghead's base attributes reduced by 50%. After 10 announcements, the resounding tenfold proclamation left both humans and Dogheads utterly stunned. What followed was the humans' elation and the kobolds' dismay. At this moment in the World Channel, news about Shenyi was flooding the screen. Holy shit, is brother Shenyi really this badass? Single-handedly wiping out the entire royal bloodline of the kobolds? I don't know exactly how many members the kobold royal family had, but being royalty, there must have been quite a few. But brother Shenyi slaughtered every last one of them. That's just inconceivable. Damn right. And on top of that, all the other kobolds had their basic attributes reduced by 50%. How the hell are they supposed to compete now? I used to steer clear of kobolds, now I chase after them when I see them. With basic attributes reduced by 50%, I feel these kobolds' strength has dropped way too severely. A 50% reduction in basic attributes doesn't just mean half the strength, it's more like 80% or even worse. Before it took 3 of us to take down 1 kobold, now a single person can handle 3 kobolds at once. You're right, these base attributes provide minimal improvement before reaching 10 points, but after that threshold, every single point increase makes me palpably stronger. Brothers, anyone want to join me in slaying these kobolds? Party up! Why should we fear these damn kobolds? For a moment, the world erupted with battle cries. At this moment, the kobolds were completely baffled, especially those not in the royal capital. The kobolds who had no idea what was happening, all wide-eyed and bewildered. What's going on? Had all the royal bloodlines perished? Is this even possible? Especially upon sensing their vanishing strength, all the kobolds panicked. Their previous superiority over humans in levels and attributes had completely evaporated in this moment. The kobolds were terrified in their hearts. They had already envisioned their future fate. That was complete annihilation by humankind. Then humans would clear the world boss and leave this nearly destroyed world. Thus, to everyone's surprise, the kobold, having lost 50% of its base attributes, began to counterattack with even greater frenzy. Though its strength was greatly diminished, its morale had surged many times over. However, this heightened morale only proved effective when the power gap between the two sides was small. The disparity in strength between the two sides is so vast now, morale can only play a minor role at this point. At this moment, Shenyi's inbox was practically flooded with private messages. Finally, Shenyi had set his account to only allow private messages from friends, so the flood of messages wasn't as overwhelming. Lu Tianming, Shenyi, you're truly the best. Your talent definitely isn't just A rank. I hope we'll always be friends from now on. Shenyi, of course we will after all, we've known each other since the previous world. Lu Xiaobei, Shenyi, you're amazing. I can't compare to you, you must have SSS rank talent. Your future achievements will surely far surpass mine. Shenyi, not at all, you're being modest. I've seen those screenshots you shared before, the sheer intensity of those attacks is something I couldn't hope to match even if I tried. Lu Tsongyun, Master, I never could have imagined that after you left, you were planning to undertake such an earth-shattering feat. Please accept my utmost respect. I don't know when I'll have the chance to treat you to a meal again. Shenyi, no need for a meal. Right now, the Kobold King's city is leaderless, it's the perfect time to launch a massive assault. Lu Tsongyun, thanks for the heads up, Master. I'll rally the other guilds right away and move on the Kobold King's city. Xin Mu, never thought you'd come so far already. Shenyi, well, I haven't stopped moving forward, and you're not allowed to stop either. Lang Qi, after all these years apart, legends about you are spreading everywhere in the martial world. Never imagined you'd become the top boss. Drop by the elemental lands when you're free, we've got some breathtakingly beautiful elemental creatures here. Shenyi stared at the private message. He started replying to each message one by one. When he saw Lang Qi's message, his heart couldn't help but stir. The plane of elements. Are there many elemental creatures inside? If that's the case, my own dog-headed god-devouring ability should come in handy now. Moreover, these elemental creatures all possess remarkable innate talents. It would be perfect to plunder these elemental beings' natural gifts. Thus Chen Yi deliberately engaged Lang Chi in prolonged conversation. How's everything going now? All smooth sailing, I hope? Chen Yi's message had just been sent. Lang Chi responded almost instantly. Everything's great. After all, I'm a night class with S-rank talent always in high demand wherever I go. Now I've joined the Leisure Hall Guild. Our guild leader is a shield warrior with an S-grade talent named Mingjio. Besides me, there are 3 members with A-grade talents and 19 with B-grade talents in the guild. Most high-tier talent holders have gone to ancient China these days. It's tough for small guilds like ours to survive. Chen Yi saw the message. Then came the reply. Not at all. Small guilds have their own advantages. I'm actually planning to head to the elemental lands next. I really want to see what those elemental creatures look like there. When he saw that Chen Yi was coming to the land of elements, Lang Chi immediately became excited. Then he replied to Chen Yi's message. Great. You're always welcome to come. I just don't know how close you are to the land of elements. Most of the world map has been revealed now, so you can definitely check it out. Alright. Afterwards, Chen Yi opened the world map. He noticed, except for a few remote and treacherous areas that remained unlit, more than 80% of the map had been illuminated. The place where he currently found himself was called Pinggui Plain. The elemental lands are approximately 2,000 kilometers away. With the speed and stamina of a white wolf, one could reach them in roughly a day and night's travel, excluding time spent resting or fighting monsters. At most, it won't take 2 full days. Afterwards, Chen Yi replied, Alright, I'll set off right now. If there are any delays along the way, I should arrive by the day after tomorrow. Got it. Looking forward to your arrival, boss. Star. Chapter 76, Land of Elements, Unknown Lifeforms in the Cavern. Land of Elements. A place filled with bizarre weather phenomena, all due to the anomalies caused by elemental creatures and various forms of elemental energy. The water is here. Sometimes it abruptly changes its course. It can even flow from lower to higher ground. The sky was perfectly clear. The skies could turn stormy with thunder and lightning at any moment. Molten lava frequently erupts from beneath the earth, forming various lava pools. And beside these lava pools, there lies a world of endless frost and snow. Chen Yi was stunned by the sight before him when he arrived here. Damn, this place was simply not fit for human habitation. The Sanrun Hall. No one could figure out what was going on. They actually chose this location as their gathering place. Lang Chi learned that Chen Yi had already arrived at the outskirts of the elemental lands. He hurriedly came out from within the elemental lands to greet Chen Yi. When Lang Chi stood before Chen Yi's first impression was that this Lang Chi appeared rather gaunt, even emaciated to the point where his face was left with only a thin layer of skin. Not a trace of subcutaneous fat remained. Yet he still carried an air of scholarly refinement. The equipment he wore, there was an inexplicable aura of elemental energy. It seemed to be a specialty of the elemental lands. Speaking of which, this was Lang Chi and Chen Yi's first meeting. Chen Yi gazed at Lang Chi. Then he asked, What made you decide to build a settlement here? This place looks completely uninhabitable. Lang Chi chuckled upon hearing this. Precisely because of that, we established our guild camp here. Even the kobolds would think this place is uninhabitable, which makes it extremely safe for us. Moreover, the monsters here haven't been purged by the kobolds, and our levels are among the highest. Upon hearing Lang Chi speak like this, Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, with most monsters already slain by kobolds, this place has become the optimal choice. Then Lang Chi added, Let's not stay here any longer. We'll talk more at the camp. The camp there is where the elements are most balanced in the entire elemental realm, so it doesn't experience the extreme weather like outside. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Alright, I understand. Afterwards, Chen Yi followed Lang Chi as they headed toward the campground of the Wanderer's Hall. After advancing roughly 30 kilometers, Chen Yi could already see numerous wooden cabins in the distance. Many people were bustling about there. Upon arriving at the camp, Lang Chi clapped his hands at this moment. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Big boss Chen Yi has arrived. Let's give him a welcome. After saying that, the people in the camp immediately showed curious expressions. They then clapped their hands and cheered. Welcome, welcome. The applause lasted for a long time. At this moment, a warrior completely clad in golden armor now appeared before Chen Yi. Looking at that golden warrior, Chen Yi couldn't help but show a strange expression on his face. Damn, wasn't this the same person who fought alongside him on the racial battlefield? The battlefield's pace had been too fast back then. They were teleported away before even learning each other's names. Who would have thought this guy turned out to be Mingjio, the guild master? At this moment, Mingjio spotted Chen Yi, but he did recognize Chen Yi, and soon approached him. It's been 7 days since we parted ways on the racial battlefield, hasn't it? Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Tonight will likely mark the next teleportation to the racial battlefield. But now that the gnolls have grown so weak, I suppose there's nothing much to fear. Mingjio laughed. All of this is still thanks to you. Afterwards, Mingjio glanced around. Come, let's go somewhere quieter to talk. Alright. Afterwards, Shen Yi was led to a quiet wooden cabin. He had the white wolf wait outside. Shen Yi followed them inside. The interior space was remarkably spacious, and there were many wooden furnishings too. Obviously, life here had settled into a regular routine. Shen Yi, Mingjiu, and Lang Qi seated themselves on the wooden chairs. They gathered around a sand table depicting an elemental realm and began their discussion. At this moment, Mingjiu looked at Shen Yi. Shen Yi, I won't beat around the bush. Since you've come here, it means you trust us. Recently, our people discovered a suspicious cave deep within the elemental lands. The elemental fluctuations inside are incredibly powerful. I suspect there may be an elemental life form developing there, one that poses a threat to us. If that's the case, then the safety of our guild members can't be guaranteed. Even for someone like me, it's hard to endure in that environment for long. Our guild has an A-grade talent called Frost Fury, which allows its wielder to transform into an ice elemental. He's entered multiple times, but still couldn't delve too deep. We've finally reached a conclusion. This cave seems to be conscious. No matter who enters, if they stay too long, the cave detects and expels them. So, I want you to scout the path for us. After all, you possess a natural talent for invisibility. I believe you might evade the cave's detection. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi nodded in agreement. If invisibility works, I'll give it a try. Hearing this, Mingjiu nodded enthusiastically. Good. We can definitely do this. Shen Yi checked the time. It's already 5 in the afternoon. At midnight, the next racial war will begin. If I were to be transported away, then there would be no way to investigate that cave anymore. Shen Yi then looked at Mingjiu and Lang Qi and said, we'll wait until after midnight. If I haven't been transported away by then, everything will be fine. If I am transported away, then we'll come back after the racial war is over. Hearing those words, Mingjiu and Lang Qi both nodded. Mingjiu then said, it's already mealtime now. Let's eat first. Eat first. At this point, Lang Qi suddenly became somewhat excited. The boss bought a lot of seasonings from the race shop: cumin, 13-spice chili powder and all that. Here, we can eat authentic barbecue. Hearing this, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. I never expected racial shops to sell things like this. It seems I wasn't observant enough before. With all these seasonings available, I won't have to rely on plain roasted food anymore. Though he's currently stockpiled a considerable amount of emerald honey, but the cravings of the stomach should still be satisfied occasionally. Afterwards, Shen Yi joined Mingjiu and the others for a meal. That evening, the guild members gathered around a bonfire. There are also various song and dance performances to watch. These beauties all majored in dance and music before their transmigration. Now, they make an excellent choice for adding a little joy to life. Throughout, many beauties even flirted covertly with Shen Yi, but Shen Yi didn't feel anything about it. At this moment, he had already come to view women as insignificant. Continuously growing stronger was now his greatest pursuit. As for women, wouldn't it be better to pursue goddesses after reaching the pinnacle? Soon it was noon. A voice echoed throughout the world. The second racial battlefield has commenced. With the extinction of the Kobold royal bloodline, this round's teleportation quota will be 50% of both races' total population. Afterwards, many people around Shen Yi vanished in a flash of white light. At the same time, Mingjiu was also nowhere to be found. Only Lang Qi remained here alone. Lang Qi felt somewhat relieved when he saw it. Good thing I wasn't teleported away. Now I can show you the way. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. He stood up. At least half the people in the guild camp were gone. This is truly a grand gesture. 50% of the entire population, combining both races, that would make around 1 billion people. Wait until next time. Perhaps it'll be 100% of the entire population then. After killing all the kobolds, humans would gain the authority to defeat the world boss, and thus escape this nearly destroyed world. Early the next morning, Shen Yi then awoke from his hotel room, and Lang Qi was already waiting outside Shen Yi's door. Shen Yi stepped out. In this land of elements, though it was only 5 in the morning, the sky was already bright. Then they finished their meal. Lang Qi then led Shen Yi northward through these elemental lands. It was the deepest part of the elemental realm. The closer they got, the more frequently extreme weather phenomena occurred around them. The relentless assault of wind, frost, rain, and snow continued unabated. Seeing this, Shen Yi, he mounted the white wolf directly, settling Lang Qi securely behind him. The white wolf transformed into a blurred streak of motion, galloping furiously towards the direction Lang Qi had indicated. After about 2 hours had passed, it was just around 8 in the morning. The white wolf dragged Shen Yi and Lang Qi before a towering mountain. The mountain spanned nearly several hundred kilometers in area. Its highest peak soared straight into the clouds. The summit there couldn't even be seen. At this moment, Lang Qi looked at Shen Yi. Shen Yi, that cave is right next to the tallest peak. That extremely short mountain is the one. Hearing this, Shen Yi nodded in agreement. Alright, I understand. Afterwards, Shen Yi had the white wolf run towards that mountain peak. They stopped at a spot roughly 1 kilometer from the foot of the mountain. Because this mountain is surrounded by a river over a kilometer wide that blocks the way. Wanting to get across, you can only swim or take a boat. Lang Chi spoke up at this moment. That person with the Frost Rager talent has already been teleported to the racial battlefield. In the past, it was always him who used Frost Nova to freeze the river so we could cross. In this situation now, we'll have to swim across. Upon hearing this, Shen Yi waved his hand dismissively. No need, you all wait here. Afterwards, Shen Yi directly used his psychic power to levitate himself in the air. Witnessing Chen Yi's ability to fly, Lang Chi was stunned, because in his impression, only mage-class characters possessed such abilities. Shen Yi, an archer, could actually fly. This was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Shen Yi was already maneuvering his body to soar into the distance. This was the first time he'd ever used the levitation ability at full capacity. His mental energy was rapidly depleting, but thanks to the Wild Blessing's 1000% mental energy recovery rate, he could still hold on for the time being. 5 minutes later, Shen Yi smoothly floated to the other side of the river. Lang Chi watched this happen. He couldn't help but sigh with relief in his heart. Now he's safe. Star. Chapter 77 The Unfinished World Boss, Theft of the Mountain's Heart. Shen Yi sent Lang Chi a message via the system. Wait for my good news. Alright, I'll wait here with your pet. Afterwards, Shen Yi walked deeper in the land of elements. Vegetation was exceptionally sparse. The surrounding mountains were completely barren. The surroundings made him feel suffocated. According to Mingjiu, elemental forces were extremely abundant here. Perhaps it was the unseen elemental forces creating this oppressive sensation within him. Shen Yi walked forward. Finally, he saw a cave at the foot of the mountain. Some scattered weeds grew outside the entrance, and looking in from the outside, nothing inside the cave could be seen at all. Afterwards, Shen Yi entered stealth mode. When Shen Yi entered stealth mode, a surprising sight unfolded. The surrounding elemental forces seemed to have lost their target. The oppressive pressure Shen Yi had originally felt completely vanished here. Afterwards, Shen Yi stepped inside the cave. Just as he entered, he heard the howling of the wind, yet felt no movement of air. This peculiar phenomenon occurs only in the realm of elements. As Shen Yi ventured deeper, the surrounding wind grew increasingly louder, eventually reaching a point where one had to cover their ears. Before Chen Yi's eyes, at that moment, a peculiar glow also appeared. It was a type of blue-green ore that naturally emitted radiance, scattered throughout the cave, illuminating the pitch-dark scenery. While the wind howls, it is precisely these ores that emit the glow. Shen Yi looked at the ores. Then he began examining the attributes of these ores. Celestine. Description: a stone condensed from wind elements, containing exceptionally rich wind-based energy, can be used to craft equipment that enhances speed. Usable by forging subclass. Look at these lapis lazuli stones. Shen Yi tried to pry them apart, but the lapis lazuli stones didn't budge at all. It seems special methods are required to collect these lapis lazuli stones. Shen Yi simply paid it no mind. Instead, he continued advancing forward along the glow of the celestial blue stone. At this moment, one after another, stone pillars began appearing before Chen Yi's eyes. Some of these pillars descended from the cave ceiling, while others rose up from the ground below. In this even deeper place, stone pillars were everywhere. Shen Yi even found his movements hindered. He carefully picked his way forward. Shen Yi accidentally kicked one of the stone pillars. Almost instantaneously, a powerful gust of wind surged directly from the deepest part of the cave. Shen Yi was caught off guard. His body was lifted into midair. He hastily grabbed 2 nearby stone pillars to avoid being blown away. When the airflow ceased, Shen Yi continued walking deeper into the abyss. After what had just transpired, Shen Yi no longer dared to touch those stone pillars again. These stone pillars seemed like some kind of mechanism. Once touched, corresponding elements would be triggered. After walking forward another 500 meters or so, finally, they appeared before Chen Yi's eyes. A stone door appeared. It seemed the air current just now had come from this very stone door. Shen Yi examined the stone door, then looked again at those stone pillars. I instantly understood. This was the switch to open the stone door, but one must also endure that powerful air current, pushing against it to enter. Shen Yi believed that with his current abilities, it is impossible to accomplish this. Afterwards, Shen Yi turned his gaze to the world store. During the race war, he had gained an additional 300 points. Perhaps it was worth taking a look. Was there any item that could help him maintain his footing against such powerful air currents? Shen Yi opened the store. He began browsing through it. At this moment, one item caught his attention. Wind Sheltering Pearl, 300 points. Introduction. Holding it in hand prevents it from being blown away by the wind, but doesn't make you immune to damage from wind-based skills. Upon reading this, Chenyi felt a pang of heartache. Right, the 300 points he just obtained hadn't even warmed up in his hands before they were about to disappear again. Afterwards, Chenyi spent 300 points. He bought the wind-resisting pearl, a crystal bead, with what appeared to be a swirling nebula inside it, now rested in Chenyi's palm. Gripping the wind-averting pearl, Chenyi delivered a swift kick to the stone pillar. Sure enough, the tightly shut stone door suddenly swung open. A powerful gust of wind directly struck Chenyi's body, but Chenyi held the wind-repelling pearl in his hand. The radiance emitted by the wind-repelling pearl formed a sheltered zone within this fierce wind current. Chenyi walked straight through the stone gate. As he stepped inside, the stone gate slammed shut behind him. What met Chenyi's gaze? It was a massive circular cavern. From the vaulted ceiling above hung countless crimson vines. Those vines formed a dense web throughout the circular cavern, point connected to point. It seemed there was some special connection between these vines, and just at that moment, Chenyi began to walk deeper inside, because in the center of this cluster of vines, he discovered a raised platform. This platform was covered with various elemental patterns, and in the air above the high platform, a crystal-clear gemstone shimmered brilliantly there. The gemstone hovered in the air above the high platform. The radiance it emitted, everything was absorbed by the surrounding blood-red vines. It seemed this gemstone was like the sun in this world of vines. Just as Chenyi was about to approach, the vines suddenly began to move. He launched a frenzied attack straight toward Chenyi. Just as Chenyi was about to force his way through, a voice echoed in his ear. "You have approached the altar of gods. None but the divine may draw near the altar." Hearing those words, Chenyi was somewhat surprised. Damn, an altar to a god? Afterwards, Chenyi recalled the traits he had obtained from the Houndhead god, a false god, apart from divine power, possessing all the qualities of a god. At this thought, Chenyi immediately began utilizing the false god trait. He also activated the light trait while he was at it. And so it was. A deity radiating pure light descended into the cavern at this very moment. The sacred glory carried on Chenyi's back. It seemed to sense this transformation. Surprisingly, it began trembling with excitement. The surrounding vines perceived the aura emanating from Chenyi. They left in droves. As for that divine altar, no resistance to Chenyi manifested. Chenyi smoothly ascended the platform without incident. On the elevated platform, the attribute panel of that gemstone now appeared before Chenyi. Mountain's Heart. Description: a gemstone infused with massive amounts of rocky elements, capable of nurturing an exceptionally powerful elemental lifeform. Chenyi read this far. He immediately took hold of this Mountain's Heart. After all, activating the pseudo-deity trait consumes too much mental energy. Better take the most precious thing first. At the same time, the cavern suddenly began to tremble. After taking the Mountain's Heart away, the cave, having lost its supporting force, began to collapse, with rocks continuously falling. Witnessing this transformation, he stored the Mountain's Heart in his inventory space. Chenyi immediately turned and ran back the way he had come. The stone door of the cavern had already opened by this time. Chenyi's return journey went smoothly. By the time he ran out of the cavern, the entire small mountain peak began to collapse. Chenyi activated his floating ability. He immediately flew towards the opposite side. Just as Chenyi reached the other side, the entire mountain peak collapsed precisely at that moment. Having lost the support of its heart core, all that remained of this mountain was an empty shell. Its collapse was an inevitability. Lang Chi and White Wolf had also run over by this time. Lang Chi stared at the collapsed mountain peak, speechless with shock. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "How did this mountain collapse?" Chenyi smiled. "I defeated an elemental creature inside, and when it died, the whole place collapsed." Hearing Chenyi say this, Lang Chi nodded. He accepted this fact. "Damn, you're something else." I could tell that elemental creature must have been incredibly powerful. Chenyi smiled. Of course, if I hadn't happened to have the item that could counter it, whether I'd even be able to stand here now would be another matter entirely. Lang Chi was just about to say something more. An announcement resounded across the entire world. World boss conception failure. World boss conception failure. After the conclusion of the Third Race War, a random monster will be enhanced to become the world boss. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row. Wow, the world boss actually failed to spawn, and instead a random monster gets buffed. Does that mean the mana serpent I fought yesterday could become a world boss? True, for us it doesn't matter much if a world boss fails to spawn, but for that one monster that gets to become a world boss, it's nothing short of a miracle of life. Anyway, we're here to fight whatever comes our way. Do you really think a buffed world boss would be that much stronger? There's no way to verify this anyway. It's not like we can pit 2 world bosses against each other for comparison, right? Well, that's true. They're both world bosses. Can there really be a distinction in strength between them? I think this artificially enhanced world boss definitely can't compare to one naturally born. After all, one gained power directly through boosts, while the other grew steadily over time. Why overthink it? There are so many high-tier talents anyway. With my F-rank aptitude, I probably couldn't even get close to a world boss's body. You're right, when the sky falls, the tallest will hold it up. Didn't anyone notice what happened after the third race war? I'm afraid by the time of the third race war, everyone will be in it together. Fear nothing, just do it. Chen Yi's place. When this announcement was heard, Lang Chi was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The way he looked at Chen Yi completely changed. Did the world boss fail to spawn? Could that elemental creature you just killed have been the world boss? Chen Yi was utterly baffled by this. The heart of the mountain. It turned out to be an item spawned by a world boss. No wonder it was called the altar of the gods. No creature except gods could come close. But who could have known that Chen Yi had obtained pseudo-deity traits? Through a series of coincidences, Chen Yi directly disrupted the birth of the world boss, and the heart of the mountain. It's probably an extraordinary artifact. Chen Yi then shook his head at Lang Chi. I don't know, but that elemental entity was indeed too weak for someone at my current level. Chapter 78, Devouring the Mountain's Heart, the white wolf transforms into a maiden. Hearing Chen Yi say this, Lang Chi nodded in agreement. Perhaps that world boss is still in its juvenile stage. If it's in juvenile form, its strength definitely wouldn't match its adult version. Yes, that's right, Chen Yi affirmed. The threat here has now been eliminated. At this point, Lang Chi said, then let's leave, Chen Yi. You've been fighting for so long, you must be exhausted. Hearing Lang Chi say this, Chen Yi shook his head. I want to take a look around this elemental land and help my pet white wolf gain some combat experience along the way. Hearing those words, Lang Chi nodded. Alright, then I'll head back first and pass this news along to the others. Go ahead. Afterwards, Lang Chi then left the place. Meanwhile, Chen Yi gazed at the surrounding mountains. His heart swelled with excitement. This is an undeveloped land. There must be numerous talents I haven't yet plundered. Seeing Lang Chi had already gone far ahead, Chen Yi took out the mountain's heart. He wanted to see what wonders lie within the heart of the mountain, this place capable of birthing the world boss. Just as Chen Yi took out the heart of the mountain, the previously quiet white wolf suddenly grew restless, its eyes fixed intently on the heart of the mountain, brimming with desire. Seeing the white wolf actually coveting this heart of the mountain, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Is the white wolf trying to take the heart of the mountain? Afterwards, Chen Yi tossed the heart of the mountain directly in front of the white wolf. The white wolf let out a howl. It swallowed the heart of the mountain whole in one gulp. At the same time, the blue patterns on the white wolf suddenly began to change color. Finally, they all transformed into a golden hue. At the same time, vast amounts of geo-energy erupted from the white wolf's body, continuously altering the wolf's very nature. The white wolf showed no sign of pain, instead wearing an expression of comfort. Gradually, a thin layer of rocky shell began forming on the white wolf's body. Eventually, it completely enveloped the white wolf. At the same time, a voice rang out in Chen Yi's ears. Your pet white wolf is undergoing unknown evolution. Please wait for the evolution to complete. Chen Yi gazed at the white wolf now completely encased within golden rock. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He wondered what kind of transformation would occur after the white wolf devoured this mountain heart that nurtured the world boss. Afterwards, Chen Yi waited quietly beside the white wolf. At this moment, a torrential rain began to pour from the sky. Such was the nature of the elemental lands. The weather changed abruptly, following no discernible pattern. At this moment, in the nearby river, suddenly, a humanoid water elemental arose. The water elemental stood a full 2 meters tall. Upon spotting Chen Yi, the water elemental, without hesitation, they immediately launched an attack. A water arrow thus shot toward Chen Yi. Seeing this, Chen Yi, he quickly entered a state of invisibility. Deprived of its target, the water elemental paused in confusion, glancing around the area. Totally clueless. Where did that enemy I had my eye on just now go? Chen Yi stood nearby. He summoned the basic attributes of this water elemental. Let's see what talents this water elemental possesses. Afterwards, a property panel appeared before Chen Yi at this moment. River water element. Level, 18. Base strength, 17. Base constitution, 21. Basic agility 15. Basic intelligence 22. Talent liquid body. Liquid body, D, as a river elemental composed of water, immune to 50% physical attacks and 90% water elemental attacks. Skills water arrow, water healing. Introduction, water elementals dwelling in the rivers of the elemental lands possess the power to heal other living beings. Gazing at the water elemental before him, Chen Yi raised the holy glory in his hand. An enchanted echo arrow was knocked on the bowstring. Whoosh! The echoing arrow, imbued with light and fire attributes, shot forth. Boom! A fiery explosion instantly erupted across the water elemental's surface. The liquid form of the water elemental was blasted apart into scattered fragments. Yet despite this devastating blow, the water elemental did not perish. but continued searching for targets in the surroundings, totally clueless. What should I do to find the one who attacked it? Shenny saw the message, stepped forward directly. God-devouring power activated. The power of this hound-devouring god can target all life forms composed of energy. Water elementals are no exception. With a terrifying suction force, the water elemental was instantly drawn into Chunyi's palm. The water that composed his body was now continuously falling to the ground. Finally, the energy of the water element was directly devoured by Chunyi. At that moment, a voice sounded in Chunyi's ear. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the water element talent, liquid form. Liquid form 100-fold enhancement, enhanced to pure water form. Pure water form, tier B. Effect, you can expend mental energy to transform into a pure water form. In this state, you become immune to physical attacks and water element attacks. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed aquatic elemental energy and acquired the water element trait life. Life, you can utilize massive amounts of energy to spontaneously create life forms. The tier and level of the created life depends on the amount of energy you invest. Congratulations, Dog-Headed God Devourer has been activated. You've gained 0.1 basic intelligence points. Gazing at the newly acquired talents and traits, Shenyi was extremely satisfied. Much better. This pure water body is just a weakened version of the Flamewalker with a different attribute. Lu Tianming possesses an A-grade talent. Not only is he immune to fire and physical damage, but his fire-based skills also receive a 10-fold boost in power. Still, my pure water constitution isn't bad either. Shenyi doesn't aim that high. Afterwards, Shenyi walked toward the white wolf. Now, the only concern was the white wolf. He wondered when the white wolf would complete its evolution. And so it was. Shenyi waited from day until night. During this time, Lang Qi sent a message, wanting to ask about Chunyi's situation. Shenyi gave a simple excuse and brushed it off. Finally, at dawn the next day, the outer layer of rock on the white wolf began to crack and fall off, accompanied by a series of crack sounds. Finally, a completely transformed white wolf appeared before Chunyi. The wolf's height remained unchanged, but its previously blue patterns had now turned golden. At the same time, a vertical golden eye had even grown on its forehead. Shenyi then chose to examine the white wolf's basic attributes. White wolf, level 20, basic strength 56, basic constitution 47, basic agility 69, basic intelligence 44. Talent body of the rock god. Rock deity form, SS, can freely transform between the rock deity form and ordinary wolf form. In rock god form, the power of all rock type skills is increased 100 times, and damage taken is reduced by 99%. In normal wolf form, movement speed is increased by 1000%, attack speed is increased by 1000%, and skills have no cooldown. Skills, Petrifying Ray, Rock Spear, Earthshaker, Meteor Fall. Introduction. The white wolf that devoured the mountain's heart has acquired an immensely powerful rock deity form. Looking at the white wolf's current attributes, Shenyi couldn't help but gasp in awe. Damn, is this white wolf's current attribute? And he even acquired an SS tier talent. This SS tier talent is purely a combat enhancing ability, far superior to his god-devouring power in the early stages. TSK. Shenyi then turned his gaze toward the white wolf. White wolf, switch forms, I want to see what your rock deity form looks like. The white wolf nodded upon hearing this. It then began its form transformation. At the same time, a brilliant golden light enveloped the white wolf's body. After the dazzling golden radiance faded, a girl clad in golden rock armor now stood before Shenyi. She was about 175 centimeters tall, with an excellent figure and waist-length white hair. Her face was extraordinarily beautiful. Her legs appeared straight and slender. She exuded a wild aura that made one want to conquer her. The flesh not wrapped in armor was also extraordinarily smooth and delicate. Looking at White Wolf's current appearance, Shenyi couldn't help but momentarily freeze in astonishment. Damn, is this the form of the rock god? The White Wolf tilted its head at Shenyi. Master, what's wrong with you? To think the White Wolf could actually speak. Shenyi was somewhat surprised. This mountain heart is damn impressive. It straight up transformed its pet into human form. Shenyi nodded in agreement. Can you speak now? The White Wolf immediately stepped forward and embraced Shenyi. Yes, Master, I can speak now. When I couldn't speak before, it was driving me crazy. Seeing the White Wolf like this, Shenyi didn't refuse either. Except that the rock armor was a bit uncomfortable to wear. The other places were quite comfortable. Change back now. I still need to find other elemental beings, and I'll need you to carry me. Yes, Master. Afterwards, the White Wolf then changed back. Seeing the White Wolf had transformed back, Shenyi directly climbed onto the White Wolf's back. Slow down, the most important thing now is to find different elemental creatures. Roar! The White Wolf gave a bark. It immediately began running forward at full speed, and he's struggling to restrain himself from running too fast. His current speed, after being enhanced by the Geo Archon's physique, has reached 1,390 kilometers per hour. It has already surpassed the speed of sound. If it were to run at full speed, without the enhancement of formidable physical attributes, the rider would likely perish instantly. After the White Wolf had dashed approximately 30 kilometers, Shenyi promptly had it stop atop a mountain peak, because he saw a different scene here. Flickering flames were faintly visible within the mountain peaks, and the mountain wind carried with it a sulfurous smell. He guessed, there must be a magma pool inside. If that's the case, that would mean there's a high chance of fire elementals existing within. Afterwards, the White Wolf dashed straight across the river. At its current speed, there was no fear of falling into the water at all. Upon reaching the mountain peak, Shenyi jumped down from the White Wolf, and what caught his eye was a massive magma pool. Above the magma pool, many flame elements were floating around, wreaking havoc there. Chapter 79, Elemental Talent Fusion. Obtaining the S-Class Talent, Elemental Body. Flame Element, Level, 18. Basic Strength 2-3. Basic Constitution 2-4. Basic Agility 1-2. Basic Intelligence 1-0. Talent Flameborn Body. Flameborn Body, D, a spirit entirely composed of flames, immune to 90% of physical attacks and 50% of fire elemental attacks. Skill Fireball. Introduction. Living near magma pools, the flame spirits possess immense fire energy, making them perfect as cooking fire sources. Shenyi saw this. He directly loosed an arrow at one of the flame elementals. The arrow passed straight through. It didn't cause much damage, but it did lure that fiery elemental out of the lava pool. Seeing this, Shenyi, it immediately entered stealth mode, then unleashed Hound's God-devouring bite directly at the fiery elemental. The divine devouring power surged ceaselessly. The flames surrounding the blazing elemental rapidly dissipated. At the same time, Shenyi's ears also rang with a voice. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the blazing elemental's talent, Body of Blazing Fire. Body of Blazing Fire, 100-fold amplified, enhanced to Pure Flame Physique. Pure Flame Body. Tier B. Effect. You can consume mental energy to transform into a body of pure flame. In this state, you become immune to physical attacks and fire elemental damage. Congratulations! You have successfully assimilated the blazing element's energy and acquired the fire elemental trait, Ashen Embers. Ashes. When you have exhausted all the energy within your body, you will temporarily attain Ashes energy. This fiery essence derives from the conversion of life primordial force, only manifesting at the brink of utter depletion. Looking at my newly acquired traits, Shenyi was somewhat surprised. This feature would be the perfect means for a decisive counterattack when cornered. Good. Among all the features, Shenyi felt this one was the most practical. Other features. Better than nothing, I suppose. The false god trait is only useful in those special circumstances. After that, Shenyi devoured all the remaining flame elements. He rode the White Wolf around the entire map. In the time that followed, Shenyi subsequently plundered the other elements. Not only did he gain a base intelligence of 14.3, but he also acquired 7 elemental talents: Pure Wind Body, Pure Earth Body, Pure Ice Body, Pure Dark Body, Pure Light Body, Pure Thunder Body, and Pure Wood Body. At the same time, 7 distinct traits were obtained. Traits: Activation, Intoxication, Awakening, Bloom, Balance, Vengeance, Clarity. Activation: you can actively stimulate your physical energy, allowing you to brim with vitality even in moments of exhaustion. This is the activation trait. It wasn't particularly useful for Shenyi. At most, it could fully restore his energy when waking up, or when encountering monsters that use sleep-inducing skills, he could directly be immune to the sleep effect. Absorption: you easily become absorbed in matters, with an additional 30% increase in work efficiency. This feature, it's quite useful for Shenyi. Certain tasks become significantly more efficient when approached with a calm mind, not to mention the additional 30% boost in productivity. Awaken: you can rouse any dormant creature. When Shenyi saw this trait, he also felt it was rather useless. After all, nobody needed him to wake things up. If there were a sleeping beauty in this world, it might be worth considering. Bloom: during combat, there's a certain chance to increase all your damage by 0.1%. This effect can stack infinitely during battle but disappears when combat ends. This trait of enhancing one's own damage was something Shenyi valued extremely highly. If this were to become a war of attrition, then by the end, the accumulated damage buff one gains would reach astronomical levels. This trait is extraordinarily useful. After all, it's a trait that boosts combat power. Balance: all your attributes are balanced. Whenever one attribute improves, the gains are distributed evenly to the others. When Shenyi saw this scene, his first reaction was utter bewilderment, but the very next moment, he realized his canine god devourer ability had worked. Originally, the intelligence gained from this canine god devourer was completely useless to him, yet now it seemed. But paired with this balance ability, it became absolutely godlike. It balanced out the originally useless intelligence attribute by redistributing it to strength, constitution, and agility. His attributes would undoubtedly see a qualitative improvement. Basic attributes are immensely important. Even if you possess extraordinary talent, having low base attributes means you'll never achieve truly formidable strength. Wait until my Doghead Devourer can continuously absorb attributes. Push all my attributes above 100. When that time comes, even if I encounter a world boss, I absolutely won't back down. Revenge. After suffering damage, your next attack will additionally deal the damage you just received. This revenge trait, in Chen Yi's view, it was extremely powerful, but it only activated after he himself suffered harm. Chen Yi naturally had no intention of seeking pain. It can only be used as a desperate killing move when facing an enemy impossible to resist. Clear mind. Your mind remains utterly lucid at all times and grants immunity to most stun-based control effects. Although Chen Yi hasn't encountered any monsters with stun control abilities yet, there's no guarantee he won't face them in the next world. After being stunned, one couldn't move, attack, or do anything at all, left completely helpless and at others' mercy. This immunity to stun was precisely why Chen Yi favored it so much. Right after Chen Yi obtained the final talent, Pure Wooden Body, a voice sounded in his ear. Congratulations, your Pure Water Body, Pure Fire Body, Pure Wind Body, Pure Earth Body, Pure Ice Body, Pure Darkness Body, Pure Light Body, Pure Thunder Body, and Pure Wood Body meet the fusion requirements. Automatic fusion initiated. Congratulations on obtaining the talent, Elemental Body. Elemental Body. Tier S. Effect. Your body can transform into any element. Whatever element you transform into grants you immunity to its corresponding elemental damage and physical damage, while providing 50% damage reduction against all other elemental types. Gazing at the elemental form, Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. One could say this was the greatest reward he could have obtained upon arriving in this land of elements. Afterwards, Chen Yi turned his gaze to his status panel. Chen Yi, Class, Swift Archer. Level, 20, Experience 0%. Base Strength, 34.7. Base Constitution, 34.7. Base Agility, 34.7. Basic Intelligence, 34.7. Equipment, Holy Glory, Precision Ring, Mithril Bracelet, Mechanical Heart, Archer's Necklace, Bone Bangle, Bone Belt, Bone Vambrace. Abilities, Infinite Plunder, EX, Bestial Frenzy, B, Iron Constitution, C, Treasure Snatcher, D, Bone Reanimation, D, Tenfold Range, C, Shattering Grasp, C, Eyes of Insight, C, Blessing of the Wild, A, Venomous Touch, B, Advanced Poison Resistance, D, Iron Kidney, B, Brute Strength, D, Wall Crawler, D, Water Manipulation, D, Supervision, D, Permanent Invisibility, S, Canine God Devourer, SSS, Immovable Mountain, A, Gluttonous Might, B, Elemental Body, S. Features Float, Light, False God, Life, Ashes, Activate, Intoxicate, Awaken, Bloom, Balance, Revenge, Clarity. Skills Precision Shot, Charged Shot, Archer's Mastery, Triple Shot, Meteor Shower. Introduction an Archer template with limitless potential, capable of sowing talent genes. Looking at his attribute panel, Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. All basic attributes have already reached 34.7. Compared to others, his foundational attributes are already among the top of the top tier. Moreover, they are well balanced in development. Every single attribute surpasses what others have at their highest. At this moment, 5 days had already passed. He had plundered every element within the elemental lands. Just as Chen Yi was preparing to venture into areas teeming with elemental creatures to devour their foundational attributes, an announcement suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. The second race war has ended, with humanity emerging victorious. All humans received the racial enhancement buff. All damage increased by 100%. Buff duration is effective while in this world. This announcement repeated 10 times. After 10 rounds of announcements, all humanity erupted in massive cheers. Though Chen Yi was currently in the elemental realm at this moment, yet he still heard those distant sounds reaching him. He too was profoundly surprised when he saw the racial enhancement buff. Never would have imagined. This racial buff effect is actually this overpowered. Directly increased all damage by 100%, though it'll vanish after leaving this world. The buff state will disappear, but before that, it's extremely useful. By now, the world chat channel had already exploded with activity. Holy crap, humans are invincible. There's actually such a powerful buff, my backstab can finally one-shot monsters now. Ha ha. The most important thing right now is to level up and wait for the racial war in 2 days. That was when the human race completely wiped out all the dogheads. Right, we should hurry and level up, otherwise we'd be letting down our comrades who are fighting bloody battles on the racial battlefield. I've never been to the racial battlefield before, I wonder what it's really like. Ha, I just got back from the racial battlefield. Those dogheads were pathetically weak, I took on over a dozen without any trouble at all. Hey upstairs, someone asked what the racial battlefield looks like, and look at what nonsense you're answering. Ahaha, sorry. The racial battlefield we went to was a bridge with no end in length or width. Humans and kobolds were stationed on opposite sides, constantly charging and slaughtering each other. Damn, that sounds utterly brutal. Alas, the boyfriend I met here died in the race war, and also, CPDD. Hey, upstairs neighbor, you're clearly a man. What difference does it make between men and women in the face of true love? Where are you? I'm coming to beat you up. Just kidding, just kidding. Still gotta beat you up. Star. Chapter 80, The Final Battle, Skill Acquired, Mana Arrow Condensation. Afterwards, Shen continued devouring elemental creatures in the land of elements. Now, he who had already attained the innate gifts and traits of all elemental lifeforms, although it's no longer possible to continue gaining talents and traits. However, by devouring elemental beings, one can acquire intelligence attributes, which then balance out other attributes. Finally, all base attributes directly broke through the 50-point threshold, but as the attributes increased, Shen found it increasingly difficult to gain attributes. Previously, devouring just 2 or 3 elemental creatures would grant 0.1 base intelligence, but ever since his basic attributes broke through the 50-point threshold, it now required devouring over a dozen, or even 20 to 30, just to gain 0.1 basic intelligence. Shen faintly sensed that this was related to his level cap, and when increasing attributes after reaching 50, Shen clearly felt his strength had improved, perhaps around level 20. Basic attributes at 50 and beyond become a clear dividing line. After 50, it is an extremely important field, though Shen still doesn't understand what this signifies, yet he continues devouring those elemental creatures with all his might. Finally, 2 days later, on the eve of the racial decisive battle, all of Chunyi's basic attributes ultimately broke through the 60-point threshold. After surpassing 60, he could feel it. His physical attributes had instantly doubled in strength. His current power was unquestionably several times greater than it had been just days ago. Feeling this moment, Shen was thoroughly satisfied. He currently stood in a valley, surrounded everywhere by the remnants of thunder spirits left behind after his devouring. He checked the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. Shen had prepared everything. At this moment, an announcement came through. The third racial battlefield has opened. This time, 100% of both races' populations are participating in the battle. At this moment, a brilliant light appeared before Chenyi's eyes. The surrounding valley scenery abruptly transformed, instantly becoming a white space. And within this white space, a luminous screen appeared before him at this moment. Please select the opponent you wish to face. 1 versus 1 in this battle, you may only fight against a single opponent. 1 versus 10 in this battle, you will face 10 opponents. 1 against 100,000 in this battle, you will face 100,000 enemies. Choose carefully. If you forfeit your turn, you will be temporarily assigned to the secondary battlefield to fight the remaining surviving enemies. Looking at options ranging from 1-on-1 to 100,000 or more, Shen didn't hesitate for a second and immediately chose to face the army of 100,000 kobolds. Right after Shen made his choice, the surrounding world transformed once again. The original white space vanished without a trace. At this moment, Shen found himself standing in the middle of a vast plain. A kilometer ahead of him stretched an immense army of kobolds. There was absolutely no cover in sight. Witnessing this scene, Shen immediately entered his stealth state. The white wolf nearby was about to transform into his rock deity form, but just then, Shen stopped him, because in his view, only this ordinary wolf form could truly help him. Otherwise, switching to the rock god form, even if it could eliminate some enemies, his energy would eventually run out. After all, this white wolf didn't possess the regenerative abilities granted by his own wild blessing. Afterwards, Shen issued the command, "White wolf, now the only thing you need to do is lure these enemies together. Try your best not to let them scatter, understand?" White wolf then nodded in a remarkably human-like manner, showing that it understood. Then, the white wolf dashed straight toward those kobolds. At its current speed, when facing these kobolds, it didn't even deem them worth acknowledging. In its eyes, the kobold's speed was no different from a snail's crawl. When they arrived at the battlefront, when only 10 meters remained between them and the kobold army, the white wolf's third eye on its forehead instantly shot forth a murky gray ray of light. As the light struck the vanguard of the kobold forces, instantly, dozens of kobolds were petrified into stone statues. The stone statues retained their appearances from when they were alive, but they could never return to their original forms. Witnessing this scene, the remaining kobolds were utterly dumbfounded. What kind of skill is this? It can actually petrify people into statues. But this battlefield between races knows no mercy until death. The only option is to kill the enemies before you. There was absolutely no way to get out. Afterwards, The Kobold army's battle cry shook the heavens. They charged straight towards the White Wolf. At the same time, Shen Yi was already prepared with his arrow rain meteor strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The torrent of flaming arrows covering a 100-meter radius now rained down upon the kobolds. With the doubled base damage of arrows and the special enhancement from the Kobold Bane title, any kobold struck by these arrows would perish instantly. At this moment, he took away the lives of hundreds of kobolds. The kobolds were terrified. They recalled a legend about that invisible human who had killed 2 emperors, so powerful it defies all reason. Could it mean, had she encountered this incarnation of the Shadow Reaper? At this thought, all the other gnolls trembled in terror. Damn, was her luck really this rotten? As for Chen Yi's situation, he was calling out to the White Wolf. He directly mounted the saddle of the White Wolf. At the White Wolf's supersonic speed, Chen Yi kept firing arrows. Every arrow claimed at least one kobold's life. The kobolds initially still had the will to resist. They sought to encircle Chen Yi with their hordes and capture him. But gradually, all the kobolds lost their will to fight, completely immersed in an atmosphere of despair. The reason is simple, primarily because the White Wolf was too fast. This speed, there was absolutely no way to keep up. Watching those kobolds lose all will to resist, Shen Yi naturally wouldn't hold back. The arrows in his hands flew faster. Every second, at least 3 arrows were loosed. As soon as the cooldown for Arrow Rain Meteor ended, Chen Yi immediately unleashed Arrow Rain Meteor. Countless fiery explosions bloomed among the kobold army. The White Wolf side wasn't idle either, because in its normal wolf state, its abilities have no cooldown time, so it freely unleashes various stone spears, earth-shaking tremors, plummeting meteors, and petrifying rays. Shen Yi's racial points were skyrocketing. This battle, he fought for a full 8 hours. 1 minute could kill 200 kobolds. 10 minutes, 2,000, 12,000 in an hour. Shen Yi's damage kept increasing under the enhancement of his trait, Bloom. Finally, under continuous stacking, it directly increased all damage by 219%. 8 hours. Only then did Chen Yi exterminate all the kobolds. The racial points had already reached over 1.1 million by this point. Even with 1000% resilience, he still feels he can't hold on much longer. The White Wolf is panting heavily from exhaustion. In the end, he couldn't even cast his skills anymore. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ears. Congratulations on successfully exterminating 100,000 kobolds. Bonus skill acquired, Mana Arrow. You will be automatically transported to the sub-battlefield in 10 minutes. At this moment, a skill book, it appeared in Chen Yi's hand. Mana Condensed Arrow. Description: after learning this skill, you can channel spiritual energy to form energy arrows. The arrow's base damage equals the sum of strength and intelligence. When I saw this volume titled Mana Condensed Arrow, Chen Yi felt somewhat surprised. I never expected such a reward would appear. Afterwards, Shen Yi immediately chose to study this book. A flash of white light surged into his mind. A vast amount of knowledge appeared out of thin air. Shen Yi also mastered the technique of condensing magical force into arrows. Afterwards, Shen Yi began attempting to condense an energy arrow. Some of his mental energy was consumed in the process. A slightly translucent blue arrow took shape, appeared before Chen Yi's eyes at this moment. Energy arrow. Base damage, 120. Description: an energy arrow condensed from mana mobilized by mental power, possessing exceptional penetration and destructive capabilities. Duration, 1 minute. When Chen Yi saw that staggering 120 points of base damage, he was utterly dumbfounded. Damn, is it really this powerful? With the addition of the shooter's necklace, the base damage of arrows is increased by 100%. That means the base damage of this energy arrow would be 240 points. If we execute Arrow Rain Meteor, the damage would be 2,400 points. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Even a world-class boss would suffer indelible damage under such terrifying attacks. However, this mana condensed arrow consumes a considerable amount of mental energy. Shen Yi could sense it. His maximum mental energy could only condense about 100 arrows at once. This was his ultimate killing technique. Shen Yi wouldn't use it lightly. 1 minute later, the energy arrows vanished without a trace. After waiting a little longer, a flash of white light appeared before Chen Yi. He arrived at a place resembling an ancient arena. However, this arena was exceptionally massive. From a distance, he was but a speck of dust in this coliseum. Now, many humans appeared before Chen Yi. White lights continued flashing all around. At this moment, he had not heard the news of the racial war's victory. The thought arose in his heart. It must be that those from the main battlefield haven't emerged yet. No matter how weak the dog-headed men are now, there are still some that can surpass humans, so all the kobolds were killed, is truly the end. As for the secondary battlefield, this is the place where those surviving kobolds were killed. And just at that moment, a voice sounded beside Chen Yi. Look quickly, those kobolds have descended. At the same time, those kobolds who defeated humans on the main battlefield, he was also teleported here. These kobolds were all elites among kobolds. After seeing the kobolds, the people didn't hesitate. They charged straight toward the kobolds. Now, the most important task was to slaughter all the kobolds as quickly as possible. The elite warriors of the kobold race, they had all come to their senses by now. Looking at the humans charging toward them, their eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Even if we're doomed to perish, we'll fight to the last. Kill these humans. Chapter 81, Human Victory, Conquering the World Boss. Two mighty tides, at this moment, collided with each other. Sheniza rode atop the white wolf, picking off the kobolds with precise kills. As time passed, the number of kobolds dwindled rapidly. Finally, as the last kobold fell, a voice resonated in the ears of all humans. Congratulations to the human race for winning this racial war. Congratulations to the human race, overall life potential has increased by 1 level. Life potential is now at level 2, capable of enduring more basic attributes. Congratulations to the human race, all attribute growth has increased by 1 point. Congratulations to the human race, you have gained world boss kill privileges, a string of rewards, throwing everyone into utter ecstasy. The most remarkable being the +1 to all attribute growth. Never in a million years, who could imagine such incredible rewards? At this moment, due to automatic attribute completion, all humans gained between 10 to 20 basic attribute points based on their levels. Shenyi received a direct boost of 20 basic attribute points. His total attributes reached 80 points. His strength had become extraordinarily formidable. As several beams of light scattered, all humans were teleported out of this Colosseum-like racial battlefield. When they returned within the valley, Shenyi was given no time to recover. Another announcement resounded. World Boss Enhancement now commencing. Random monster selection in progress. At the same time, a beam of radiance descended from the heavens. The light frantically shifts its blazing trail. In the end, 2,000 kilometers southeast of the valley where Chen Yi was located, the radiance abruptly halted. A terrifying force, at this moment, descended from the heavens. At the same time, a terrifying pig's squeal echoed throughout the entire world. Humph humph. The sound reached Chen Yi's ears once again. World Boss Energy Amplification complete. Amplification target, Stone-Tusked Boar. The Stonefang Boar has been enhanced to become the World Boss, Wild Boar King Evers. Afterwards, on every human's panel. At this moment, the status panel of the Wild Boar King Afus appeared. Wild Boar King Anos, World Boss. Level, 20. Basic Power 462. Basic Constitution 588. Basic Agility 364. Basic Intelligence, 279. Talent, King's Skin. King's Hide, A, reduces all damage taken by 50%. Skills, Bloodlock, Limited Skill, Wild Boar Charge, Teeth of Countless Admonitions, King's Protection. Bloodlock, upon activation, every attack received will forcibly deduct 1% of current HP. Every 1% HP lost increases damage dealt by 1%. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 1 hour. During Bloodlock activation, minimum HP can drop to infinitesimal decimal values. When Bloodlock ends, restore 50% of maximum HP. Tip: you must gather 60,000 warriors to slay the Boar King Enos. Introduction: Enos was originally a carefree tusk boar living in Elwyn Forest, but fate intervened. Even a pig can become a world boss. Shenyi stared at the attribute panel before him. His mind was utterly blown. Is this what a world boss is like? Not to mention that nearly 600-point base constitution. Let's talk about this invincibility lock. Damn it, isn't this just being invulnerable for an hour? If we can't defeat this king of wild boars within 1 hour, wouldn't that mean it'll remain invincible forever? Shenyi couldn't believe it. This was actually the final boss. Shenyi glanced at the online player count. Only about 500 million human players remained now. He even suspected that summoning all the remaining 500 million people might not be enough to defeat this world boss. However, he wasn't the only one with formidable talents. Looking at it now, it was time to form a boss expedition team and head there. At this moment, a private message came through at that moment. Shenyi glanced at it. He realized it was a message from Lu Xiaobei. Afterwards, Shenyi opened the message. He wanted to see what Lu Xiaobei's stance was. Shenyi, have you checked that world boss's stats? With attributes this overpowered, there's no way just a few people can take it down. I've gathered all the professionals with B-tier talents or higher, and I'm currently reaching out to those from other guilds as well, so I'd like to invite you to join us. Let's discuss how we should deal with this pig. Chen Yi looked at the words before him. It was clear that Lu Xiaobei was also desperate to defeat this wild boar, but now was obviously not the right time. The most important point was, many people haven't reached level 20 yet. The current mainstream level is 15. Only a handful have managed to reach level 20. Afterwards, Chen Yi sent the reply back. Don't rush it for now. The main issue is that many people haven't reached level 20 yet. We'll need at least 100,000 high-level talents who've reached level 20 first. Lu Xiaobei quickly replied with a message. Got it. During this time, I'll make sure everyone focuses on leveling up quickly. Mei Chem, alright. For now, I'll go take a look at what those wild boars actually look like. Good. Many people were still sending messages to Chen Yi at this time, wanting to ask about his next plans. Chen Yi replied to each one in turn, simply telling them he wanted to see what that world boss looked like. Afterwards, Chen Yi closed the message and ignored the private chat. Riding his white wolf, he turned into a gust of wind, rushing straight toward the area where the world boss was. The white wolf was swift. Less than 2 hours later, they had already arrived at the outskirts of the area where the world boss resided. Gazing into the distance, it was a wild boar standing over 100 meters tall. At that moment, it was continuously rooting through the ground. The surrounding forest has been mostly destroyed by it. What was once a vast expanse of unbroken forest, most of it has been leveled flat. The towering trees that reached dozens of meters in height. Its pig-like jaws reduced everything to mangled fragments. With every step, countless trees collapsed wherever it went. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Damn, this boar's strength is terrifying. I had originally planned to test its power using the white wolf's speed, but there's no need to try now. On my own, there was absolutely no way to win. And by the looks of it, this world boss was still in a calm and composed state. Its only amusement seemed to be bulldozing through the forest. If one were to say, I've provoked its wrath, then things would become truly dire. The humans nearby would surely suffer the consequences. At this thought, Chen Yi directly posted a pinned message in the world channel. All humans, do not approach Elwyn Forest or its surrounding areas. Those who disregard this warning do so at their own risk. Spread the word, this is for your own safety. The moment Chen Yi's pinned message appeared, it immediately caused an uproar. Elwyn Forest, that's where the world bosses are born, right? I never thought Big Boss Chen Yi would go out of his way to warn us. I'm genuinely touched. Is anyone near Elwyn Forest? Try to take some photos of the situation there and then run like hell. We still don't even know what the world boss looks like yet. Image. Look, I was just leveling in Elwyn Forest when suddenly a beam of light crashed down. These are the shots I managed to take. Holy crap, that boar is enormous. It's practically as big as one of those kaiju from Ultraman. Exactly. Look at the trees around, they're like grass at its feet. Can we even take on a world boss like this? I probably couldn't even scratch its hide. TCH, who knows? But we low-talent humans are just destined to be cannon fodder. Let those high-talent humans handle this world boss. At this moment, after some thought, Chen Yi pinned 2 more messages. The most important thing for everyone right now is to focus on leveling up as quickly as possible. Only by reaching level 20 will you qualify to participate in the world boss battles. Let me share some news with you all. Joining the world boss battles is an extremely worthwhile endeavor. It grants access to privileges that can unlock the world store, where items can break through the limitations imposed by your low-tier talents. After saying that, Chen Yi didn't say anything more. He had already used up his daily quota of 3 pinned messages. He wasn't wrong about that. Even with just the lowest Black Iron tier authorization, you could still earn 100 world points every week. Some of the items in this world store are incredibly powerful. Years of accumulated points adding up over time. Purchasing an extremely high-tier item could absolutely allow a low-level talent to defy fate itself. This is no exaggeration. While browsing the world store, Chen Yi even came across an item that could increase all attributes by 100 points. However, it was too expensive. It cost 10,000 points, so Chen Yi couldn't even consider it. But for Black Iron Authority holders, saving up points for 100 weeks, they too can purchase this item. By that time, it can truly be said to defy the heavens and change fate. When Chen Yi shared this news, many lower-tier talents who were discontent with their current situation instantly perked up. Is this really true? If the world shop is exactly as Big Boss Chen Yi described, I must go level up. I want to become strong. I refuse to let talent determine my destiny. Big Boss Chen Yi was telling the truth. It's already an open secret among the higher-ups. A friend of mine obtained Black Iron access and got tons of powerful items from the world store. Go. Level up, we've got to grind levels now. Exactly. Only by reaching level 20 can we hope to catch up with those high-tier gifted players. At level 20, though high-tier talents still hold an edge, their advantage isn't as overwhelming. But they're still way stronger than us, must be those world store items boosting them. thanks to Boss Chen Yi. If it weren't for him, we'd still be kept in the dark. That's right, people are inherently selfish. No one wants competition from others. Enough talk, let's focus on leveling up. We still have 100 days left, plenty of time to reach level 20. Remember to form a party. Only by teaming up can we maximize our EXP gains. Alright, it seems us low-level talent holders need to stick together for warmth now. Chapter 82, the special item Fiery Golden Eyes that makes monsters show HP bars. In the time that followed, all humans were frantically leveling up like madmen. The overall level of humanity was rapidly rising. Meanwhile, with Chen Yi, they were searching everywhere for energy entities to devour. Except in the elemental lands. Elsewhere, there weren't any monsters worth consuming. But Chen Yi was quite satisfied nonetheless. After all, this was just a bronze-tier world. Its level cap was only 20. Having a special terrain like the elemental lands was already something to be thankful for. And Chen Yi still had infinite plundering. He plundered some more talents and boosted his own strength. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobei had a quiet word with Chen Yi. He had already contacted all the other guilds, and a group chat was created. All individuals with B-rank talents or above were added to this group. Chen Yi took a quick look. There were a total of 27,094 people. In other words, 1 billion humans. Only these less than 30,000 elite warriors, less than 30,000, to confront the Boar King. Chen Yi felt somewhat reluctant in his heart. Because of the Wild Boar King's damage immunity skill, they had to kill the Wild Boar King within that 1-hour window when its damage immunity skill was on cooldown. In other words, they had just 1 hour. Take down 50% of the Wild Boar King's maximum HP in seconds. For humans, this is indeed an incredibly difficult task to accomplish. The most crucial point among them, that's just many people's attacks, simply unable to break through the defense. After all, this Wild Boar King has a full 588 base constitution points. The higher the base attributes go, the greater the enhancement they bring. The vast power gap between the King of Boars and them. It was simply indescribable. The 30th day since the world boss descended, nearly 1 million humans had gathered. At this moment, it leveled up to 20. Among these millions of humans, there were no shortage of those with low-level talents. The reason they were so harsh on themselves was entirely because participating in killing a world boss could earn them black iron privileges. Only with this most basic level of access could they possibly defy fate and alter destiny, completely change the fate of being a low-level gifted individual. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaobei had already assembled the human army. They had long since set up camp and settled down 100 kilometers away from the world boss. This world boss seemed to have a one-track mind. It couldn't compare at all to the Tingsha snake Chen Yi had encountered before. During this past month or so, it simply refused to budge from its spot. After wreaking havoc throughout the entire forest, more groundwater surged up from beneath the earth. The former Elwyn forest had now become a muddy swamp. The Wild Boar King spent its days rolling and playing in the muck, completely unaware of the danger looming over it. Today, it was the day when the Great Army set out to conquer the world boss. Following the Great Army were countless low-level talent wielders. They all wanted to at least get a hit on the world boss during the battle, because according to the system's rules, as long as you participated, you will gain access. Even if you barely touched the world boss, you'll still be counted. But there's always risk involved. After all, this world boss has overwhelmingly powerful attacks. Even a glancing hit means instant death. That's why those who came are all fearless gamblers willing to stake their lives. At this moment, Chen Yi had already arrived outside the marsh first, riding on the white wolf. At this moment, the king of boars, Enos, lay sound asleep in the marsh, belly up to the sky. Its snoring was so loud it seemed about to crack the ground open. Chen Yi looked at his 1,500 world points. He pondered for a moment. Then he opened the store to browse. He needed some life-saving items. Although one could transform into an elemental form to become immune to the Wild Boar King's physical attacks, those countless truth teeth of the Wild Boar King were genuine energy attacks, and their range was devastatingly vast. This energy attack does not belong to elemental damage, so Chen Yi needed every item that could increase his survival abilities. Finally, a strawman-like item appeared before him. Substitute doll, 1,000 points. Description: when carried, it can block 1 fatal injury for you. Looking at that substitute doll, Chen Yi chose to purchase it without hesitation. This kind of life-saving prop is still very useful, even if it wasn't used during this world boss conquest. In future battles, if we encounter any life or death crisis, you can also use this substitute doll to help block 1 instance of damage for yourself. Afterwards, Chen Yi then spent 1,000 world points to purchase this substitute doll. The substitute doll is only half the size of a palm. The entire body was tightly bound with straw. Clothing it wore was sewn from some kind of inscribed talisman paper. Looking at this substitute doll, Shen Yi followed the instructions directly. He placed the substitute doll inside the inner layer of his leather armor. With the substitute doll in his possession, Shen Yi felt a faint sense of reassurance. At this moment, the army of advanced talents has already arrived here. Looking at Shen Yi ahead, Lu Xiaobei walked up. Shen Yi, how long have you been here? Shen Yi shook his head. It won't be long now. How are people preparing? Lu Xiaobei flashed a triumphant smile. Now all of us here are equipped with exceptionally powerful gear and tools, absolutely the strongest at this stage, and with 1 SS rank talent and 3 S rank talents among the shield warriors, it's more than enough to hold off this world boss. Afterwards, Lu Xiaobei turned his gaze toward the army behind him. For shield warriors, come forward and pull the mobs. After saying that, 4 shield warriors approached. Shen Yi noticed that Ming Jiao was among them. Through his golden mask, Ming Jiao winked at Shen Yi, who responded with a nod. At this moment, the Soul Shield Warrior with SS tier talent retrieved a black shield from his storage space. The shield was entirely covered in scales, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. At the sight of this shield, Shen Yi could instinctively sense its defensive capabilities. It undoubtedly belonged to the exceptionally formidable category. Moreover, this SS rank shield warrior is a black man. His whole body is pitch black, and he's clad in a set of black armor. At that moment, Lu Xiaobei was staring at that black shield warrior. Seb, it's up to you now. Only with your talent can we withstand the onslaught of the Boar King. At that moment, Seb revealed a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Hee, got it, guild leader. Roger that. He grinned. There was even a sense of rustic simplicity. Afterwards, Seb led the other 3 shield warriors toward that place. He noticed no priest had been brought along. Shen Yi felt somewhat puzzled. Why didn't you bring the priest class? Hearing Shen Yi say this, Lu Xiaobei flashed an awkward smile. Our main tank priest has a rather unusual talent, an SS grade talent called Divine Taboo, that converts all healing skills into damage dealing skills. Hearing those words, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. Who would have thought such a talent existed? He was familiar with priest skills. After all, there are many skills that restore HP by percentage. If converted to damage, wouldn't that become percentage-based HP reduction? Brilliant indeed. Under such circumstances, this priest would then become even more powerful than other damage-dealing classes. Lu Xiaobei added at this point, other priests aren't this powerful, so I had them carry plenty of recovery scrolls, healing potions, restorative potions, and such. They can be assured to recover immediately after being injured. Hearing those words, Shen Yi nodded in agreement. That's also a good way to do it. Moreover, healing scrolls can also be used on others, like a class that can both tank and heal. At this moment, a group of knights who had transitioned into the paladin profession, mounted on their steeds, they began casting blessings upon the 4 shield warriors. 4 shield warriors. Golden radiance now pulsed across his entire body, like a deity bathed in the divine light of the sun god. At this moment, Seb had already reached the presence of the wild Boar King. Roar! A warrior's roar of defiant challenge. Seb immediately launched a sonic wave straight at the wild Boar King. At this moment, that wild Boar King was instantly awakened. Its massive body rose directly from the ground. Looking at the puny human before him, the Boar King was furious. He immediately stomped toward Seb. A taunting roar could make the monster generate immense hostility toward the caster. Watching the wild Boar King charging toward them, Seb immediately raised his shield. He actually intended to withstand this kick head-on. Boom! The Boar King stomped down, but all it did was leave a massive crater in the ground. Seb, still holding up his shield. The next second, he immediately used his shield to deflect, sending the Boar King stumbling back. Witnessing this scene, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. Damn, this saber is really quite tough. Such a powerful attack barely left a scratch. At this moment, Lu Xiaobei then began commanding the troops through the group chat. All ranged classes, initiate the attack. As soon as Lu Xiaobei's voice fell, immediately, a barrage of attacks rained down upon the wild Boar King. Flames, boulders, frigid ice, and arrows. Attacks come in all sorts of forms. And at this moment, the wild Boar King directly took the brunt of countless strikes on its massive body. Meanwhile, Shen Yi's arrow rain meteor. It flew straight toward the body of the Boar King. At the same time, Lu Xiaobei took out a gemstone resembling an eye. It soared into the air and hurled it directly at the Boar King. And atop the head of the wild Boar King, a massive health bar instantly appeared. Yet despite the torrent of attacks unleashed just moments ago, the wild Boar King had only lost a minuscule sliver of its health. Upon reading this, Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. I never expected there would be such an item. He had certainly never seen it in the world store. Perhaps it was this Liu Xiaobei, who saved countless humans. Claim your rewards. Liu Xiaobei returned to Chen Yi's side at this moment. This is a special item called Fiery Golden Eyes. It can force monsters to reveal their health bars. Though I went through who knows how much trouble to obtain this reward, using it now on the King of Wild Boars counts as putting it to proper use. Star. Chapter 83. The terrifying healthlock requires 60,000 warriors to each land a single strike. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. And just at that moment, the body of the Wild Boar King, after enduring so many attacks, suddenly emitted a red glow. Health lock. It started. At this moment, every attack landed on the King of Wild Boars deducts 1% of its current health points. The health bar is vanishing at an astonishing rate. Soon the health bar is nearly empty, but the pressure on Seb's side also became immense. Because of this Boar King, in its locked health state, every attack it receives increases its damage by 1%. Those attacks just now must have been thousands of hits. Liu Xiaobei now noticed Seb's awkward predicament. He immediately ordered the others to cease their assault. But now, at Sabu's place, the Wild Boar King's attacks had already grown dozens of times more powerful than before. Looking at the Wild Boar King with its health bar nearly depleted, Chen Yi was also left speechless in his heart. This bloodlock skill is downright cheating. To defeat this King of Wild Boars, you must deplete 50% of its health within 1 hour after its invulnerability skill disappears. But how easy is that to accomplish? That was such a powerful attack just now. Before the invincibility skill was activated, they had only managed to reduce the Wild Boar King's health by less than 0.1%. Liu Xiaobei also recognized the immense strength of this Wild Boar King. He then told Chen Yi, "Next, I'll transfer command to my Vice President Liu Tianming. Just follow his instructions directly from now on." Hearing that Liu Tianming had become Liu Xiaobei's vice president, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel surprised. Never expected that. Liu Tianming directly became the vice president of humanity's top guild. This was truly leaping to the top in a single bound. Could this Liu Tianming and Liu Xiaobei be related? Chen Yi shook his head. He stopped thinking about these things. By now, Liu Xiaobei had already flown before the Wild Boar King. He directly cast a stone shield over Seb, who was struggling to resist the onslaught of the Wild Boar King. The stone shield took the form of a transparent, crystalline dome. When the Wild Boar King stomped on it, it didn't shatter under the force. He was surprised to see that it could withstand even one blow from the Wild Boar King. Chen Yi understood clearly in his heart. Liu Xiaobei's current strength was indeed slightly superior to his own. After all, Liu Xiaobei possessed a purely offensive and defensive SSS-level talent by nature. Both of his primary talents were of the growth-oriented type. Naturally, they couldn't compare to Liu Xiaobei's in the early stages. But Chen Yi knew his talents. In terms of late-stage potential, Liu Xiaobei simply couldn't compare. But in the early stages, Chen Yi was quite envious of Liu Xiaobei's abilities. Meanwhile, the others watched the scene unfolding before them. Their hearts were filled with overwhelming shock. Damn, just an ordinary skill used casually could actually help others resist deadly attacks from world bosses. It completely shattered their expectations. At this moment, the King of Boars also spotted Liu Xiaobei. In an instant, it charged straight toward him. Its massive body stirred up an unstoppable storm. Boom! A meteorite fell from the sky at that very moment. It landed right on the head of the Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar King was instantly dazed by this falling meteor, had absolutely no idea what had just happened. Staring at the dazed Wild Boar King, Liu Xiaobei shook his head. Although he had strengthened the Wild Boar King's combat abilities, he hadn't improved its intelligence. Its mental capacity remained nearly identical to those small fry monsters from before. But this blood is a bit too thick, even without intellect. Its pure physical constitution is extraordinarily formidable. At this moment, Liu Xiaobei flew up, leading the Wild Boar King in circles. Without any intelligence whatsoever, the Wild Boar King was completely disoriented by Liu Xiaobei's maneuvering. Soon, an hour passed. Suddenly, a white light flashed from the Wild Boar King. All the red radiance covering its body instantly vanished. The health bar above his head instantly restored by 50%. All the damage bonuses granted by the locked health state had now vanished. Gazing at the fully restored Wild Boar King, Liu Xiaobei launched his attack without hesitation. In an instant, Flaming Lance, Frost Lance, Stone Lance, Fireball, Wind Blade elemental attacks of all kinds rained down upon the Boar King. The army seized the perfect moment. All ranged combatants unleashed their skills. As for those trailing behind, the lesser talented humans of lower aptitude, they naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. They all charged toward the Wild Boar King. At the same time, all the melee combat classes risked their lives as they rushed forward, just to land a single strike on the King of Boars. But there were too many people. Every time the King of Boars launched an attack, thousands of melee fighters would perish. Yet countless people continue to charge forward. After all, they seek to change their fate. This is their only chance, before the next world comes. There's no telling if such an opportunity even exists. As time passed, the dead were growing in number. The corpses were practically piling into mountains. The blood was nearly flowing into rivers. Witnessing this scene, Chun-Yi couldn't help but admire these people. Had he not drawn the infinite plunder ability back then, even with such an opportunity before him, he wouldn't have dared to risk his life like this. 50 minutes had passed. At this moment, the health bar of the Wild Boar King had already dropped to around 19.3%. But there were only 10 minutes left. Even Liu Xiaobei couldn't help but feel somewhat pessimistic upon seeing this situation. This guy's health bar is ridiculously long. So long it makes you despair. And typically the first wave of attacks is the strongest. If you can't take down the Boar King in this first attempt, then we must continue attacking relentlessly in the following waves. There's simply no other way. We must strike while the iron is hot. Otherwise our momentum will wane and our strength exhaust. At this moment, a priest who had prepared for a long time. Now, he had finally completed his magic circle. A flash of white light shot straight into the sky, directly forming a magic circle above the Boar King. The magic circle now. 3 radiant spears plunged directly downward. Those 3 luminous spears, each one, it directly deducted 5% of the world boss's maximum HP. Current HP, only 4.3% remains now, and that priest. At this moment, he also felt exhausted from casting this spell. He collapsed onto the ground. He fumbled out a potion and drank it. The power of the potion. His stamina kept replenishing continuously, but Chun-Yi remained wholly focused, because the Wild Boar King's Monarch protection still hadn't been activated yet. That was a skill capable of nullifying 99.99% of all damage, and it lasted for a full 10 minutes. If the King's protection is activated, then all their efforts would be in vain. So, Chun-Yi must remain vigilant at all times now. Stay completely focused. At the slightest sign of the King of Boars preparing to charge, I would immediately loose a perfect arrow shot through it. The silence effect would instantly disrupt the King of Boars' royal protection. At this moment, as the Boar King's health grew increasingly lower, the Boar King began growing restless. Simultaneously, energy began gathering continuously within its massive frame. But at that very moment, a single arrow, piercing through space itself, struck the King of Boars directly. Boom! A violent explosion of flames erupted, and at this moment, the Wild Boar King directly sensed the energy within his body being locked down. Even the charge ability with no cooldown period became unusable now. That's Sovereign's protection. Not in use yet, but now it's in cooldown. Chun-Yi's focus intensified at this moment. At this moment, he must seize the Wild Boar King's talent at all costs. That was an A-grade talent. Seize it for oneself. It could definitely be enhanced to SS grade. Such SS grade talents are extremely rare. 1 billion people, yet fewer than 10 possess SS grade talents. Chun-Yi couldn't possibly resist the temptation. As time passed, just as the Wild Boar King's health dwindled to 0.001%, Chun-Yi directly condensed energy arrows. He unleashed Arrow Rain Meteor upon the Boar King. At this very moment, the Arrow Rain Meteor struck. The initial 100 arrows were all composed of energy arrows. The base damage of these arrows is 3,200 points. No matter how massive the Wild Boar King's health pool is, there's no way it wouldn't even lose 0.001% of its HP instantly. Amidst the Wild Boar King's piercing shriek, a voice sounded in Chun-Yi's ears. Congratulations on successfully plundering the Wild Boar King's talent, King's Hide. King's Skin 100-fold enhancement, upgraded to Supreme Skin. Supreme Skin, Grade SS tier. Effect, all damage you receive is reduced by 99.99%. Before Chun-Yi could rejoice, another announcement rang out. Human Chun-Yi has slain the world boss, Wild Boar King Anos. The world passage is opening. All humans who have reached level 20, please proceed to the world passage to advance to the next tier world. All humans who participated in slaying the world boss will receive first tier access authorization. Those already with authorization will have their clearance level automatically upgraded by 1 tier. After the announcement concluded, the corpse of the Boar King began to radiate boundless radiance. A luminous portal towering nearly 100 meters now stood before everyone. All eyes were fixed upon that glowing portal. Every heart stirred with excitement. At last, I can escape this doomed world. As for Chun-Yi's situation, a voice sounded in my ears once again. Congratulations! Your clearance level has been upgraded to Silver 3. Silver 3 clearance. Introduction. You can mute users with lower permissions in chat channels, get 3 daily message pinning opportunities, receive 1,000 world points weekly. Additionally, claim 1 mystery item box each week. Mystery item box. Description: can randomly contain any item. Looking at the newly added rewards, Shani couldn't be happier no matter how you look at it. Damn! Suddenly, he could earn 1,000 points every week. He even got a mystery item box as a bonus. Much better. A mystery item box. Surely you can draw an extremely rare item, but this still depends on luck. It doesn't rule out the possibility of some pretty worthless stuff being in there. At this moment, Lu Xiaobei flew towards Chen Yi's direction. Damn, I was just about to land the final blow, but you stole it from me. Ah, just lucky, just lucky. Chen Yi burst out laughing. He had just acquired another SS grade talent. This is the happiest moment. Lu Xiaobei didn't say anything else. Now I'm ready to go to the next world level. What about you? Chapter 84: The Long-Lived Silver World, a gathering place of 10,000 civilizations. Seeing Lu Xiaobei ready to move to the next layer of the world, Chen Yi also nodded. Yeah, me too. I just don't know if it'll still be like before, randomly teleporting us to some location. Lu Xiaobei shook his head. No idea. But I don't want to stay in this world any longer. I'm too eager to level up now. Guild matters will be handled by Lu Tianming. I need to go over there first to lay the groundwork. Upon hearing Lu Xiaobei say this, Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Let's go together. Then he rode the white wolf toward that shimmering portal. Lu Xiaobei followed closely behind. Because of the appearance of the light gate, many people had already stepped through it and were transported to the next world. Chen Yi rode atop the white wolf. He charged straight into the light gate without hesitation. The surrounding scenery underwent a drastic transformation in an instant. What followed? A voice rang out. Congratulations, you have entered the silver tier world of Tianjing. The level cap has been increased to level 30. You can now claim your second advancement quest. The Heavenly Crystal Plane has 7,769 years of remaining lifespan. Please defeat the world boss before the world's destruction to advance to the next layer. Chen Yi was stunned. Never in a million years. This world actually had over 7,000 years of lifespan remaining. It wouldn't matter at all, even if I were to grow old in this world, and there were no news of racial wars. Could it be that in this world, only humans have been transported over? As the white light dissipated completely, the surrounding scenery appeared before Chen Yi's eyes. It was a square. The square was paved entirely with white bricks. All around stood many humans who had been teleported here just like himself. At this moment, a group of winged beings with 2 pairs of white wings on their backs, dressed in soldier-like uniforms, descended from the sky to this place. At that moment, a voice emerged from the squadron of soldiers. Welcome to the Sky Crystal Plane. No matter how you struggled to reach this world, you must now register at the hall. Chen Yi gazed into the distance. The speaker was a soldier completely clad in armor. At this moment, the attributes of this soldier also appeared before him. Celestial Wing Tribe. Level, 30. Class, Void Assassin. Basic Strength, 89. Basic Constitution, 102. Basic Agility, 134. Basic Intelligence, 96. Talent, Angelic Body. Angelic Body, all skill effectiveness increased by 5 times, all skill cooldowns reduced by 50%, all attribute growth increased by 1 point, and grants flight capability. Skills: Sky Pierce, Angel Armament, Void Walk, Vanish. Introduction: the Skywing clan bears angelic lineage, inherently endowed with formidable power. Chen Yi turned his gaze to the other winged soldiers. Never in a million years. Every single winged soldier actually possessed this angelic body talent. They only differed in their base attributes and professional skills. Chen Yi shook his head. Damn, is this silver-ranked world really this profound? Any ordinary soldier could possess such formidable power. If one were to say, if every member of the winged tribe inherits this innate angelic constitution, doesn't that mean each one would be equally powerful? Imagine if their numbers were greater. The humans would be utterly outmatched, completely beneath them. And just at that moment, the leading avian humanoid looked at the humans with some suspicion. Why can't I see what talents these humans possess? Also, there seem to be way too many of these humans. In previous years, no other race has ever had such overwhelming numbers. Afterwards, the avian humanoid descended and landed on the ground. Let me ask, what innate talents do you humans possess? I can't seem to see them. Looking at that winged humanoid creature, one of the humans replied, we humans don't have innate talents. When we first descended, the system gave us one chance to draw a talent. Hearing those words, the winged human was utterly astonished. Never would have imagined. So such a thing actually exists. Doesn't this mean those humans across from us could attain any possible talent? Well then, even those supreme level talents might still be obtainable? The winged being grew increasingly alarmed the more he thought about it. Yet he did nothing about it. Instead, he pointed toward a massive structure at the front of the square for everyone to see. This is the City of Angels, ruled by our winged race. Newcomers must register there first, and then you'll need to find a new location in this world to build your own city. Now there are over 2,000 races that have come to this world. Your other brethren should have been scattered to the reception squares in other cities. Remember, when building your city, construct a reception square to welcome races from other worlds. It will benefit your own race. Seeing the winged humanoid say this, a human couldn't help himself. Then he asked, "Why are you so kind to us? You must recall we participated in the racial war in the previous world." Watching the human's question, the winged captain smiled. "We are also a race that has experienced racial warfare. It was only after we completely exterminated the vampire clan in the previous world 270 years ago that we gained access to this world. But the rules of this world are different from those of the previous one. If the races help each other, they will receive many rare rewards. The winged race arrived here 270 years ago. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Some people muttered to themselves, could it be that after all these years, we still haven't defeated the world boss? The winged humanoid chuckled bitterly upon hearing this. We've essentially given up on the world boss. Perhaps after accumulating strength for a few more thousand years, we might be able to defeat that world boss. Looking at the winged being's bitter smile before me, everyone had guessed it, that world boss must be incredibly powerful. Otherwise, how could so many different races have failed to defeat it? Watching everyone's expressions, the winged captain kindly reminded them once more. Remember to be careful of the wild monsters. You should know, the monsters out here are nothing like those in your previous world. At this point, even the winged captain's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear. That would truly lead to countless deaths. Shenny silently observed everything before him. Calculations raced endlessly through his mind. Letting himself be stopped in this world was absolutely out of the question. And I possess such immense talent. As long as I plunder enough talents, then the world boss definitely won't be too difficult. At this moment, the crowd has already started moving forward. Now they're going to register with the winged tribe, after which they'll be released from the city walls. This reminded him of the winged captain's earlier words. The monsters in the wildlands are dangerous. This filled many hearts with unease. After all, given this winged captain's strength and the fact that he said such things, it means the monsters outside the city must truly be terrifying. As for Chen Yi's situation, he walked while checking his job transfer mission. Light Archer can undergo second advancement to become either a Shadow Dancer or Windrunner. After advancing to Shadow Dancer, Chen Yi gains melee combat abilities, wielding both daggers and bows with additional damage bonuses. One might say, this Shadow Dancer is essentially a fusion of an archer and an assassin. The Windwalker specializes in kiting tactics, equipped with a life-saving skill that also boosts speed. The Windwalker could also be described as an enhanced version of the Light Archer. %%. Now he had obtained permanent invisibility, supreme skins, and unwavering resilience. His survivability had long been among the very best of the best. Even if he were to tank monsters, there would be nothing to fear. He thought for a moment. In the end, he chose to undertake the mission of specializing as a Shadow Dancer. Now he's lacking close combat abilities. This Shadow Dancer could perfectly compensate for his weakness. Afterwards, a voice came through. Congratulations, you successfully accepted the Shadow Dancer class change quest. Please complete it within 7 days, otherwise it will be considered automatically abandoned. Shadow Dancer class change quest. Mission objective: melee kill one elite level monster. Introduction: the Shadow Dancer possesses both melee and ranged attacks, making it a profession with no obvious weaknesses. Mission reward: Shadow Dancer job change scroll. Skills: bow mastery and dagger mastery. Bow mastery: when using a bow, your weapon attack power increases by 30% and firing speed improves by 45%. Dagger mastery: when using daggers, your weapon attack power increases by 50%, and attacking enemies from behind deals triple damage. Shen Yi looked at the reward. A sense of longing rose in his heart. Both archery mastery and dagger mastery were skills he had been hoping to acquire, especially this mastery of daggers. With permanent invisibility, attacking enemies from behind is all too easy. That would make me a true assassin. Who could stop me now? Can dodge his own attack. So what if he gets caught? 75% damage reduction from Earth Defense and 99.99% damage reduction from Supreme Skin. Combine the two. That amounts to 99.9975% damage reduction. All damage received would be reduced to 0.0025%, combined with some defensive equipment. Such minimal damage. Shen Yi felt that no one could kill him. At this moment, the crowd had also gathered in that hall. After Chen Yi entered, his first impression was that the hall was exceptionally large, covering tens of thousands of square meters. Even with so many people flooding in, it never felt crowded. Beyond the Great Hall lay the city gates leading to the wilderness. Every human who completed their registration, they would be sent directly into the wilderness to fend for themselves. As for the so-called ranks, it was merely a head count. When it was Chen Yi's turn, more than 4,000 humans had already walked out of the city gates. After the registration concluded, Chen Yi ventured into the wilderness. He turned to look. The angel city of the Wing tribe was entirely encircled by walls towering over 100 meters high. It looks extremely majestic. At the same time, Chen Yi saw through his extrasensory vision. About 5 kilometers away from the city of angels, he spotted many menacing monsters. Those monsters were grotesquely shaped. It had already lost the original face of an animal. No one dared to approach at this moment. It seemed to be afraid of the city of angels. Chen Yi's heart sank at the sight. Perhaps these monsters were specifically waiting for their group of humans as today's main course, star.